Chapter 1. The Child Prodigy. On a warm, early summer afternoon, the sunlight was yet to reach its full intensity. In the shadows of the stands at Wimbledon, Arnold sat, observing the various preparations being made by the staff for the impending match, lost in contemplation. Did Li Na ever lift the trophy at Wimbledon? Was it in 2005 or 2006 that Zheng Jie and Yin Zi claimed the women's doubles championship? At that time, I must have been around 26 or 27, yet I cannot recall what I was doing, nor whether I had the time or opportunity to witness history unfold here. The teachers at school often remarked on my talent for tennis. Now that I am free from financial worries, should I consider training toward a professional career? Watching others sweat it out on the court and claim their trophies cannot possibly compare to the sense of accomplishment one feels when standing on the podium oneself. Yet, who knows if the sports teacher at school says such things to everyone? Even if I do play somewhat better than my classmates, it merely places me at the pinnacle among elementary school students, making it difficult to ascertain the true limits of my talent. As Arnold drifted in and out of these thoughts, a voice suddenly broke the silence beside him. "Arnold, with your excellent academic performance, a little revision should make passing the entrance exam for Eton a mere formality, don't you think? And as a celebrated young author of a best-selling book, the tuition fees for Eton should pose no obstacle for you, correct?" Startled from his daydream of triumphantly defeating Federer and lifting the Challenger's Cup, Arnold turned to face the boy sitting next to him. Though still bearing a hint of baby fat, his well-defined features indicated he was indeed a striking young lad with golden locks. He was slightly taller than Arnold, and the once chubby boy now appeared surprisingly robust. To Arnold's astonishment, his fellow time traveler was not a portly, unkempt fellow. Where was the fairness in that? Arnold narrowed his eyes slightly, reassured that at least in terms of looks, he still held an advantage, and his charisma surpassed that of his companion. Most importantly, aside from being handsome and charming, he was also the legendary child prodigy writer. Not only was he famous, but he was also wealthy, a true young tycoon. Gazing at his tennis racket, an Agassi limited edition signed model. Of course, in reality, he was merely a soulless child prodigy, a mere replication of brilliance. But that was a tale for another time. But Eton College? Having already become a mere literary copyist, why should he strive any further? Achieving social elite status and fulfilling grand ambitions were far from Arnold's aspirations in his previous life. He lacked the capability. And in this one, he simply desired financial freedom and to savor life. Life is fleeting. A day can pass in the blink of an eye, and if one were to close their eyes forever, that lifetime would be over. Who knows if there will be another chance to traverse time after one's demise? Who can say what challenges await in the next life? In any case, all that mattered was to find joy. Eton College? Chambers, do you really wish to attend there? I've heard their regulations are far stricter than no backpacks allowed. Books and folders must be carried by hand, and aside from casual dress days, one must don the so-called gentleman's uniform, along with an array of etiquette, schedules, and extra courses. Our school, after all, was founded by a certain king, yet we have far fewer rules. Arnold casually commented, drawing from the exaggerated claims of study abroad agencies he had encountered online in his previous life, as well as snippets of gossip from classmates. It had been over a decade since he had taken the college entrance examination. All that knowledge had long since been returned to his teachers. He could only pretend to impress in elementary school. Once he reached secondary school, it would become increasingly inadequate. The top private schools in England never made things easy. Those who reveled in a carefree education, relying on calculators for simple arithmetic, were destined to remain in public schools. Arnold had no desire to endure the rigors of Eton. While the school he was set to attend was also a prestigious private institution, it was undoubtedly less demanding than Eton. Moreover, Eton's reputation was indeed formidable, with excellent teaching quality and a high social standing, boasting alumni among the elite and royal members. However, Eton is the best secondary school in all of London, no, in all of England. Don't you think it a pity to give up on such a significant opportunity when you have a strong chance of being accepted? Or do you prefer Harrow? That's a fine choice as well. Chambers, Arnold's companion, did not view strict regulations as a negative aspect. After all, such schools produced notable individuals. A smile crept onto Arnold's lips. Not quite, Chambers. I have my sights set on just one school, and that is King's College School. Indeed, it is the secondary division of our school. Although it may not hold the same prestige as Eton or Harrow, it is undeniably one of the finest private schools in England. Most importantly, over the years, I have grown fond of our school's management style and the camaraderie among fellow students and alumni. It suits me exceptionally well. King's College School, which Arnold attended, was established over a century ago by King George IV, originally as a subsidiary of King's College London, later relocating to Wimbledon in southwest London to become an independent institution. King's College School primarily enrolls boys aged 7 to 18, corresponding roughly to the stages from elementary to high school in other countries. Arnold was a sixth-grade student at King's College School, having recently completed his Key Stage 2 education with outstanding SATs results. With Arnold's academic performance, advancing directly to the secondary division of his school posed no challenges, however. To gain entry into Eton or other prestigious institutions, he would need to sit for their entrance examinations. While Eton College and similar elite schools predominantly catered to the wealthy, gaining acceptance was not as simple as merely passing an exam. However, for someone like Arnold, who bore the title of child prodigy author, it was likely that no esteemed institution would refuse him, provided he passed the entrance exam. Yet, Arnold was not particularly inclined to attend. While Eton and Harrow were impressive, he preferred the management style and community at King's College School, as he had expressed to Chambers. To be precise, it was the future classmates and alumni he looked forward to. No matter how remarkable Eton may be, it remained a strictly boys' school. In contrast, King's College School's A-level program, which corresponds to the final 2 years of secondary education, welcomed female students. During the tumultuous years of adolescence, the opportunity to admire the charming young ladies of the British collegiate style on a beautiful campus every day, all while maintaining the reputation of a genius author, might lead to some delightful escapades. Could Eton or Harrow offer such a lifestyle? With more girls, fewer rules, and closer proximity to home, why would he ever consider attending Eton? The two friends had discussed this topic numerous times, yet Chambers remained steadfast in his views. With a resigned shrug, he expressed his disappointment. "Very well, I respect your opinion, but I believe you should reconsider, Arnold. I eagerly anticipate the prospect of continuing our studies together. I am confident that our partnership would dominate any doubles competition, whether at Eton or even Cambridge. Inda. Aside from me, I doubt you could find another partner who excels in both tennis and badminton, and can also show off his prowess at the ping-pong table. If only there were inter-school competitions for table tennis otherwise, those Eton kids wouldn't stand a chance." Arnold replied casually, utterly unfazed by any notion of boasting. The exhilarating sensation of besting elementary school students had ingrained in him a profound understanding of an innate talent that would not diminish with a mere change of body. Chambers could not abide Arnold's attitude, while their partnership in doubles matches brought immense satisfaction. Practicing privately was often a challenge. On the tennis court, Chambers occasionally managed to hold his ground, but once he picked up a ping-pong paddle, he was simply no match for Arnold. In that moment, Chambers quickly extricated himself from the melancholy of impending separation and feigned indifference. "Come on, Arnold, what if there are recent Eton students from China? Your ping-pong skills wouldn't stand up to scrutiny." Arnold faltered, aware that no matter how grand his claims, he knew his limitations. Encountering a well-rounded student from China, proficient in academics, sports, and the arts, might prove formidable. Yet, in the late 80s and early 90s, were there even Chinese children studying at secondary schools in England? Having grown up in a small town in the West, Arnold could hardly fathom the lives of the affluent. Never mind. After all, there are no inter-school table tennis competitions, so why should I worry about it? Let's go. The adults down there have left. Let's play one more game before heading home." "Haha, game. You want to intimidate me in tennis. I was so close to winning the last match. Today, come what may, I shall claim victory before we depart. Well, at this rate, we might not make it home before dark." Chapter 2. An early start to my career as a literary copyist. Arnold held no regard for the adage of silence during meals. Upon returning home, as he savored a small piece of perfectly seared pork chop, he embarked on a fresh round of persuasion directed at his mother. "I believe it would be prudent for you to reconsider, Nicole. Our bank account is quite robust, ensuring that your studies at Cass Business School are well within our means, without compromising our quality of life. Thus, I urge you to abandon the notion of working during the summer or any spare time. Instead, focus on resting or perhaps frequenting the library." Just as Chambers could not dissuade him from applying to Eton, Arnold found himself equally incapable of swaying his mother. This year, the situation at Nicole's workplace, the Sainsbury's supermarket, had further deteriorated, and she had finally found herself on the latest round of layoffs. Initially, she had intended to apply at Tesco, but as a former employee laid off by their competitor, she felt somewhat lacking in confidence. Fortunately, her applications to several graduate business schools yielded promising results, affirming her efforts to enhance her skills over the past 2 years while working. Thus, no longer burdened by the responsibility of supporting Arnold, Nicole resolved to pursue further studies at Cass Business School, planning to emerge stronger in a few years. "Oh, dear, I certainly trust your assurances, but that is your bank account. As a mother, I am proud and delighted by your maturity and accomplishments, yet I cannot in good conscience spend the hard-earned royalties of my son." Nicole set down her fork gazing gently at the boy across the table, shaking her head slightly, her face illuminated by a warm smile. Noticing her precocious child's lips twitch as if he wished to argue further, Nicole continued, "Moreover, I am studying management and have previously led small teams. If I can effectively utilize my spare time to work at different companies and observe their operations and management styles, it would greatly benefit my academic pursuits." Arnold merely moved his lips a couple of times, unsure of how to respond. Considering the situation from her perspective, it was difficult for anyone, even Arnold's adult soul, to accept spending money earned by a child, even if that child's earnings were hardly the result of strenuous effort. It was around the age of 2 or 3 when Arnold, having finally emerged from the confusion and disorientation of his transmigration, gazed at the plush toy clutched in his chubby, soft hands, initially believing he had been reborn. In truth, his response was somewhat sluggish, as he failed to consider that in his childhood there were no toy shops in his small western hometown that sold plush toys resembling Paddington Bear. The texture was simply delightful. It was only upon catching sight of his distinctly non-Asian features in the mirror that he suddenly realized he had not been reborn into his own childhood, but rather had traversed into the body of another individual. With features reminiscent of an adorable fist baby, emerald green eyes, and a head of thick black hair, he was already overflowing with the attributes of a charming rogue. As the most striking boy on the street, even at the tender age of 3 or 4, Arnold had already caught the attention of advertising agencies, though his parents had declined the offers. By the time he reached 15 or 16, he would undoubtedly have the option to debut, effortlessly succeeding in singing and acting, relying solely on his looks. Yet Arnold was unwilling, for he had better choices. Currently, Arnold lived in a single-parent household, having chosen to stay with his mother following his parents' divorce. The initial 2 years were relatively stable since his father was at fault. The court awarded the house bought with a loan to his mother during the divorce proceedings. In a bid to sever ties with his ex-wife, his father paid off the remaining mortgage in one lump sum, ostensibly as an advance on child support. At that time, Arnold's mother had a decent job. Nicole held a managerial position at a medium-sized branch of Sainsbury's, earning sufficient income to support Arnold's needs without the burden of mortgage or car payments. At least until he turned 6, Arnold enjoyed a rather pleasant life, whether residing in an apartment near London's financial district or moving to a quaint villa in Wimbledon. His childhood was undeniably more privileged and entertaining than in his previous life, regardless of the circumstances surrounding his parents' divorce. The only regret Arnold harbored was that his father, though somewhat successful on Financial Street, had not managed to purchase a home in Kensington, leaving behind his aspirations of running in Hyde Park or indulging in afternoon tea at the Mandarin Oriental, which he had once fantasized about. However, Arnold later came to realize that rather than relying on a father, especially one who was rather disreputable, it would be wiser to depend on himself to become neighbors with prime ministers, princes, and the wealthiest individuals from his homeland. Transported to the 1980s, Arnold firmly rejected the notion of enduring a life as a struggling engineering student, as he had in his past existence. Staying home as a literary copyist, selling books, and perhaps later dabbling in film adaptations seemed a much simpler path to wealth. Moreover, generating wealth would be even easier. Investing in a few companies in Silicon Valley, purchasing stocks, and acquiring properties in Wadayaku would ensure a lifetime of financial security. As for the books he would copy, the choice was even more apparent. Even disregarding his current identity as a British citizen, had he been reborn in his homeland, his first choice would undoubtedly be the Harry Potter series, a colossal intellectual property. Yet, at the tender age of 3, once Arnold grasped the situation, he was not in a hurry. Even though the initial 2 installments of Harry Potter possessed a somewhat fairy tale quality, they were ultimately tales meant for older children aged 11 or 12. Chapter 1. The Young Prodigy. On a late spring afternoon, with the sun still mild, Arnold sat in the shadows of the stands at Wimbledon, located in the outskirts of London, observing the staff bustling about in preparation for the impending match, lost in thought. Did he not ever lift the trophy at Wimbledon? Was it in 2005 or 2006 that Zheng Jie and Yan Zi claimed the women's doubles championship? At that time, I must have been around 26 or 27, utterly oblivious to my surroundings. Did I have the time or opportunity to witness history unfold here? My teachers at school have praised my talent for tennis. Now that my basic needs are secured, should I not consider pursuing it professionally? Watching others sweat it out on the court, celebrating with trophies, pales in comparison to the fulfillment of standing on the podium myself. But who knows if that sports teacher at school tells everyone the same thing. And even if I do play slightly better than my peers, it merely establishes my dominance among elementary school students. It remains uncertain where the limits of this modest talent lie. As Arnold drifted into these reflections, a voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Arnold, your academic performance is quite commendable. A little revision should suffice for you to pass the entrance exam for Eton, right? After all, you're a best-selling child, author. The tuition fees should pose no obstacle for you, would they? Snapping out of his daydream of triumphantly defeating Federer and claiming the Challenger Cup, Arnold turned to the boy seated beside him. Though still bearing a hint of baby fat, his well-defined features indicated a handsome blonde youth. His stature was slightly taller than Arnold's, transforming the once round-faced boy into a rather robust individual. Surprisingly, the time traveler's companion was not a portly, unkempt individual. Where is the justice in that? Arnold squinted slightly. At least he was still not as handsome, nor did he possess the same charm as I do. Most importantly, beyond being good-looking and possessing a pleasant demeanor, I am, after all, the fabled child prodigy writer. Not only am I renowned, but I am also affluent, a true young millionaire. Look at my racket, an Agassi limited edition signature model. Of course, in reality, I am merely a soulless child prodigy, photocopying the works of others, nothing worth discussing. But Eton, having already become a literary copyist, why should I strive for anything more? Becoming a societal elite and fulfilling grand ambitions has never been my pursuit in my past life. I lacked the capability, and now I merely desire financial freedom and to relish life. Life is fleeting. A day can slip away in the blink of an eye, and if one never opens their eyes again, their entire existence could vanish. How? Who knows if there's another chance to traverse time after death? Who can predict what challenges await in the next life? In any case, the essence of life is to seek joy. Eton? Chambers, do you really yearn to attend there? I've heard their regulations are far more stringent than no backpacks allowed. Books and folders must be carried by hand, and aside from casual dress days, one can only wear their so-called gentleman's uniform, along with a myriad of etiquette, schedules, and extra courses. Let it be known, our school was founded by a king, yet our rules are not nearly as numerous. Arnold casually critiqued, drawing from the exaggerated claims of study abroad agencies he had encountered online in his past life, as well as snippets of gossip from classmates. It has been over 10 years since I took my A-levels. All that knowledge has long been returned to my teachers. You know, I could only feign superiority in elementary school. As I progressed to secondary education, my knowledge became increasingly inadequate. The truly prestigious private schools in England never offer an easy path. Those who revel in carefree education, relying on calculators for basic arithmetic, are destined for public schools to continue their blissful existence. Arnold had no desire to endure the rigors of Eton. Although his intended school was also a private institution, it was undeniably less demanding than Eton. Moreover, Eton's reputation is indeed formidable, with exceptional teaching quality and an esteemed alumni network that includes numerous societal luminaries and members of the royal family. Yet Eton is the finest school in all of London, all of Britain. You have a considerable chance of gaining admission. Do you not feel it a pity to relinquish such an opportunity? Or would you prefer Harrow? That's also commendable. Chambers, Arnold's companion, did not view strict regulations as a downside. After all, such rules are what forge a prestigious institution, are they not? A smile graced Arnold's lips. Not at all, Chambers. There is but one school I wish to attend, and that is King's College School. Indeed, the very secondary division of our own institution. Though it may not boast the renown of Eton or Harrow, it stands among the finest private schools in England. Most importantly, over the years, I have grown fond of our school's management style and the camaraderie among students and alumni. It is an environment that suits me perfectly. King's College School was established over a century ago by King George IV of Britain, originally as a subsidiary of King's College in London, later relocating to Wimbledon in southwest London to become an independent institution. The school primarily enrolls boys aged 7 to 18, corresponding to the stages of primary to secondary education in England. Arnold is a 6th grade student at King's College School, having recently concluded his Key Stage 2 studies with outstanding SATs results. Given Arnold's academic achievements, progressing directly to the secondary division of his school poses no challenge. However, to gain entry to Eton or similar prestigious schools, he would need to sit for their entrance examinations. Although institutions like Eton are now predominantly exclusive, gaining admission is not as simple as passing an exam. Nevertheless, for a well-known figure like Arnold, dubbed a child prodigy author, it is unlikely that any prestigious school would refuse him admission, provided he passes the entrance exam. Yet Arnold harbored little desire to attend. While Eton and Harrow are commendable, he preferred the management style and camaraderie of King's College School, particularly the future classmates and alumni. No matter how exceptional Eton may be, it remains a purely boys' school. In contrast, King's College School allows girls to enroll in their A-level program during the penultimate and final years of secondary education. In the throes of youthful exuberance, One could daily admire the vibrant young women of the British academic milieu within its picturesque campus, perhaps even engage in some playful antics under the guise of being a renowned author. Could such a lifestyle be offered by Eton or Harrow, with more girls and fewer restrictions and proximity to home? Unless I were deranged or deluded, why would I ever consider attending Eton? The two friends had discussed this topic numerous times, yet Chambers remained steadfast in his views, shrugging with a hint of disappointment as he said, "Very well, I respect your opinion, but I believe you should reconsider, Arnold. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to continue as your classmate. I am confident that together, whether at Eton or even Cambridge, we would dominate all doubles competitions." Inda. Aside from me, I doubt you could find another partner who excels not only at tennis and badminton, but also at impressing you while playing table tennis. If only table tennis had inter-school competitions otherwise, those Eton brats. Arnold's tone was lighthearted, utterly unconvinced he was boasting. The thrill of triumphing over elementary school students had instilled in him a profound awareness of the innate talent etched deeply within his soul, one that would not wane with a mere change of bodies. Chambers found Arnold's demeanor intolerable. While their doubles matches were exhilarating, practice sessions often proved challenging. On the tennis court, Chambers could occasionally hold his own, but once he picked up a table tennis paddle, he was merely a hapless opponent subjected to Arnold's relentless prowess. At that moment, Chambers promptly shifted his focus from the impending separation from his friend, feigning indifference as he remarked, "Oh, come on, Arnold. What if there are students from Hogwarts at Eton? Your table tennis skills might not measure up." Arnold was momentarily taken aback, no matter how grand his boasts. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. A well-rounded Hogwarts student excelling in all areas could indeed pose a challenge for him. However, were there even Hogwarts children studying in Britain during the late 1980s and early 1990s? In his past life, growing up in a small town in the West, Arnold found it impossible to fathom the lives of the affluent. Never mind, since there are no inter-school competitions for table tennis, why should I fret over it? Come on, let's go. Those adults down there have left. Let's play another game before heading home. Let's go then. I'm not afraid of you in tennis. I was just a hair's breadth away from winning the last game. And today, no matter what, I must secure a victory before we leave. At this rate, we might not make it home until nightfall. Chapter 2. The early start of a literary career. Arnold was unencumbered by the notion of silence at the dinner table. After swallowing a morsel of perfectly seared pork chop, he embarked on yet another round of persuasion with his mother, Nicole. "I believe you should reconsider, Nicole. Our bank account holds ample pounds, sufficient to support your studies at Cass Business School, without compromising our quality of life. Thus, I feel it would be prudent for you to abandon the idea of working during the summer or any other free time, and instead focus on resting or immersing yourself in the library." Just as Chambers could not sway him to apply for Eton, Arnold found himself equally unable to persuade his mother. This year, the situation at the Sainsbury's where Nicole worked had grown increasingly dire, and she had finally found herself on the latest layoff list. Initially, she intended to seek employment at Tesco, but as a former employee laid off by the competition, she felt somewhat lacking in confidence. Fortunately, the responses from the graduate schools she had applied to had been promising, affirming her efforts over the past 2 years to enhance her qualifications while working. Thus, no longer needing to shoulder Arnold's living expenses, Nicole resolved to pursue further studies at Cass Business School, with plans to emerge as a formidable contender in a few years. "Oh dear, I certainly trust your assurances, but that is your bank account. As a mother, I take pride in your maturity and accomplishments, yet I cannot in good conscience spend the hard-earned fees you have earned." Nicole set down her fork, gazing tenderly at the boy across the table, gently shaking her head, her face illuminated by a warm smile. Seeing her precocious child's lips move, seemingly ready to argue further, Nicole added, "Moreover, my field of study is management, and I have previously led small teams. If I can effectively utilize my spare time to work with various companies, observing their operations and management styles, it would greatly benefit my academic pursuits." Arnold merely moved his lips a couple of times. In truth, he was at a loss for words. Putting himself in her shoes, he realized that not even Nicole, nor his own adult sensibilities, could easily accept spending a child's earnings. Even if that child's remuneration could hardly be deemed arduous. He could scarcely recall whether it was at the age of 2 or 3 when he finally emerged from the confusion and disorientation of his transmigration. Observing his chubby, soft little hands grasping a plush toy, he initially believed he had been reborn. At that time, however, Arnold's reactions were still somewhat sluggish. He hardly considered that, had he truly returned to his childhood, his hometown, a small county in the West, would hardly have had a toy shop selling Paddington Bears. The texture was exquisite as well. Only when he caught a glimpse of his face in the mirror, markedly different from that of a typical Chinese child, did he realize the truth. He had not been reborn, but had instead traversed into another person's existence. With features reminiscent of the fist baby and eyes as emerald as jade, complemented by a thick mane of black hair, he had already surpassed the threshold of potential heartthrob. As the most charming boy on the street, Arnold had already attracted the attention of advertising agencies by the age of 3 or 4, though his parents had declined the offers. One could speculate that by the time he reached 15 or 16, he could easily debut, with singing and acting being mere trifles as looks would suffice for a living. Yet Arnold was disinclined, for he had better options. Arnold now lived in a single-parent household, having followed his mother after his parents' divorce. The initial couple of years were relatively stable, as his father, being at fault, had been ordered by the court to transfer the loan-purchased house to his mother during the divorce. Subsequently, perhaps in an effort to sever ties with his ex-wife, his father had paid off the remaining mortgage in one go, under the guise of prepaying child support. At that time, Arnold's mother had held a respectable job. Nicole was somewhat of a small supervisor at a medium-sized Sainsbury's branch, earning a decent income. Without the burden of a mortgage or car payments, providing for Arnold's living and educational needs was manageable. Indeed, Arnold had lived quite well until the age of 6, whether residing in an apartment near London's financial district or moving to a quaint villa in Wimbledon. His childhood, irrespective of his parents' divorce, was far more privileged and entertaining than in his previous life. The only regret Arnold harbored was that his father, having floundered in the financial district, had failed to purchase a home in Kensington, thus thwarting his aspirations of jogging in Hyde Park and indulging in afternoon tea at the Mandarin Oriental, which he had envisioned from his past life. However, Arnold later concluded that rather than relying on a father, especially a rather unsatisfactory night, was better to rely on oneself to attain proximity to prime ministers, princes, and the wealthiest individuals in China. Transported to the 1980s, he was unwilling to continue living as a beleaguered engineering major as he had in his previous life. Staying home as a literary ghostwriter, selling books, and eventually dabbling in adaptations for film and television to achieve wealth was a far more appealing prospect. Furthermore, making money for money was even simpler. Investing in a few companies in Silicon Valley or Zhongguancun in China, purchasing a few stocks, and acquiring some properties in Wudaokou Center of the universe would suffice for several lifetimes of expenditure. As for which books to adapt, it was all too clear, even disregarding the fact that he had become British if he were reborn in China. His first choice would undoubtedly be the Harry Potter series, a colossal intellectual property. Yet at that time, Arnold, merely around 3 years old, was not in a hurry to seize the opportunity. Though the initial 2 installments of Harry Potter had a somewhat fairy tale quality, they were ultimately stories for older siblings aged 11 or 12. Arnold believed that it would be best to indulge in carefree play for a few years and begin writing when he reached 7th grade, publishing a new work annually. By then, it would merely be 1990, still far from the time when Aunt Rowling penned the original novel. Although the spark for Harry Potter ignited in Aunt Rowling during a train journey in 1989, the conceptualization of the first book, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, began in 1990, with the manuscript completed by 1994 and submission occurring in 1995 after further revisions. There was no rush for Arnold to become a literary scribe. The knowledge acquired in elementary school demanded little of his energy, leaving him ample time to revel and play. Who said that the quality education and joyful learning advocated by foreigners were solely for the affluent? Such principles applied equally to Arnold, who was destined for great wealth. Though lacking the means to switch homes, he could temporarily forego jogging in Hyde Park. Nevertheless, residing in Wimbledon had its advantages. He could attend tennis matches and frolic with the deer in nearby Richmond Park, occasionally wandering around the former residence of Russell, elevating his very soul. However, plans often succumb to the unpredictability of life. In July, nearly 2 years prior, shortly after Arnold celebrated his 9th birthday, his mother, Nicole, inadvertently muttered about credit card bills, awakening him to the financial strain their unrestrained spending seemed to impose on her. It was all the fault of Tesco's rapid expansion, which left Sainsbury's struggling, their revenues plummeting, necessitating drastic cost-cutting measures, including store closures and layoffs. Although Nicole was not on the layoff list at that time, the prospect of a pay cut filled her with anxiety. To avoid diminishing Arnold's participation in various activities and the acquisition of related gear, she had to either reduce the frequency or the quality of her own clothing and cosmetic purchases. The former was not an option she entertained, while the latter posed a significant challenge for a woman who once radiated beauty and was now navigating the latter half of her 30s. Upon learning of the situation from Nicole, the ever-mature Arnold could not remain indifferent. He had not suddenly appeared in this life. Their bond, forged through years of companionship, was genuine and profound. In Arnold's eyes, both his and Nicole's living standards could only ascend, never decline. There was no necessity for such a regression, as he possessed the capability to resolve the issue, merely by advancing his aspirations as a budding writer a bit sooner than anticipated. Chapter 3. Lights. Wait for the lights. Arnold began to prepare for transcribing the book, yet just before he took pen to paper, he was suddenly reminded of Aunt Rowling's unfortunate experience of being rejected by 12 publishing houses, persisting for 2 years before finally achieving publication. In an instant, he crumpled the nearly 10,000 words he had written and discarded them into the trash. It seemed that I had been somewhat presumptuous from the outset. The brilliance of Harry Potter is known only to me. Even if I were to write it now, it would be challenging to improve my family's circumstances in a short span of time. If only I could publish another work prior to submitting Harry Potter, I might accumulate some credentials and fame, thus facilitating a smoother journey. Even though I would still face the possibility of widespread rejection, the earnings from a previous work would grant me the means to endure and wait. So the question arises, what kind of work should I write or transcribe? Arnold now resides in the United Kingdom, where his aspirations as a writer are naturally accompanied by certain limitations. A backdrop rooted in British or Western culture is essential, and as he is still a primary school student, a penchant for dreams at this tender age necessitates a narrative imbued with elements of fantasy. Unfortunately, The Lord of the Rings has long since been established, and he possesses a treasured edition in his study, which does not quite resonate with his youthful spirit. In contrast, The Chronicles of Narnia appears to be more suitable for adolescent readers, yet it too has been published for quite some time. The Legend of Merlin is also a viable consideration. This British series is evidently aimed at a younger audience. Should he choose to adapt the television series into a novel, the camaraderie between King Arthur and Merlin would likely ensure commendable sales in the realm of the United Kingdom. On a side note, transitioning from the land of the heavens to the realm of the United Kingdom, does this count as having traveled abroad? Additionally, if he were to draw inspiration from the Legend of Merlin, he could cleverly incorporate his own embellishments, repeatedly describing and emphasizing the character of Guinevere as having skin as fair as snow, nay, even fairer than snow. Thus, should it ever be adapted into a television series, he would not have to contend with the absurdities of political correctness that could mar the visual experience. However, having only watched several seasons of the series intermittently in his previous life and often fast-forwarding through episodes, his recollections have become a jumbled tapestry. Consequently, what he seeks is a work that aligns with his age, is not excessively lengthy, and possesses a measure of creativity and imagination, appealing to and captivating the hearts of young readers. And so, it is settled, Frozen. After finalizing his chosen work, Arnold dedicated more than 6 months to a meticulous process of creation and adaptation. Before he even turned 10, he had taken his first steps toward becoming a great author. Do not inquire why a short children's tale necessitated such an extensive duration. The answer is simple. He was busy, constantly occupied. Football, cricket, tennis, table tennis, swimming, rowing, sailing, golf. Growing up in a small county town in his previous life, Arnold has now come to realize just how vibrant and colorful rural life can be. Arnold is now a renowned expert in both table tennis and badminton at school, and he exhibits considerable skill in cricket and tennis as well, ranking among the top few in proficiency among his peers of a similar age. In contrast, although Arnold's football skills may not be particularly prominent, should he choose to pursue this path with dedication, it is conceivable that the national team might one day seek to naturalize him. Arnold recalled that before his journey, he had seen news reporting that during that time, the national football team, in pursuit of success, had adopted players regardless of their heritage or skin color, as long as they possessed a heart that gleamed with a patriotic spirit. The subsequent events unfolded simply. Arnold presented a written version of Frozen, and the smooth narrative along with its heartwarming emotions surprised and delighted Nicole, prompting her to repeatedly inquire how he had conceived such a tale. How did he come up with it? Naturally, it was drawn from the memories of my previous life. No, one cannot merely say copied when it comes to the endeavors of a scholar. After all, Anderson was indeed one of our European kin. It would be one thing for you, Disney, to quietly adapt it into a secondary creation, considering that works in the public domain can be freely modified. However, it is quite excessive to omit even a mention of being inspired by the Snow Queen in your opening credits. As for Arnold, the situation was quite different. Ultimately, The covers of Frozen that graced the shelves of bookstores across London showcased not only the delightful images of the sisters Elsa and Anna, but also a prominent inscription in elegant script, inspired by Andersen's classic tale. The Snow Queen. This new version of a heartwarming fairy tale is brought to you and your child by a 9-year-old prodigy. Look, although this may be a version you have never encountered before, it undeniably stems from the illustrious works of Andersen. Arnold is but a budding elementary school author, eager to navigate the path of publishing and selling Frozen with the illustrious name of Andersen as a potential leverage. Were it not for the classic tale and Arnold's tender age, the manuscript handed over by Nicole with a sense of pride and self-assurance might have garnered little attention from the publishing house. This circumstance underscores Arnold's decision to pursue Frozen. For the intrinsic quality of the work alone does not guarantee a contract. One must also possess a marketing angle and a compelling selling point. The experience of J.K. Rowling serves as a cautionary tale in this regard. The journey of signing, proofreading, printing, and publishing has unfolded over just a little more than a year since Frozen hit the market, achieving cumulative sales exceeding 110,000 copies. The monthly sales have consistently surpassed 10,000 in the past 3 months, and the trend continues to rise. In this era where information circulates at a relatively slow pace, the remarkable performance of Frozen in the literary market was merely a matter of time, with a plethora of media now riding the wave of hype surrounding the novel and Arnold himself. With his reputation established and approaching his 11th birthday, Arnold is poised to unveil his second work, marking the genesis of a captivating series of tales. As his mother hesitates to invest her own money, Arnold resorts to a strategic approach. Well then, may I invite you to be my agent, Nicole? I assure you, it will be a lucrative and low-effort endeavor, and you can choose whether the workplace is closer to home or your school. After all, I am now a recognized author. Typically, others seek me out for collaboration. Upon hearing Arnold's proposition, a smile radiated from the corners of Nicole's eyes. This child is truly delightful, she mused, before gently shaking her head. All right, Arnold, I cannot take on the role of an agent. I can only oversee as your guardian and sign the contract. She then deftly shifted the conversation. By the way, have you completed your new book? Arnold nodded thoughtfully. The book had long been completed. Recently, he had been engrossed in the transcription process, with only a few finishing touches remaining. As you know, while transcribing on the computer, he was also engaged in final proofreading and revisions. However, it would soon be entirely finished. Nicole, are you truly unwilling to be my agent? Indeed, despite the presence of the latest Model 486 computer in Arnold's study, he steadfastly insisted on using handwritten manuscripts as the definitive version of his novel. How shall I put it? Life requires a sense of ritual. The painstakingly cultivated font not only pleases the eye, but also leaves a faint scent of ink on the manuscript paper. It is only when he holds his own manuscript that Arnold can somewhat convince himself, I am not an emotionless photocopying machine. Furthermore, in a previous life, everything, be it text, photographs, or videos, was confined to computers or mobile phones. Now, Arnold longs to retain something tangible, something that he can revisit decades later. That feeling, exquisite. So hurry up and finish your meal to write, and forget about the notion of having your mother work for you right now. As she spoke, Nicole accompanied her words with an eye roll, exclaiming, You little brat, do you think I have no pride? Arnold discerned the unspoken sentiments in Nicole's gaze and conceded a step back. Very well, the decision rests with you. However, once you embark on your studies at Cass Business School, I shall take it upon myself to manage all expenses related to food, water, electricity, gas, telephone bills, and subscriptions to newspapers and magazines, as I am the sole occupant of our home. Agreed. I shall not contest these matters further. After all, you have long been an independent and self-reliant man. Nicole nodded in agreement. Arnold turned to Nicole with a disdainful smirk, expressing his dissatisfaction with her dismissive, childish tone. Suddenly, an unexpected sound intruded upon their conversation. Lights. Wait for the lights. What is that noise? Where is it coming from? Chapter 4. This is quite awkward. After glancing around, Arnold still couldn't grasp the situation and widened his eyes at his mother. Nicole, did you hear any strange sounds? What sound? It's just the two of us talking. Nicole replied, bewildered by his actions and inquiry. System charging complete. Initiating. What on earth? A system? Oh, I see now. I understand. As a traveler, Arnold set aside his confusion upon hearing the term system, realizing that the voice only he could hear was merely a part of his journey. Having read countless web novels in his previous life, he was no stranger to such tropes. The presence of a personal system was almost a standard feature for traversers. Some were wise, some aloof. Others could project enchanting fairies or stunning beauties as so-called system spirits to entertain their hosts, even engaging in flirtatious banter. There were even those that could manifest physically to assist the host with various needs. Civilization, harmony, integrity, kindness. Reciting the core values, Arnold focused his mind, condensing his myriad thoughts into a singular declaration. Regardless of what type of system you are, as a quintessential tool for a traveler, you have arrived fashionably late. However, the activation sound felt oddly familiar. Could this system actually be an intel inside? No wonder it took so long. It had been ages since the toothpaste factory made any significant advancements. Yet, hearing that sound evoked a sense of nostalgia. Even the 486 era lacked such advertisements. On the other side, noticing her son's startled demeanor and dazed expression, Nicole couldn't help but voice her concern. Arnold, you're not experiencing tinnitus or hallucinations, are you? I've told you countless times that while writing books for money is commendable, your health is paramount. You must avoid staring at the computer screen for prolonged periods. You are still growing and must prioritize sleep. Wait, Arnold, confess honestly. Did you sneak in some gaming last night? As she reached the end of her statement, Nicole's expression shifted from worry to anger, her volume unwittingly rising a few decibels. Coming back to reality, Arnold felt a bit dazed. What had Nicole just said? Focus on rest, ensure adequate sleep? He had been out enjoying himself, merely recycling the scant content from Frozen for over half a year. Was there anyone who understood the balance between work and play better than him? As for the occasional late-night gaming session, that was hardly an issue. It was merely a trivial conflict between a youthful body and a homebound spirit. Body, I'm still young. I'm growing. I need rest. Spirit, no, you don't need it. Listen, let us play another round. I refuse to believe I can't conquer this level with just one life. The next morning, body, I can't take it anymore. Tonight, I must sleep early. If this continues, I won't grow at all. Spirit, what you think doesn't matter, what I think does. Young people benefit from the occasional late night. Come, let us study how to be a competent mayor. Body, of course not. Nicole, don't you dare accuse me. Arnold retorted loudly, mirroring his usual response to such accusations. Nicole's expression was laced with evident distrust, but this time Arnold was indeed telling the truth. His new novel was nearing completion, and he planned to finish it in one go, battling through the night with the controller until dawn, postponing any publishing contract signing until afterward. Recently, Arnold had been quite disciplined. His FC console had gathered dust for at least a week. No, 5 days. No, 4.5 days. Why hasn't that wretched system activated yet? I've waited long enough. Perhaps I misheard earlier. I finished eating, headed upstairs to transcribe my manuscript. Don't worry, Mom. I'll wash up and be in bed by 10 at the latest. After finishing the remaining pork chop and vegetable salad, Arnold wiped his mouth, dropped a quick remark, and hurried to his study upstairs. I cook, Nicole washes the dishes. It's a fair arrangement. Besides, there's a dishwasher. Washing dishes merely requires placing pots and pans inside and pressing a button. Now, I just want to know what this tardy system is all about. System initializing, please wait. What on earth? I've already finished my meal, climbed upstairs, and sat at my desk for quite some time, yet it's still initializing. System initializing, please wait. Truly deserving of the wait. Wait, wait, wait. More content loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Here I am, a 486 already booted into Kiss of Death 2. Should I play a couple of rounds of Minesweeper? Never mind. I said I wouldn't play games recently, so I won't. Let us get back to business. With that thought, Arnold opened Word, preparing to transcribe his novel. As Arnold typed away, finishing the last chapter while silently lamenting the sluggish system activation, a sudden tapping sound at the window drew his attention. Was that an owl? The rural setting is wonderful. Even owls appear unafraid of humans. This owl looks far more spirited than Ron's, considering its frailty and the shared family burden. Wait, Ron? An owl? Arnold was startled, his gaze fixed intently upon the window. It appeared that the owl clutched something in its beak. A thin, white rectangle. adorned with intricate patterns that obscured its details, but he could just discern a prominent letter H. Could it be an envelope? Then the question arose, who, in 1990s Britain, would employ an owl to deliver messages? Withdrawing his gaze from the persistent pecking of the owl against the glass, Arnold mechanically turned to examine the document displayed on the monochrome monitor before lowering his eyes to the manuscript on his desk. Aside from the few pages he was about to transcribe, a completed stack of manuscripts lay nearby, the topmost sheet bearing the title Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. This was undeniably awkward. Fortunately, a sudden voice in Arnold's mind shattered the tension. System initialization complete. Please check promptly. Check promptly. It was time to investigate. But where? Arnold's attention was instantly captivated by the system, leaving the owl outside as an afterthought. What was that? Could it be consumed? The system? System? Arnold softly made attempts. Yet neither in English nor in Chinese did he receive any response. However, as he spoke, his attention inadvertently became focused on this so-called system, and thus, a semblance of a low-quality online game interface materialized within his mind. This interface bore no indication of the system's name, only a series of functions. The character attributes and skills appeared rather dim. There were scarcely a few lines of text detailing specific values. Let us not dwell on that. A feeble display indeed. Meanwhile, on the task list, the first and sole quest emanated a faint glow. Quest name, a new choice quest objective. Obtain the Hogwarts acceptance letter. Quest description, as you approach your 11th birthday, you have met the admission criteria for Hogwarts, embarking on a journey of wizardry that starkly contrasts with that of ordinary folk. Commencing with an acceptance letter. Quest reward, 100 energy points. Thus, my vision remained entirely unscathed by writing and gaming. That owl had indeed clutched a letter in its beak. It was undoubtedly a missive from Hogwarts. The task just issued by the system was nothing short of an easy question. I have traversed not merely time and body. This realm is entirely distinct from the world I once knew. One must wonder, does the world of Harry Potter bear such a striking resemblance to my original reality? I couldn't even attempt to emulate the Lord of the Rings or the Chronicles of Narnia. Furthermore, what purpose does the energy reward from the system serve? Could it perhaps be utilized to augment or enhance the magical power within a wizard? Additionally, it seems the system task only specifies rewards for success, without mentioning any penalties for failure. Kudos and accolades. I forgive your tardiness. Chapter 5. Dreams manifest in reality since the system has been activated. There will be ample time to explore its intricacies later. For now, Arnold resolved that it would be prudent to allow the owl entry. Although the early summer evening was devoid of biting winds, the creature must have been quite fatigued from its flight, was it not? If memory serves. Hogwarts is situated in Scotland, quite a distance away. He was not lacking in snacks or nuts, after all. Despite the absence of penalties for failing the system task, Arnold steadfastly decided to accept Hogwarts' invitation and enter the magical realm. To this day, I can recall the principal characters and overarching narrative of the entire Harry Potter series, attesting to my deep affection for this universe. In my previous life, I had read the novels and watched the films more than once or twice. As for how Arnold traversed into this realm, the specifics elude him. However, it is undoubtedly the fault of that little broken sight. Arnold distinctly recalls the solitary hours spent at home, engrossed in reviewing the Billy New Year's Eve gala. The moment the show commenced, nostalgia for the Alliance and Horde overwhelmed him, blurring his vision. When he finally regained his composure, a dragon soared from the snowy mountain temple, further clouding his sight. After struggling to gather his emotions, he was once again moved to tears by the live performance of River Flows in You by the illustrious pianist, Ludovico Einaudi, leaving him momentarily disoriented. When he came to, he found himself in London. Although Arnold still cherished memories of certain individuals and elements from his original timeline, his current desire was to raise a toast with Billy. He felt immense gratitude towards the platform for the New Year's event, which had granted him the opportunity to enter this new world, and even more thrillingly, to potentially become a wizard. His hands trembled slightly as he clutched the envelope, his other hand fumbling to offer the owl some nuts and biscuits, yet snacks scattered across the floor. The allure of internal energy, magical arts, and extraordinary power was an irresistible temptation for a young boy. Certainly, Arnold embodies this notion. He possesses not only the physique of a child but also the essence of one. A man remains a boy until his final breath. As for the initial portrayal of Harry Potter as merely a fairy tale, One might ponder whether the enchanting yet modestly potent magic described within the pages truly qualifies as formidable power. Arnold believed that it should still be counted. The combat prowess of ordinary wizards does indeed pale in comparison to modern weaponry, especially considering the scarcity of wizards juxtaposed with the multitude of Muggle armies. Not to mention, even in the Middle Ages, how many wizards were captured and burned at the stake. The original intent behind the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy was to prevent wizards from being persecuted by Muggles. This was during an era, 2 or 3 centuries ago, when Muggles lacked even firearms, yet they could still bind lesser wizards to the pyre. Yes, the magical community decided to conceal itself primarily to protect the majority of wizards, the inexperienced, and those yet to mature into their powers. However, should a conflict arise between wizards and Muggles, Arnold would undoubtedly stand with the wizards. Even though the most elite wizards today may not possess overwhelming firepower compared to Muggle military forces, after all, wizards in this world do not wield massive fireball spells, nor do they resemble the archetype of a white-robed sword saint. In direct confrontations, the wizards depicted in Harry Potter indeed appear lacking. Yet, truly exceptional wizards remain formidable entities. If they were to operate from the shadows, their actions would be utterly unpredictable. Not to mention, wizards like Grindelwald, who could single-handedly obliterate a city, are a different caliber altogether. Even a moderately skilled Auror, with a touch of dark magic, could easily orchestrate a successful operation. A combination of the Polyjuice Potion, Disillusionment Charm, and the Imperius Curse could effortlessly enable one to infiltrate key areas and eliminate a significant figure, gradually seizing portions of a nation's power. Are there not numerous nations or regions ripe for such maneuvers? The disintegrating Soviet Union, the agitated Korean Peninsula, the tumultuous Middle East, and the ever-volatile Africa. If any of these locales were infiltrated and controlled by wizards, instigating a global conflict would be well within their capabilities. This could escalate to a scenario where wizards engage in a cataclysmic game of nuclear annihilation, akin to a flurry of arrows raining down. As for the complexity of Muggle society, which wizards might struggle to navigate to determine which individuals to control. Let us not forget that wizards can don Muggle attire to conceal their identities, meticulously dominating individuals through the Imperius Curse to gather intelligence, gradually undermining the management echelon. Even a direct application of a potion could yield favorable results, allowing for the capture and control of individuals with relative ease. In essence, until Muggles possess sufficient understanding and countermeasures against wizarding capabilities, the greater the number of lethal weapons, the more formidable the threat posed by elite wizards. While the escalation of war offers no tangible benefit to wizards, we are merely hypothesizing a scenario where both sides engage in conflict. Should ordinary wizards be slaughtered, it would be entirely reasonable for their families to seek retribution against society. Thus, the magical community's decision to remain hidden at that time was undoubtedly prudent, as it safeguarded the vulnerable among wizards while simultaneously averting the intensification of conflict, thereby indirectly preserving the normal order of the Muggle world. The future remains uncertain, but the necessity of continued concealment remains evident, especially when contemplating the image of those wielding power, wealth, and technology, relentlessly pursuing and studying magical forces through any means necessary. A confrontation between the two factions is merely a matter of time. However, these considerations hardly pertain to Arnold, a novice who has yet to even step through the gates of Hogwarts, far from becoming a powerful wizard. Moreover, he harbors no desire to instigate a war between wizards and Muggles. What purpose does such contemplation serve? Would it not be preferable for all to coexist peacefully? Perhaps it is best to focus on what the Hogwarts acceptance letter entails. At 16, Bletchley Street, in the study on the second floor, Arnold Adams sat before the desk. So what is the speed of an owl? Or does this letter contain a prophecy? It is worth noting that just 10 minutes prior, I was downstairs. Despite the excitement and curiosity bubbling within him, Arnold gently inserted a small knife into the envelope seam, carefully prying open the crimson wax seal beneath the Hogwarts crest without damaging the precious item, retrieving the rolled parchment within. As he delicately unfurled it, he encountered the very words he had seen countless times in novels, films, and even in the dreams of his previous life. A passage he had included in his own recently penned book, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, International Confederation of Wizards President, Order of Merlin, First Class. Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Dear Mr. Adams, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and supplies. The term will commence on September 1st. We await your owl by July 31st with your response. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. How many pretenders on forums and social media have attempted to emulate this format? Yet I am the one who has received the genuine article today. Chapter 6. The Art of Mind Reading? Dare to challenge me. By the way, it is now 1990. If I were to attend Hogwarts, it seems I would be a year ahead of the trio destined to save the world. Should I seize this rare tranquility to devote myself to diligent study? With outstanding grades and a wealth of knowledge, I could gradually ascend to become a professor, head of a house, or even the headmaster of Hogwarts. Alternatively, I could unleash my potential, becoming a powerful dark wizard, secretly orchestrating events from the shadows. What do Dumbledore and Voldemort matter? They could be supplanted. Both paths seem equally intriguing. Do not inquire how I intend to achieve this. Suffice it to say, I am well versed in the plot and possess an advantageous edge. In Arnold's mind, two little figures were engaged in a fierce battle, yet his hands moved incessantly, flipping over the parchment that listed the uniforms, textbooks, and other items required for studying at Hogwarts. Despite Hogwarts providing meals, accommodation, and round-trip train tickets, there remained a plethora of items that the new students needed to purchase. At the very bottom of the list, a particular note cautioned parents. First-year students are strictly prohibited from bringing their own flying broomsticks. Alas, how I longed for the same treatment as the savior himself in my first year. Like a youthful spirit, racing forward. Watching the well-fed owl flap its wings twice before leaping from the windowsill and soaring high into the sky, Arnold let out a regretful click of his tongue. Clutching the envelope and acceptance letter, he dashed downstairs, exclaiming, "Mom, come quickly and see what I've received." An incredibly cool acceptance letter. When it came time for his mother to give her approval or compromise, Arnold never directly addressed Nicole by name. This essential skill of charm, as a rather handsome young lad, he had mastered without guidance. Nicole, who had just finished tidying the kitchen and dining area, took the parchment Arnold handed her, first casting him a puzzled glance before lowering her gaze to examine it closely. "Where is this acceptance letter from? Arnold, didn't you already decide to attend your school as secondary education? Have you changed your mind? I'm curious to see which school has such a lure." "Hogwarts? I've never heard of it. Do you know how far it is from London?" "Wait, a school of magic? Magic? Where did you get this? It must be someone's prank." As she spoke, Nicole lifted her gaze to Arnold, her eyes filled with doubt, as if to say, "Son, you can't possibly believe this is real." "I truly believe it. Just like the novels and films I've seen, the letter was delivered by an owl. And every detail is perfectly in order. Moreover, the task that system in my mind just issued serves as proof." Oh, I had unknowingly completed the task of receiving the Hogwarts acceptance letter, earning myself 100 points of energy for an unknown purpose. However, Arnold's headache stemmed from knowing this was not a prank, yet he could not explain it to Nicole. "Oh, I see. Could this be a special edition gift you designed for your new book? I remember you telling me that your new book has some magic or superpowers like Frozen. Is this Hogwarts school an important setting in the story?" Nicole mused. "Not bad. It seems quite realistic. Your fans should really appreciate it. I didn't expect you to have such talent." It is indeed an important prop that appears in my new book, but Mom, I swear by Merlin, this is definitely not something I created." At the moment of receiving the Hogwarts acceptance letter, Arnold had decisively shifted his faith to Merlin. The current situation was that I was in the world of Harry Potter, having just finished writing about Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, now holding an acceptance letter from Hogwarts that appeared in the book. I knew this letter originated from the Harry Potter universe, but my mother, Nicole, believed it was a prop I had made for Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. I felt dizzy. I would have to wait for someone from Hogwarts to come and explain. Born into a Muggle family, this was the treatment I deserved. I wondered if it would be Dumbledore who came. Impossible. I am not some extraordinary figure. How could I burden the esteemed Dumbledore with such trivialities? Harry Potter was fetched by Hagrid. After all, more content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please close your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, and disable ad blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser. I estimated that any professor could easily dismiss both me and my mother. If only it were Professor Trelawney who came. I would be incredibly curious about what kind of prophecy she would make for me. Could she discern my origins? as a traveler not belonging to this world. Could she predict my fate? If her prophecy indicated my death, so be it. It is a fate all mortals meet, wizards included, merely a matter of time. Perhaps the deaths foretold by Professor Trelawney were not mere fabrications, but the timing has always been rather unreliable. It could also be Snape who arrives. I could accept his stoic demeanor. I just wondered if he might casually use legilimency on me. Regardless of Snape's character, as a traveler harboring great secrets, one must always be on guard. Moreover, whether under Voldemort's influence or as a spy sent by Dumbledore, Snape had once been a Death Eater, and his methods might not always be above reproach. In summary, while Snape's integrity may be commendable, his minor details remain suspect. Furthermore, Arnold did not wish to place his safety in the hands of another's whims, so how could he guard against legilimency? A mental blocking spell? Didn't he even know which way the entrance to Hogwarts faced? Such magic is not commonplace at Hogwarts, and where would I learn it? Contemplating complex issues in my mind, could I lead the intruders into a trap? This seemed rather difficult, while my math scores had consistently hovered above passing. I was far from proficient in advanced concepts such as Goldbach's conjecture or the Riemann hypothesis. Otherwise, how about I continuously recite couplets in my mind? Perhaps a timeless couplet? No, others wouldn't understand. It was unlikely to capture their attention immediately. The two strategies I had encountered in fanfiction did not seem applicable to my situation. It became evident that I should focus on mastering mathematics and science. Fortunately, despite my lack of academic prowess, Arnold had been exposed to a wealth of knowledge in other areas. In a world equally thrilling as Harry Potter, a particularly fascinating superhero had provided an excellent example. Indeed, Arnold resolved to emulate Deadpool, repeatedly telling himself in his mind that whether it be Snape or Lily, you are merely characters in a story, fictional. Anyone is welcome to look. This tactic could incapacitate even the most formidable of minds, rendering them helpless. Oh no, that's incorrect. Deadpool is even more ruthless. If X-Men's Professor X did not wish to see him, he would create chaos to force others to watch. My great secret would be laid bare, and I could hardly care less whether this world crumbled or not. As for whether Snape could accept that he was a fictional character from a novel, I highly doubt it. If all else fails, I could embellish the narrative, altering the emotional arcs within the story, thoroughly depicting the complex relationship between Severus Snape and Harry Potter, spanning lifetimes. Or perhaps I could conjure a dramatic exchange between the Half-Blood Prince and the headmaster of Hogwarts, filled with intense action. And I could even spice it up by incorporating Grindelwald. Stop. That imagery is far too enchanting. Severus Snape's explanation reveals that the author, in truth, did not fully comprehend whether whimsical thoughts could indeed counteract the masters of legilimency. Yet, this notion is established, for otherwise, the narrative could not progress. In Chapter 7, titled Greetings, Professor McGonagall, a blend of anticipation and caution envelopes Arnold as he speculates which professor from Hogwarts would come to introduce the situation to him and Nicole. Undeterred, Arnold attempts to bolster Nicole's spirits. This is not of my creation, yet the content is rather intriguing, written as if it were real. You might want to examine it more closely, Mother. Perhaps it's merely a prank from some local child, or perhaps there truly exists a school like this. A world of magic, Arnold suggests. Nicole flips the parchment over and tosses it onto the table. Impossible. It seems you have gone mad with your novel writing. Ah yes, a novel. Nicole, you are entirely correct. I shall proceed to erase the manuscript immediately. As Arnold hastens upstairs, he proposes, anything is possible. Did not the acceptance letter state to await my response? Mother, you could write and inquire about this. Nicole's voice echoes from behind, and you say it's not a prank? Where would I find an owl that delivers messages? Moreover, what kind of magical school omits an address? Clearly, it does not exist. In truth, Arnold's words were merely an attempt to help Nicole accept the existence of magic and the reality of Hogwarts. Unless one were to procure a magical owl from Diagon Alley, there is no guarantee that any other place would sell owls, nor that they would know the way to Hogwarts. However, it appears increasingly challenging to persuade Nicole otherwise. Never mind, let the forthcoming professor worry about it. I shall first clear away Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, lest any professor inadvertently glimpses it. I fear their head might explode. How benevolent of me. Indeed, Arnold replied casually to Nicole as he worked on the computer. Delete, empty the recycle bin, all set. I doubt any wizard in the magical realm would concern themselves with recovering data from a Muggle computer. Ah yes, these already transcribed manuscripts must all be burned. Peering down from upstairs, Arnold noticed Nicole tending to a vase in the living room. He quickly dashed downstairs, entered the kitchen, and ignited a thick stack of manuscripts. What is that smell? Arnold, what are you doing in the kitchen? Nothing much. Mother, look outside. The owl messenger has returned. This time, surely, I am not deceiving you. Another owl swooped in, its plumage differing from the previous one. It entered the living room through the ground floor window, dropping a piece of parchment onto the table, covering the acceptance letter Nicole had placed there. As the last remnants of the manuscript turned to ash, Arnold tidied up the ashes and rushed to Nicole's side. Gazing at the table, the parchment was only slightly curled at the ends, the center inscribed with a simple message. I shall visit Professor McGonagall at 7:37. Ah, it is indeed Professor McGonagall, the vice principal who possesses the grace of a cat. Truly, I am remarkable, a traveler across realms, equipped with a system. This is quite the display. Pulling back his head, Arnold, satisfied, raised his gaze towards Nicole, who had also come to examine the letter, silently conveying, now you must believe. The clock struck 7:36:05. Less than a minute remained. Nicole, expressionless, glanced at her wrist, then stepped outside through the front door. The vicinity was devoid of pedestrians, and the distant street lay barren of vehicles. Scanning the surroundings, Nicole turned back to her oblivious son. You have been fooled, Arnold. Perhaps, however, this Professor McGonagall had already arrived nearby. We simply had yet to notice her, for she is indeed capable of magic. Following Nicole outside, Arnold suppressed his curiosity, feigning calmness as he shifted his gaze from a street lamp where a cat had seemingly darted past, earnestly stating, Ah, magic. It is now 7:37. Where is this so-called Professor McGonagall? There she is. Upon hearing Arnold's words, Nicole swiftly turned her head and followed his gaze. A tall lady clad in a black robe, somewhat aged, was approaching. Raising herself on tiptoe to peer behind the lady, Nicole could only see a row of streetlights recently illuminated, their light casting dappled shadows below. I just looked here, there was no one. How did she appear? With no visible means of transportation, could it be that she truly possesses magic? Or perhaps some form of invisible superpower? Nicole suppressed her intrigue and cautiously inquired, Professor McGonagall? The lady nodded gently. Indeed, it is I, madam. May I inquire from where you hail? I mean, are you truly using magic? Seeing Nicole's nervousness and curiosity, Arnold quickly patted her arm. Mother, let us first invite our guest inside. I believe this is not a matter to be resolved in mere moments. Oh, yes. How rude of me. Professor McGonagall, please come in. Nicole, regaining her composure, apologized and promptly set about preparing tea for her. There's no need for such trouble. I must proceed to my next location after clarifying matters with you both. Though wizards born into Muggle families like young Adams are not the mainstream in the magical world, there are indeed a few each year across England. As McGonagall prepared to explain to the mother and son, she noticed Nicole had wandered off again. Seeing her actions, McGonagall quickly called out to halt her. Muggle? Swiftly brewing the tea, Nicole placed it before McGonagall, then stood beside Arnold, repeating an unfamiliar word with a tone that suggested disapproval. Though she did not grasp its meaning, her instincts hinted that it might not be a compliment. Muggle? Arnold echoed, striving to play the role of an inquisitive boy fascinated by magic. McGonagall succinctly replied, ordinary individuals devoid of magical talent. We typically refer to them as Muggles. Uncertain whether it was a matter of haste or a lack of perceived issues with the word, McGonagall seemed reluctant to provide Nicole with a detailed explanation. However, her response clearly failed to satisfy Nicole. Fortunately, Arnold's gentle tug on Nicole's sleeve momentarily dissuaded her from pursuing the matter further, causing her to merely furrow her elegantly arched brows. The term Muggle, Arnold understood, perhaps bore a hint of disdain from wizards towards ordinary folk. Yet overall it remained relatively neutral, especially in comparison to the derogatory term mudblood used for wizards from non-magical families. Moreover, the phonetic transliteration in Chinese often conjured associations with words like fool or melon skin, which was unavoidable given the profundity of the characters. As a Sichuanese, Arnold even thought of melon-headed. Yet, it was perplexing how a commonplace English woman like Nicole possessed such an intuition. McGonagall, oblivious to Nicole's expression, instead noticed Arnold's gesture and naturally turned her gaze towards the boy. Hello, Mr. Adams. Hello, Professor McGonagall, Arnold replied, his voice trembling slightly, betraying his uncontainable excitement. There was no need for him to suppress or disguise it. Chapter 8. This is magic. Moments earlier, outside the house, the dim light had obscured details, But now Arnold had the opportunity to observe this serious, upright, and responsible witch closely. Although he could no longer recall all the plot lines and details from the films, the images of the significant characters remained vivid in his memory. To Arnold, Professor McGonagall, while not an exact replica of her cinematic counterpart, bore a striking resemblance. She appeared even more graceful and poised. It felt as if she were a polished version of her film portrayal. If Professor McGonagall was not an anomaly, it seemed this world had much to offer. One could perhaps anticipate a more enhanced version of Miss Hermione Granger, the Emma Watson from the movies. I confess, I am base. I indulge in my desires first. The original story's gap-toothed little girl was not unappealing, with a few years to mature and some grooming. She could be quite charming, but a dark-skinned girl? I refuse to accept. And what of the Delacour sisters? With their Vila heritage, one a mature beauty, the other a youthful charm, if they were sisters. Civilization, harmony, integrity, and kindness. As for Peaches, let us instead dream of an autumn genre that aligns with Chinese aesthetics. The film version, while not unattractive, hardly captured the beauty described in the original text. In truth, I am not particularly picky. As long as one resembles a celestial beauty, that suffices. I could barely tolerate the delicate willow-like figure. No. If in this world everyone possesses beauty, why do I suddenly feel that Dobby might emerge as the greatest victor? With a visage reminiscent of a dashing version of the great emperor, paired with an impressive demeanor, oh my. Startled by the mental image of Dobby riding a bear, Arnold earnestly addressed Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, my mother, Mrs. Melissa, and I hope you can demonstrate to us that magic truly exists. Please commence your performance. The real need for proof lay with Nicole, while Arnold simply wished to appreciate the spectacle. What would she do? Professor McGonagall was adept at transfiguration. Would she turn the button on my clothing into a mouse? However, given that it was summer, the only button on my attire lay above the zipper of my trousers. If it transformed into a mouse, would it? Arnold was lost in a reverie when the resonant voice of Professor McGonagall reached his ears. Indeed, that is precisely the purpose of my visit. She aimed to demonstrate the existence of magic to the Muggle families and to introduce the esteemed Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a task for which Professor McGonagall was undoubtedly the most proficient among all the faculty. In stark contrast were the dim-witted Hagrid, who frequently encountered mishaps, and the perpetually stoic Snape, who posed a potential fright to the children. Pay attention, McGonagall declared as she drew her wand and made a deft gesture in the air. Instantly, the liquid within the teacup diminished, coalescing before her wand. Wow! Despite being mentally prepared and having witnessed countless Hollywood spectacles in a past life, Arnold could not suppress his astonishment at the enchanting sight so close at hand. With a pop, the water vanished, revealing a magnificent butterfly poised gracefully atop McGonagall's wand. Its blue wings were adorned with a ring of black patterns, interspersed with numerous silvery specks. Is this real? Nicole instinctively leaned closer, reaching out to touch the butterfly, which gently flapped its wings and settled on the back of her hand. She gasped in awe. Oh my, it's a real butterfly. How beautiful it is. Arnold's lips curled slightly. Is beauty truly the focal point? The butterfly species from my hometown are nearly as numerous as those across all of Europe. Hardly remarkable. What a remarkable display. Nicole and Arnold, mother and son, marveled at the spectacle before them, one captivated by the outcome, the other by the process. Yet, the performance was far from over. Under McGonagall's direction, the butterfly took flight from her wand, pausing briefly in Nicole's palm before circling around Arnold, ultimately hovering above the teacup. Anticipating McGonagall's intentions, Arnold stared intently at the butterfly, not even blinking, eager to witness how it would transform into a sphere of water. In the gaze of everyone present, the suspended butterfly underwent no transformation. It simply descended straight into the teacup with a resounding plop. The splash was not contained, splattering across the table. Yet I would award that entry into the water a perfect score of 101. It was as striking as a floral butterfly. Arnold and Nicole simultaneously leaned towards the teacup, peering inside, only to find not a butterfly, but merely an ordinary cup of black tea. As they gazed at the still rippling liquid, Nicole could not discern Arnold's thoughts. She felt rather disoriented. Had that tactily vivid butterfly truly existed? This, indeed, was magic. Magna's voice, calm yet tinged with a hint of pride, reverberated through the room. It was upon hearing Magna's words that Nicole regained her composure, exhaling deeply as she attempted to settle her tumultuous emotions. opening her mouth to speak. She turned to glance at the somewhat agitated Arnold. Rationality and calmness, she repeatedly reminded herself, for her current decision could very well determine her son's destiny. After a considerable pause, Nicole sincerely remarked, "The butterfly is beautiful. I mean, it is quite extraordinary." Magna nodded gently, her expression serene. Nicole's reaction mirrored that of many Muggle parents encountering magic for the first time. She had grown accustomed to it. However, Nicole's subsequent words carried less warmth. Yet, this seems to serve little purpose. Transforming objects into animals and back again yields nothing consumable or wearable, nor does it create any real value. If Arnold were to learn such tricks at that so-called magic school, would he then aspire to become a magician after graduation? Professor McGonagall attentively listened to Nicole, aware that such concerns were common in her past home visits. Yet, Arnold, eager to step into the realm of magic, furrowed his brow, finding Professor McGonagall's demonstration somewhat unimpressive. He never anticipated that, after witnessing the wonders of magic, Nicole would still harbor doubts about his enrollment at Hogwarts. However, Nicole's reasoning held merit. Indeed, magic could not be relied upon for sustenance. According to the so-called Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, magic cannot conjure food from thin air. It can only increase what already exists, though Arnold could scarcely recall the details. In terms of attire, wizards possess repair spells, allowing a few outfits to last a lifetime. Such a notion seems rather unappealing. Their fashion lags at least a century behind that of ordinary people. As for creating value through magic, essentially earning a living, Arnold could not help but notice that, to his knowledge of Harry Potter, most half-blood and Muggle-born wizards lead rather ordinary lives. Even the illustrious 28 pureblood families, many of whom merely inherited their wealth from ancestors, are not synonymous with true nobility. The notion of purity is merely a choice made by wizarding families to preserve their lineage, devoid of any real connection to aristocracy or sanctity. Families like the Malfoys, who amassed significant wealth and land through early connections with the British royalty and nobility before the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy was enacted, are exceedingly rare. Nonetheless, pureblood families do possess some historical depth, and many have Muggle ancestry. Still, few are as impoverished as the Weasley family. With the advantageous spells for repair, cleaning, and so forth, living expenses are minimal, and a small garden can provide vegetables and chickens, allowing for a modestly self-sufficient lifestyle, despite the tight budget. Thus, in their quest for a daughter, the couple toiled day and night. Look at the consequences of their lack of restraint. All their thoughts consumed by trivial matters of the flesh. How could one expect a flourishing life under such circumstances? It is no wonder they rely on second-hand goods. Overall, wizards in the magical realm cannot compare to the wealthiest individuals in Muggle societies. Even someone like Arnold, a humble writer, leads a more affluent existence. He could easily remain in the world of ordinary people, thriving through writing, investing, and enjoying the bounties of life enriched by technology. Yet, I, Arnold Adams, still unhesitatingly choose to embrace the enchantment of magic. What a profoundly moving ideal and pursuit of life. The notion of sanctity stems merely from a directory of pureblood families published anonymously in the 1930s in England, listing 28 families deemed pure-blooded by its elusive author. Many families featured in this directory lamented their inclusion, including the Weasleys, who proudly highlight their Muggle ancestry in their lineage. Their protests, however, incited disdain from other families listed, who regarded every member of the Weasley family as a traitor to pure blood. Furthermore, the Ollivander family is considered one of the sacred 28. Yet a known half-blood wizard from that family was born a decade prior to the publication of this directory. It is possible the author was unaware of this existence or chose not to recognize Garrick as part of the family. The name Potter is rather common in the Muggle world, and the Potter family openly expresses positive sentiments towards Muggles, resulting in their exclusion from the Sacred 28 despite their pureblood status. Chapter 9. Thank you, Great System. Task Name. Persuade Nicole. Task Objective. Obtain consent from your mother, Nicole, for the invitation from the magical realm. Task Description. You are eager to enter Hogwarts to learn the wondrous art of magic, but as a minor. All your endeavors require the approval and support of your guardian. Task Reward. 100 energy points. System. Begone. Am I motivated by mere task rewards? I seek to enter Hogwarts, and once embraced by the magical realm, I shall inevitably encounter a multitude of tasks and rewards. Magic is not mere illusion. Professor McGonagall first emphasized this solemnly, then elucidated. Hogwarts boasts a history nearing a millennium and ranks among the finest 3 magical schools in Europe. Every student who graduates successfully from Hogwarts can secure a respectable position within the magical community. Their remuneration suffices for a comfortable living, with additional resources available for acquiring various materials, enabling wizards to continue unraveling the mysteries of magic beyond their school years. Moreover, Mr. Adams, although I am unaware of why your magical abilities have not exhibited uncontrolled surges until just minutes ago, when a slight fluctuation was recorded by the acceptance quill, marking your name in the Register of Admittance. Ah, the acceptance quill and the Register of Admittance. These names sound familiar. Detection, recording, names. It comes to mind. Harry. Neville. I recall having seen a description of such things previously. The acceptance quill and the Register of Admittance were crafted by Hogwarts founders, existing even before the construction of the castle itself. Once the castle was completed, they were secured in a locked tower. It is said that the acceptance quill is fashioned from the feathers of a phoenix, typically residing in a silver ink pot, which, due to the feather's aversion to water, remains empty. Yet, it can still write. The Register of Admittance, on the other hand, is composed of parchment pages and bound with black dragon hide. Since its placement in Hogwarts Tower, this proud entity has not been touched by human hands. When a child born in Britain or Ireland first displays magical aptitude, the acceptance quill will soar from its ink pot, attempting to inscribe the child's name in the register. However, as the overseer of the acceptance quill, the register will refuse to acknowledge the name unless it deems sufficient evidence of the child's magical abilities. Harry Potter, the protagonist of this world, had his name recorded in the register the moment he was born. Whether he was destined for greatness, Arnold could not say, but he was undeniably powerful. The Register of Admittance had deemed him worthy. In stark contrast, Neville Longbottom's fate was entirely different. Upon his birth, the acceptance quill sought to record his name, only to be deemed unfit by the register, which automatically erased it. What a heartless fate. Life is inherently unjust. Both Neville and Harry possessed the innate talent and flair to be protagonists, yet it was Severus Snape's incomplete listening of the prophecy that led Voldemort to fixate on Harry, thus designating him the central figure of the tale. It was not until Neville's 8th year, when he miraculously survived a perilous fall from great heights, that the stringent acceptance pen acknowledged him as a wizard. It is widely recognized that the physical attributes of wizards, such as strength and agility, bear little distinction from those of ordinary humans, yet their endurance is remarkably superior. To describe a wizard's constitution as merely strong may be an understatement. They possess a resilience that allows them to withstand injuries that would be fatal to an ordinary person. With such a foundation, diligent training could easily enable a wizard to attain exceptional physical prowess. This explains why I can indulge in late-night gaming without hindrance to my growth, excel in various sports with sufficient effort, and seldom fall ill or suffer injuries. Truly, being a wizard is a delightful experience. However, most wizards do not share this perspective. With their convenient and potent magic, they believe that physical endurance suffices, rendering further exercise unnecessary. As Arnold reflected on the information he had gathered, Professor McGonagall continued her serious discourse. If you do not attend a formal school of magic to learn how to control the magical energy within you, it is highly probable that, as your power increases, it may cause irreversible harm to yourself or those around you. Wait, what had Professor McGonagall said earlier? It was not this part. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Earlier, she mentioned that my magical energy had only recently begun to fluctuate, detected by the acceptance pen. I recall reading somewhere that children with wizarding potential typically experience magical surges by the age of 5 or 6, or at the latest, 7 or 8. Why then? Is my magical energy only beginning to stir as I approach my 11th year? What Arnold did not realize was that when he fully awakened at the age of 3, the acceptance pen had sought to inscribe his name in the Book of Admission. However, like Neville, he too was callously rejected by the tome, even just moments ago. During Professor McGonagall's final inspection of the book this year, the acceptance pen struggled with the book for 10 minutes, attempting 3 times before it finally secured Arnold's name upon its pages. Arnold was oblivious to the altercation that transpired in a small tower at Hogwarts. He merely sought to comprehend the events that had unfolded a mere 10 minutes prior. Had the lights flickered unexpectedly? Had objects floated uncontrollably? None of these phenomena had occurred. The sole anomaly was the activation of my extraordinary system, which had just commenced its operation. Arnold promptly activated the system interface in his mind, perusing the log records. Light. Wait, not this one. System fully charged, initiating. Ah, this is it. The energy that fuels the system must originate from the magic within me, right? It is only because the system has absorbed enough that I can retain my magical essence, which is then perceived by the pen of acceptance and embraced by the book of admission. Truly, what a master. Without a word of warning, it drained me completely. Otherwise, I might have deduced that I had entered the world of Harry Potter, thus avoiding the arduous task of penning a novel only to incinerate it in the end. With British literature exhausted, I could always turn to American works. Is it too much to write a series of Goosebumps at 11 or 12? Even if the tales are too numerous to recount, I could surely concoct a few volumes. In a few more years, as I mature, I could churn out the likes of the Hunger Games or Twilight, each a testament to youthful tribulations. Surely, I would be destined to become a great author. Wouldn't I? That said, the siphoning of my magic by the system is not entirely lamentable. Aside from thoroughly activating this extraordinary ability, uncontrolled magic is inherently perilous. One can never predict when it might erupt, and though my youthful potency may be feeble, the havoc it could wreak upon my household electronics, be it the computer, Macintosh, or FC, would be nothing short of tragic. No, I must disconnect their power supply and only reconnect it when necessary. Although the magic previously consumed by the system can be learned to control in the future, it is wise to be cautious. Such treasures must be safeguarded. Moreover, if the magic had not been absorbed and instead remained pent up within me, it could have ultimately festered into a dangerous stagnation. A mere twitch could result in its sudden release, and even if I were fortunate enough to avoid an explosion, I would likely not survive past the age of 10. Thank you, benevolent system, for saving my life. Chapter 10. A question from a mother. Arnold was somewhat distracted, while Nicole, both anxious and skeptical, kept exclaiming, "Really? Is it truly that dangerous to possess wizarding talents? Madam, it's not that I doubt your words, but could it be that you are exaggerating a tad? Arnold has been quite well all these years, rarely falling ill or getting hurt. And about the magical fluctuations you mentioned occurring just a short while ago. I was dining with Arnold at that time and saw no anomalies." McGonagall earnestly responded to Nicole, "Indeed, it is true. There have been numerous instances of young witches and wizards, born to Muggle families, causing damage or even harm to themselves or others due to surges of magic. However, once they enter Hogwarts to study magic, such issues can be easily resolved." Arnold rolled his eyes discreetly, thinking, "It's not that I don't believe her, Mother. You're just a step away from suggesting that Professor McGonagall is being alarmist and exaggerating, merely to lure your foolish son into Hogwarts. The wizarding community may be sparse, but to think it is so for just a couple of individuals, especially someone as mediocre as me, who only barely made it onto the acceptance list at nearly 11 years old, is rather absurd. Besides, is your brilliant son really so easily deceived?" May I ask a question?" Arnold suddenly interjected. Once both adults turned their attention to him, he continued, "Professor McGonagall, does entering Hogwarts imply that I am stepping into the magical world you mentioned? And once I am in this magical realm, must I sever all ties with the life of Muggles?" Arnold had already contemplated what life would be like as a wizard. He simply needed to reassure Nicole through the rigorous Professor McGonagall. As expected, Professor McGonagall's response did not surprise Arnold. "Yes, the moment you step through the doors of Hogwarts, you enter the concealed magical world from Muggles. However, this does not mean you must completely sever connections with Muggle society. The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy merely requires that wizards do not reveal the existence of magic in front of Muggles. Of course, Muggle relatives of wizards, including parents and spouses, are exempt from this rule." Casting a glance at Nicole beside Arnold, Professor McGonagall added, "To be fair, Arnold, having traversed from a parallel world decades hence, is more accustomed to the modern lifestyle of Muggles. He finds it challenging to adapt even to the bustling metropolis of London, let alone the more primitive magical world. Otherwise, he would not engage in so many extracurricular activities due to his surplus of energy needing an outlet. Without powerful computers, consoles, and smartphones, without gigabit fiber optics, 4G networks, and full Wi-Fi signals, what joy is there in such a life? With so many pounds in my bank card, there is nowhere to spend them. I wouldn't even want a manor like the Malfoys, unless O2 first remodels it for me." Conversely, the magical realm. Though wizards' living standards are behind even early 90s London, is intrinsically fascinating due to magic itself. At least, Arnold's current interest in magic far surpasses that of Super Mario and SimCity. After Professor McGonagall finished her explanation, Arnold turned to Nicole. Then there's no problem, Mother. During every holiday of each academic year, and after graduating from magic school, I can return here to live with you. What do you think, Mother? I believe that both my increasing royalties and your future salary as a graduate of Cass Business School will afford us a comfortable life. He thought that studying magic would not compromise his quality of life, and thus, Nicole should have no reason to refuse his attendance at Hogwarts any longer. However, he was somewhat naive. Having never married or had children in his past life, he was oblivious to the myriad concerns a mother must bear for her child. Nicole merely nodded gently in acknowledgement of his words, but immediately turned back to Professor McGonagall, continuing to inquire, "Excuse me, Professor, may I ask one more thing?" McGonagall, slightly anxious yet still polite, responded, "Please proceed. Where exactly is Hogwarts? Is it within the borders of the United Kingdom? How far is it from London? Is the journey and the school itself safe? If Arnold were to attend school there, how many years would he need to study? Are the holidays each year similar to those of other ordinary schools in the UK? By the way, I assume you have telephone services there, correct? Furthermore, is the food in the school sufficiently diverse in flavor? What are the living conditions like? How is the tuition fee structured at your school? Can I pay extra for Arnold to reside in a more comfortable room?" Nicole's inquiries flowed incessantly like a machine gun, her insatiable curiosity evident in her barrage of questions. Not only was Professor McGonagall left bewildered, unsure of where to begin her responses, but Arnold himself was also rendered speechless. He had initially believed that earning more money than his mother could alter the dynamics of their caregiving relationship. Yet, at this moment, he truly comprehended that. Regardless of how adept he became at earning through his studies or excelling in other areas, in Nicole's eyes, he would always remain a child in need of love and care. Arnold finally witnessed the extent of a mother's concern and attentiveness towards her child. With a heartfelt gaze directed at Nicole, he softly reassured her, "Mother, please do not worry excessively. As a long-standing institution, Hogwarts would not have survived if it could not ensure the safety and peace of mind of its students." Hogwarts, a bastion of safety, he thought to himself. Yet he struggled to believe it. The position of defense against the dark arts was notoriously cursed, and the school had faced calamities year after year since a certain savior had enrolled, culminating in the loss of even Dumbledore. Oh, the pangs of conscience. To persuade Nicole, he found himself fabricating reassurances. However, knowing full well that Hogwarts was not as secure as Professor McGonagall proclaimed, he realized he must prepare himself accordingly. He recalled that prior to Harry's enrollment, there had been little incident, aside from the troubles faced by the defense against the dark arts professors. Harry's first year had been marked by the Philosopher's Stone, the second by the Chamber of Secrets, and the third by the presence of a canine. It appeared that Hogwarts had been relatively safe until the Triwizard Tournament, and as long as he refrained from meddling with the Goblet of Fire, he should be able to navigate the school year without significant issues. Being a year older than Harry, with over 4 years of diligent study, he felt confident he could master what was necessary. After all, he was a man of systems. When 5th year arrived, with the heightened dangers at Hogwarts, he could simply choose not to attend. Whether it was deemed truancy or dropping out, it would be a better choice. After all, Uncle Gates and young Zuckerberg had already demonstrated that remarkable lives often begin with the decision to leave school. Chapter 11. The best mother in the world. Arnold contemplated how to ensure his safety at the tumultuous Hogwarts in the future, while on the other side, Professor McGonagall repeatedly parted her lips, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The multitude of questions weighed heavily upon her, each more intricate than the last. Were it not for her fear that Arnold might forego his magical education at Hogwarts, leading to increasingly frequent and potent magical surges as he aged, she might have been tempted to turn and walk away. Pureblood or half-blood families typically educate their young wizards in the nuances of magic control, ensuring they arrive at Hogwarts in due time. Consequently, the school staff enjoys a relatively effortless role, free from external duties and the need to waste words on those unversed in magic. However, for young wizards born into Muggle families, the professors at Hogwarts adopt a more vigilant approach, as their recruitment efforts are somewhat obligatory. Neglecting these young wizards could lead to dire consequences as their magical powers amplify with age, potentially resulting in harm to others or damage to property during a magical outburst. Imagine a gifted wizard in secondary school suddenly losing control of his magic at a bustling intersection, causing traffic lights to malfunction, Such a scenario would spell catastrophe. While the injured could receive treatment and memories could be erased, the loss of life would be irrevocable. The burden would naturally fall upon the Ministry of Magic, and ultimately upon her, Minerva McGonagall. More alarmingly, there exists the concern that a child, feeling like an outcast, might repress their burgeoning magic, only to erupt unexpectedly later. The consequences of such a scenario are unfathomable. Thus, despite her eagerness to visit another Muggle family, Professor McGonagall found herself compelled to exercise restraint out of concern for Arnold's potential instability in the Muggle world. To persuade Nicole to allow Arnold to attend Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall meticulously formulated her responses to the myriad of daunting questions. The safety of Hogwarts is beyond question. Our headmaster, Mr. Dumbledore, is one of the most formidable wizards in the entire magical realm, and no place could be safer than Hogwarts. A special train facilitates travel between the school and London. Yet the location of Hogwarts must remain confidential. Thus, the platform is not accessible to Muggles, ensuring that only wizards can board the train. Moreover, thanks to the contributions of the school's board and the subsidies from the British Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts covers all expenses related to students' education, accommodation, and meals. No additional fees are required or accepted. Families need only procure the necessary items from Diagon Alley as listed in the acceptance letter, the address of which is also included. The headmaster is quite remarkable. While traveling by train to London, tuition and travel costs are entirely waived, along with meals and lodging. No special privileges are allowed. As Nicole absorbed Professor McGonagall's revelations, she cast a warm glance at Arnold and continued, "That's wonderful. By the way, can he bring a gaming console to school? It's his favorite, and if not, perhaps I should agree to let him purchase a laptop." Listen. What sort of talk is this? Arnold is both amusing and touching, even though he is fully aware that his knowledge of the past is of no consequence. In his previous life, Arnold was an orphan who never experienced a mother's love, but in this life, Nicole treats him remarkably well. When his son leaves home for school, he even requests to bring along his gaming console or laptop, all merely to ensure that he enjoys his time away at his boarding school. With such a mother, what more could one desire? A gaming console? A computer? McGonagall struggled to repeat the unfamiliar terms from Nicole's words, then shook her head. "I'm afraid, madam, I do not quite grasp what you are referring to. It sounds like some sort of contraption used by Muggles for gaming. Wouldn't such a machine be rather large and cumbersome for transport? It is truly perplexing how Muggles think. Enjoying games is quite natural." She recalled her younger days, when she was a lithe figure on the Quidditch pitch and wizard chess, which was nearly unrivaled in the magical community of Britain. While both Quidditch and wizard chess are indeed forms of entertainment specifically invented and crafted by wizards, to create a large machine solely for gaming seems excessive. It is not particularly large. Nicole shook her head, gesturing with her hands to indicate a rough size, then asked, "But does it need to be connected to a television? Are there televisions in the student dormitories at Hogwarts?" Without waiting for McGonagall's response, she turned to Arnold and said, "If there isn't, we would need to purchase a television to move in. I wonder if there will be enough space. Otherwise, Arnold, you might as well take your laptop to school. Aside from gaming, it can serve other practical purposes." Arnold futilely covered his forehead, unable to comprehend that Nicole genuinely believed he had neglected his well-functioning Macintosh. With an expression of disdain, she uttered a nonsensical remark. This Macintosh, outdated in performance and lacking software, was not the optimal choice for enhancing one's learning and writing. Who was it that insisted on preserving handwritten manuscripts for decades? Wouldn't it be far more meaningful to save from the very first draft? What need is there for a computer? Not paying attention to Arnold's gestures and expressions, McGonagall furrowed her brow and stated, "At Hogwarts, all electronic devices are prohibited. There are no televisions, and if those gaming consoles require electricity, I regret to inform you that they will be of no use here." Nicole, perplexed, inquired, "Why?" "While being absorbed in games is indeed detrimental, I believe that moderate play can have cognitive benefits. Such a rigid management approach is unnecessary." "You're right, Nicole," Arnold interjected. "I declare that from this moment forth, you are the best mother in the world." McGonagall, with an air of seriousness, interrupted, "This has nothing to do with Hogwarts management style. The fluctuations in magical energy can disrupt electrical currents, and with numerous young witches and wizards practicing magic incessantly, we have enacted a comprehensive spell to ensure the safety of both the young sorcerers and the electronic devices, rendering all electronic equipment in Hogwarts grounds inoperable." Arnold had long known that Hogwarts forbade the use of electrical appliances from novels and films of his past life. Hermione's cherished Hogwarts. A history had mentioned it. However, he was not privy to the specific reasons. He recalled that many wizards were avid listeners of the radio and even established a radio station for the wizarding community. Now, with Professor McGonagall's explanation, Arnold began to comprehend that electrical appliances could indeed function in a magical environment, albeit with the risk of being short-circuited or damaged due to magical fluctuations. The more frequent and intense the magical disturbances, the less stable the devices became. Self-destruction was trivial compared to the potential harm to individuals. As a school dedicated to nurturing young witches and wizards, Hogwarts opted for the most prudent solution: prohibition. In the face of potential risks, educational institutions worldwide adopt similar measures. Some wizards were captivated by Muggle televisions. In the early 1980s, a faction of wizards advocated for the establishment of the British Wizarding Broadcasting Corporation to create their own television channel. However, this initiative was stymied in its infancy, as the Ministry of Magic refused to allow broadcasts meant for the wizarding world on Muggle devices, fearing it would severely breach international secrecy regulations. A few voices arose in defense of this decision, arguing it was both unfair and contradictory, given that wizards had already utilized radios and established stations to air wizarding programs. The ministry conceded that Muggles occasionally heard snippets, such as how to sever toxic tentacles or extract goblins from cabbage patches, yet they maintained that, compared to television viewers, radio-listening Muggles appeared more gullible and susceptible to deception, less inclined to trust their own judgment. Chapter 12. I am curious. After hearing Professor McGonagall's explanation, Nicole expressed her regret. So that's how it is. I apologize for my misunderstanding. She then comforted Arnold. Since it's for safety, we must accept it. But Arnold, you can now focus all your energy on your studies. As for those video games, they can wait until your holiday. My goodness, why must all focus be on studying? Arnold exclaimed. Your stance has shifted far too quickly, Nicole. McGonagall, already with a furrowed brow, tightened it further at the mention of holidays. For they were never a time for relaxation. Though reluctant to engage in futile disputes, the arrogance stemming from wizardry compelled McGonagall to remark, I believe Mr. Adams, after experiencing the wonders of magic, shall hardly yearn for those Muggle games. Arnold merely smiled softly, offering no rebuttal. The formidable and resplendent magic found within the realm of Muggle games is beyond the imagination of the wizards from Harry Potter. You might find it hard to believe, but I engage in gaming to cultivate a greater array of magic. I, too, find it hard to believe. Who possesses such energy? Gaming should be enjoyed for its own sake. Pondering such matters seems rather tedious. Arnold harbors a profound curiosity and yearning for magic. Yet this is solely to add zest to his life. To relinquish all the comforts of an ordinary existence for it is utterly inconceivable. With superhuman abilities in one hand and financial prowess in the other, what could be more exhilarating? One must grasp both opportunities with unwavering resolve. Having dispelled Nicole's concerns from all angles, and despite Arnold's lingering fascination with gaming, he appeared quite intrigued by the prospect of attending Hogwarts. Thus, Professor McGonagall, pressed for time, refrained from further elaboration. She briefly outlined a few additional points and promptly took her leave. Well then, Mr. Adams, we shall reconvene at Hogwarts on September 1st. Arnold possessed a profound understanding, recognizing that even though Professor McGonagall had long been responsible for liaising with Muggle families regarding admission matters, individuals as challenging as Nicole were indeed rare. Goodbye, McGonagall said, and before Arnold could finish his sentence, she waved her wand and vanished into thin air. Nicole stared in astonishment at the spot where Professor McGonagall had stood, then quickly approached the very place she had just occupied, cautiously extending her hand to attempt to touch the air. After a considerable pause, Nicole exclaimed in wonder, She has gone? How extraordinary. It must have been some form of teleportation magic. Arnold nodded. Though he could not comprehend the incantation, he could surmise the type of magic employed by Professor McGonagall. In stark contrast to the more predictable apparition, the disapparition was remarkably abrupt, devoid of even the slightest sound. How convenient, Nicole remarked enviously. Subsequently, the mother and son exchanged silent glances, both rendered speechless. Arnold found himself at a loss for words, while Nicole was grappling with the recent revelations that had utterly upended her worldview. After a prolonged silence, during which she quietly tidied the enchanted teacup used by Professor McGonagall to demonstrate magic, she finally pulled Arnold down onto the sofa. Despite having heard numerous introductions from McGonagall, the concepts of magic and Hogwarts remained shrouded in mystery for Nicole, akin to gazing at flowers through a foggy window. Mystery implies the unknown, and the unknown is something people instinctively resist. She never anticipated that magic truly existed, along with a school dedicated to teaching it. She had thought all of it was merely the fanciful fabrication of Arnold. Reflecting on this, Nicole turned to Arnold, making one last appeal. Arnold, can't you reconsider? According to Professor McGonagall, the life of a wizard doesn't seem as idyllic as we imagined. There are no game consoles or computers, not even phones or televisions. Your mother would be heartbroken if you were to endure hardship over there. Indeed, Arnold replied, contemplating the dismal existence of the impoverished in the magical realm, particularly the unfortunate students at Hogwarts. The thought of temporarily bidding farewell to his beloved pursuits that spanned 2 worlds filled Arnold with melancholy. Nicole, of course, had not forgotten the dangers mentioned by Professor McGonagall. Regarding your magical abilities, perhaps we could inquire about hiring a tutor from the magical school or elsewhere. If it is as perilous as that professor described, I believe they would certainly not neglect the matter. A tutor? Arnold mused. I never imagined that not only are you beautiful, mother, but your ideas are equally grand. Even the most muggle-friendly wizard would find it challenging to set aside their pride. Wouldn't they? Should I write a letter to Fleur Delacour to see if she would be interested in coming to England for some work study? He envisioned Bosbaton's blue uniform, the rosewood wand concealed within, her aloof demeanor, and imagined her with a pair of non-prescription glasses. Once Nicole had tentatively agreed to let him attend Hogwarts, Arnold found himself buoyed by a sense of elation. Civilization, harmony, integrity, and kindness. He mused that he actually did know of a potential tutor, Remus Lupin, the impoverished werewolf. But how stubborn would Arnold have to be to allow a werewolf to tutor him? Even if Lupin had a good heart, Arnold certainly wouldn't be concocting Wolfsbane potion, unless the system granted him a colossal boon immediately. The most prudent course was to go to Hogwarts. Mother. This afternoon Chambers mentioned he decided to apply to Eton. Eton is also a boarding school and doesn't allow gaming. I cannot be weaker than him, can I? Besides, I can always return home during the summer holidays to play video games or use the computer. He continued, by the way, aren't you also going to study at Cass Business School? That means you'll have a summer break next year too, and we could travel together. Just as a fleeting, indescribable thought momentarily shook Arnold's resolve, he earnestly began to persuade her. Perhaps it was the mention of their potential travels that swayed Nicole. As her emerald eyes sparkled with interest, and she ceased her objections, instead expressing a concern. But what will happen when I miss you, mother? I want to know your address, and there are no phones at school. The directness of Westerners, even when it comes to one's own mother, left Arnold feeling slightly unsettled. Bowing his head, he pointed to a piece of parchment on the table. We can write letters, using an owl. Don't you remember? The acceptance letter states that we need to respond by owl before July 31st. Nicole slapped her forehead, picking up the Hogwarts acceptance letter and muttering, oh right. We need an owl to send a letter to that Diagon Alley. I think the entrance is at the Leaky Cauldron, located at 21 Charing Cross Road. Is there a pub there, Arnold? I remember there's a rather large bookstore where you did a signing, but I didn't see anything magical there. Just as Arnold was about to clarify, he decided against it, realizing that Nicole was beginning to grasp the existence of magic more fully. So when shall we visit Diagon Alley? I also need to stop by a nearby bookstore to purchase some management books. I must prepare before classes commence at Cass Business School. Although Nicole's mention of buying books seemed somewhat superfluous, Arnold keenly perceived the curiosity brimming in her eyes, her fascination with Diagon Alley and the world of magic. Not receiving an immediate response from Arnold, Nicole feigned calmness, but her expression betrayed her eagerness. Arnold chuckled, sensing that 4 words were on the verge of escaping her lips. Please. Even if you reverted to your maiden name after the divorce, it is still Melissa, not Katanda. Arnold chuckled and said, well, we shall go tomorrow. Having absorbed a wealth of information, the 2 individuals drifted off to their respective bedrooms. It was only at this moment that Arnold suddenly recalled, I possess a golden finger. System. Manifest before me. Chapter 13. The frightening revelations of the Broken Cauldron Tavern. This rudimentary system adheres to but a single aesthetic, simplicity. Arnold possesses merely 2 attributes, physical fitness rated at 1, 2, and magical intensity at 1, 0, without comparison or further elaboration. It is utterly impossible for Arnold to discern whether he is truly strong or weak. As for magical intensity, let us set that aside for a moment. In comparison to Nicole, A healthy adult's physical fitness should undoubtedly exceed 1. 2. There is yet another attribute, bloodline development. According to the description, it appears that both physical fitness and magical intensity are influenced by this bloodline development. Currently, his bloodline remains unknown, with a development level of 10, which corresponds to upper limits of 1, 5 and 2 for physical fitness and magical intensity, respectively. This implies that, based on the description of bloodline development, both physical fitness and magical intensity could potentially be enhanced through diligent training. My physical fitness of 1, 2 is evidently a result of the years spent dominating the elementary school playground. Goodness, bloodline. I suspected as much. In Harry Potter, many potent spells are intertwined with emotions. And now the system seems to fervently suggest that a wizard's magical prowess is derived from their bloodline. It even poses the question, are you not sorcerers? Note 1. The higher the charisma, the more formidable one becomes. Harry Potter's ability to vanquish Voldemort stems from his striking appearance. Hermione Granger's triumph as a half-blood is also attributed to her beauty. Ron Weasley, meow? Oh Ron, do not jest. Marrying Hermione should already elevate your status. With my handsome visage and unrestrained charm, my charisma must surely be at its zenith. I am destined to become a legendary sorcerer of unparalleled greatness. Arnold's beard. After a brief lapse in concentration, he gazed once more at the skill list. It was utterly devoid of content. What of my proficiency in Mandarin? My command of English? My expertise in plagiarism and adaptation? And what of my prowess in tennis, cricket, and table tennis, which outshone that of my peers? What of the mechanical engineering I studied in my past life? None of it counts? It seems only skills related to magic are recorded and acknowledged by the system. Well, regardless of whether my transmigration or the system itself falls within the realm of science, it is entirely reasonable to recognize only magic. However, I comprehend the recording aspect. But what of its influence? Could it possibly allow for enhancements and upgrades? This, I am well versed in. Oh, so that's how it is. I possess energy. After successfully persuading Nicole during the completion of my second task, Arnold had accumulated a commendable 200 points of energy. Yet, there was no avenue to expend it. He had yet to record any skills in the system, and despite holding substantial wealth, he had no means to invest. Magic in Diagon Alley, perhaps? I am eager to explore. The following day, Arnold and Nicole exchanged amused glances at each other's dark circles. After all, it was magic, a mystery known to few in this world. How could one sleep soundly? The leaky cauldron, the leaky cauldron. Arnold, you truly did not deceive me. Where's the tavern? On one side, there is a bookstore, and on the other, a record shop. Can there truly be enough space between them for a tavern? Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. On Charing Cross Road, Nicole clutched Arnold's notification letter, pacing back and forth between two shops. Occasionally, she would tap, push, or gesture at the narrow wall. Perhaps having just witnessed Professor McGonagall's demonstration, Nicole was still able to grasp the effects of magic. However, after a night had passed, her thoughts began to resemble those of a muggle. Indeed, it is true. I can perceive the tavern sign and the door concealed behind you simply by slightly channeling my magical energy as instructed in the notification letter. Arnold nodded earnestly, pointing to the top of Nicole's head and then to the door behind her. Following Arnold's gesture, Nicole looked up and turned around, yet saw nothing. Consequently, she decided not to linger any longer, exclaiming, "What truly wondrous magic! Just like that esteemed professor when she departed yesterday." Then she called out, "Arnold, come over and help me open the door. Let us hurry inside." Upon hearing this, Arnold immediately approached, standing beside Nicole. He cast a glance at her, equally filled with anticipation, and exerted a forceful push against the narrow wall situated between the two shops, in stark contrast to the rare fine weather in London that day. As Arnold's palm made contact with the wooden door and he pushed it open, the light before him suddenly diminished. With a firm grip of his left hand, Nicole anxiously clutched him. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the empty wall, which suddenly transformed into two weathered wooden doors. Arnold held the door to prevent it from closing automatically with his right hand while using his left hand to pull Nicole, who had turned to face the wall, back inside with considerable force. "Here we go. I'm just quite curious," Nicole murmured discontentedly, only to be quickly captivated by the scene within the leaky cauldron. Having completed the initial task in the magical realm, he was rewarded with 100 energy points. A new location, the Leaky Cauldron, was discovered, granting an additional 50 energy points for exploration. Glancing at the system notification, Arnold paid little heed. There were numerous similar tasks in the system S-list, and he surmised that this modest sum of energy would have a negligible impact on his skills. Regardless, he would soon uncover the answer. Darkness. This was Nicole's first impression upon stepping into the Leaky Cauldron alongside Arnold. The lighting was far from adequate. Today, London basked in rare sunshine. Yet this establishment remained shrouded in gloom. Filthy. Not only did the floor and furniture appear worn and grimy, but even the few patrons lurking in the shadows of the corners wore clothes that seemed less than clean. This left Nicole feeling quite uncomfortable. However, due to her impeccable upbringing and concern for her son, she stifled her discomfort and leaned slightly past Arnold to observe the elderly man approaching them. Arnold was curiously observing the other party, specifically fixating on their hair. This must be the bar owner, right? What was their name again? It seemed to escape his memory. However, the owner at this time had a rather dense head of hair around the Mediterranean region, and there was still a fair amount remaining at the center of his forehead, albeit with a rather high hairline. What exactly had the owner experienced later on? In subsequent films, he appeared hunched, completely bald. Were it not for his prominent nose, one might mistake him for Voldemort. Ah, now he remembered. The owner seemed to be named Tom. After Voldemort's demise, the owner also vanished, and the Leaky Cauldron was taken over by Hannah Abbott. A chilling thought indeed. Hello. You too. The balding elder stood before them. I am Tom, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron. Indeed, it was Tom. Before Nicole could greet him, Tom noticed a fleeting change in Arnold's expression. He slightly bowed his head to the boy and inquired, "A new student at Hogwarts?" "Yes, sir," Arnold replied, forcing himself to suppress his wandering thoughts as he nodded. "I am Arnold Adams, a new student at Hogwarts, and this is my mother, Melissa." After a cursory glance at Nicole, Tom's attention returned to Arnold as he said, "I believe you are headed to Diagon Alley, correct?" Upon Arnold's nod, Tom allowed a slight smile to surface before turning to Nicole with an expressionless demeanor. "Please follow me." "Thank you, sir." Sensing the owner's disdain for ordinary folks, Nicole nonetheless expressed her gratitude politely, taking Arnold's hand to follow Tom. The beauty of physics? What nonsense is this? Do wizards truly study such subjects? This is hardly magical. As they passed a table, Arnold's keen eyes caught sight of a book turned upside down, initially assuming it to be a magical tome. He scrutinized it closely and couldn't help but internally scoff. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Observing the other tomes on the table regarding spells, magical texts, and fantastic beasts, Arnold speculated that the absent wizard simply had a diverse range of interests. Chapter 14. Please don't read it aloud. By the time Arnold regained his focus, they had traversed the bar and entered the courtyard. Upon 3 trash bins, Tom drew his wand, pointing it at a corner of the wall, lifting the tip slightly before counting 2 more blocks horizontally. The wand halted at a brick on the surrounding wall, and Tom turned back to Arnold, knocked 3 times. Completing the sequence, accompanied by the dull sound of shifting bricks, Tom turned back with a suave demeanor and a faint smile. "Remember my actions, Mr. Adams. In the future, you shall open doors with your wand. Lastly, I wish you the best in Diagon Alley." "Thank you," Arnold replied politely, guiding Nicole to the wall, watching as the entrance grew larger, revealing the street beyond. Upon noticing that the bricks had ceased their movement, Nicole tentatively placed a foot inside, then turned to inquire, "But Mr. Tom, how will we return?" "At the same position over there, knock the bricks 3 times with your wand. I believe you should first purchase a wand." Tom indicated towards the now open portal, addressing Arnold. Just as Tom was about to depart, he seemed to recall something. "Oh wait. You also need to visit Gringotts Bank first to exchange some galleons from those greedy goblins. Muggle pounds 1 TB of use in Diagon Alley." "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Tom." Despite being familiar with the plot, Arnold had intended to visit Gringotts first, yet he still expressed his gratitude. Stepping into Diagon Alley alongside Nicole. Task: Arrival in Diagon Alley completed. Reward: 100 energy points. Discovering a new location. Diagon Alley. Reward: 100 energy points. Though Diagon Alley was merely a narrow, short street, it was still several times larger than the Leaky Cauldron. Why only 100 points for exploration? How miserly. Oh, and there are subsequent exploration tasks in Diagon Alley? Forget I mentioned it. Unaware of the wall behind them closing automatically, Arnold and Nicole began to survey their destination. Diagon Alley. The cobbled path beneath their feet meandered endlessly, revealing numerous shops, restaurants, and CAFs. Outside one CAF, Arnold noticed patrons dining under vibrant parasols. Perhaps due to Hogwarts summer break, the alley buzzed with young witches and wizards shopping for books, potion ingredients, and various magical instruments, creating a lively atmosphere. However, the overall impression of Diagon Alley was somewhat perplexing. Are we truly in London? Nicole asked Arnold incredulously, surveying her surroundings. I feel as though this place is even more backward than the small town beneath Wimbledon. Arnold completed her thought. Indeed. Fortunately, Arnold, you do not plan to remain in the magical realm permanently. Otherwise, I truly cannot fathom it. Nicole exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. Magic is wondrous. Stepping out from the wall into this vibrant scene had left her astounded. Yet, upon closer observation, the uneven, narrow streets, the chaotic array of shops, and the eccentrically dressed people evoked an indescribable feeling in Nicole. She simply felt she could never adapt, nor could her son, most likely. If Arnold were to voice his thoughts, he would liken this place to those ancient towns in Hogwarts yet to undergo commercial development. A visit could evoke a sense of stepping into history, but to live in such an environment long-term. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser to read. Sorry, I can't accept that. Observing the bustling wizards around him, Arnold leaned closer to Nicole and whispered, Mom, I am entering Hogwarts to master the power within me. Once I graduate, I intend to return. When technology is convenient, I will use it, and when magic is advantageous, I will employ that. As long as I don't use it in front of others, I'll do as I please. Yes, that is the right mindset. Nicole nodded in agreement, then pointed to a nearby shop, asking, By the way, Arnold, do you see that store? Doesn't your shopping list include a cauldron? This shop, the closest to the entrance of Diagon Alley behind the leaky cauldron, offered a variety of cauldrons. A stack of gleaming cauldrons sparkled in the sunlight out front, with a sign that read, Copper, brass, tin, waxed, silver cauldrons, complete models, automatic stirring, and collapsible. Arnold nodded without glancing at the list, stating, Indeed, we do have some. But currently, we are devoid of funds from the magical realm. Then let us first seek out that bank to exchange for some, Nicole replied, leading the way deeper into the alley. As they walked, her impression of the place improved slightly, particularly due to the moving photographs displayed outside the Daily Prophet, which she found quite intriguing. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, we have arrived, Nicole exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the prominent, towering structure of pristine white marble that stood in the midst of Diagon Alley. However, upon noticing the goblin stationed beside the bronze door, her expression suddenly stiffened. Previously, when Tom, the owner of the leaky cauldron, had spoken of the goblins at Gringotts, Nicole had envisioned them as some delicate and enchanting creatures akin to those depicted in films and television. Yet the reality was starkly different. Even though the goblin's crimson and gold uniform was remarkably refined, and its design quite unique, Nicole promptly averted her gaze. It is not your fault for being unattractive, but it is rather inappropriate for you to emerge and instill fear. Sensing that the goblin was focused on Arnold behind her, seemingly oblivious to her presence as an ordinary person, Nicole decided to proceed further inside. Enter, stranger, but be wary of the consequences of insatiable greed. To take without effort shall surely invite the most severe punishment. Thus, if you wish to withdraw from our underground vault. Arnold followed closely behind Nicole as they approached the second silver gate. Gently nudging her, he interjected, This is merely a tactic to intimidate those cowardly brigands. True thieves and robbers possess genuine skill. Let us proceed inside to exchange for some currency. Mother, we have many purchases to make. Please, stop lecturing Nicole. He continued. You must understand, many individuals have a peculiar tendency. The more one is admonished against a particular action, the greater the inclination to test the waters. Testing the waters can lead to demise. There lies a dragon beneath. Upon entering, two fairies approached, offering a slight bow before ushering the duo into a grand marble hall. The hall was bustling with fairies, some stationed behind counters, weighing coins on brass scales and inspecting gemstones through magnifying glasses, hastily recording transactions in large ledgers. Others stood at the numerous doorways throughout the hall, guiding visitors toward the various vaults. With renewed courage, Nicole quietly informed the nearby fairy, I wish to exchange some galleons. The fairy nodded, pausing momentarily before leading them toward the left side of the hall. After a brief walk, they arrived at a counter, where the two guiding fairies gestured for Nicole and Arnold to conduct their business before turning to leave. The elder fairy at the counter, appearing somewhat weary and with drooping eyelids, seemed hardly competent to tally figures. Ahem. Nicole cleared her throat, noticing the fairy's rather grotesque visage twitch slightly before she inquired. May I ask how many pounds are required to exchange for 500 galleons? The elderly fairy squinted, annoyance evident in his voice. 500 galleons? Are you not aware that each wizard is permitted to exchange only 100 galleons per year? As the old fairy slowly opened his eyes, he finally noticed Nicole, and a hint of realization dawned on him. A muggle? He mused, furrowing his brow. Leaning forward from his tall stool, he caught sight of Arnold beside her and nodded slightly. You are a first year from Hogwarts, yes? Pray, tell me your name. Arnold Adams, he replied, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the unsettling appearance of the creature before him. The old fairy produced a piece of parchment, tracing his finger across its surface. Ah, found it. Mr. Adams, you may exchange for 150 galleons, no more. What? I was hoping to clear out Gringotts with pounds. No, better yet, with rubles. Why is the limit so low? Arnold protested. Although Hogwarts provided a trio of essential services, wands, uniforms, cauldrons, and scales at reasonable prices, snacks were comparably cheap. However, the cost of books in the UK was exorbitant, reflecting the same trend in the magical realm. Each textbook required for Hogwarts was priced no lower than 1 galleon, and acquiring a complete set would cost enough to purchase 2 or 3 wands. The more advanced tomes were even pricier, with ridiculous series like Lockhart's boasting a price tag of 20 galleons for a set, excluding additional volumes. Truly a lucrative enterprise. Moreover, having been unable to sleep the previous night, Arnold had intended to buy additional items for experimentation. I have accumulated 550 energy points, just shy of the skills I can record, perhaps to analyze an intriguing magical artifact or the like. 150 galleons is utterly insufficient, Arnold exclaimed, voicing his frustration. Why can we not exchange for more galleons? If you believe the terms to be unfair, you could always adjust the exchange rate. His suggestion was met with disdain. The old fairy scoffed. Adjust the rate? Do you think we have any use for your muggle pounds? Galleons are magical currency, imbued with powerful enchantments that render pure gold indestructible, exclusive to our kind. Were it not for the ministry's subsidies to accommodate wizards occasionally entering muggle society, we wouldn't even accept a single scrap of your paper currency. Oh, and as a first year from a muggle family, you are entitled to an additional 50 galleons. As he spoke, the old fairy handed over a piece of parchment detailing the currency system of the magical world and its exchange rates with pounds. Arnold did not inspect the parchment, but continued to inquire. Do you not accept muggle currency? What of gold and silver? Or perhaps gemstones? Genuine gemstones, of course. Ones imbued with magic, which are quite rare in the muggle realm. As for gold and silver, do you think we exchange all that muggle currency annually for mere trifles? I suggest you step outside and reread the warning on the door. Control your greed, young man. The true value of galleons and sickles lies in the magic they possess. While the use of gold and silver is merely a nod to ancient traditions, long ago, gold was indeed precious. But since the Muggles advanced their mining techniques and Nick LeMay crafted the Philosopher's Stone, gold has ceased to be scarce. Even that old fellow no longer bothers to create gold using the stone. The old goblin droned on, subtly flaunting the superiority of the wizarding world, particularly that of his kin. Control your greed. Ridiculous. Greed is good. Who's your daddy? After receiving a lengthy reprimand from the old goblin, Arnold felt quite displeased. If you glorify the magic of galleons to such an extent, then your goblins must incur a significant loss in issuing currency. What is the purpose of all this? Do the wizards provide benefits in return? Yet you remain vague. Who can fathom the intricacies involved? Am I not allowed to ask questions? J.K. Rowling has merely penned a series of novels. What does she truly know about Harry Potter? No, that is not correct. Although Aunt Rowling did not depict the entirety of this world or many details, she did reveal a wealth of useful information, for which I should be grateful. For instance, goblins seem to possess a unique ability in handling metals that wizards lack, much like the sword of Gryffindor, which remains untarnished and only absorbs that which enhances it. However, I seem to recall that the sword was forged from pure silver. The hardness of pure silver appears to be rather low, yet the sword of Gryffindor can effortlessly cleave through. This leads me to ponder whether goblins indeed possess a remarkable metal enhancement magic. Furthermore, I vaguely remember from one of the original texts that Hagrid mentioned goblins could forge some indestructible helmets though the materials used remain a mystery. Very well. Let us exchange 150 galleons. Nicole, equally unimpressed by the old goblin's tone and appearance, swiftly perused the parchment before handing it to Arnold. Retrieving a stack of banknotes from her elegant wallet and placing 30 notes of £25 each upon the counter. 1 galleon equals 4.95 pounds. 1 galleon equals 17 sickles, and 1 sickle equals 29 nuts. Goodness. Arnold took the parchment and glanced at it carelessly, immediately feeling the urge to curse. This time, it wasn't about pounds, but rather the 3 currencies commonly used in the magical realm: galleons, sickles, and nuts. The imperial units were already quite peculiar. And after years of adaptation, he found that compared to the currency conversion in the magical world, the imperial units seemed trivial, a mere shadow. Like a small wizard before a grand sorcerer. Odd numbers, prime numbers, it was utterly inhumane. With Hagrid's limited intellect, he managed to calculate it all clearly. Even telling Harry it was quite simple. Did Hogwarts have a mathematics class? A rather unfriendly one, perhaps. Once Nicole exchanged for galleons, Arnold reached for one, carefully examining it. It resembled the coins from the movies, hard and cold to the touch, adorned with mysterious engravings. According to the goblin, this was pure gold imbued with a special enhancement spell. Recalling what the old goblin had just said, Arnold felt a spark of realization as he weighed the galleon in his palm. The size and weight of it left him at a loss for words. The actual value was several times its face value. This was a sight he had never encountered before. Such an oddity. Did the wizards not find these cumbersome? Oh right. They were wizards, equipped with spatial gear. How I wish to possess such. Hagrid's gift to Harry, that donkey hide bag, was indeed made from the skin of a transfiguration lizard, wasn't it? Once I earn some galleons, I'll buy one. Traveling will be a breeze. I wonder if they're expensive? I still don't know how to earn galleons. But I recall Hermione had a little bag that was also a spatial item, and she conjured it herself, if I remember correctly. A true academic prodigy. Motivated, Arnold could hardly contain his excitement to learn magic. As he placed the galleon back into the bag, he proposed to Nicole, "Mom, what should we buy first? Or should we split up? That might be more efficient. Of course, we should act together." Nicole replied without hesitation, ruffling Arnold's hair affectionately. "We didn't come all this way just to shop for your school supplies. I want to explore every store." "Is that so? Nicole, do you remember you intended to visit the bookstore next to the Leaky Cauldron to buy management books? Or have you completely forgotten you used that excuse yesterday? It was only natural for women to indulge in shopping, even in the chaotic Diagon Alley. All right, who am I to argue? I am but a little gentleman." Chapter 16. Your thoughts are quite dangerous. Well then, let us first purchase a wand. Suppressing his frustrations, Arnold placed the bag containing the galleons into his trusty backpack and followed Nicole back onto the street. Such large metal currency. I wonder what the wizards were thinking. Nicole echoed Arnold's sentiments, her concern evident as she glanced at him. "How is it? Heavy? Should I help carry it?" "Not at all, and we shall soon spend part of it." It weighed about 2 or 3 kilograms, certainly heavier than his usual backpack, yet for Arnold's physique, it felt quite manageable. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that these galleons were enchanted. The clinking sound was maddening, urging him to spend them all at once. As he spoke, Arnold surveyed the surroundings. "It seems we didn't see any wand shops on our way here. We must venture further inside." Nicole, aware of Arnold's resilience, nodded in agreement. "Then let us proceed to buy your wand. We can purchase the other items on our way back." Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 B.C. Rushing to the innermost depths of Diagon Alley, Arnold finally spotted the wand shop sign. Meeting Nicole's gaze, they entered together. The shop's gilded lettering had long since faded, revealing a narrow, dilapidated interior. A lone wand rested in the window, perched atop a faded purple cushion. Spatial magic aside, Arnold could hardly recall which year Hermione learned it, nor could he gauge its difficulty, especially given her prodigious talent. Yet, to not even master repair and cleaning spells, could one truly call themselves a wizard? Each time he encountered the shops and their displays in Diagon Alley, Arnold couldn't help but silently critique them. The store was crammed with thousands of slender boxes from ceiling to floor, dust blanketing the floor, and the sole piece of furniture was a long, thin chair. Disorderly, dilapidated, and filthy. Indeed, it possessed a certain antiquity, a weight of history akin to the venerable Chinese establishments he had seen in his past life. But enough of that. The famed wand shop could be summed up in 3 words: dirty, chaotic, subpar. Those esteemed establishments knew how to tidy up once they made their fortunes. even adapting to modern conveniences like WeChat Pay. Just erect a plaque proclaiming intangible cultural heritage, and any historical tale could be spun. It wouldn't detract from their ability to profit from history and tradition. Even if this place did boast a genuine history, a little organization wouldn't hurt. Good afternoon. A gentle voice emerged from behind the window, swiftly followed by a figure stepping out. The sudden appearance startled both mother and son, but upon closer inspection, Arnold composed his expression and inquired of the diminutive old man. "Hello, are you Mr. Ollivander? I am Arnold Adams, a new student at Hogwarts, here to purchase a wand." Following their experiences at the Leaky Cauldron in Gringotts, Nicole had relinquished the conversation to young Arnold. The attitude of these wizards towards ordinary people truly irked her. It was less about discrimination and more about complete disregard. Ollivander's silver eyes fixed intently on Arnold, his tone imbued with mystery. Yes, I knew I would meet you soon." Arnold interjected brusquely. "Wait a moment. Mr. Ollivander, are you certain you know me? Repeat after me. A. Arnold. Arnold Adams. How could this be mistaken? Does it bear any resemblance to Harry Potter? Unable to hear the surname at the back? Or is it the case that the current strategy for selling wands involves establishing a connection first? My dear sir, I am almost able to recite your lines by heart. The wand your mother purchased, what was it like? And what about the wand your father acquired? My mother does not possess any magical abilities. And my father has not even heard of such things. It is indeed quite rude." Ollivander revealed an awkward yet polite smile. "Ah, Mr. Adams, let me take a look." With that, he produced a long measuring tape adorned with silver markings. "Which arm do you use?" 9 out of 10 prefer the left. "I am accustomed to using my right hand. The left hand is solely designated for my own stick. Please hold on as more content loads. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, an ad blocker, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Please raise your arm." Arnold obediently complied as Ollivander commenced taking his measurements, from shoulder to fingertip, and from wrist to elbow. Arnold was quite unaccustomed to being poked and prodded by others, yet in this moment, he refrained from struggling, enduring the discomfort with a furrowed brow. Meanwhile, Nicole observed with great interest in her eyes. Ollivander exuded a professional aura akin to those Italian masters of fashion design who have honed their craft over centuries. "Mother, do not be deceived by him. His measuring tape operates automatically. Where are the police? The Aurors. Someone apprehend this pretentious charlatan. He is also suspected of lewd behavior towards that adorable little boy." As Arnold mentally berated the situation, Ollivander finally released him, turning to the shelves to select a box. "Oh, why has this old man ceased his charade? It is the wand that chooses the wizard. Each wand crafted by Ollivander is unique. I remember every wand I have sold. I have already devised your lines for you. Is it because I saw through your initial attempt at familiarity that you now choose to express yourself through action instead of words? Try this wand, Mr. Adams. Made of beech wood and unicorn hair, 8.5 inches long. It possesses great intelligence." Arnold took the wand and gestured a few times, showing no reaction, before disdainfully returning the short and feeble wand. "Mr. Ollivander, do you not have a longer wand?" Arnold attempted to take the initiative. Mr. Ollivander paused. "How long do you desire? 15 inches or 16 inches? Such lengths are typically chosen by particularly large wizards." He raised his hands, measuring out 16 inches. That is only about 40 centimeters. Lowering his hands, Arnold shook his head. "Not sufficient. I would prefer something longer, and if it could be thicker, that would be even better." "Longer? Thicker? Young man, such thoughts can be perilous. A wand's power does not solely depend on its length or thickness. What matters most is its compatibility with you. Try this one, made of maple, with a phoenix feather, 14 inches long." "That being said, you still began by offering me longer wands to test," Arnold replied, gripping one end of the wand and waving it with a flourish. Golden sparks erupted from the other end, scattering chaotically throughout the room, causing Nicole to retreat in alarm. "Oh, it's quite excited, perhaps overly so." Just as Arnold was enjoying the display, Mr. Ollivander snatched the sparking wand away, but Arnold, undeterred, pressed on. "Is there truly no wand that is both long and thick? One that towers over me when planted on the ground? If I could wield a sword of the white-robed sword saint, I would gladly sacrifice my left hand." Two-handed wand use. "No, a wizard who only holds a wand is incomplete. It lacks soul. Bring forth the sword." No response. The Gryffindor's sword flies in. With his left hand raised to wield the wand, he declared loudly, dazzling his opponent with flickering light, while his right hand executed a series of defensive sword techniques. This is the true way for a wizard to embrace his craft. Chapter 17. A rather disappointing shopping experience. The process of trying out wands was exceedingly dull and tedious. Even as Arnold attempted to entertain himself with vivid imaginings, his enthusiasm waned. Nicole, however, stood by, observing Arnold as he tried numerous wands, many of which yielded no response. Yet she remained undeterred, her spirits high despite the lack of action. Perhaps for Nicole, the act of selecting items was a delight in itself? Ah, women. Mr. Ollivander. May I inquire about the connection or resonance between wands and wizards? What primarily governs this affinity? Arnold, still unsatisfied with the absence of suitably thick and long wands, reverted to his curious self. Mr. Ollivander, having collected the wands Arnold had just tested, gazed at the wall of boxes while pondering and casually explained, "It is, of course, the core of the wand. While the material of the wand itself plays a role, the core is paramount. Phoenix feathers can be a bit unpredictable, while unicorn hair has a more subtle effect. Ah, here, try this one. 12 3/4 inches, Thunderbird feather, mountain pear wood, with moderate hardness and good resilience. 12 3/4? That length is quite peculiar. However, it proved ineffective. There were a few sparks, but clearly not at the level expected from an 11-year-old wizard. Nearly an hour passed, and Arnold, feeling restless, glanced around and offered a wry smile to Nicole, who stood quietly observing. It was commendable that she had waited so long, merely watching, unable to participate in any magic beyond coaxing a few sparks from the wand. Those meager sparks often emerged weakly, even less impressive than the sparklers he had played with as a child during festivities. Unexpectedly, Nicole shot him a sharp look, her lips moving as if she were saying something. Not comprehending her meaning, Arnold watched as she leaned in closer, while Mr. Ollivander was momentarily distracted, whispering in his ear, "You need to calm down. This elderly gentleman is dedicated to helping you find the most suitable wand, and you dare to be impatient?" Her voice was soft, yet her tone was serious, and as she stepped back, she flashed a threatening expression. "Behave, or I shall deal with you." Arnold disdainfully pursed his lips. Ollivander's performance art could only deceive those women enamored with haute couture and handcrafted leather bags. Was this old man, perpetually crafting his wands, truly under the impression that everyone else was dim-witted? What purpose did measuring bodily dimensions serve? For the majority of wizards, their wand would accompany them for a lifetime from the moment they entered school. Yet, do young wizards not grow taller? They would inevitably continue to use the same wand through their youth and into old age. Thus, aside from rendering Ollivander appear exceedingly professional, with a hint of artisan spirit, what practical benefit did such a measuring routine provide? He would not base his recommendations on height and arm length, leading to wands that varied in size at random. Moreover, every time a wand was exchanged, Ollivander would recite incantations, conveying the same message. "I possess profound knowledge of wands. I am well versed in their intricacies, and I understand you increasingly well." How pretentious. Fortunately, the wizarding world is sparsely populated. Hogwarts only admits a limited number of new students each year. Otherwise, with Ollivander's abysmally low efficiency, this soul wand shop in Diagon Alley would soon be overwhelmed. Even disregarding such concerns, the protracted and haphazard selection process rendered the shopping experience quite dismal. Had it not occurred to anyone to display a wand from each type of core, allowing customers to test them one by one to determine which core material they could best activate? Furthermore, wouldn't it be more prudent to showcase various wand bodies featuring the same core, allowing for further testing to find the most harmonious combination with the customer? Ultimately, customers could select from wands of differing lengths and materials, testing them to find the one that felt most comfortable in their hand, the one that wielded the most delightful sensation. Such a systematic approach to classification and testing, gradually narrowing the choices, would undoubtedly be far more reliable than Ollivander's whimsical method. Indeed, it would be far more efficient. As yet another wand was reclaimed by Ollivander, the impatient Arnold resolved to abandon this futile endeavor. Preparing to select a wand in his own manner, "Mr. Ollivander, do not fret, Mr. Adams. I now have a clear idea in mind, and shall soon find a wand exceedingly suitable for you." After all this time, he thought it best to acquiesce to Ollivander's method. After all, this ostentatious approach was likely the source of his profits. It would be unseemly to disrupt another's livelihood. A discerning customer, yet it mattered little, for I believe there exists a combination that is most ideal, most perfect, and most suited to you. A 15-inch wand of you with a dragon heartstring core. Powerful, distinctly unique, and undeniably lengthy. Arnold grasped the wand, feeling a gentle warmth at his fingertips. As had occurred many times before, the wand burst forth with golden sparks resembling fireworks. However, this time, the display was more exquisite. Neither too large nor too small, it was perfectly balanced. Arnold sensed an extraordinary ability to control those sparks. Indeed, in harmony with his thoughts. The embers at the wand's tip flickered in varying intensities, allowing him to create an enchanting rhythm. Wow! Incredible! Nicole exclaimed, clapping in admiration. Oh, splendid! This wand belongs to you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Ollivander proclaimed joyfully. Arnold retracted his magical energy and handed the calmed wand to Ollivander for packaging. Of course, I am quite satisfied, he remarked. The wand of the willow tree is known to adapt proactively to its master's magical style. As Ollivander swiftly wrapped the wand's box in brown paper, he elaborated on its characteristics. If the wand style does not align with its users, it may very well refuse to perform. This is a wand imbued with self-awareness. He himself wielded a wand crafted from willow, clearly attesting to his profound understanding of its nature. Upon hearing this, Arnold raised an eyebrow in surprise. Does this imply acceptance of a bond? I have yet to shed my blood. Furthermore, his demeanor appeared rather irritable. My style is notoriously capricious. Dare you to refuse me? 7 galleons. Thank you for your patronage. As Nicole approached to retrieve money from Arnold's backpack, Ollivander smiled and spoke up. The price of wands for the first-year students at Hogwarts is quite reasonable, likely subsidized by the Ministry of Magic or the school itself. However, should a wand be lost or damaged and one returns to purchase a new one, the cost will most certainly be different. Consider Ollivander, a member of a wand-making family with a lineage spanning over 2 millennia, a master wand maker possessing an air of expertise, intimately engaging with all your vital essence while harmonizing with your spirit to assist in selecting a wand of extraordinary lineage. 7 galleons is a mere trifle? Arnold cradled the packaged wand, following Nicole as they exited Ollivander's wand shop. In Arnold's mind, this wand, with its distinct personality, was likely to become a hindrance at crucial moments, and he felt an innate reluctance towards it. The primary concerns were its insufficient length and girth. However, after such a lengthy trial, he found himself quite exasperated. Perhaps if he were to sample every wand in the shop, he might discover a more suitable option. But given Ollivander's vast experience, this wand must surely have a high degree of compatibility with him. For now, he decided to accept it, planning to dismantle the wand later when he had the time, allowing the system to analyze it and subsequently elevate his wand-making skills by a couple of levels, enabling him to craft his own wand for personal use. After conducting research into the early hours of the morning, Arnold had gained a general understanding of the system's functionalities. Chapter 18, A Blind Revelation. I have discovered the essence. The system's capabilities, particularly in relation to skills, represented what Arnold perceived as his true golden finger. In any case, he had not derived significant results from the attributes section. The system's skills panel comprises 2 modules, one for recording, which documents all magic-related encounters Arnold experiences. This recording requires that he possesses a certain level of knowledge and understanding regarding specific magic, potions, or magical items. Merely observing others casting spells or wielding wands was evidently insufficient for the system to log such experiences. Energy must be expended for analysis. This leads to the second module of the skills panel, known as influence. Influence encompasses analysis, interpretation, and the exhilarating upgrades beloved by gaming enthusiasts like Arnold. Arnold encounters magical phenomena that he does not fully comprehend, yet he possesses the ability to expend a certain amount of energy to analyze them. Previously, when he touched Galen while wielding his wand, the system kindly informed him that he could forcibly analyze the items, requiring only 50,000 and 20,000 units of energy respectively. Quite a bargain, indeed. Moreover, after the analysis, the system conveniently recorded the relevant information. Although Arnold himself had yet to grasp it, residing within me, it stubbornly wishes to keep its little secrets. At this juncture, it becomes necessary to instill knowledge, which, regrettably, requires yet another energy expenditure. In simpler terms, analysis implies that the system has learned, while installation signifies that the system instantaneously imparts what it has learned to me. As for upgrading, it involves the system consolidating existing information to deduce new insights and subsequently instilling this newfound knowledge. Upon reading this on the system's explanation page last night, Arnold's first thought was to find a way to invest some money, contemplating an initial expenditure of several £1,000s. However, the system does not favor players with renminbi. nor does it regard pound players highly. One must rely on sheer effort. After extensive research, Arnold discovered certain methods to economize energy consumption. It cannot merely be termed as cleverness. Rather, it is through his diligent efforts that he conserves energy. The more familiar he becomes with a particular magical concept, the more solid his foundation, thereby reducing the energy consumed during analysis, installation, and upgrading. In frank terms, it requires hard work. Whether it pertains to a specific spell, a potion brewing technique, or the craftsmanship of a magical artifact, he must first immerse himself in the analysis and proficiency, seeking assistance from the system only when encountering insurmountable obstacles. For instance, regarding the rare profession of wand making, Arnold plans to purchase a few second-hand wands in the future, allowing the system to analyze them thoroughly. Once he unlocks the skills, he will diligently work on proficiency, and when progress stalls, he will utilize the system's energy for installation and upgrading. Through repeated efforts, achieving a level of skill that meets or even surpasses Ollivander's expertise is merely a matter of time. A small leaf purple sandalwood wand is on his list. Additionally, he intends to craft a golden silk Nanmu wand for variety. Money is of no concern, onward we go. Oh, and he must remember to create a long and thick wand from ironwood. This detail must be noted down. Is that a flying broom? One can soar upon it, just like the witches in the stories. Indeed, when they arrived outside the Quidditch specialty store, Nicole paused, gazing at the flying broom in the display window, engaging Arnold in discussion. Observing the striking figure riding a broom on the poster, Nicole grumbled, "Why doesn't Hogwarts allow you to bring a broom to school? You could be flying in the sky. Are you truly my mother? You aren't worried about your son soaring through the skies with a broom?" Perhaps it is a precaution against first-year students recklessly flying before mastering the technique. Based on the information from the acceptance letter, it is likely that relevant courses are offered in the first year, and once they learn, there will be no restrictions. Arnold casually replied. To be honest, compared to the intense Quidditch matches, he holds little interest in the broom itself. Beyond Quidditch, the flying broom seems to serve little practical purpose. As they stood outside the store, Arnold mused that wizards have access to various means of transportation, such as the Flu Network, Portkeys, and Apparition, all of which are far more convenient than flying. Even in locations where magical travel is restricted, one could opt for alternative, more comfortable modes of transport. Who would want to endure the discomfort of prolonged broom flight? The night bus is hardly a paragon of comfort. Yet, vehicles like Ron's father's magically modified car, which can become invisible and fly, provide a far superior experience. Think of it as a budget version with 4 wheels and 2 sofas, or a high-end model magically expanded to include a bed, allowing one to relax inside rather than riding a flying broom. Moreover, a car offers a relatively private space, making it easier to engage in activities one may prefer to keep discreet. Flying in a car certainly presents a different experience. Can the lavatory on a Muggle airplane compare to one on a magically enhanced vehicle? Even first-class facilities are still just that, facilities. Among the staff frequently dispatched on fieldwork from the Ministry of Magic, such modified vehicles have become almost standard. Even Arthur Weasley, often described as poor, owns one. Wait, blind student, I think I've stumbled upon a revelation. No wonder Harry and Ron abandoned that old Ford in the Forbidden Forest. Molly Weasley must have been furious in her howler, for that was her and Arthur's vehicle. Ron, you little rascal, did you not realize you were airborne? It seems that Hogwarts shares similarities with other schools in England, with numerous prohibitions in place, rendering school life increasingly mundane. Nicole, who never coddles children, remarked as she stepped into the store. Arnold Holmes Adams, with his keen perception and astute listening, engaged in the fundamental principles of deductive reasoning while adeptly keeping pace with Nicole and her witty remarks on this matter. It seems that all schools across the globe share a commonality. As a premier Quidditch emporium, it is evident that the offerings extend beyond mere broomsticks. After exploring the latest models from the Nimbus and Firebolt series, Nicole paused before several wooden mannequins clad in a peculiar athletic attire, mounted on brooms. Beside the mannequins stood an informative plaque, providing a brief introduction to the Chudley Cannons. After glancing at it, Nicole turned to Arnold and inquired, "By the way, what exactly is Quidditch? It appears to be some form of team sport." It must be, although the rules might differ significantly from those of conventional football or cricket, given that it is played in midair. Arnold initially appeared bewildered, nodding in agreement, before contemplating with a thoughtful expression, his acting skills exceptionally commendable. Having been a child afflicted with hyperactivity, he had explored every conceivable sport available at the King's Academy, thus naturally harboring a keen interest in Quidditch. However, beyond mere curiosity, there lingered a sense of resentment. To Arnold, the Quidditch scoring system seemed rather unfair, excessively magnifying the role of the seeker. After tirelessly collaborating and strategizing, finally overcoming the opposing team, only for one player to catch a ball and turn our triumph into folly, was it not akin to plummeting from the Himalayas into the Mariana Trench? After exhausting hours, days, and months of effort, the score gap rendered the capture of the golden snitch futile. Yet, the relentless pursuit of that elusive ball continued, leaving Arnold to ponder whether the game could ever reach its conclusion. Indeed, as a prominent figure in table tennis, badminton, tennis, and cricket at the primary division of King's Academy, Arnold believed he was quite suited to be a bludger hitter. After all, it was all relatively similar. Swinging an object to strike a flying ball sufficed. Perhaps he might even attempt to produce spins, topspin, backspin, left spin, right spin. Nevertheless, regardless of the spins and the techniques employed, Arnold Adams comprehended the dismal impact he had on the outcome of the match in the face of the Seeker's game-altering influence. Such feelings of frustration were inevitable. Thus, he could only savor the experience of the game. Chapter 19. Let us have it all. Glancing at the posters adorning the wall and reaching out to touch the jersey worn by the model, Nicole became exhilarated. This is quite intriguing. Arnold, look, there are many different team uniforms, which must mean there are dedicated matches. As her voice dwindled, she inquired, can I watch a Quidditch match? I mean, someone like me. I will take you when the opportunity arises, Mom, Arnold promptly promised. While this year's Quidditch World Cup was beyond reach, after all, he himself had barely stepped into the magical realm. He assured her that in 4 years, it would certainly be feasible. Upon hearing this, Nicole smiled with satisfaction, affectionately patting Arnold's head as she remarked, such a good boy. It's been worth raising you. Arnold was about to open her hand when suddenly she shifted her tone. But I absolutely refuse. You and I are not fans of the same club. We are bound to support different Quidditch teams. How could I have raised such a little traitor? Oh, don't be like that, Nicole. You see, when facing Tottenham, Chelsea and Arsenal are indeed like one family. The expanse of Greater London is undeniably vast, with numerous teams, and the Premier League is perpetually filled with London derbies. In his previous life, Arnold was an ardent supporter of Arsenal Football Club, or perhaps a fervent admirer of the legendary coach Wenger. Even though the current manager of Arsenal is not Wenger, he has already become accustomed to this allegiance. Prior to relocating to Wimbledon, Arnold's family resided in close proximity to Stamford Bridge, where Nicole and her former husband, Arnold's biological father, often attended matches. Over time, Nicole developed a steadfast devotion to Chelsea. Consequently, when these two London teams clashed in a derby, the atmosphere at home became rather peculiar. Never mind, in a few years it will be fine. Once the Manchester United class of '92 emerges, this woman will undoubtedly fall for Beckham. But wait, during that era, the Premier League was dominated by the rivalry between Manchester United and Arsenal, making peaceful coexistence quite challenging. Unlike the time before Arnold's journey through time, when both teams were merely vying for a top-4 finish, fans spoke with a degree of restraint. Forget it. Every time I mention football, it just frustrates me. Let us move on to another topic. Suddenly, Nicole felt disinterested and turned to exit the shop. Arnold shrugged nonchalantly and followed along. He was not a protagonist like Harry Potter, who could join the Quidditch team in his first year and received a Nimbus 2000 from Professor McGonagall. Nor did he possess the eloquence of a savior. In his first match against Slytherin, he managed to catch the golden snitch, albeit in a rather ungraceful manner. If it weren't for the necessity of completing his exploration task, Arnold had no intention of entering the Quidditch shop at that moment. For safety's sake, he decided to wait until he obtained his broomstick license first. Hello. Are you here to order customized school robes? A stout witch in a burgundy robe smiled warmly at Arnold and Nicole as they stepped into the store. This was Madame Malkin's robe shop, and the affable witch was indeed its owner. It was a rare encounter to meet a wizard with such a pleasant demeanor towards ordinary folk. Before Arnold could respond, Nicole eagerly interjected, Yes, madam. This little fellow is starting his first year at Hogwarts and needs quite a few things. 3 plain work robes, along with a pointed hat and cloak, which we can purchase here, right? The witch nodded with a beaming smile and gestured towards a nearby footstool, indicating for Arnold to step up. Come here, dear. Let's take your measurements. Just as she was about to drape a robe over Arnold, she suddenly paused and, in a mock-serious tone, reminded him, A proper gentleman does not eat in a clothing store. I apologize, madam, Arnold mumbled sheepishly, quickly swallowing a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. Spicy pepper. What a nostalgic flavor. None of the Sichuan restaurants in Chinatown managed to replicate it authentically. He wondered if there were flavors like Sichuan pepper or vine pepper. Popping 3 of them in his mouth would be delightful. If they didn't exist, he would find a way to create them himself, as he had no interest in flavors like pepper or curry. As Madame Malkin began to pin the robe to fit Arnold, Nicole smiled awkwardly beside them, stowing away a half-eaten cauldron cake. Such a lapse in etiquette was uncharacteristic for her, but she was far too curious about the wizard's snacks and sweets, wanting to sample everything. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and adblock features, or copy the URL into another browser to continue reading. In any case, it wasn't too expensive. As Arnold and Nicole passed by the snack shop, they bought a little of everything, with Nicole starting on the one that looked the most ordinary. Arnold was particularly curious about whether Nicole would be able to stomach the sight of cockroaches and jelly-like slugs when she returned home that evening. I've already prepared it, my dear. Not long after, Mrs. Mogin confirmed the measurements for Arnold's robe, prompting him to leap down from the footstool. As Mrs. Mogin deftly maneuvered the scissors and ruler, which danced gracefully through the air and glided over the fabric, she smiled at Arnold and said, "Just a moment, please." Nicole's eyes widened in astonishment at the spectacle before her, and she could not help but feel that the esteemed designers and tailors of Milan and Paris paled in comparison to Mrs. Mogin. Regardless of the design, the sheer elegance and efficiency with which she conducted her work was unparalleled. Now, you have the opportunity to select additional enchantments for your uniform, including self-ironing, beautification, weight gain, weight loss, height enhancement, automatic repair, and temperature regulation. Of course, if you prefer a more traditional option, a standard school robe is also a common choice. As the first robe was completed, it floated gracefully before Arnold under Mrs. Moggin's expert control, her voice emanating from behind the garment. Arnold, taken aback, inquired, "Is it possible to add special effects?" Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Then I shall have them all." Nicole, standing nearby, could hardly conceal her envy. Beautification, weight loss, height enhancement. Despite her inherent beauty and her commitment to fitness, skincare, and the finest cosmetics, she was, after all, approaching her 40s. "Ah dear. I must clarify that adding those enchantments to the robe is not complimentary," she continued. "Moreover, the more spells that are applied, the more challenging it becomes to cast additional ones. Thus, a single robe can accommodate a maximum of 3 enchantments. The Hogwarts freshman discount applies solely to standard uniforms, and the cost for additional spells is fixed. The first is 1 galleon, the second 2 galleons, and the third 4 galleons." The sewing tools in the air paused momentarily as Madame Moge continued to craft a second robe for Arnold while explaining. This seemed entirely reasonable. Arnold nodded in agreement, contemplating briefly before stating, "Please enchant my robe with self-ironing, automatic repair, and temperature regulation. Each robe requires these effects." "Each one?" Madame Moge's gestures faltered again, as if momentarily dazzled by the glint of galleons. Arnold insisted, "Indeed, every single item." The campus life at Hogwarts incurs minimal expenses. Even when accounting for the cost of purchasing textbooks and various school supplies, Arnold still finds himself with a considerable surplus of galleons in his backpack. This remains true as long as he refrains from acquiring an excessive number of magical items for system analysis. The novice, eager to comprehend everything from the outset, seeks to analyze it all, yet it is evidently impractical and unnecessary to inundate oneself with information at once. It is far wiser to first acquire some foundational knowledge and skills before investing heavily. There will always be time to expend resources and energy later. Arnold repeatedly encouraged himself, asserting his restraint. "I have exercised considerable moderation. The seldom used hat remains unenchanted, and with an automatically temperature-regulating robe, the winter cloak has become unnecessary. Thus it too requires no enchantment. Behold my frugality. Ultimately, it is the trifecta of comfort, convenience, and style that captivates me. I simply cannot refuse. Strength may be a matter for the future, yet style is a lifelong endeavor." Chapter 20. Women. At that moment, a voice inquired, "May I ask if bespoke garments can be crafted here?" Without needing to guess, it was, of course, Nicole, for how could a woman resist such enchanting effects? "Certainly. Though I am not well versed in the current fashion trends among muggles, the designs may not align with your preferences," Mrs. Mokin replied. approaching Nicole with a freshly completed robe and a smile. As a witch with Muggle connections, Mrs. Moken had often interacted with Muggle parents accompanying their children to Diagon Alley, and she had taken on such orders numerous times. Just as Nicole intended to discuss clothing design with Mrs. Moken, the latter suddenly interjected, "Additionally, I apologize, but I may not have ample time at the moment." Taken aback, Nicole followed Mrs. Moken's gaze to see the shop door opening, revealing a young Asian girl with yellow skin, accompanied by an Asian couple. Clearly, fulfilling orders for Hogwarts students took precedence over crafting garments for Muggles. Despite her disappointment, Nicole responded with understanding. "That's quite all right, madam. Your priorities are important. We can explore clothing design together at a later time. Madam, if you are truly in search of a magical garment, there is another tailor in Diagon Alley that can meet your needs. Called the Discerning Tailor. You might consider paying them a visit," Mrs. Moken kindly suggested while handing over the packaged garments to Nicole after receiving her payment in galleons. Although there exists some competition between her shop and that of the Discerning Tailor, it is not particularly fierce, as their primary clientele differs significantly from the family before her, who evidently had no shortage of funds with their desires for enchantments on each of the 3 robes. "Thank you. I shall certainly check it out," Nicole replied, politely expressing her gratitude as she took her leave. "Goodbye, madam." Arnold trailed behind Nicole, stealing glances at the girls approaching him from the opposite direction. Even after passing by, he frequently turned his head to catch another glimpse. "Farewell, my celestial sister. Farewell, my willow-like beauty." Indeed, even in a world where beauty seems ubiquitous, such exceptional allure is a rarity, especially in England. In the wizarding world of England, in 1990, it was no surprise that the girl who had just brushed past him was Qiu Zhang. In truth, she was not unattractive. She could even be described as charming and endearing, a delicate beauty exuding a soft and adorable aura. However, her facial features conformed more to Western standards of beauty, contrasting with the quintessential beauty revered in Chinese culture. It was perplexing, considering both her parents were of Asian descent or Borasian lineage. Perhaps my expectations were simply too lofty. With a hint of disappointment and a sense of shattered hope, Arnold sighed softly as he stepped out of the robe shop. Unbeknownst to Arnold, a family of Chinese individuals was discussing matters pertaining to him right behind. The Chinese woman glanced down at her daughter and inquired, "Do you know that boy, Qiu? I noticed he kept stealing glances at you." The little girl shook her head. "No, I don't know him. I've never seen him before." The woman chuckled teasingly. "He must find you quite beautiful." Unable to resist looking a little longer. "Thankfully, you resemble me. That boy isn't too bad looking himself. He has a certain charm." "Charming? How can he be charming at such a young age? All he does is stare at girls." The youth in England these days, the mother-daughter conversation seemed irrelevant to Arnold, but upon hearing this remark, the concerned father felt a surge of dissatisfaction regarding the potential interest in his daughter. The woman shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "What do you mean by such a young age? Did you not notice what his mother was carrying? He is at most just starting his first year at school, just like our Qiu. Consider how few wizards there are in the entire wizarding community of England. If we don't prepare now, what if he turns out to be an exceptional child and we miss our chance? But he is only 11 or 12. Isn't it a bit premature to ponder such things?" Faced with his wife's barrage of assertive questions, the father immediately retreated. As the conversation between the couple grew increasingly implausible, the little girl stomped her foot in protest. "Mom, what are you talking about? He might just be curious because he rarely sees Asians or people of Chinese descent here." Noticing her daughter's embarrassment, the mother quickly changed the subject. Yes, Qiu, go stand up there so Mrs. Moken can take your measurements properly." Meanwhile, Nicole, having departed from Mrs. Moken's robe shop, headed straight to the ready-to-wear clothing store with Arnold. She recalled the store's location, situated right beside the bouncy, playful magical joke shop. Previously, when passing by, there had been no one inside, and the two had felt too shy to enter after leaving the joke shop. Is this the style you had in mind? Do you think you can create it? More content is loading. Please wait, this site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a loading failure. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, or ad blocking features, or copy the link to another browser for reading. No problem, madam. Then, similar to his clothing, I would like to add self-ironing, automatic repair, and temperature regulation spells. Certainly, please hold on, madam. Oh wait, I don't want the automatic repair. Please substitute it with a beauty enhancement instead. All right, madam. Is there anything else you require? No, that will be all. Very well. Please hold on, madam. The owner of the ready-to-wear shop was absent, leaving only a shop assistant who, while also a wizard, treated Nicole with a degree of courtesy. Of course, wizards like Mrs. Mokin, who were exceptionally kind to muggles, were rather rare. This assistant was simply amiable towards Galen. After Nicole communicated her request to the elegantly dressed assistant, Arnold, in disbelief, leaned closer and whispered, "Nicole, are you sure you haven't made any mistakes with the spells you want to add?" Arnold himself had custom-made a stylish, comfortable, and convenient hoodie, along with matching sweatpants, adorned with the same magical enhancements as the previous robes he had crafted. As he traversed King's Cross Station, he had no desire to don a wizard's robe. Cosplay was not yet in vogue, and such attire would appear rather peculiar on the streets. Meanwhile, Nicole had commissioned a long trench coat in line with high-fashion designs. Arnold had initially presumed she would opt for slimming, beautifying, or height-enhancing magical effects, but the outcome was rather unexpected. With a sideways glance, Nicole replied matter-of-factly, "Indeed, mother. My splendid figure is the result of diligent training. I have no need for magic to disguise it." Arnold tentatively reminded her, "But the beautification." With a hint of pride, Nicole retorted, "The reason for considering the beautification effect is that it would save me the time spent on makeup and reduce the detrimental impact of cosmetics on my skin. Moreover, it would allow me an extra hour of sleep, undoubtedly improving my complexion." "You make a compelling argument," Arnold conceded, momentarily at a loss for words. Adjusting the weight of his backpack, he gallantly inquired, "Nicole, is one trench coat sufficient? Shouldn't you consider having a couple more made?" "Rest assured, I still have ample galleons." As an ambitious individual, he had resolved to rely primarily on self-sufficiency, with the system as a supplementary aid. A few magical items could be procured for amusement, and hoarding galleons held little practical value. However, Nicole shook her head with conviction, stating, "No, one is enough. Arnold, your galleons can only stretch so far each year. It's best to spend wisely. Moreover, while such magically enhanced clothing is indeed splendid, its style will soon become outdated. It would be imprudent to overindulge now. Perhaps by this time next year, I will carefully select a few timeless designs and consult with Madame Morgane, bringing along photographs and sketches, to determine if I should commission one or two more pieces. Unfortunately, I cannot frequent this place often. Otherwise, no matter how exquisite the garments, they would require seasonal updates, of course, without straining your finances. Is this the reason you prefer not to employ automatic repairs?" Arnold mused. "I had thought that once your clothing wore out or became damaged, it would be my turn to showcase the repair charm." Women. Chapter 21. Please, cease the fighting. Carrying her and Arnold's custom-made garments, along with her school uniform robe, Nicole felt exhausted and drenched in perspiration by the time they reached the vicinity of Lihan bookstore. However, her spirits remained high, for she had treated herself to new clothes, tailored pieces enhanced with magic, no less. Arnold was not without his burdens. Although he did not feel particularly tired, his backpack was laden with gallons of sugary confections and snacks, while in his hands he clutched a wand. Moreover, a bag dangled from his arm, containing various trinkets purchased from the joke shop, such as a troublesome firework and a child's broomstick. As he contemplated the multitude of books he still needed to acquire, along with cauldrons, scales, and other instruments, he felt an overwhelming desire for a spatial enhancer. At that moment, Nicole suddenly paused and, standing on tiptoe, inquired, "What is happening over there?" Hearing her words, Arnold looked up, but, being rather short, could see nothing more than a throng of people gathered at the entrance of the Lihan bookstore. Straining to listen to the ongoing discussions among the crowd, Arnold suggested, "It seems like there might be a fight. Should we go take a look?" Indeed, the tendency to observe such spectacles was an innate trait among the people of Hogwarts, one that he felt he could never outgrow. "Isn't it too dangerous? What if the combatants are wizards? Those spells..." Nicole hesitated, but soon added, "Perhaps we should stand a bit farther away and watch." Well, it seems that the love for spectacle is a universal trait shared by people across the globe. Arnold, with his short legs, hurriedly made his way towards the bookstore, urging himself onward with a series of hurry. Prior to the return of Voldemort, the safety of Diagon Alley could generally be assured, and he felt no apprehension about potential dangers. "Dad, hit him. Dad, punch his nose. Gentlemen, please, do refrain from fighting. What a splendid counterattack. Go on, deliver another." Oh, a failed shoulder throw. Perhaps due to some spectators hovering on their broomsticks, Arnold, taking advantage of his diminutive stature, swiftly maneuvered through the gaps in the crowd, reaching the periphery of the makeshift battlefield. A battlefield it was, albeit devoid of dazzling spells or the thunder of artillery. Instead, it featured two middle-aged men grappling with each other, entangled in a relentless struggle. One was clad in attire resembling that of an ordinary person, albeit somewhat worn, sporting a fierce expression beneath a shock of red hair. The other wore a finely tailored wizard's robe. His light golden hair, though illuminated by the sun, was matted with dust and dirt, and his garments were wrinkled beyond recognition. Arnold did not recognize the two individuals. Yet the iconic posture and the vividly familiar scene led him to surmise their identities. "Arthur, no, don't fight." Just as Arnold was contemplating, a high-pitched female voice suddenly rang out nearby. Indeed, the red-haired figure was unmistakably Arthur Weasley, Ron's father, and the only one who could engage Arthur in such a manner, with his light golden hair, was none other than his frenemy, Lucius Malfoy. But the timing was all wrong. This brawl in Diagon Alley was clearly an event from the second book, which occurred 2 years later. Could it be that such scuffles had become their signature routine? A traditional performance? Moreover, if memory served correctly, in the original text, their altercation was instigated by Lucius, who sought to exploit the chaos to slip Tom Riddle's diary into Ginny's bag. At this point, the Ministry had yet to launch a widespread search for dark artifacts, so Lucius had no need to deal with that hot potato. How had they come to blows? Never mind. After all, one was a staunch supporter of pure-blood supremacy, while the other was a so-called pure-blood traitor with pro-Muggle sentiments, naturally at odds with one another. It was only fitting that they would clash upon meeting, a reasonable occurrence. Strangely, Arnold felt an impulse to pounce on the situation, unprovoked and without reason. Suppressing the desire to burst into song, he followed the source of the woman's voice with his gaze. A short, plump middle-aged woman was shouting something emphatically. She must be Molly Weasley. Beside her were two nearly identical red-haired boys, their faces alight with excitement as they waved their fists, seemingly cheering for someone in the fray. Fred and George, the beloved twin brothers from his previous life's readings and films, brought a sense of joy and familiarity. Their humor and optimism shone through the increasingly dark narrative of the Harry Potter series, like vibrant fireworks piercing the deep night or radiant sunlight breaking through layers of clouds, bringing delight and solace to those around them. Behind the twins, two small heads, one male, one female, were visible, easily identifiable as the most significant figures present. As Arnold took in the scene, he couldn't help but marvel internally. Did Mrs. Molly Weasley not require any recovery after giving birth? Ron and Ginny were barely 2 years apart in age, were they? Indeed, the bodies of wizards seemed remarkably resilient. With that thought, Arnold stole another glance at the robust Molly. Still, the little lass was more charming. At that moment, Ginny's cherubic face still bore traces of baby fat, making her look adorably plump. Yet, she seemed slightly less captivating than the recently encountered Cho Chang. No wonder Harry initially regarded her as merely a backup option. Ron, what was there to note about a boy? A fleeting glance sufficed. He lacked the entertainment value of his twin brothers and was destined to become the best friend of the world's protagonist, which made Arnold wish to avoid drawing his attention. Suddenly, amidst the tussle, a voice emerged. "Charlie, keep an eye on your brother and sister, as well as Molly." Oh, he had overlooked one. Arnold turned his gaze towards the center of the fray, where a slightly older red-haired boy stood. This was Charlie. The Weasley family seemed to have 2 more children, Bill and Percy. Where could they be? The child opposite Charlie was clearly not one of theirs. With his meticulously styled light golden hair appearing as if coated in gel, exuding an air of arrogance. This was undoubtedly the fabled Draco Malfoy, loathed by Harry due to his jealousy. However, Draco Malfoy was but a fleeting glance, akin to Ron in Arnold's eyes. As a wizard born to a Muggle family, he had no desire to engage with anyone from the Malfoy lineage. They were insufferable. Arnold returned his focus to the center of the battlefield, bemused by the two still grappling. Where were their wands? Their magic? Unlike him, they had not trained in martial arts. Their physical altercation appeared rather lackluster without spells to enhance the spectacle. It felt like watching 2 ordinary individuals hurling insults while performing exaggerated gestures and expressions, yet never truly striking one another. This scene seemed oddly familiar. Where had he seen it before? It struck him. A classic moment, atop the Forbidden City. Not a sword coming from the west, but rather, "Please, stop fighting." A voice involuntarily surfaced in Arnold's mind, accompanied by dancing animations and video clips. Chapter 22, Frantic Suggestion. Make way. A short, irritable man brandished a large black camera, careening towards them on a broomstick, loudly proclaiming, "This is for the prophet." Before he even arrived, his camera's flash dazzled, emitting a plume of purple smoke. As he began to seek better angles, incessantly clicking the shutter, with thick smoke billowing everywhere. The arrival of the short man evidently startled Arthur and Lucius, who hastily ceased their struggle, parting from the various unspeakable maneuvers they had been employing. However, it was clearly too late. Arnold was certain that the front page of the prophet would likely feature their bruised visages, and it was probable that the scene of their earlier tussle had been captured as well. In the magical realm, photographs could move. How excruciatingly embarrassing. Moreover, the cessation of hostilities did not imply that Weasley and Lucius would cease their verbal sparring. Without a physical resolution, they would still endeavor to outdo each other in banter. "Arthur Weasley, you pathetic scoundrel who relies on filthy muggles to scrape by in the ministry, today I shall end you," Lucius declared with a frigid countenance, his fingers gripping his wand with such intensity that they turned pale. Yet, he refrained from drawing his wand or uttering any spells. "Put away that loathsome fade, Lucius. Wizards from Muggle or half-blood families are far superior to you. What do you possess besides wealth?" Arthur retorted defiantly, ultimately feigning a frightened expression. "Oh, and you have your terrifying dark magic." While banter was one thing, Arthur was intently observing Lucius's movements. As long as Lucius did not draw his wand, he harbored no fear of his dark magic. He was prepared to roll away at a moment's notice. "Dark magic? You best have evidence. Otherwise, I shall report you for slander at the Wisingamot." Lucius thundered, his voice resonating with authority. "The evidence lies within your manor. Do you dare let me search?" Arthur challenged. "You'd better secure a search warrant from the ministry first. Even if you are a ministry employee, you cannot act arbitrarily." "Of course, Lucius, but there will come a day." Even without anyone holding them back, the two maintained their composure, enacting a farce of restraint. "Do not concern yourself with distant matters, Arthur. You ought to ponder whether you have enough galleons in your pocket to procure your family's schoolbooks this year, or perhaps the second-hand shop is more suited to you." With that, Lucius draped an arm around Draco's shoulder and strolled towards the bookstore. Arthur's cheeks flushed crimson. Lucius's words inflicted a 1,000-ton blow upon him. The inability to provide a good life and educational conditions for his family was a persistent anguish in Arthur's heart. Every time he inadvertently heard Ron lamenting about always using hand-me-downs from his brothers, a wave of discomfort washed over him. "It's all Molly's fault. We agreed to stop at having a daughter. Who knew we would only welcome a daughter after the 7th child? If Ginny had been born sooner, Ron would not have any cause for complaint. Enough, enough, it's over." With the languid voice of an old wizard, the onlookers began to disperse, some heading off to shop, others to dine. "Two cowardly men. I always thought the Weasley family was inept, but it seems the Malfoys are no better. What are you staring at? Do you wish to challenge me?" A rather formidable which critiqued both parties, and in response to the icy glares from Arthur and Lucius, she boldly glared back. "Is this it? These photographs hardly suffice," she mused. "Fortunately, I possess special photo editing techniques, with a few cuts and arrangements." The short man with the camera had yet to depart, perched on his broom while stroking his chin, occasionally emitting a lewd chuckle. Ultimately, amidst the disgruntled murmurs of the crowd, a battle that could have been exhilarating and resplendent concluded rather anticlimactically. "How dull," Arnold thought, echoing the sentiments of the other spectators. His gaze remained fixed on the combatants, eagerly anticipating an escalation of their verbal sparring into spells. It was also true that the wizards' banter was rather monotonous. Compared to the profound intricacies of their written language, even the American vernacular seemed more vibrant. "Ah, Draco isn't attending school this year. What on earth are they doing at the Leaky Cauldron? He doesn't strike me as someone who would engage in early revision. Is it possible? Has he been possessed by a time traveler?" The combination of a wealthy wizard and a well-versed time traveler is terrifying. Perhaps Lucius has his own reasons? A wizard as kind, industrious, and powerful as Lucius would not even glance at his extensive private collection of dark magic. He must seek knowledge from the outside world. Yes, that must be it. Having reassured himself, Arnold cast aside his tumultuous thoughts and turned his gaze towards George and Fred, who were trailing behind their parents towards Gringotts. His eyes brightened, and he took a step forward to pursue them. At that moment, Nicole, who had appeared at his side, immediately called out, "Arnold, stop. Where are you off to? Can you not spare me a moment's peace?" Arnold paused, gesturing towards the direction of the twin brothers. "Mother, it appears that those might be upperclassmen from Hogwarts." I shall converse with them for just a few moments. Are those the two children? If so, go ahead. But remember not to wander off again. Casting a glance at the twins' robes, which indeed resembled the one she held, Nicole finally nodded gently. Be careful, Arthur. Hastily pursuing the Weasley family, Arnold could already hear Mrs. Weasley cautioning her husband from a distance. That family is not to be trifled with. Do not bite off more than you can chew. Do you think I cannot hold my own against Malfoy? Mr. Weasley retorted indignantly. I cannot stand his haughty demeanor in front of Muggles. If we trace back a few generations, isn't his family merely a sycophant to the Muggle royal family? One's reputation is paramount. Whether one privately acknowledges it is irrelevant, but outwardly, one must never concede defeat. I, Arthur the unyielding Weasley, am ready to face this challenge. George, I have a foreboding feeling that we may go hungry tonight. Indeed, Fred, and this is under the assumption that we genuinely procured our school supplies from a secondhand shop. I doubt there is really a Canute left in our family vault. That is not what I meant, George. Have you not noticed that Arthur is on the verge of provoking Molly? Indeed, poor Arthur, and poor us. Arnold found the situation amusing from behind, waiting for the twin brothers to slow their pace due to their incessant chatter. Seizing the moment, he swiftly approached them. Gentlemen, would you be interested in earning some pocket money? Upon noticing their attention, Arnold lowered his voice, Gallon, as he spoke. He recalled the gestures and tones of the saleswomen from his past life, his eyelids fluttering incessantly, sending frantic signals. Chapter 23. Is it unusable? A word for the shopaholics. The twins turned their gazes toward Arnold. One of them inquired, Who are you? What do you want? The other lamented, Is something wrong with your eyes? We can't assist you with that. Of course, my eyes are uncomfortable. You two look almost identical. My eyes are about to give out. Arnold retorted, No, I actually have a lucrative scheme that I intend to share with you both. Without further attempts to distinguish who was George and who was Fred, he delved into the matter at hand. His tone was shrouded in mystery. However, they remained unimpressed. One remarked, We certainly desire wealth. But I can't believe such good fortune would simply fall into our laps. The other concurred, Exactly. If such an opportunity truly existed, why would you share it with us? Why not pursue it yourself? Well, if I could manage it alone, I wouldn't be seeking your assistance. Arnold exclaimed, I am serious. The plan is entirely feasible, and it only requires your cooperation. He nodded emphatically, adding, Moreover, all the risks are on me. If I hadn't found your cheering somewhat agreeable, I wouldn't have sought you out at all. Arnold spoke as if he were entirely sincere. However, at this moment, given the circumstances, his plans could scarcely involve anyone other than his twin brothers. After all, they were genuinely impoverished. First, share your approach, and we shall contemplate it, they said. Do not deceive us. We have likely told more lies than you have spoken in your entire life, and you cannot fool us. The twins exchanged glances, communicating in a manner that Arnold could not comprehend, before addressing him individually. Regardless of the situation, the twins were finally willing to attentively consider my proposal. Arnold approached the other party and whispered, the solution is quite simple. I will provide you with pounds, and you shall exchange them for galleons at Gringotts. A mere 10% of the total will be your reward. What do you say? Upon finishing his proposition, Arnold noticed Nicole, who had come to his side, giving him a thumbs up, prompting him to smile broadly. Fortunately, I had already had my teeth replaced. Nicole, too, was inclined to acquire a greater quantity of galleons, for their shopping expedition in Diagon Alley only offered a glimpse into the magical realm. She was still oblivious to the true spending habits of wizards. In any case, having a little extra would not be detrimental. After all, galleons are the lifeblood of a wizard. One should never allow the children to suffer. Moreover, their family, particularly Arnold himself, was not lacking in a few £1,000s. The old hag at Gringotts had a most disagreeable demeanor. Exchanging for galleons was akin to asking for his life. She was overly pedantic, dripping with sarcasm. When a woman holds a grudge, even the most unsightly old crone is of no concern. Arnold as well. I may not be able to spend such a considerable amount of gallons, yet I am determined to exchange more. My restraint against greed is evident, as I neither steal nor directly seize. Initially, the sudden approach of a stranger made the twins somewhat wary. However, upon witnessing the interaction between Nicole and Arnold, their apprehension subsided. To Arnold's left, a twin was ruffling his hair, reminiscing pounds? Muggle currency? I believe I've heard Dad mention it. George, do you remember? It seems you are Fred. So the one on the right must be George? I've got it. As more content is loading, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please close the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and disable any ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read it in another browser. George did not respond to his brother, but turned to Arnold. Are you a student at Hogwarts? Why don't you exchange it yourself? I have already exchanged. Arnold indicated the bag of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions in Nicole's hand, then shrugged helplessly. However, everyone has a limit on exchanges, and I desire more galleons. You cannot use more. George gently shook his head and explained, you must be a freshman, right? There is hardly anything to spend money on at Hogwarts. If you say so, George, I must disagree. When my salary was 2,000, I managed to survive in the bustling cities of the north. At 4,000, I could hardly claim to live in the second-tier cities. Are you telling me there is no way to spend? How can one not spend money? Don't doubt my shopping prowess cultivated through online shopping. Online shopping? Shopping prowess? George looked at Arnold's hands with a puzzled expression before shaking his head. I don't comprehend, but this is something we can assist you with. And don't worry about any remuneration for this trivial matter, Fred added from the side. It's not about remuneration. You have devoted your time and energy to help me, and I must express my sincere gratitude to you, Arnold insisted, allowing the twins to experience the artistry of the language from the ancient Eastern land. Although he was eager to foster a good relationship with the Weasley twins, he did not wish to be in their debt casually. The twin brothers exchanged glances once more. What is the difference? Fred shot a glance at his brother. George returned a knowing look. It feels as though something is amiss, but this brother speaks so beautifully. I truly admire him. I do too. Fred's eyes brightened. It seemed that this money could indeed be accepted. Reaching a consensus with George, Fred cheerfully addressed Arnold. Very well, I appreciate your sentiments. George had already begun to anticipate Arnold's needs, considering proactively, do we have enough exchange limit for you? Do you require more galleons? We still have 3 brothers. Fred interrupted with a look of regret. No, Bill is currently in Egypt. I've heard that currency exchange requires the wizard to be present. Unless Bill has some internal employee privileges, then it's just the 2 of us. George folded back one of the 3 fingers he had extended, suddenly exclaiming, oh, Ron, why aren't you starting this year? Just 1 year short. The contorted expression and the pitchy wail were heart-wrenching, evoking tears from those who beheld it. Fred gently patted his brother's shoulder, soothingly saying, it's all right, George. Dad's work may not have an exchange limit, but surely, Mum hasn't exchanged anything. George merely nodded, the pain in his heart rendering him breathless, unable to utter a word. Wonderful. That makes a total of 5 people. It seems I truly found the right companions in you. Arnold feigned surprise, clapping his hands, then remembered he hadn't introduced himself, hastily adding, thank you for your help. I am a freshman at Hogwarts, Arnold Adams. You may call me Arnold. Fred extended his hand to shake with Arnold. Hello, I am Fred Weasley. George finally recovered, shaking Arnold's hand while continuing, I'm George. Now we must find Charlie, Percy, and Molly. Arnold, would you care to join us? Not at the moment. Mum and I need to buy some other things first. Let us meet at the entrance of that Elop's Owl Emporium in Gringotts later. Arnold was not inclined to visit the Weasley family's vault. The very thought of such a scene was profoundly awkward. Fred cheerfully gave Arnold a thumbs up, exclaiming, of course. No problem. You're fantastic, Arnold. George also patted his chest in assurance, saying, leave this to us, Arnold. You need not worry. This lad was indeed impressive, quite magnanimous. Chapter 24. I have grown accustomed to this. Just as Fred and George turned to leave with a stack of pounds, Arnold suddenly called out, wait a moment. As the twins began to feel uneasy, believing Arnold doubted their reliability, he quickly added, I've reconsidered. Let us meet at the entrance of Gringotts later. If you come out, and I am not there, kindly wait for a moment. The twins exchanged glances, their expressions easing, and in unison, they replied, no problem. See you soon. Gringotts has its own rules. I fear nothing. Arnold thought, resolute in his desire to conduct the transaction right before their eyes. If he had not already stated he would not follow them, reversing that decision would imply mistrust towards the twins, and he was tempted to stand before that old goblin. One hand offering pounds, the other receiving galleons. Once the Weasley twins had distanced themselves, Nicole quietly remarked to Arnold, aren't you afraid they might run off? They don't seem very trustworthy to me. She spoke cautiously, fearing that the 2 young wizards might possess some peculiar means to overhear her comments. Indeed, Fred and George did appear somewhat unreliable, but that was merely a reflection of their character, rather than their integrity. Given their nature, it was clear that even as second years, They would not comprehend the concept of eavesdropping magic. The invention of extendable ears was surely a distant prospect. With a casual smile, Arnold responded in a normal tone. If you listen to the way they speak, you'll realize that children from wizarding families have little concept of pounds. If not for their father's occupation, they might not have encountered pounds at all. Moreover, it is merely a few thousand pounds. If it cannot be exchanged for galleons, it hardly matters to me. The crux of the matter is that the goblins at Gringotts are particularly averse to others exchanging pounds for galleons. The more I can exchange, the more delight it brings me. It matters not who makes the exchange. The thought of that old goblin, scowling as he continually extracted galleons in exchange for notes, brought an involuntary smile to Arnold's face. This little rascal, how cheeky he is when he smiles. Yet, I find it endearing. Still, he must be reminded. He is far too complacent, and when he ventures out to study, he may be easily deceived. Nicole stifled her amusement, expressing her discontent. A few £1,000s is no small sum. Besides, what if they exchange for galleons and then flee? George and Fred running off with galleons? Arnold harbored a lingering skepticism. Upon realizing that Harry Potter might indeed require it, the twins unhesitatingly relinquished their most prized possession, the Marauder's map. Would such individuals truly abscond with a bag of galleons? Furthermore, Arnold was not entirely defenseless. Nicole, let us not forget that we inhabit a realm brimming with enchanting magic. Should an investigation be warranted, uncovering the truth would be a trivial endeavor. Although Arnold held a favorable impression of George and Fred, the twin brothers, derived from his previous encounters with the original texts and films, he was not naive enough to squander his pounds or galleons testing the character of a stranger. Even if we were to entertain the notion that the mischievous impulses of the Weasley twins might momentarily prevail, they ought to possess the common sense to refrain from tampering with such funds. Although Arnold could not readily procure Veritaserum or Legilimency, he could certainly exploit the situation. Should the twins dare to deceive him financially, Arnold would not hesitate to seek an alliance with Lucius, directing his ire squarely at Arthur. After all, neglecting to educate one's offspring is the father's failing. Additionally, leaking information to Rita Skeeter could prove to be an astute strategy. Go ahead and fabricate your tales, Arnold proclaimed with a nonchalant demeanor. Nicole, clearly displeased, noted that the money had already been exchanged, rendering her powerless to intervene. Just then, she glanced up and realized that Arnold was heading in the wrong direction. Hey, isn't the bookstore right here? Where on earth are you going, Arnold? Arnold replied without turning back, stating that he would peruse the stalls, hoping to unearth some intriguing trinkets. In Diagon Alley, there were numerous vendors, typically offering an assortment of potion ingredients, alchemical supplies, as well as handcrafted and second-hand items. However, in this bustling market, there were no business regulations or city management. Arnold had to exercise caution to avoid being duped in his quest for treasures. For instance, a certain vendor selling shoddy wands and poorly constructed cauldrons would have continued to deceive countless individuals had it not been for the exposure by the prophet. It is evident that Arnold is not alone in his disdain for the pretentious Ollivander. Others, too, might seize the opportunity to sell wands if they could procure them. Nicole stamped her foot in exasperation, exclaiming, "Aren't you buying any books? As a student, how can you neglect to purchase your essential textbooks? But for this student, a wizard, the most crucial item would indeed be the wand, with textbooks following closely in importance." Arnold stuffed a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth, then turned to point at his temple, mumbling, "Use your brain, Nicole. Consider the weight of several hundred galleons. Can we possibly manage to carry those books? Ugh. The taste of boogers. Don't ask me how I know. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, night mode, and ad blocking features in your browser. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading." Nicole pondered for a moment and realized he was right. The currency of wizards, with its material, size, and weight, was indeed very substantial. It was exceedingly heavy. If we can't carry the books, does that mean we won't buy them? Nicole pressed further. She was infuriated by Arnold's condescending expression, unwilling to concede easily. Besides, regardless of the circumstances, they simply could not forego purchasing their textbooks. At worst, she and her mother could endure a bit of hardship and make multiple trips to transport the galleons, books, wands, and other school supplies back to the carriage. But how could Arnold bear to let his own mother suffer such toil? Arnold, with an air of nonchalance, elucidated, "Upon our return, we shall procure an owl, and tomorrow I will draft a list for the owl to deliver to galleons. The joy of online shopping is beyond your imagination. A drone delivering directly to the windowsill, a pleasure that those previous online shoppers could never fathom. Oh, but wait, this hardly qualifies as online shopping. It is merely a rudimentary version of a betasman, akin to transcribing a product catalog oneself. The process could certainly be refined further. Yet, let us settle for this. I have no inclination to assume the role of the magical realm's equivalent of an e-commerce mogul, especially with such a meager clientele. There is simply no motivation. In any case, I am well accustomed to the ease of purchasing from the comfort of home. It is my forte. Is that even possible? Nicole exclaimed, taken aback by Arnold's unconventional approach. Surely, you must have noticed the owls delivering goods at other shops? Arnold nodded, encouraging her to recall. Just moments prior, as they had entered Diagon Alley, they had seen an owl soaring out of the apothecary, clutching a package. Earlier, they had also observed an owl entering the joke shop, awaiting the proprietor to load its cargo. In truth, such occurrences are rather commonplace. It is merely the young wizards from Muggle families who struggle to shift their perspective. Children from wizarding families are accustomed to this, although wands must be personally fitted as they choose their masters. Moreover, robes require bespoke tailoring. Unless those offspring of wizarding lineage cease to grow, they must visit Diagon Alley annually, often purchasing additional items as well. Fortunately, they have the convenience of a network of flying routes for easy travel. I must not forget to purchase a book, Arnold suddenly remembered, glancing at the list on his notice. Mother, please procure the standard spells for beginners. Just this volume will suffice. Only this one, Nicole confirmed, and upon Arnold's nod, she instructed, very well, do not wander off. I shall return shortly to find you. Arnold turned to the side, gesturing towards the vendor not far away. Rest assured, all the stalls are located in that section. I shall be there. Standard spells, level 2, for merely 2 galleons. As an academic prodigy, I naturally completed 7 years of spells in just 1 year. Alas, these notes are in such disarray that they would be better left unmade. The only reason they occupy a prominent position is surely due to the pristine condition of the books. A poor review. Just look at this standard spells, beginner level. It is evident that it has passed through the hands of a diligent student. Unfortunately, I have already enlisted Nicole's assistance in procuring new books. Goodness, with so many second-hand books at the market, why must I purchase new ones? While used ones may feel uncomfortable and second-hand robes ill-fitting, second-hand books are entirely unaffected. They even bear the notes of exemplary students. How foolish of me. Aside from standard spells, beginner level, I have managed to acquire all my textbooks here, provided they are available. It merely entails a bit of effort in transporting them to the cart. It is of no concern, for I am still young. Nicole can carry them. Chapter 25. Not a single piece of beginner equipment granted to me. After lingering at several stalls, piecing together what he could, Arnold managed to obtain a considerable number of well-noted second-hand textbooks, purchasing 2 additional books for the second year as circumstances allowed. Clutching a bundle of somewhat cumbersome tomes, Arnold approached another stall and inquired about a tattered broomstick. How much for this broomstick, good sir? The proprietor, a middle-aged wizard with chestnut hair and a hawk-like nose, glanced at the broomstick before fixing his piercing gaze upon Arnold. This broomstick? The Nimbus 5-star, a rare antique indeed. You can possess it for just 80 galleons. 80 galleons? Do I appear to be a fool? Arnold's tone was decidedly ungracious. Do I appear to you as someone who purchases antiques? This sweeping broom, renowned for its excellence, is a classic creation of the sweeping company, and it has been meticulously maintained. Although its performance may not quite match that of the newer brooms available today, it is undoubtedly the most suitable choice for a novice practitioner. The middle-aged wizard chuckled, displaying no hint of embarrassment, and promptly transitioned to a different line of persuasion. Deceive me, continue to deceive me. I am utterly convinced of your trickery. Arnold, while gesturing towards various parts of the broom, remarked, if it weren't for the fact that the bristles at the tail are half worn, the tailband is rusted, and there is a crack in the riding position, I would truly believe your words, boss. At most, it's worth 30 galleons. The middle-aged wizard, somewhat displeased, snorted and pointed in a certain direction, saying, if that's the case, the Quidditch specialty shop on the right ahead welcomes you. Unfazed by the middle-aged wizard's derision, Arnold replied with a cheerful smile, I genuinely wish to purchase it. Please name your price. The middle-aged wizard maintained a stern expression and declared, 50 galleons, not a penny less. This broom may have an ordinary appearance, but its functionality is intact, ensuring it can fly and is completely safe. Arnold silently rose from the front of the stall and turned to approach another vendor. 1, 2, 3. Oh, don't leave, don't leave. I haven't tea open for business today, so I'll take a loss and let you have it for just 40 gallons. Arnold's lips curved into a subtle smile as he paused in his stride. After the middle-aged sorcerer beckoned and persuaded him once more, he finally turned and returned to his stall. The most commonplace bargaining methods in the realm of ordinary mortals still proved effective in the magical domain. Upon detecting a magical item, the following details emerged: unnamed, type unknown, effect unknown, principle unknown, craftsmanship unknown. Designation, Star Sweeper. Type, flying broomstick. Arnold recorded the newly acquired broom in the system using his consciousness, noting only its name and type. The specific effects, however, could only be determined through personal use, such as acceleration from 0 to 100, maximum speed, braking distance, steering performance, and maximum safe altitude. Arnold harbored significant doubts that this antique broom could even reach a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Furthermore, understanding its principles and craftsmanship would require Arnold to study broom-making techniques. Otherwise, he would have to expend energy to gain that knowledge. This was precisely why Arnold had purchased the dilapidated broom. While the latest models like the Nimbus, Comet, and Firebolt available at the Quidditch boutique would undoubtedly be superior, Arnold was certain that the energy required for analysis would be substantial. Perhaps it would be slightly less expensive than a wand, which often demanded an exorbitant amount of energy. But for the purposes of mastering basic broom-making techniques, this seemingly aged broom was far more economical. It merely required 1,000 points of energy, making it one of the most affordable magical items he had encountered, aside from secondhand spellbooks and toys from the joke shop. Currently, Arnold had amassed 550 points of energy through several simple tasks and exploration map rewards, and after his shopping spree in Diagon Alley today, he anticipated nearing the 1,000 point threshold. Once he deciphered the principles and craftsmanship of this broom, who would be impressed by a gift of a firebolt worth 2,000, he could create his own. What significance does a firebolt hold? Just wait until he crafts a rocket to astonish them all. Arnold, is that you? Look, a delightful and beautiful little Siamese cat. It's so well-behaved and intelligent, completely unlike ordinary cats. Nicole exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she played with the cat. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. After purchasing the broom at the Magical Creatures shop, Arnold wandered around the vendors, acquiring various items of interest, yet Nicole had not come over. He then visited the Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, hoping to find the fabled space pouch. However, upon inquiry at the magical items store, he learned that while space pouches were not difficult to create and not particularly valuable, they were quite rare. Most wizards utilized the undetectable extinction charm, which, although illegal, rarely faced scrutiny. Consequently, wizards seldom sought to purchase space pouches unless absolutely necessary, leading to limited hunting and crafting of transformation lizards for their skins. Hagrid's thoughtful gift for Harry truly reflected his care. Knowing Harry struggled with charms and could not cast the undetectable extinction charm like Hermione. After leaving the magical items store, Arnold visited a secondhand shop, but still found no space pouch. Is this truly a world of extraordinary magic? Not even a basic novice's equipment for me, he lamented, feeling frustrated. Disappointed at not finding the space pouch, Arnold returned to the vendor area, only to discover that Nicole was still absent. Concerned, he decided to search for her at the bookstore. Amidst his anxious search, Arnold spotted his unreliable mother squatting on the ground, playing joyfully with a Siamese cat. Was she contemplating buying that cat? Its almond-shaped eyes shimmered a lake blue, resembling precious gemstones, with a coat of pure white fur that transitioned to a rich brown at the head, paws, and tail. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a stunning creature. The best part was that this Siamese cat seemed exceptionally intelligent, effortlessly interpreting Nicole's every movement, causing her to become utterly absorbed in their playtime. Only wizards, with their remarkable magic, could train a cat to behave in such a manner. A proud, aloof feline that occasionally allowed its owner a stroke was the true essence of a cat. It was only when they could indulge in playful affection that the experience felt genuine. Could a well-behaved cat truly be considered a master? How dull. With such training skills, why not raise a tiger instead? Regularly feeding it shrinking potions and claiming it as a tabby cat would suit his identity as a charismatic and powerful wizard perfectly. Wait, Nicole, you've forgotten that you're headed to Cass College. Do you have time to care for a cat? Arnold posed the soul-searching question, meeting her eager gaze. While it may have undergone special wizard training and possesses adequate intelligence, it would likely survive with pre-prepared food, he continued, as Nicole's brow furrowed, seeming ready to argue. But you wouldn't be able to pet it. Arnold swiftly changed his approach. As if struck in the chest, Nicole's lovely brows knitted together once more. And after a prolonged moment of hesitation, she reluctantly replied, "That does seem like a pity. Once I graduate, I must have one at home." "That may not be the case. What if you encounter new love at Cass College? You might just forget about it." Arnold shrugged casually. Nicole turned her head, her tone serious. "Arnold." Arnold gazed intently into her eyes and earnestly declared, "You know I don't mind, Nicole. Moreover, I cannot remain at home indefinitely. In a few weeks, I shall be heading to Hogwarts. I refuse to be labeled as a mama's boy." Additionally, over the years, in her dedication to nurturing Arnold's well-being and tender psyche, Nicole had turned down several suitors. Arnold found it difficult to admit that within him resided the soul of an adult, and the numerous stepfathers he had encountered had left no discernible impact on his mental well-being. Consequently, Nicole, in the prime of her femininity, had remained single throughout these years, approaching the latter half of her 30s with a sense of inevitability. Arnold felt a mix of emotions, both moved and guilty, naturally wishing for her to lead a better and more fulfilling life. He recognized that his presence, akin to a small burden, was no longer needed, especially in the university environment where love flourished so easily. Nevertheless, he resolved to accept the situation, having grown accustomed to it over the years. Nicole, not wishing to delve into such matters on the street, casually dismissed the topic with a few words, then firmly reiterated to Arnold that even if she were to find a new boyfriend, he must continue to reside with her until he reached adulthood. Arnold, ever accommodating, replied, "All right, we shall discuss this later, or as the Chinese would say, let it be." He intended only to express his support for her pursuit of love, without imposing any demands on Nicole. "Let it be?" Nicole echoed, then remarked, "Another one of those Chinese expressions. Arnold, when you visit Chinatown to seek out culinary masters, are you truly learning to cook, or merely acquiring some peculiar notions?" Without waiting for Arnold's response, she concluded with a playful jab, "In these past 2 years, I haven't noticed any improvement in your cooking skills." Ouch, Mom. Arnold wore an expression of utter disbelief. "You, as a mother, indulge in ready-made meals, and yet have the audacity to complain? Moreover, I aspire to cultivate my culinary skills. British cuisine, at its most basic, consists of simple fried or roasted potatoes, cuts of meat, and fish. Those are palatable, but the rest? Never mind. The mere thought of it stirs discontent in my stomach. Although I grew up in Bashu, I was merely an orphan, devoid of a nurturing Bashu mother to impart the wisdom of cooking. As a result, I find myself in a precarious position regarding domestic skills, which may hinder my future prospects in finding a partner. You see, once I began earning from my writing, I promptly made my way to Chinatown in London, not to steal secrets, but rather to observe and learn, albeit at a monetary cost. However, upon my arrival, I quickly discerned that the Chinese restaurants there offered a modified version of Sichuan cuisine, which is far from my preference. Even the most ordinary doubanjiang is more authentically spicy than what they serve. Perhaps I find myself at a juncture of blending Eastern and Western culinary arts, temporarily ensnared in a creative impasse. Arnold fell silent for a moment, reflecting on his culinary abilities, before urging Nicole to depart. "Let us not dwell on this. We must hasten to Gringotts, lest George and Fred grow impatient. Do they truly believe I revel in the study of gastronomy? It is merely my insatiable appetite that drives me. Once I acquire the means to rear a house elf, I shall furnish them with a comprehensive guide to the 8 major Chinese culinary traditions, making it a trivial matter to summon dishes at will. Let us bypass the steaming lamb and bear paws for now and commence with the spicy rabbit heads. I must jot this down in my notebook." As Arnold and Nicole arrived at the entrance of Gringotts, they indeed found George and Fred waiting, accompanied by a few others. "Hey, Arnold, over here." Upon hearing the call, Arnold lifted his gaze to see 2 identical red-haired boys waving at him. He could not discern which twin had beckoned him. Arnold strode forward briskly, with Nicole closely trailing behind him. However, instead of making a beeline for the bronze doors of Gringotts, Arnold veered to the side, gesturing for the twins to converge towards his position. After all, It would be inconsiderate to obstruct the entrance, wouldn't it? A slight shift to the side to clear the way for the grand portal was in accordance with Arnold's high standards and rigorous expectations of himself, especially since he had undergone an education steeped in core values. He certainly could not fall short of the diminutive figure clad in a scarlet uniform standing nearby, who was presently observing them. Drawing closer was imperative. Under the calm yet perplexed gaze of the uniformed goblin, the twin brothers, accompanied by a few others, advanced towards Arnold. One of the boys even extended a hand, and together they hoisted a large bag to Arnold's side, setting it down with a thud. The sound that resonated was akin to an overwhelming cascade of galleons, a stark contrast to the usual chime the goblin was accustomed to. The last time he had heard a sound reminiscent of this was 7 or 8 years ago during a vault audit. The goblin could no longer maintain his composure, and he stepped closer to the bag, peering inside. Oh, my eyes! What lay before him resembled a snakeskin bag akin to those sold by Louis Vuitton for a staggering $18,000, a vintage classic that was a bestseller. The kind every migrant worker in Hogwarts possessed. While the style and material may have differed slightly, its size was comparable, and it was a mystery from where the twins had procured such a treasure. Who dared to claim the Weasley family was impoverished? The bag was stuffed to the brim, and from its unzipped opening, the galleons at the top sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. The radiance was blinding, or at least the tearful goblin was inclined to believe so. Yet Arnold found the brilliance to be delightful and soothing, particularly after witnessing the goblin's reaction, which rendered the gleam of those galleons even more enchanting. The red-haired youth gently nudged the bag with his foot, exclaiming, "These are your galleons, Arnold. They are all contained within this bag." Simultaneously, he extended a few banknotes, stating, "This is the remainder in pounds." At this moment, the other twin added, "We apologize, although we are also students of Hogwarts. Our wizarding lineage limits us to an allowance of only 100 galleons." Arnold nodded, pocketing the pounds with casual ease. "It's quite all right. This is already a substantial amount." Initially, he had anticipated that the 4 students, twins, Charlie, and Percy, would yield a total of 600 galleons, supplemented by Mrs. Weasley's contribution, bringing the total to 700 galleons. However, it appeared that he had underestimated by 200 galleons, yet it was still more than sufficient. He had not even contemplated how to spend it. An ounce of dragon liver costs merely 1 galleon, while a bag of unicorn tail hair could be procured for 10 galleons. Such seemingly luxurious materials were astonishingly affordable. One could only wonder how much wizards might expend annually on studies of magic, potions, or alchemy. No wonder that wizards from the Muggle world previously exploited Gringotts using such methods. The avenues for expenditure were utterly limited. The magical realm offered scant entertainment and even less in the way of indulgence. Arnold's system merely required the analysis of various magical artifacts, perhaps costing him around 200 or 300 galleons in a year. Yet, to Arnold, regardless of how much he could spend, simply witnessing the spectacle of subduing a fairy was immensely worthwhile. Chapter 27. You underestimate me, system unbeknownst to Arnold. The Weasley twins had yet another surprise in store for him. However, we recently encountered 2 friends who joined our venture, and together we managed to exchange for a total of 690 galleons, one of the twins added. Friends seem to abound wherever they go. The twins certainly had a knack for social connections. So, by this calculation, we are only 10 galleons short of our expectation? Quite impressive. Arnold clapped in admiration, giving a thumbs up while casting sidelong glances at the uniformed goblin beside him, observing as its face transitioned from a deep crimson to a gradual shade of blue. Unless you can persuade Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic to amend the exchange regulations, I shall continue to engage in this exchange annually. It is imperative to intensify efforts to encourage more Hogwarts students to participate. The question of how to spend the galleons can wait. The primary objective is to irk the goblins. As for the increase in supply leading to the devaluation of galleons, let us not dwell on whether my modest exchange would wield such significant impact, even if energy consumption were forcibly analyzed. Removing that so-called indestructible magic and directly refining would still yield no losses. After all, your goblins utilize such substantial materials. George and Fred also noted the expression of the uniformed goblin, feeling a surge of secret delight. As renowned impoverished members of the British wizarding community, they were well aware that their family would seldom receive a warm welcome at Gringotts, for despite their roots in the magical realm, Gringotts remains a bank of a capitalist nation. One of the jovial twins patted the boy beside him, introducing Arnold. "This is Cedric, our neighbor. Like us. He is starting his second year in September, and 100 galleons were exchanged using his quota. Upon hearing this, Arnold immediately cast a curious gaze upon the individual before him. Cedric Diggory, a character who made only fleeting appearances in the original narrative, yet left an indelible impression on him. With striking good looks, he was hailed as Hogwarts' most handsome student. Academically gifted, he stood as a proud emblem of Hufflepuff. Kind-hearted and resilient, he captained the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, embodying the ideal of a gallant prince in the eyes of many young women. However, these attributes were not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that such a flawless individual had met his demise. Not only did he perish, but he also became a photograph affixed to the wall, witnessing his former girlfriend kissing another. Note 2. Fortunately, he had not transformed into a ghost, for that would surely have incited his wrath to the point of vaporization. In his previous life, Arnold had encountered conspiracy theorists online claiming that Cedric's death stemmed from his overshadowing the protagonist and winning the affections of women. Yet, such reasoning was merely a strained inversion of cause and effect, and regardless, this realm was no longer under Rowling's dominion. As a transmigrator, it would be a disgrace if he could not alter the fates of those he admired and cherished. Cedric and Fred. Just as Arnold resolved to take action in his heart, a system interface, visible only to him, suddenly materialized, revealing a new quest. Quest title: Altering Fate. Quest objective: to ensure the survival of those who perished along their original destinies. Quest description: you have encountered individuals you hold in high esteem, yet you have foreseen their untimely deaths due to an unknown force. Unwilling to succumb to fate, you are determined to leverage your influence to change this outcome. Current rescue targets: 2 current targets rescued. 0 target 1. Cedric Diggory. Date of death: June 24th, 1995. Location of death: Little Hangleton Church Cemetery. Cause of death: killing curse from Peter Pettigrew. Target 2. Fred Weasley. Date of death: May 2nd, 1998. Location of death: Hogwarts Castle. Cause of death: explosion during the Battle of Hogwarts. Quest reward: long-term quest. Rewards are calculated at the moment of each individual's destined death, granting 50,000 energy and 10 honor points for each life saved. System: you underestimate me profoundly. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Even without this quest, I would strive to accomplish this. Of course, with a quest, the endeavor becomes even more worthwhile, for one should never forego rewards that can be claimed. Speaking of which, what would be the reward for saving Albus Dumbledore? Would it also be 50,000? As doubts began to surface in Arnold's mind, he noticed a task appearing in the system interface that only he could perceive. Long-term task: alter fate. Task details had shifted, adding a new target: Albus Dumbledore. Date of death: June 30th, 1997. Location of death: Hogwarts Castle. Cause of death: requesting Severus Snape to end his life with the killing curse. Current rescue targets: 3, already saved, 0. It seemed that the task rewards were unrelated to one's identity and were calculated solely based on the number of individuals. Despite Dumbledore's formidable power and numerous prestigious titles, did he possess no leverage at all? How miserly. The task rewards also mentioned a new element beyond energy: honor. However, the system provided no explanation or clarification, leaving Arnold uncertain about the purpose of this honor. He merely observed that its value was significantly rarer than energy, suggesting it was something far more precious, akin to the distinction between coins and diamonds in mobile games. Arnold immediately arrived at a reasonably sound judgment based on his extensive experience. Greetings, I am Cedric Diggory, a student of Hufflepuff. A gentle male voice brought Arnold's thoughts back to reality. This voice was undeniably warm and inviting, with striking looks, a magnetic tone, exemplary academic performance, and a kind disposition. It was no wonder that Harry had no opportunity before Cedric's untimely demise. I am Arnold Adams. Regaining his composure, Arnold feigned confusion and inquired, But Diggory, what is Hufflepuff? Are you not a student of Hogwarts? Just call me Cedric, he replied with a smile. Hufflepuff is one of the houses at Hogwarts. You will understand when you are sorted into a house upon your arrival at the school. Cedric wore a smile, offering no further explanation. Arnold did not inquire further. He was merely pretending to be oblivious, not genuinely unaware. At that moment, one of the twins suddenly shifted half a stance, pointing at a girl behind him. Addressing Arnold, "This lovely young lady, like you, is also a freshman this year and hails from a Muggle family. Just now, Arthur had a conflict with her father and the Malfoy family. So that was it. The mystery was finally unraveled. With Lucius Malfoy's arrogance, it is indeed easy to clash with an ordinary person encountered by chance, especially if Arthur Weasley happened to be nearby." From eloquent words to close-quarters combat would hardly be surprising. It was merely the sensationalism of the Daily Prophet reporter that was excessive. Wouldn't it be better to hide and take candid shots? Who knows, perhaps in a moment, the two would escalate to a genuine duel, wands drawn. The girl had chestnut hair styled into 2 braids cascading down her shoulders. Her features were not exceptionally refined, but the sprinkling of freckles and gentle dimples made her quite appealing. While observing the girl before him, Arnold introduced himself. "Hello," a crisp voice interrupted. "Arnold Adams. I've already heard. I'm Katie Bell. It's a pleasure to meet you, and these are my parents." The girl was lively and outgoing, not only introducing herself first, but also presenting her parents. Katie Bell, a name that rang a bell, yet in the original narrative, she was not a particularly significant character. Otherwise, it would have immediately come to mind. "Hello, Miss Bell. Greetings to you, Mr. and Mrs. Bell," Arnold said, acknowledging Katie and her parents in turn. Suddenly recalling that he had yet to introduce Nicole, he quickly turned to her. "This is my mother, Mrs. Melissa." The adults exchanged pleasantries while Arnold curiously conversed with Katie Bell. "So, Bell, you also come from an ordinary family? How?" Arnold recalled the twins informing him that a total of 690 galleons had been exchanged, of which 500 originated from the Weasley family. 100 were allocated by Cedric, leaving a clear 90 belonging to the girl before him. Katie Bell offered a bright smile and candidly explained, "There's nothing to hide. My family's circumstances aren't particularly favorable. After careful consideration of the costs for purchasing books and other supplies with my parents, I only exchanged 60 galleons, leaving a considerable surplus, which I have now converted for you." Understanding dawned upon Arnold as he nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to the twins and inquired, "By the way, George and Fred, have you claimed your share of galleons?" The moment the words left his lips, Arnold noticed a flush creep onto the twins' faces, their eyes darting about, embodying a mix of desire and bashfulness. Katie Bell's slightly parted lips mirrored a similar expression. In contrast, Cedric remained unfazed, suggesting that only children from wizarding families seldom lacked galleons. Only one child, what a farce. In a few years, when the Weasley progeny have all matured, other wizarding families will come to understand the concept of demographic advantage and sheer numbers. It will be a spectacle of others confronting their multitude. The twins were at a loss for words, either Fred or George stammering in the background. Arnold interrupted impolitely, his tone enticing. "Don't be so formal with me." That obnoxious man with the light golden hair was insufferable in his speech. "Don't you wish to smash Gallon right in his face?" The twins exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Yet their modesty remained intact. Arnold is quite anxious for them. If the two of you do not take the lead, it would be difficult for Katie Bell to voice her concerns. Cedric, being well off, is of little consequence. But Katie Bell has only just become acquainted with the two of you, and she has no connection with Arnold whatsoever. Even if one might not require the funds immediately, those allowances have nothing to do with Arnold. While it cannot be dismissed that goodwill may play a role, the commission scheme relayed by the twins undoubtedly serves as a significant incentive. Do not feel embarrassed. I have previously mentioned that you are assisting me, and I must express my gratitude for your support, lest my conscience be troubled. Arnold smiled, once again invoking the linguistic artistry from the ancient Eastern lands. "I wholeheartedly accept this modest increase. Not only does it enrich my finances within the magical realm, but more importantly, it has allowed me to vent my frustrations right before the very eyes of a fairy." Arnold cast another glance at the expression of the uniformed fairy, scoffing at their impotent fury. Noticing the lingering awkwardness between the two, he contemplated for a moment before retrieving the standard spell from Nicole's hand. Holding it aloft, he said, "With several weeks still remaining before school commences, I shall write to you whenever I encounter something I do not comprehend, and you can elucidate it for me, if you please. Alternatively, you might also pen a letter to introduce me to the particulars of Hogwarts." Fred and George exchanged a hesitant glance, ultimately managing a reluctant nod. Under Arnold's encouraging gaze, they accepted the gleaming gold galleon from Nicole, still feeling a bit bashful about taking it directly. A full 50 galleons, resplendent and weighty, brought broad smiles to the brothers' faces. Arnold found the situation somewhat amusing, pondering whether these twins possessed a thin skin or a thick one. Meanwhile, content was still loading. Please hold on. This site only supports access through mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Surely one is aware of their own type of student, right? Did they genuinely listen attentively in class? Could they really answer questions in subjects that do not pique their interest? Perhaps it is a result of their family background. In any case, as long as the questions are answered, it matters not whether they come from their own efforts or from inquiries made to parents or siblings. Simultaneously, Katie Bell, her cheeks flushed, accepted 9 galleons from Nicole, expressing her gratitude with delight. Although her parents appeared somewhat embarrassed, the young girl merely felt shy, perceiving nothing amiss. After all, exchanging one's unique resources for galleons is nothing to be ashamed of. Cedric Diggory was inclined to decline, but found it difficult to treat himself differently. So he accepted the galleons, awkwardly shifting the subject. Arnold, did you only purchase this one book? As he spoke, he gestured towards the standard spellbook in Arnold's hand, labeled beginner. Arnold and Nicole had no other books in their possession, and he was aware that Nicole was a muggle, undoubtedly incapable of performing the undetectable extension charm. Clearly, the mother and son's bags could not accommodate such an abundance of textbooks. Arnold began to express his thoughts. Well, I plan to purchase a book to review at home, while the other books and study supplies can be procured later by the owl. In truth, his backpack contained several second-hand books, but there was no need to mention them, as he had not yet acquired all the textbooks required for the first grade. One of the twins concurred, excellent idea. The other immediately added, but make sure the owl is a youthful and vigorous one. It won't do if it's like our Errol. Upon hearing this, a vivid image flashed in Arnold's mind, an elderly, frail owl laboriously carrying a bundle. What a disheartening sight. In the Far Eastern lands, such creatures are classified as a nationally protected species. Arnold crouched on the ground, unfastening his backpack, and while rummaging through its contents, he remarked, perfect timing. I selected everything just as I passed the owl shop. By now, the shopkeeper should have prepared the cage and feed for me. Shall we all go over and take a look? He distributed all the candies from his backpack to the gathered individuals, each receiving a handful. These treats were of little value and certainly did not guarantee deliciousness. You all go ahead. We shall follow shortly. Indeed, we must make an immediate trip to the bookstore. The twins, clutching their candies without consuming them, eagerly chimed in. Upon hearing this, Arnold immediately reacted, smiling as he waved the others away. Haha. Then you should hurry along. If you delay, it will be too late. Lucius had just mocked Arthur, while George and Fred were eager to dash to the bookstore, spending liberally in front of Lucius. Although it was merely 50 galleons, it was sufficient for the two of them to acquire a complete set of textbooks for the year. As for Charlie and Percy's textbooks, they had, of course, been sold to second-hand merchants long before they advanced a grade. Arnold had a copy of Standard Spells, Level 2 in his backpack. Percy's class notes were exceptionally well done. Had I not already asked Nicole to procure a brand new copy of Standard Spells, Level 1, I would certainly have purchased his other textbook from the stall as well. While such a retort might seem somewhat feeble, as it wouldn't truly harm Lucius, it provided a measure of relief for the Weasley family. After all, one must stand up for their dignity. Chapter 29. Still a child, what about you? Are you going? Arnold inquired, stuffing galleons into his backpack alongside Nicole. Cedric glanced at the twins, who were rushing away with great enthusiasm, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, I think I will join them. I have already gathered everything I need for the new term. Furthermore, my father works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic. While owls may not be classified as magical creatures, I possess a fair understanding of these animals. Arnold nodded and turned his gaze towards Katie Bell. I shall forego it. At present, I have no need for a pet. Fred or George just informed me that Hogwarts provides communal owls. Katie Bell hesitated momentarily before shaking her head. It is understandable. The acceptance letter to Hogwarts stipulates that students may bring either an owl, a cat, or a toad, but it is not obligatory to bring a pet to school. Furthermore, bringing a mouse is permissible as well. Given Katie Bell's modest family circumstances, it is certainly prudent to save on unnecessary expenses, even if she now possesses a few extra galleons. At that moment, Mr. Bell, standing nearby, interjected, with so many galleons, you might find them cumbersome to carry. We are numerous. We can assist you in managing other items, clothing, wants, anything you wish to entrust to us. Arnold's backpack had limited capacity, and it contained only a few gallons of space. Even if he cleared out the candy, he could barely fit 200 pieces before it overflowed. The remaining gallons were stowed away in the large bag procured by the twins, making it cumbersome for the mother and son to manage their load. Indeed, we can assist you with carrying some of your belongings, Mrs. Bell chimed in. Perhaps feeling that their daughter had unfairly taken Arnold's gallons, Mr. and Mrs. Bell were eager to lend a hand. However, Cedric seemed oblivious to their sentiments and interjected, "There's no need for such trouble. Arnold, if it comforts you, I can help you pack the gallons until you leave Diagon Alley." He gestured to the messenger bag slung across his shoulder. This bag is crafted from the hide of a transforming lizard. It possesses ample space, and stowing items within it alleviates their weight. Goodness, is this not the spatial bag I have long yearned for? Having a father employed at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures is indeed impressive. Then I shall trouble you, Cedric. Arnold gazed enviously at the exquisite bag, unceremoniously thrusting the bag from the ground, the backpack on his back, and the garment bag held by Nicole into Cedric's hands. Jealousy tears me apart. I must cultivate a good relationship with this handsome fellow. Surely, I will have access to whatever materials I desire in the future. Moreover, the toy broom I had previously purchased, along with trivial items like smoke bombs, which I had considered discarding or gifting, were now all stowed away in Cedric's small bag. Jealousy reduces me to fragments. After bidding farewell to Katie Bell and her family, Arnold placed his arm around Cedric's shoulder and said, "Come, help me check on the owls." Upon arriving at the Hooting Owl Emporium, the proprietor had already placed the 2 owls Arnold had selected into a cage, along with various accessories such as food bowls, water dishes, and feed. Once Cedric pretended to survey the surroundings and nodded at him, Arnold handed over the remaining galleons to the shopkeeper, while Nicole attentively noted the care instructions for the owls provided by the staff. "Oh, it's just you here? Where are Katie and her family?" Arnold inquired. "Which one is yours?" Once everything was settled and the trio was ready to leave with the cage, George and Fred suddenly appeared at the entrance of the shop. Judging by their expressions, they had likely just witnessed Malfoy and his father leaving the bookstore, reveling in a small victory. One of them noticed the lack of people, while the other scanned the counter where 2 prepared cages awaited. "Katie and her family have other matters to attend to," Arnold replied succinctly, gesturing at the cages. "Both of these are mine." "Wealthy," exclaimed one voice dramatically. "Spoiled," the other concurred, nodding in agreement. Arnold chuckled and casually remarked, "Ha ha, with a male and female team, work becomes much less burdensome." As the content continued to load, a note appeared indicating that the site only supported mobile browser access. If this paragraph was visible, it signified a failure in loading the chapter content. Users were advised to disable reading modes and ad blockers or to copy the URL into another browser for uninterrupted reading. Having resolved to enlist the help of an owl for procurement tasks and recognizing the necessity for a long-term commitment to this arrangement, acquiring a dedicated owl became imperative. As for the inseparable duo, Arnold and Nicole, maintaining open lines of communication was essential. Otherwise, both would inevitably harbor concerns over prolonged silence from one another. However, using a mobile phone was not an option at Hogwarts. Thus, leaving an owl at their home in Wimbledon would allow Nicole to return each weekend and correspond with Arnold. Given the swift travel of magical owls, a round trip to Hogwarts within 2 days was quite feasible, a detail Arnold had previously confirmed with his employer. Moreover, in urgent situations, Nicole could swiftly return from central London to Wimbledon to send a letter, as their residence was conveniently situated within the Greater London area. With easy access to both driving and the subway, it indeed appeared that they were all in good spirits, as the twins unanimously endorsed Arnold's explanation. Arnold and Nicole each lifted a cage, simultaneously declaring, "Indeed, Cedric has meticulously examined them for me. They meet all my requirements, possessing robust health and amiable temperaments." The twins scrutinized the 2 cages back and forth, when suddenly one inquired, "These 2 owls belong to different species, do they not?" Arnold surveyed the 2 owls with a sense of perplexity. Was it not evident? Perhaps Cedric, with his kind heart, took it upon himself to elucidate for the twins. Pointing to the cage in Arnold's hands, "This is merely a bubo owl. The distinguishing characteristic of this breed is its large size, which naturally implies considerable strength. It is quite suitable for Arnold's purposes in purchasing goods and sending parcels." "Oh, so that is the case. No wonder it is so hefty." The twins nodded in understanding and then gestured towards the cage in Nicole's possession, inquiring, And what about this one? Cedric felt a surge of satisfaction within. The knowledge he had gleaned from the books he read with his father in his youth was finally finding its application. Observing the expressions of admiration on the faces of George and Fred, it was clear that they were thoroughly captivated by his wealth of knowledge and the clarity of his explanations. Arnold was quite lacking. I suspect the shopkeeper had already conveyed my previous remarks to him. The feigned attentiveness he displayed was glaringly insincere, lacking any genuine engagement. Ahem. Cedric Diggory, who found immense satisfaction in the presence of the twin brothers, cleared his throat and continued. This one is a snowy owl, with a flight speed far superior to that of the larger fellow. While it may possess less strength, it undoubtedly ranks among the finest owls for delivering letters or messages. Truly, he is a consummate professional, exhibiting a level of expertise that surpasses that of the others present, and his demeanor alone is quite imposing. Cedric, you possess such extensive knowledge, exclaimed one of his admirers, now fully engaged. When I decide to acquire a new owl, I will surely enlist your assistance. Another admirer chimed in, absolutely. Not only owls, but also cats or toads, and even puffskeins. I'm well versed in all of these. Should you wish to purchase any of these pets, feel free to seek my guidance. Cedric patted his chest confidently, taking it upon himself to offer assistance, while also remembering to include Arnold. And you, Arnold, do remember to consult me when you're looking to buy a pet. Despite failing to impress Arnold today, he vowed to reclaim his dignity in the future. Arnold discerned from Cedric's gaze an ardent anticipation, realizing that his previously lackluster performance had been unmasked. He could not bear to wound the child's heart. The desire for recognition and approval from others, often perceived as pretentiousness, is a phase that every child must traverse, regardless of what the future holds. They are merely children around the age of 12, akin to the transitional period before entering junior high in Arnold's previous life. Cedric appeared slightly older, yet he was still shy of 13, remaining very much a child. Naturally, Arnold, who harbored the essence of a greasy middle-aged man within his youthful facade, did not fit this mold. Who's to say otherwise? Although I may have wandered through half a lifetime, I have returned, still a graceful young lad. What of past lives or reincarnations? Mere illusions. Just a game, a dream. If not for my youth, could I truly withstand the trials of life? With this thought, Arnold immediately offered an affirmative response to his youthful companion. Of course. Chapter 30. Not to be provoked as they continued their conversation. The group made their way out of the shop. We plan to head home. What about you? Arnold inquired, looking at his three newly acquainted friends, George, Fred, and Cedric. We've purchased everything we needed. If anything else arises, we can send an owl, Arnold added, noting that he and Nicole were also preparing to return home. It was worth mentioning that the mother and son had yet to partake in lunch, and the sun had already begun its descent in the sky. Although Diagon Alley boasted several dining establishments, including the CAF where Harry had spent an entire summer, the current peak season for foot traffic made Nicole reluctant to share a meal in close quarters with the peculiar wizards. Arnold was also reluctant, primarily because he was unsure about the culinary offerings of these restaurants. The contemporary British cuisine had already left him in despair, and he could only imagine what the more traditional magical realm might produce. A whole line of fresh little fish leapt onto the dining table, playfully circling the pizza before they began to jump in unison, launching themselves into the air, their tails diving into the pizza as they gazed upwards. The scene was so enchanting that he dared not envision it. One of the twins responded, "We must return as well, when we came to find you." Arthur and the others had already headed to the leaky cauldron. Cedric nodded in agreement. "I will join you." Arnold inquired curiously, "Did you also leave from the leaky cauldron?" He recalled that when Harry first used Floo powder, he was transported to Knockturn Alley, while the Weasley family arrived at Diagon Alley, though he couldn't quite recall the specifics. Perhaps it was never mentioned in the original text or film, or maybe it had simply slipped his mind. Cedric kindly explained, "Of course. The fireplace at the leaky cauldron serves as a Floo network junction, and this is the only one accessible to all wizards in Diagon Alley." At that moment, George or Fred curiously asked, "By the way, Arnold, your family's fireplace must not be connected to the Floo network, right?" Arnold glanced at Nicole and replied, "We don't have a fireplace." In truth, they did have one, but it had not been used in years. The British possess a peculiar fondness for fireplaces. Even with central heating or air conditioning, they prefer to light a fire. While chatting and playing games around the fireplace certainly creates a delightful atmosphere, Arnold had consistently urged his parents to cease using it. They were aware of his concerns about toxicity and safety, yet they remained indifferent, as did the majority of the British population. Perhaps the coal used was different and devoid of harmful effects. Arnold simply could not comprehend it. Even when he expressed that the pollutants emitted from the chimney could endanger the deer in Richmond Park, his parents continued to light the fire without hesitation. Ultimately, Nicole acquiesced to Arnold's youthful request during her first winter after her divorce from his father. In retrospect, it was likely because Arnold had just recently left his biological father, and Nicole was accommodating his emotions during that time. "So what do you do in winter? Don't you feel cold?" The twins exchanged puzzled glances. Arnold wore an expression of utter nonchalance, remarking, "We have air conditioning. It cools in the summer and warms in the winter." Air conditioning? It can cool? It can also heat. Do muggles possess such marvels? Arthur would surely find this fascinating if he were aware. The twins exclaimed in astonishment. "But Arnold, how will you return home?" Cedric, displaying little interest in muggle inventions, shifted his focus to another matter of concern. Arnold had yet to respond when one of the twins eagerly interjected, "I know. It's a train that travels underground. I assenti it? I overheard Mr. Bell and Arthur discussing it earlier." However, his twin brother held a differing opinion. "Not necessarily. Muggles have buses too, just like the night bus. But I suspect Arnold's family probably possesses a small car. Although I can assure you, it cannot fly." "What do you mean by muggles having buses?" "I won't say much, but this contraption must have been inspired by the magical world," he exclaimed. "And a small car too. Flying is quite an impressive feat. But that is just a legal modification. Oh, and by the way, the owner of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes just informed me that using the undetectable extension charm for personal use is against the law. So what I'm saying is, your car, whether in the magical realm or the muggle world, is considered illegal modification." "I did come here by car with Nicole," Arnold replied, then turned to Cedric. "When we're ready, could you help me load the things into the car?" He had been contemplating the very issue. Upon arriving at the Muggle Underground station, he dared not pull out a large quantity of items. Raised in a wizarding family, he had been taught from a young age to conceal magic in front of Muggles. Cedric had initially intended to retrieve Arnold's belongings upon reaching the leaky cauldron, but now that wasn't necessary, which was certainly preferable. "You could sit in the car or half-exit the trunk, then retrieve the items from your magical pocket," Arnold suggested, understanding Cedric's concerns. Cedric breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "That would be best." One of the twins suddenly tapped the cage in Arnold's hands and asked, "By the way, Arnold, have you named them yet? Your mind really does leap around, doesn't it?" "But that is fine. It avoids any awkward silences," Arnold replied, considering how plump it is. "I'm thinking of calling it Pigwidgeon." He then pointed to Nicole. "The male will be named George. What do you think?" Indeed, the large owl Arnold held was a female Eurasian owl, while the snowy owl in Nicole's grasp was male. Snowy owls are naturally smaller than Eurasian owls, and the males are even more diminutive, making them appear rather adorable. After all, Nicole primarily intended to use it for communication with Arnold. Being smaller is no issue. Unlike Harry's Hedwig, which often had to carry excessively heavy and lengthy parcels. "Poor Hedwig," Cedric chuckled, stumbling slightly at the mention of the name. The twins exchanged surprised glances. One pointed at his nose, incredulous, while the other wore a mischievous grin and clapped enthusiastically. "George? That is a splendid name." I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention while thinking of names," Arnold admitted somewhat sheepishly. "Should I tell you that I thought of your faces just now?" The effect was quite remarkable. He could finally distinguish one from the other. Directly asking them would only lead to being played with by the twins. George was not offended. In fact, he pointed to Pigwidgeon. "That's all right. Just rename that one Fred, and I'll forgive you. I challenge you to a duel, George." The two brothers became embroiled in a playful ruckus, while Nicole's owl appeared utterly bewildered. "Who is calling me? A duel? How frightening. It's better to change it to avoid confusion at school later on." As someone notoriously ineffective at naming, it was impossible to expect Arnold to come up with something original. He could only borrow names from films and shows he had watched in a past life. "I've got it. Let us name them Jack and Rose," he decided. "I heard Titanic took 5 years to film." "Perfect. There's still time. I'll claim those names. Tomorrow, Rose will shop in Diagon Alley, and Jack will deliver messages to Hogwarts." "Perfect. Jack. Rose. Splendid. It's settled then." Fred was the first to agree, relieved that he didn't have to share a name with a female owl. "Oh, had I not feared that the American Ministry of Magic might have someone like Dee Dee Baby, I would have named them Mickey and Minnie." Alas. Chapter 31 Shock. He actually Seeking collections, Wingardium Leviosa. Blast it, another failure. Hurry and see if there's anything left to discard. The junk collector will be here soon. I'm on my way, Arnold shouted back, attempting to calm the surging magic within him. The suburban villa had its advantages. Even if it wasn't a particularly grand house, at least there were no shortages of rooms. However, after his father's departure, a great deal of clutter had accumulated, and now it needed to be cleared to practice magic. Before heading downstairs, Arnold, undeterred, pointed his wand at the scraps of paper on his desk, Wingardium Leviosa. As he spoke, the scraps stirred slightly but remained bound by gravity. From last night until this morning, Arnold had attempted this countless times. As the first charm learned by young wizards upon entering Hogwarts, the levitation charm should be the simplest and most accessible. This was precisely why Arnold had chosen to learn this spell first. Yet, despite his efforts, he had only managed to cause a small piece of paper to move slightly before being urged by Nicole to wash up and sleep. This morning, after a long series of attempts, he still could only achieve this minimal result. This scrap of paper is far lighter than the feather used by Harry and his friends in the movies. Why is it so difficult? Is it that time travelers lack any prestige? Or does the feather enhance the spell's effectiveness, making it easier for beginners? The standard spell does not mention that. After a brief wait for Ruth's return, I shall delve once more into the intricacies of magical theory. Should that prove futile, I may need to devise alternative strategies, such as utilizing the system for analysis, particularly since I currently possess nearly 800 energy points. Yesterday, I ventured to Diagon Alley, where Arnold successfully completed an exploration task, largely thanks to Nicole's insatiable curiosity. She encouraged him to enter shops he had initially overlooked, unexpectedly elevating the completion rate of Arnold's task to 80. The threshold for this exploration task was merely a 50 exploration level, granting a base reward of 150 energy points, with additional completion levels naturally yielding extra rewards. From this single task, Arnold accrued a commendable 240 energy points. Although interactions with the Weasley twins, Cedric, and Katie Bell did not trigger any immediate tasks, Arnold's energy has now accumulated to 790 points, excluding the long-term tasks. Once Ruth returns, he can also complete a procurement task for school supplies, bringing his system energy tantalizingly close to 1,000. After a night and morning of diligent practice, the proficiency of the levitation charm has reached a level of 0, requiring only 99 energy points for analysis. However, Arnold hesitates. Mindful that this charm cannot be obtained through monetary means, it is prudent to conserve resources. Furthermore, upon system analysis, the charm would be learned by the system rather than by Arnold himself, necessitating an additional 100 energy points to elevate the charm to level 1. With continued practice, proficiency can surely improve. After all, he has yet to officially enroll, and without a trace of wand magic. The reasonable restrictions on underage wizards do not currently apply to him. He can indulge freely, even with a lack of talent. He refuses to believe that a summer's worth of effort could not yield at least a modest increase in proficiency. Every little effort counts. In pursuit of mastering spellcasting, Arnold has even resolved to study broadcasting and hosting. Indeed, he mentioned to Nicole on his way home yesterday that he would like her assistance in finding a teacher to guide him in this endeavor. He considers it essential. After all, what if a lapse in concentration or excessive anxiety leads to mispronouncing a spell? For instance, mispronouncing Zef could result in an unfortunate encounter with a descending cow, becoming a cautionary tale in one of Hogwarts' classrooms. His struggles with the levitation charm stem largely from such anxieties, which hinder his focus during incantation. Fortunately, he managed to halt just in time, narrowly avoiding a mishap. Thus, it is imperative that he ensures clarity and precision in his pronunciation at all times. Who knows what calamity could arise from mispronouncing Wingardium Leviosa? In this regard, no one excels more than professional broadcasters. Speaking of which, Arnold feels compelled to critique the standard spellbook for beginners. The instructions are anything but precise. How can one determine what constitutes slightly emphasized or mildly prolonged? The ambiguity in the magical community's educational materials is baffling. No wonder the graduation rate at Hogwarts is so dismally low. His struggles with the levitation charm are clearly the fault of such vague instruction. Once he learns from a true expert, he will return to recite with proper intonation. After bidding farewell to the waste collection team, he and Nicole managed to tidy their room before taking a moment to share a simple meal. When will your owl return? Nicole inquired, not about Ruth, but rather the items she had purchased. It should be soon. After all, there were quite a few items to procure, so a slight delay is to be expected. Arnold mused, then added, and Nicole, the magical camera merely operates differently. It doesn't require batteries. The key to moving pictures lies in a specific developing potion. Regular camera film can also yield animated photos. Ever since seeing moving pictures in the Daily Prophet, Nicole has been intrigued by this concept. While Arnold was drafting a shopping list for Ruth, she insisted that the magical camera and developing potion be included, for they had ample galleons. Nicole, slicing her steak, countered, who knows? Perhaps the magical camera is essential for the effect. I wouldn't want my posing to be in vain. Suit yourself, but I must clarify. After my meal, I intend to study broadcasting. Leaving me no time to assist with photographs, Arnold retorted, focusing on his meal. Nicole, undeterred, had already planned everything, stating, I know, I will help you find a teacher. I'll take a nap, and when you return, you can take my picture. I need to practice magic. Arnold protested, practicing magic is just as important. Yet he halted his retorts just as Nicole, realizing his growing frustration, kindly advised, besides, when you return from your broadcasting lesson, your voice might not be fit for spellcasting. Taking a few pictures could serve as a break. Though the outcome remained the same, Nicole's manner made her words much more palatable. All right, since you have everything mapped out, I will concede, Arnold replied with a hint of resignation, though his mischievous nature sparked a desire for revenge. But you must eat Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and nosebleed nougat today. You gave them all away under the pretense of cleaning your bag yesterday. During their excursion to Diagon Alley, Nicole had boldly declared her intent to sample every wizarding snack available. But after a conversation with Mrs. Bell, she had retreated from that ambition. Upon returning home, Arnold had teased her about it, to which Nicole stubbornly replied that had she not given away all the candy, she would have eaten it right then and there. What could Arnold possibly do? Naturally, he would acquiesce to her wishes. After all, she was his esteemed and beloved mother. How could he bear to deny her requests? Thus, when Ruth set out today, her shopping list had 2 additional items. Eat if you must. Who is afraid? Nicole's expression momentarily faltered. Then she spoke with utmost seriousness. Arnold silently assessed her as being all bark and no bite, seemingly sensing Arnold's internal critique. Nicole shot him a sharp glance. Moreover, what do you mean by pretense? If your senior had not mentioned it, who would have known that your kind of sorcerers possessed such a tactic? Am I wrong for carrying my backpack? Indeed, indeed. After all, you managed to deceive me yesterday. Today, come what may, I shall ensure you consume it, and I intend to capture it on film. Chapter 32. Perhaps one should focus on grinding before delving into the world of Krypton. Arnold attended 2 classes with the broadcasting instructor, and with the breaks included. It amounted to nearly 2 hours, leaving his voice feeling utterly exhausted. In the following week, he would attend 3 sessions, and by the end of the month, according to the teacher, he would have achieved his desired effect with the familiar short phrases and words. It was advised that he purchase textbooks and tapes as per the teacher's guidance for self-study at home, and to maintain long-term practice. Nevertheless, even with these efforts, he remained far from the standards of a true broadcaster, merely able to impress in elementary and middle schools. Nicole had facilitated Arnold's connection with the broadcasting teacher under the pretext of the campus radio station. Every profession presents its challenges. In the evening, Arnold, still feeling discomfort in his throat, sipped on throat-soothing tea while perusing the magical theory that Ruth had brought back, striving to deepen his understanding of this wondrous skill. Surprisingly, he found some effectiveness in this endeavor. Previously, Arnold had recognized that certain powerful spells in Harry Potter relied heavily on emotions. For instance, the Patronus charm required a sense of joy, while the killing curse necessitated a strong desire to kill. However, during his readings or viewings, he had not perceived a connection between many other spells and emotions. Now, through the lens of magical theory, Arnold learned that although those spells could be cast without emotional input, the infusion of emotion could indeed amplify their power. It seemed that they were truly a band of sorcerers. Yet, this knowledge did little to assist Arnold's current predicament, as he struggled to even successfully cast the most basic spells, including the simplest levitation charm. Should he invest energy into the system for enhancement? After diligently studying a few chapters of magical theory, his proficiency with the levitation charm rose to level 2, now requiring merely 98 points of energy for analysis. Learning must connect theory with practice. Great individuals do not deceive. Upon Ruth's return with a large bundle of items, Another task on Arnold's list for procuring study supplies was marked complete, rewarding him with 150 points of energy. Consequently, his energy total now stood at 940 points. Just one step away from the 1,000 points required to analyze a battered second-hand broom, which would allow him to explore multiple first-year spells. Furthermore, upon mastering his first spell, he would complete a task titled First Attempt, yielding an additional reward of 150 points of energy, along with an achievement named Novice Wizard, also granting 100 points of energy. When considering these calculations, it seemed that directly investing energy for analysis and instilling the levitation charm would not only be cost-effective, but potentially profitable. However, a single levitation charm stood as a barrier, leaving Arnold to ponder how he would face spells requiring 200 points, such as the fire-making spell, unlocking charm, mending charm, and wand-lighting charm. What about those spells demanding 300 points, like the knockback jinx and the curse of the bogies? And then there was transfiguration. All his energy would be consumed in the pursuit of spellcasting. Would he also forego the analysis of intriguing magical artifacts? Would he abandon the study of those potions with remarkable effects? He decided to press on for now, resolving to seek assistance from the system only when absolutely necessary, lest he transform into a mere shell of his former self, devoid of the system's aid. Though he found himself oddly tempted to become such a being. The energy from the system was not freely given. The higher the rewards of tasks and achievements, the greater the requisite strength. Regardless of how he calculated, it still seemed insufficient. Since delving into theory could enhance spell proficiency, he resolved to read through all the first-year books. The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Magical Potions and Elixirs, Dark Magic, a self-defense guide. He would set aside any areas of confusion for later, knowing there would certainly be comprehensible sections. After all, it was merely reading. Who endured their final year of high school. Thus, Arnold voluntarily immersed himself into a phase of life he had once abhorred, a summerless existence. Each day was consumed with studying various theoretical concepts and repeatedly practicing standard incantations and a few basic spells at the beginner level. Occasionally, after perusing a few pages of the Novice Transformation Guide, he would make slight attempts at the art of transmutation. Transforming a matchstick into a needle proved to be no easy feat. Yet this did not deter Arnold from endeavoring to apply theory to practice. Such was the nature of transmutation as well as that of spells. Naturally, when it came to magical potions and elixirs, Arnold merely read about them without attempting to concoct any, for he was well aware that a minor miscalculation could lead to the complete failure of the potion, or worse, the destruction of the cauldron, leaving him covered in the unpredictable effects of the brew. Through theoretical study and extensive practice, Arnold had made notable progress in mastering several spells, even achieving a proficiency level of 8 in the repelling charm from the Dark Magic self-defense manual. As for the spells he practiced most diligently, the levitation charm and the repairing charm, he had surpassed a proficiency level of 20. For instance, with the levitation charm, Arnold could now make a small scrap of paper gently bounce under its influence. Wizards are not sorcerers. They possess neither mana bars nor spell slots. As long as they can articulate incantations and wield their wands, wizards can continue to engage in battle. However, while this notion may seem straightforward, its execution is far from simple, as it necessitates a resilient body. After all, one must be standing to cast spells, which is a prerequisite. Furthermore, it demands a strong will, along with focus, composure, and a myriad of other commendable qualities. Nevertheless, for Arnold in this moment, his desire was solely to practice magic continuously. It was not particularly challenging. After all, he was not in the midst of a battle, and those admirable qualities were temporarily unnecessary. With a lozenge for his throat, Arnold could recite incantations and practice indefinitely, experiencing little more than some mild fatigue in his wrists. Given the wizard's robust constitution, a single night's rest followed by some leisurely movements during morning practice would swiftly restore him, a fact he had validated countless times over the past few years while wielding rackets, mice, and game controllers. 3 weeks may not seem like an extensive period, yet Arnold's command of magic did not manifest remarkable improvement. A proficiency level of 20 was still a considerable distance from successful casting. However, it was not insignificant either, at the very least. He had achieved clarity and precision in his enunciation while reciting spells. This was accomplished even without deliberate focus on the matter. He could engage in other activities and suddenly articulate those spells distinctly, executing the accompanying wand movements without a moment's hesitation. This solid foundation meant that his mother no longer needed to worry about him mispronouncing incantations and facing fatal repercussions, such as being trampled by a bull or encountering other unforeseen calamities. It appeared that in the realm of oratory, Arnold excelled far beyond his aptitude for casting spells. Of course, this may simply be attributed to his still nascent and superficial understanding of magic. Arnold firmly believes that, for instance, when he writes letters to Cedric or the Weasley twins, the questions posed often lack clarity and fail to hit the mark. Naturally, their replies leave Arnold in a state of confusion. It suddenly occurs to him that the process of studying broadcasting might indeed aid in his mastery of magic. This is not to say that the skill of broadcasting itself is the key. The results of his learning are already evident. He can recite spells flawlessly, even while slicing potatoes, ensuring that each word is pronounced clearly and powerfully. The crux lies in the learning process of broadcasting, particularly the aspects he has self-studied at home. After all, he is a modern educated individual, having once embraced the standardized approach of an engineering student. Surely, those rudimentary and imperfect methods of spellcasting would not confound him. Absolutely not. Documenting data, discerning patterns, and summarizing experiences, that shall be his approach. Regarding spells, he possesses unique practice techniques. Chapter 33, My Special Spellcasting Techniques. Early one morning, Nicole set out with Arnold in the newly purchased pickup truck, carrying a hefty steel pipe. They passed by the Wimbledon tennis courts, navigated around Richmond Park, and ventured into a more secluded wilderness. Upon reaching the edge of a forest, the mother and son meticulously checked the area to confirm it was deserted before beginning to unload their cargo. With a thud, the steel pipe fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. After considerable effort, they finally managed to remove the pipe from the truck and place it in an appropriate spot. Nicole, bending over, rested one hand on her knee while wiping her brow with the other, remarked, "It's so heavy. What a hassle. I hope your plan truly proves effective, Arnold." "How would we know without trying?" Arnold replied, feeling exhausted himself as he plopped down onto the sparse grass. Despite his unique wizarding constitution, he was still just 11 years old. Recently, his vigorous wand-waving had elevated his physical condition from 1-2 to 1-3, yet he felt no discernible difference. He was uncertain about his stamina, but he knew his strength was definitely less than that of an average adult. It seemed the intensity of his daily morning exercises was yielding little effect. He would need to find a gym to train diligently, refusing to relent until he reached his limits. His obsessive-compulsive tendencies could not be overlooked. "I still find it rather dubious to employ such methods for studying the casting of magic. It is hardly magical," Nicole remarked, taking a few deep breaths and expressing her skepticism. After a moment, sensing the contradiction, she added with hesitation, "Of course, it's not scientific either." "Well, whether it's reliable or not, we shall find out tonight." Arnold chuckled heartily, propping himself up with both hands on the ground, filled with eager anticipation. Once Nicole reached the other end of the steel pipe and signaled him with an OK gesture, Arnold commenced his performance. Levitation charm. First attempt, Wingardium Leviosa. Second attempt, Wingardium Leviosa. Third attempt, Wingardium Leviosa. Crouching at one end of the steel pipe, Arnold repeatedly cast his most practiced levitation spell on the small scraps of paper scattered on the ground. If one listened closely, they would notice subtle differences in his speed, pauses, intonations, and emphases with each recitation of the incantation. Beside Arnold stood a ruler, accompanied by a mechanical stopwatch. An open notebook lay on the ground, its pages scrawled with hurried notes recording the height and duration of each paper's ascent. As he walked along the steel pipe, Arnold took a sip from a honey lozenge, softly inquiring, "How is it, Nicole?" Nicole did not respond. Instead, she reached for the tape recorder positioned at the hole in the pipe, pressed the rewind button, and after a brief pause, hit play. 28th attempt, Wingardium Leviosa. A voice emanated from the recorder, bearing a faint resemblance to Arnold's own. After listening, Arnold raised an eyebrow, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad. There is surely some distortion, but it should suffice. One can discern the emphasis and elongation well enough, and that is all that matters. If you think it's usable, that is what counts. Are you tired? Come, have a bite and some water. Take a moment to rest." Nicole was uncertain about the results, but her heart swelled with happiness at being able to assist her son. "All right, Nicole, thank you." Rubbing his slightly sore wrist, Arnold accepted the juice she offered and took a hearty gulp. "Here's a small cookie," Nicole added. "Take your time with the drink, no need to rush." Will you continue practicing afterward, or do you wish to try some other spells? Arnold picked up his notebook, glancing over the notes he had taken, and shook his head, saying, "No, I have already experimented with every conceivable combination of speed, tone, weight, and urgency for the levitation charm. Let us first take the recorded tape home to transcribe it into digital audio and transfer it to the computer for analysis. Once I ascertain that we can indeed identify the most effective incantation method, we shall proceed to try other spells at a later time. This is merely our initial endeavor." Although Arnold harbored considerable hope, he dared not guarantee success until the final results were revealed. Previously, Arnold had been quite dissatisfied with his slow progress in mastering spells. He recalled that in the film, Hermione Granger successfully cast the repairing charm on the Hogwarts Express during her first appearance. Even if that scene were absent from the original text, she had mentioned attempting a few simple spells over the summer, all of which had been successful. Later, Hermione showcased the levitation charm in Charms class, seemingly uttering something about emphasis on oblivia leviosa. He could not quite remember, otherwise it would have saved him a great deal of effort. He did not aspire to surpass the academic prowess of the female scholar, but he certainly did not wish to lag too far behind. Hence, Arnold pondered deeply on how to master the correct techniques for spellcasting. Relying solely on standard incantations, particularly those slightly nuanced or marginally altered, would surely be inadequate. I, Arnold Adams, am no novice in the realm of magic, nor am I a mere native of 1990s London. In terms of creative thinking, I do not aim to target anyone specifically. He commissioned Nicole to craft a speaking tube. Arnold's requirements were modest, devoid of the vibrant paint and whimsical designs typical of amusement parks. He merely needed to ensure the quality of sound and achieve a certain specific length. Heaven knows how many recording devices I have inadvertently destroyed to ascertain a safe distance. Fortunately, this contraption was affordable. Otherwise, even with the rising sales of Frozen, those royalties would scarcely cover my expenses. However, the equipment for transcribing tapes was rather expensive. Gazing at the waveform displayed on the audio processing software on the computer screen, Arnold felt a pang in his heart. Alas, if I sought assistance from others to transcribe this tape, I would likely be deemed insane. Now was the time to test the effectiveness. First, he played the recording, cross-referencing it with his notebook to avoid errors, extracting the results. Specifically the heights of ascent and durations that evidently surpassed other incantation methods. The myriad of incantation combinations proved overwhelming. Arnold had been parched and fatigued during the initial recitation, and organizing it now constituted a monumental task, taking nearly 3 hours to complete. Guided by the recorded incantation methods, Arnold practiced again in his room, and indeed, the results were markedly improved compared to his previous aimless attempts. Subsequently, he replayed the selected recordings, simultaneously comparing the waveforms. In this round, the recordings he needed to listen to were significantly fewer, yet he still paused intermittently to analyze the nuances of pronunciation, noting any aspects that might influence the efficacy of the spells. Finally, he restructured and practiced the distinct elements of the most effective incantation methods repeatedly. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Chapter 34. Anyone can be an academic achiever. Success. Results have emerged. Arnold spent the entire day casting the levitation charm, fully aware of the effects of his incantations. Now, several varied combinations of spellcasting had caused the small scraps of paper on the table to leap significantly higher, with their airborne duration extended considerably. To his surprise, Arnold also discovered that his proficiency in the levitation charm had surged dramatically, surpassing level 50. What is the essence of magic? As long as there is a systematic approach, the methods of muggles can be equally effective. Mastering the correct techniques allows anyone to excel academically. At present, Arnold had devised several additional incantation methods, with further optimization possible in the combinations of weight, urgency, speed, and tone. The following day, in a certain grove, Arnold and Nicole set up the steel tubing and recording device, ready to continue. Wingardium Leviosa. With Arnold's incantation, the scraps of paper soared even higher this time. Their airborne duration extended further still. Arnold's heart swelled with joy, yet he strove to restrain himself, diligently maintaining the flow of magic as he gently moved the tip of his wand in the intended direction. The scraps of paper immediately responded, beginning to float through the air in accordance with Arnold's intent. Suddenly, with a sharp flutter, the paper lost its control and plummeted to the ground. What just happened? I wasn't distracted, was I? The flow of magic felt consistent. Once more. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Within mere seconds, the paper would fall regardless of Arnold's attempts to guide its movement. This indicated that Arnold had yet to master the levitation spell. The system echoed this conclusion, confirming that his proficiency in the levitation spell remained at a novice level. Nevertheless, a proficiency level of 65 indicated that his repeated comparisons, combinations, and optimizations of incantation methods were undoubtedly more accurate and effective. Arnold was uncertain whether his particular incantation technique was uniquely suited to him or universally applicable. Perhaps slight variations existed for each wizard, depending on their unique physical and magical attributes. Regardless, this methodology of summarizing, synthesizing, and learning was undoubtedly feasible for anyone willing to undertake it. After all, this was merely a learning approach, not some clandestine secret or exclusive technique. Although I lacked the motivation to widely disseminate it, I could hastily write to a few friends to share my findings, especially George and Fred, along with Cedric. Surely these upperclassmen would be astonished by the accomplishments of their junior. No, I'm not trying to show off. I'm not the type to cling to my own trivial achievements. Arnold eagerly anticipated the astonishment of his companions, envisioning a flood of effusive praise in their replies. Alas, the letter delivered by the owl doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality. I have a decent grasp of the levitation charm. Feel free to ask me any questions, Arnold. By the way, what is a tape recorder? Cedric's response was succinct. Truly, he was the model student, a brave soul recognized by the Goblet of Fire, for whom the levitation charm posed no challenge. However, the crux of the matter was not the charm itself. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser. The key lies in this method of study. It is the approach to problem solving. Forget it. This child is unaware of what a tape recorder is, so misplacing the focus is of little consequence. Our radio lacks the capability to record sound as you described. We quietly procured a Muggle tape recorder as per your suggestion, but Arthur discovered our petty theft of pounds. Once we brought the recorder home, he confiscated it, and it broke down before the night was through. The twins' letter bore an innocent tone. Poor child. With little pocket money and a father infinitely curious about the Muggle world, I could only extend my heartfelt sympathy. Thank you, Arnold. But I must assist my parents during the holidays. I won't have time to study magic until school resumes. Katie Bell's reply was tinged with resignation. Ah, sympathy one. I am so remarkable, yet no one can comprehend. Invincibility, how solitary it is. Floating along, I boast of my level 65 proficiency and dare to claim invincibility. I must adjust my mindset and forge ahead towards 100, according to the standard incantations and the principles of elementary magic. Casting spells relies not solely on the recitation of the incantation, but also on the wand movements. Otherwise, what purpose does it serve? The primary factor influencing wand movements is the hand. Thus, the actions of the arms and wrists become paramount, especially for novices. After all, truly exceptional wizards wield their wands with effortless grace, and even without a wand, they can conjure magic. With successful experiences and incantations, practicing hand movements would naturally come easily to Arnold. The process is essentially the same. Record, analyze, summarize, optimize, and arrive at the best possible solution available. As for the combination of a film camera with a high-powered zoom lens, such extravagant costs are unnecessary. Casting a spell takes mere seconds, and a regular camera is sufficient to capture all my movements. For the photographs are animated, are they not? It was only a month ago, while photographing Nicole, that Arnold realized the film produced by a magical camera is indeed different from that of a conventional one, utilizing the same magical developing potion. The film from a regular camera only displays motion for a fleeting 2 or 3 seconds. In contrast, the magical camera can capture for a much longer duration, akin to a short video. Furthermore, the magical instant camera is even more convenient. Pour in the developing potion and snap away, producing a photograph instantly without the need for meticulous film processing. From Arnold's perspective, a regular camera paired with magical developing potion yields a silent version of a live photo, limited in duration. Meanwhile, a magical camera combined with magical developing potion produces a GIF, which can be long or short, all in high-definition color. Essentially, that is the gist of it. In short, to document his spellcasting motions, a magical camera is the optimal choice, as proximity will not disrupt the magical essence. As for the combination of a film camera with a high-powered zoom lens, I shall forego it. Although Arnold is not lacking in pounds, he is hardly a millionaire. A DSLR could impoverish 3 generations. Perhaps I shall consider that after the lottery results are announced. The fixed incantation combined with varied hand movements will record dynamic images along with their corresponding effects, which can then be analyzed, compared, and restructured to derive the best hand gesture and verbal combination. Wingardium Leviosa. The paper scraps once again floated gently upward, lingering in the air for an extended moment. Chapter 35. The transformation of sponge tissue. Arnold excitedly directed the scraps of paper to dance in the air with his wand, swirling left and right, soaring high and dipping low. Success. Haha. The levitation charm. I have finally mastered it. This is undeniably not a figment of Arnold's imagination. Not only did the paper obey his every command, but the system also promptly provided feedback, indicating his proficiency in the levitation charm had soared beyond 100%, elevating his level from 0 to 1. The initial attempt at the task had been accomplished, yielding a reward of 150 energy points. Additionally, he earned an achievement as a novice wizard, granting him another 100 energy points. Another 250 points added to his tally, all achieved without relying on the system for analysis or guidance, but solely through his own relentless practice. The sense of accomplishment was overwhelming. Although he did not depend on the system for an advantage, the intuitive progress percentage bar aided him in confirming his learning direction was correct, and there was timely positive feedback upon reaching certain milestones. Reflecting on this, the system's role could not be overlooked. Had such a learning system existed during his high school years, it would have been an entirely different tale of an underdog rising to greatness. Once again, Arnold penned a letter to share his methods with his friends, and this time he finally received the desired response. I tried your method, and it indeed helped me discover a more suitable wrist motion. Thank you. Moreover, as a freshman yet to officially enter Hogwarts, Arnold, you are truly impressive. Cedric Diggory. Wow. Even the model student finds my method useful. It has benefited him too. La la la. I am a budding spellcasting expert. However, the only one who shared in Arnold's joy of boasting was Cedric. Katie Bell could only take note of the method and expressed her gratitude, while the twins. Oh, Arnold, you are such a genius. Yet, our 20 galleons were taken by Molly for safekeeping, leaving us with merely 2, which we have already spent, leaving no extra funds to purchase the revealing potion. Want to know where our galleons went? We are crafting a particularly amusing magical item, which you shall witness once school begins. It is the most brilliant invention, undoubtedly on par with yours. George, Fred. Aside from a hollow compliment, the focus was primarily on boasting about their yet-to-be-realized invention. Arnold held no optimism regarding the twins' claims of invention. A dung bomb? That is not their original creation. Though if they managed to produce it, it might not be too bad, albeit a bit disgusting. Instant skip class candy. The concept is genuinely clever and quite entertaining, but the twins, who are only in their second year, clearly cannot pull it off yet. Very well. I shall wait for school to commence and witness what sort of shenanigans you two concoct. Now that I have discovered the correct method, I must first master all other spells. No, it must be through diligent practice. Nicole, I have just learned a new spell, and I believe the corner protectors on the table may soon be retired. Casting a glance at his system panel, where the softening charm had recently risen to level 1, Arnold surveyed the room, forcing himself to find an application scenario. Nicole lifted her gaze from the Daily Prophet, which Arnold had subscribed to, and looked at him curiously. Oh, let me see. Arnold drew forth his wand, directing it at a corner of the coffee table. Spongify, he exclaimed, before their eyes. The designated corner of the table began to soften from its sturdy wooden form, drooping at an angle, resembling plastic that had been subjected to heat, albeit without any unpleasant odor. Nicole observed intently for a considerable duration, and once she ascertained that no further transformations would occur, she voiced her discontent. It seems rather too pliable, does it not? Look, it is already warped and bent. It's quite unsightly. Isn't it rather advantageous? Arnold replied, somewhat awkwardly scratching his head. Observe. It still retains its elasticity. He prodded the altered area with his wand, attempting to justify. This way, should one inadvertently collide with it, it would not cause any pain. The proficiency of the softening spell increased by 1, current level 1, proficiency 1. A corner of the coffee table was damaged. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, It indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly disable reading mode, night mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser to continue reading. Receiving 2 exasperated glances, Nicole exclaimed, "Arnold, could you possibly put your wand away while dining?" Unable to contain herself, she watched as Arnold waved his wand over her steak. Arnold shook his head, saying no. "Didn't you notice that there is no dinner knife in front of me, Nicole?" Nicole replied, "If there is no knife, just fetch one from the kitchen." "What? Do you intend to stab the steak with a wand?" At this, Nicole glanced again at the wand in Arnold's hand, realizing, "Oh right. You're accustomed to using Chinese utensils, but I think you might still need a wand." "No, one is sufficient." Arnold ceased his gesturing and pointed his wand at the steak, loudly incanting, "Defendo." The steak responded instantly, cleaving into precisely 9 pieces. Thanks to the invisible blades of the cutting charm. A perfect severing charm. The proficiency in the softening charm increased by 1, bringing the current level to 1. With a proficiency of 3. Suddenly, a clattering sound erupted. Arnold and Nicole, who was sitting across the table, both turned their gazes toward the source of the noise. They beheld the plate beneath the steak shattering into 9 pieces as well. Arnold raised his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he gazed at Nicole, ready to offer a clumsy explanation. Suddenly, a piercing voice rang out, "Arnold, if you continue to recklessly wield your peculiar magic at home, do you believe I won't break your wand?" With one hand gripping a knife and the other a fork and a plate of bloodied meat before her, Nicole's furious outburst was truly terrifying. "Ah, Nicole, I admit my fault. But when I used magic to mend your tennis racket and rocking chair a few days ago, you did not express such discontent," Arnold struggled to articulate. The application of knowledge is essential, having finally succeeded in casting several spells at level 1. If not practiced regularly, how could one hope to enhance their proficiency and level up? Although the system's energy was beneficial, it should not be squandered. For instance, during a recent expenditure, if delving into the theoretical aspects of magic could yield benefits for all spells, then the additional magical theories acquired from reading this book could potentially elevate that skill to level 1. Would it not then allow those spells, which had stagnated in proficiency post-level 1, to be further developed? Through prior reading, analysis, and contemplation, Arnold had managed to elevate his proficiency in magical theory to 37. 5. Needing an additional 500 points of energy to reach level 1. As long as the results aligned with his expectations, this would prove more economical than upgrading each spell individually using system energy, especially since the energy required for leveling up from 1 to 2 doubles. Fortunately, after completing several tasks related to spell mastery, when Arnold's painstakingly accumulated energy of 1350 points dwindled to 850, he experienced an influx of profound theoretical knowledge, granting him a clearer understanding of magic. In truth, the knowledge remained the same. It comprised the magical theory standard spells, elementary principles, and dark magic, self-defense guidelines that Arnold had previously encountered. However, the system's infusion allowed him to grasp a wealth of previously shallowly understood concepts. This process of importation, or perhaps enlightenment, proved more cost-effective overall than upgrading each individual spell skill, provided one possessed a foundational understanding of reading and comprehension. Naturally, time and effort were still requisite. Yet Arnold currently had an abundance of both. Upon elevating his magical theory to level 1, although Arnold's comprehension of magic was still not particularly profound, at least all his spells upgraded to level 1 could now continue to enhance their proficiency through practice. This was the reason behind his relentless pursuit of various applications of magic. Reflecting on the moment when his trusty tennis racket and beloved rocking chair were effortlessly restored by Arnold's wand, Nicole momentarily lost her train of thought, recalling her astonishment and excitement at the time. However, she quickly regained her composure, asserting, "I merely wanted to see if the magic you learned could be of any practical use. If only all magic were devoid of any risk, it was inherently flawed. Yet how much worse could it get?" Chapter 36. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. "I just remembered. Didn't you break the television remote?" The repairman claimed it was beyond fixing and that I would need to purchase a new one. Thinking of another item Arnold had mended with his restoration spell, Nicole shot him a defiant glare. After chastising him, she seemed to recall something, disdainfully remarking, "Clearly, the professor who visited our home stated that magic conflicts with electrical devices. Yet you insisted on attempting the repair." Arnold expressed his dissatisfaction, asserting that he could indeed perform the repair. It was merely a matter of his inadequate mastery. According to the standard incantations and the guidelines within the elementary texts, the repairing charm is capable of seamlessly mending most damaged objects, with the exception of those irreparably harmed by rare and potent curses. Clearly, the television remote control at home does not fall into the category of irreparable items. The corrosion from leaking batteries hardly constitutes a formidable curse, does it? Through numerous prior experiments, Arnold had discerned that the process of repairing a damaged item using the repairing charm resembles the reverse of the damage process, akin to the effect of time flowing backward upon the object. It is indeed true that electronic devices are susceptible to fluctuations in magical energy. However, when not powered, they are no more than a mere brick, hardly distinguishable from other objects. Are not the CPU and a washboard distant relatives? The reason Arnold failed to repair the remote control, leaving even the repair technicians at a loss, was primarily due to his overly thorough reversal. The chip on the circuit board within the remote was reduced to sand as the repairing charm traced back its origins. Nicole did not comprehend the underlying principles. She merely recognized that Arnold was making the remote progressively worse. Moreover, his recent magical endeavors had predominantly culminated in calamity. Instances of successfully repairing items like a tennis racket or a rocking chair were so few that she could count them on one hand. I see you Haven T quite mastered it, Nicole remarked, rolling her eyes at Arnold's recent antics. Arnold vehemently disagreed, promptly counting on his fingers. Who says? My levitation charm, along with the wand lighting charm and the wand extinguishing charm, are all functioning splendidly. As he spoke, Arnold brandished his wand, demonstrating, look, Lumos, then Nox. He even raised the wand to his lips, mimicking the actions of assassins from films, blowing softly. While the levitation charm was forgivable, the latter two incantations, once Arnold had grasped them, had instilled in him a sense of pride. The wand lighting charm and wand extinguishing charm, though they appear simple, are indeed standard incantations found within the second tier of magical studies. Moreover, their significance within the system is underscored by the energy required to decode the optimal incantation and wand movement combination, which demands 200 energy points. To fully internalize the decoded information directly would also require an additional 200 points. In contrast, the levitation charm only requires 100 points to decipher. The fire-making charm, as a precursor to the fireball charm, also demands just 200 points. However, following the advancement of Arnold's magical theory to level 1, his understanding of magic has indeed improved somewhat. He can now comprehend certain aspects of standard incantations above the second tier. Additionally, the Dark Magic Self-Defense Guide contains these two charms, albeit from a slightly different perspective than the standard incantations. By comparing both texts, Arnold swiftly mastered the theoretical knowledge of the wand lighting and wand extinguishing charms, naturally employing his unique techniques to discover the best method of casting. Practicing repeatedly until he had perfected them, the repelling charm followed a similar path. Though he first encountered it in the Dark Magic Self-Defense Guide before discovering its presence in the standard incantations of the second tier, Arnold learned that the incantation required 300 points of energy to decipher through a similar method. However, the repelling charm is not as convenient to practice as the Lumos and Nyx charms, which can be employed at any moment. Consequently, his proficiency in it is not as developed. Nonetheless, the ability to master a few of the more challenging spells from his textbooks through his own efforts brought Arnold a sense of satisfaction. Fellow Hogwarts students, brace yourselves for the formidable prowess of a top student, even if it is a year in advance. Of course, Arnold is also indebted to another exceptional scholar, Percy Weasley. Coming from a modest background, this diligent student has made commendable efforts in his studies, with classroom notes that are remarkably well-crafted. Among these three, or rather, two, Nicole interjected, forcibly pressing Arnold's fingers back to just one. Can turning a light on and off really count as two spells? Aren't they merely a single switch? Nicole firmly holds this belief and does not hide her disdain. These two spells may be manageable for you. At least you Haven T caused any mishaps, but they lack substantial utility. As for the Lumos and Nyx spells, Nicole initially had high hopes for his levitating charm. Even if it cannot make a tin can float, it could at least lighten the load, making it easier for the mother and son duo during their tasks. Arnold had to endure this tedious process of learning a spell 2 or 3 times. Although he had not mastered many spells, Nicole felt as if her arms were about to develop muscles, which was far from aesthetically pleasing. To her disappointment, Arnold's levitation charm could only lift objects weighing around 1 kilogram, moving them slowly at his behest. Even commanding a hefty tome proved to be a laborious task for him, and using it on a steel pipe yielded negligible results. It was no wonder Nicole deemed his magic ineffective. But what could Arnold do? He had never heard of a wizard practicing meditation to enhance their magical prowess. Be it Cedric or the Weasley twins, everyone offered the same advice: be patient. A wizard's magical abilities naturally strengthen with age. Was this the reason behind Dumbledore's formidable power? That lengthy white beard of his? No, he reminded himself. He was a system-endowed individual. With a bloodline development level of 10, his magical strength ceiling was 2, yet he was currently at only 1. 2. Just barely catching up to the physical capabilities he had painstakingly developed. There was ample room for improvement. Moreover, the bloodline development could increase, aside from natural growth with age. He refused to believe that energy infusion would yield no results. While his physical attributes and magical strength had yet to reach their current thresholds, he was confident that enhancing his bloodline development would elevate the foundational values of both attributes. What? Obsessive-compulsive disorder? No, he was not. And what was this? Infusing energy required a staggering 100,000 points plus 10 honor points? So that was what honor was for. But at such a price, he felt it was not worth the trouble. Resigned, Arnold could only weakly explain, "It's because I'm still young. As I grow older and my magical power increases, the potency of my spells will naturally expand." Nicole, however, was uninterested in the strength of his magic. After all, had she not persevered with the heavy steel pipe during this time? The crux of the matter was that Arnold could no longer tinker with household items. Before he entered school for formal magical education, he was not allowed to recklessly use magic at home. Did he hear that? Oh, how weak, pitiful, and helpless he felt. Chapter 37. My struggles. Nicole forbade him from practicing the spells he had already learned at home, leaving Arnold with no choice but to venture daily to remote outdoor locations to practice the spells he had yet to master. However, beyond learning and practicing magic, there were still numerous activities he could engage in. For instance, he could continue experimenting with transfiguration, which was still a work in progress. Alternatively, he might visit Chinatown to observe and learn from traditional Chinese medicine practitioners about handling herbal and animal materials, juicing, grinding, roasting, and brewing, to name a few. Although traditional Chinese medicine and potion making were entirely different realms, Arnold believed there were some commonalities in the preliminary treatment of materials, which would serve him well in preparation. He had enough difficulty avoiding Snape's criticisms in potion class. It was no easy task. The other 3 houses were of little concern to him. He certainly would not be joining Slytherin, but he had to ensure that Snape found no opportunity to penalize him. Losing points would affect the entire house, a regular occurrence for students outside Slytherin. Yet the embarrassment of facing Snape's scathing remarks in class was simply intolerable. He could not afford such humiliation. Not only had he studied traditional Chinese medicine methods, but he had also created numerous diagrams on his computer based on potion ingredients and their uses. Mind maps illustrating which ingredients were employed in various potions, how they should be processed, and reverse engineering to determine which materials were required for a particular potion, their sources, and the necessary preliminary treatments. Additionally, he crafted flowcharts detailing every step of potion making, potential scenarios, countermeasures, and precautions. Aside from not having actually brewed any potions, he had completed all the preparatory work, combining traditional techniques with modern methods. Truly, his struggles were immense. If preparing for potion class was merely Arnold's precautionary measure, the other endeavor he had been pursuing was purely a spontaneous pursuit of interest. Upon arriving in this world, specifically upon realizing it was the Harry Potter universe, Arnold became exceedingly intrigued by all things magical: spells, potions, transfiguration, and the myriad of magical artifacts with their distinct functions. For instance, the indestructible galleon, the wand that chooses its master, and the broomstick capable of flight. Was he simply going to squander his time purchasing a dilapidated second-hand broomstick? Was it merely for pre-class practice in flying? Not to mention, in the ordinary world, riding a broomstick high in the sky would be remarkably conspicuous. And Arnold had little interest in riding a broomstick, except perhaps during a game of Quidditch. Moreover, what if he lost control of the broomstick like Neville did in the original story? While Arnold's wizarding constitution might prevent him from serious harm, Nicole would undoubtedly be terrified. However, not relishing riding it was one thing. The prospect of crafting a flying device frequently mentioned in folklore held a distinct allure. The system indicated that analyzing the broomstick required 1,000 energy points. Over the past few days, he had gradually amassed this energy by completing various spell-learning tasks, eliminating any obstacles in that regard. Although Arnold understood that using the energy to analyze other spells, or, one day, saving enough to enhance his bloodline development would significantly bolster his capabilities, he yearned to indulge himself this once. With the magic he currently wielded, he surpassed the majority of Hogwarts' new students. Did he truly need to urgently enhance his strength? For the foreseeable future, at least the next 4 or 5 years, Hogwarts, or rather the entire British magical community, would remain relatively safe. Even without relying on the system to boost his strength, he would likely face minimal danger. Beyond that, the British magical world might not be so tranquil, but the world was vast. He could take Nicole on leisurely explorations for a couple of years before returning. With so much knowledge of the plot and possessing a formidable advantage, even if he were to remain lackadaisical, by the time Voldemort truly resurrected and began causing chaos, he would surely have sufficient means for self-preservation, right? At the very least, there was Harry Potter to draw the ire of the dark forces. As long as he did not meddle unnecessarily, he would be fine. Given all this, what was there for him to hesitate about? He should pursue his passions. After all, interest is the finest teacher. After a thoroughly reasoned analysis led to his persuasion, Arnold could no longer contain himself. Grasping the broom in his hand, he initiated communication with the system. It detected a magical item. Name, flying broomstick. Type, children's toy. Effect, under the influence of magic, it can slowly move in low air, not exceeding 10 centimeters above the ground. Note, maximum weight limit is 30 kilograms. Principle, unknown. Crafting technique, unknown. Is energy consumed for analysis? What? It's categorized as a children's toy? Indeed, the item Arnold was analyzing through the system was merely a flying broomstick toy purchased from a whimsical magic joke shop. With a note specifying the maximum weight of 30 kilograms and a height limit of 10 centimeters from the ground. With his current rudimentary skills, even if he were to obtain the crafting techniques through system analysis, he would undoubtedly struggle to master them. Moreover, the energy would be entirely expended during the analysis, leaving no surplus to convey the intricate details of the crafting techniques. Thus, what purpose would there be in analyzing the flying broomstick? Ideals may be grand, but reality is often stark. For a novice just embarking on the journey of magic, progress must be gradual, step by step. The noble ambition of crafting a flying broomstick can commence with a toy version. After all, it only consumes 300 energy points, which is still less than the 600 points required for crafting a jelly bean. I hesitate even to part with that. Yes, analyze, confirm. The system interface revealed the energy value fluctuating, a stream of green light emanating and coalescing at the center of the interface. The model of the flying broomstick toy gradually became clearer until, upon reaching 700 energy points, the model was fully formed, precisely resembling the toy broom in Arnold's hand. Magical item, flying broomstick toy. Principle, movement charm. Crafting technique, a small wooden stick made from hazel or oak, enchanted using specific techniques to imbue it with the movement charm, with some twigs attached at one end for decoration. Is energy consumed to impart the movement charm and the basic enchanting technique? Wait, no need to rush the infusion. Chapter 38, Enchanting Techniques. Movement charm? What kind of magic is that? It seems to lack even the essence of flight magic. Is it merely the principle for a toy version, or do other flying broomsticks utilize the same magic, albeit with varying strengths? Perhaps, once I accumulate 1,000 energy points, I could simply analyze that second-hand Nimbus 5-star instead. Wait, that's an idea. After the system completed the analysis of the toy broomstick, Arnold became quite familiar with it. Before long, he found traces of the movement charm's application on the broomstick. The midsection bore markings distinct from the natural grain of the wood, as if engraved, yet they blended so seamlessly with the broom that it seemed they belonged there by nature. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that these designs were unlike the wood's natural patterns, resembling simple motifs or perhaps hieroglyphics. While Arnold was uncertain of the specific meanings and combinations of these patterns, he recognized them as the result of the added movement charm. Holding the flying broomstick toy in his left hand and the Nimbus 5-star in his right, Arnold scrutinized both magical items, comparing them repeatedly. Indeed, the authentic flying broomstick bore no identical markings. Only one pattern bore a slight resemblance, with a similarity not exceeding 30. He could now ascertain that the genuine flying broomstick did not merely possess the movement charm. Moreover, judging by the area and flow of the patterns on the Nimbus 5-star, it likely harbored more than one enchantment. With this conclusion in mind, Arnold turned his attention to the System's introduction of the movement charm. The movement charm, with the incantation locomotor, enables the wizard to move targeted objects. Furthermore, this magic inherently includes a floating effect, allowing the target object to hover a few inches above the ground and be relocated at will. It seems more practical than the floating charm. The latter requires commands to maneuver objects in the air, which is exasperatingly slow, akin to genuine drifting. Since this movement charm is not the magic employed on authentic flying broomsticks, should I learn it or not? Through the analysis of the toy broomstick, the system has provided extensive information on the movement charm. According to the documentation, if one were to analyze the charm from books, it would require 100 energy points, already encompassed within the energy consumed for the item analysis, sparing him additional costs. However, should he wish to discern the optimal incantation and accompanying gestures for the movement charm, it would necessitate an additional 200 energy points. Infusing the final results into Arnold would require another 300 points. Step by step, it feels as though this system was designed by some game planner from a renowned company. My goodness, game designers have transcended borders and begun to invade the multiverse. What to do? Should I pursue this movement charm or not? Learn. Of course, I must learn. However, being frugal and diligent, I shall learn it myself rather than rely on the System's infusion. That would total a hefty 500 points. The System's analysis of the flying broomstick toy yielded a wealth of information regarding the movement charm. Although reluctant to expend energy for infusion, Arnold could easily access and read the information, akin to perusing a tome solely dedicated to the movement charm. Having mastered his unique learning techniques in practicing magic, he believed that, barring any specific learning conditions, even the most complex spells would merely be a matter of time and energy consumption. More content loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL into another browser for reading. Essentially, it involves the repetitive recitation of incantations and the waving of wands, recording each sound and motion, seeking the optimal method and combination. Simple spells are quickly mastered. Should the movement charm prove more complex, Arnold was not particularly anxious. However, the technique of imbuing magical effects onto objects, the basic enchanting technique, was not found in any other books he had encountered. With no other resources for learning, he could only rely on the system. Thankfully, as it was merely a basic technique, it was not overly expensive, requiring just another 300 energy points. Only 400 points remain. It seems the energy points in this system are rather insatiable. Upon careful calculation, I'm fortunate I didn't choose to analyze and infuse the movement charm. Otherwise, I would have been utterly depleted. The magical realm is indeed not as easy to navigate as one might think. It is merely a toy, not some inflatable contraption. Although Arnold has prioritized the study of mobility spells, he has only just begun to analyze and practice them, making it improbable for him to master this magic immediately. Nonetheless, this does not hinder his exploration of the enchanting techniques he has recently acquired, beginner level. The convenience of such knowledge transfer is remarkable. It requires no expenditure of time and effort in self-study, akin to having a direct neural interface, allowing him to learn effortlessly. What a revelation! The fundamentals of this beginner-level enchanting technique are quite elementary, encompassing only a few methods to imbue magic into wood. Moreover, the types of wood utilized are particularly common and inexpensive, thus limiting the magical intensity they can withstand. From the information he has absorbed, Arnold learns that different types of wood, or materials, have varying capacities for magic. For instance, the wood used to craft toy brooms, regardless of how thick or long it is made, cannot fully incorporate the magical potency of those used in competitive flying brooms. Therefore, when wizards enchant objects, they must pay heed to the intensity of their spells, actively adjusting their magical output. A lack of power is of little concern. It merely results in diminished effectiveness. However, if the power exceeds the object's threshold, there is a significant risk of destruction. Beyond the core techniques for enchanting common types of wood, the introductory material also introduces several complementary potions. The woods designated for crafting magical items are not rare varieties from the magical realm. They consist of tree species that are quite prevalent in the Muggle world, rendering direct enchanting futile. The wood must be soaked in specially formulated potions for an adequate duration, allowing it to absorb the potion fully before drying out, making it suitable for enchanting. Excluding the decorative branches and twigs, the main body of the toy broom is crafted from a commonly found wood that has undergone soaking and enchanting. Clearly, Arnold has also acquired this knowledge. Chapter 39. The first alchemical creation to Arnold's delight. After receiving the system's infusion and learning the recipes and preparation steps for several potions, he discovers that his proficiency in potion making has increased slightly. What a delightful surprise. It appears that there is minimal risk in concocting these enchanting potions. So he decides to utilize this opportunity to enhance his potion-making skills. After all, the ingredients are quite affordable, given that they are merely for beginners. How astute. Who says that utilizing system energy to analyze toys is a waste? The infusion of toy-making techniques is hardly frivolous. This already demonstrates its value. Merely by analyzing a toy broom, his potion-making proficiency has increased by several percentage points, with further potential for improvement during actual preparation. As for the mobility spell, it lies outside the educational curriculum and does not contribute to his academic performance. He considers it a mere bonus. Indeed, from the perspective of a diligent student like himself, everything revolves around academic achievement. With this thought, Arnold's gaze upon the second-hand broom, rated 5 stars, became fervent. Surely, the enchantments on that broom are more numerous and powerful. The enchanting techniques employed must be of a higher caliber. I crave energy, more energy. Task title. The first creation task objective. Create a magical item task description. Although the wonders of magic are captivating, the repetitive chanting of spells and wand waving can become monotonous over time. Fortunately, you have discovered a new joy within the magical world, alchemy. Embark on your first attempt. Task reward, 500 points of energy. Here it comes. Just as I was pondering where to acquire more energy, the system bestows its affection and concern upon me. Oh, heartfelt appreciation. 500 points of energy is commendable, the highest reward I have received thus far for any task. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, or ad blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser for reading. Although the system has yet to mention it, once I complete this magical item, it will surely grant me an achievement. After all, it is my first endeavor. However, with only the limited knowledge gleaned from analyzing the toy broom, what can I possibly create? The few enchanting techniques for wood, the accompanying pre-treatment potions, and a mobility spell. Should I craft another toy broom? I have no aversion to making toys, but I have yet to master the mobility spell. Wait, if I modify that toy broom into something else, I wouldn't need to learn the mobility spell. I just wonder if that would count. Regardless, I will proceed to create it and see. It won't take much effort. As someone who has engaged with machinery and engineering for over a decade, Arnold is quite confident in his practical abilities. Moreover, residing in the suburbs of London, he has access to some basic tools at home. Although his biological father was not particularly skilled, Arnold has become quite adept. Can I be thwarted by simple woodworking tasks? In my previous life, I managed to handcraft a wooden Gatling gun by following videos online. Aside from not emitting blue flames, shooting small sticks was quite exhilarating. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Transforming a toy broom is a trivial matter. He calls upon Nicole and heads to a nearby second-hand market, where he acquires a wooden cabinet. Back home, he disassembles it, extracting several larger panels, and selects one that pleases his eye, shaping it into a shield-like form. Then, he secures the toy broom to it with a rope, tying it firmly and releasing his grip. Voila, a flying skateboard. Perhaps it flies lower and slower, and its design is rather casual, but it is indeed a flying skateboard. Crouching down, one hand grasping the hovering skateboard positioned 10 centimeters above the ground, Arnold scratches his head. The task still prominently displays in his system list, unmarked as complete. Why does the system not recognize it? Is this not my creation? Who else could have conceived such a brilliant idea? Is it not a magical item? How could it hover without magic? I do not comprehend magnetic levitation. Or must I personally complete an enchantment on the object for it to count? That presents a bit of a dilemma. This idea is undeniably remarkable, simple to create, and visually impressive. Yet, I have not yet learned the mobility spell. Otherwise, I could enchant the wooden board directly, rather than resorting to this makeshift binding with the toy broom? Must I devise a solution solely with the magic I currently possess? Additionally, it has to be with the few types of wood I can utilize. It seems that this is not insurmountable either. In a brief moment of contemplation, Arnold decided to set aside the matter for now and indulge in the pleasure of riding the flying skateboard. After all, life is meant to be enjoyed in the present. With a mere height of 10 centimeters, he boldly placed his right foot on it. The skateboard wobbled slightly before stabilizing, giving him a sense of steadiness. And only then did Arnold place his left foot on as well. Once atop the skateboard, Arnold hesitated to stand upright immediately. Instead, he leaned forward, kneeling on one knee. "Be careful," Nicole admonished from the side, offering her support. "Don't worry, it feels quite stable," Arnold replied with a smile. With only 10 centimeters off the ground, what was there to fear? Cautiously releasing his grip on the skateboard, Arnold slowly straightened up. Wow, not bad. Standing on the flying skateboard, Arnold glanced at his feet, then peered down to observe the distance between the skateboard and the ground, comparing his height with Nicole beside him. She shot him a look of patronizing concern. Indeed, 10 centimeters made little difference, particularly when it came to the height disparity between children and adults. Nevertheless, Arnold was thoroughly enjoying himself. Using his magic to communicate with the toy broomstick beneath the skateboard, deftly maneuvering it to move forward, backward, and turn left and right, reveling in the experience. Suddenly, the skateboard fell to the ground. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Arnold managed to jump off just in time, stumbling only a few steps, yet nearly losing his balance. Saved by Nicole's timely pull. "I told you to be careful, but you wouldn't listen." Ignoring Nicole's words, Arnold rushed over to inspect the skateboard closely. "Surely my craftsmanship isn't that poor?" he mused. It turned out that the broken part was not the skateboard itself, but rather the toy broomstick affixed beneath it. How did this suddenly break? He wondered. Thank goodness it was me riding it. Having a few years' experience with various balls has made me quite agile. Otherwise, those little wizard children would have surely fallen off. Such shoddy merchandise certainly warranted a complaint. How does one submit a contribution to the profit daily? Oh wait, that is not right. Arnold suddenly recalled that the product description for the flying broomstick toy explicitly stated a maximum weight limit of only 30 kilograms. Even disregarding the weight of the shield-shaped wooden board, his own weight had long surpassed 35 or 36 kilograms. He had already been expelled from childhood, hadn't he? With no option left to play, he resolved to personally create a magical item to fulfill the system's task. Otherwise, the meager energy rewards of mere dozens of points for other spell-learning tasks offered little motivation. "Ruth, it is your turn to take action. Go to Diagon Alley and procure the materials for the potion." Just as Arnold was about to tie a note to Ruth's leg, he paused, unfurling the paper to add more details. "And while you're at it, purchase 3 more toy flying broomsticks. Such a dazzling contraption as a flying skateboard deserves another attempt. 1 plus 1 may not necessarily be greater than 2, but as long as it could bear his weight, that sufficed." Just as Ruth took flight, an owl swooped down, landing beside Jack. "Jack, you've changed. What happened to my everlasting love?" It seemed he would need to assign you additional tasks to prevent you from being swayed by those seductive temptresses and committing some morally reprehensible act. "Oh, a new letter? Let me see. Chapter 40. Do you know Mr. Lockhart?" Cedric's reply began with a flurry of flattery, which delighted me immensely. "Congratulations, Arnold. You have successfully mastered a new spell. Among all the wizards from Muggle families I have encountered, you are the most formidable. Regarding the cutting spell, I indeed have some insights to share. At times, I assist my father in dealing with the pelts of magical creatures, and occasionally, meat and bones also fall within my purview. To truly master a spell, increasing its power is merely one aspect. The finesse of control is equally paramount. In summary, as long as you pay attention to the aforementioned points while casting spells, I believe you will wield the cutting spell with greater ease." Cedric Diggory. "Oh, there are indeed a few points I had overlooked. I shall give them a try." The insights from Hogwarts heartthrob, the Hufflepuff prodigy, and exemplary student Cedric are undeniably useful. Following the advice and tips Cedric provided in his letter, Arnold quickly became more adept at applying the cutting spell. At the very least, he would no longer inadvertently ruin the items beneath when slicing steak. Arnold was confident that it would not be long before he could simply toss seasonings and side dishes onto a fish. Snap, and it would be in pieces. What need have I for a cutting board? What use is a knife? Well, of course, Arnold did not conduct his practice and experiments with steak in front of Nicole. especially after having received a warning not too long ago. However, as a man who commanded the kitchen, opportunities to utilize the cutting spell were hardly scarce. It was merely a matter of transforming the food from medium rare to completely raw. Indeed, learning magic in isolation is counterproductive. Thus, aside from Cedric, Arnold did not neglect to glean insights from the Weasley twins regarding their experiences with spells. Although the Weasley brothers had not mastered the first-year spells as well as Cedric, it was simply a matter of where they chose to focus their attention. If the magic genuinely captivated their interest, the twins possessed abundant talent and inspiration. At the very least, concerning transfiguration, George and Fred shared a wealth of valuable knowledge with Arnold. No wonder they could transform their younger brother's toys into spiders before even starting school. Moreover, Arnold had not placed all his hopes solely on the twins. Previously, having earned some galleons from Arnold in Diagon Alley, and with the galleons earned by the children under her care, Molly Weasley held a rather favorable impression of him. Besides, she inherently adored children, and Arnold was quite adorable. When Arnold was introduced to the Weasley family by George and Fred at the Leaky Cauldron, Arthur had shown curiosity about Nicole's mini car. Had he not previously satisfied his curiosity with Mr. and Mrs. Bell, he might very well have followed them to the parking lot. Just as Arnold was about to immerse several pieces of wood, cut into a specific shape, into the prepared potion, Jack returned, clutching a letter from the Weasley household. I shall take the letter. You two should focus on your studies, exploring what kind of combinations can be created with the snowy owl and the barn owl. After giving Jack's feathers a slight preening, Arnold muttered about an unrelated topic and returned to his study. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading modes, such as Reader View, Novel Mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. He quickly scanned through the mundane pleasantries, his attention swiftly honing in on the matters of his concern. The cleaning charm? That is indeed a remarkably useful spell, but for Arnold, it may be a tad premature to delve into its study. If memory serves, the cleaning charm is part of the curriculum for fourth-year students at Hogwarts. Even if you exhibit extraordinary talent in spellcasting, one must not be overly ambitious. However, I can offer you a slight hint. Arnold, use your little brain. Dust, dirt, and stains do not simply vanish in a thin air, so where do they go? Waste does not disappear into nothingness. Upon reading this, Arnold's eyes narrowed as he began to ponder. If they do not vanish, then those remnants must still exist somewhere in this world. According to magical theory, I understand. Like the spells that conjure food and clean water, they all fall under the category of conjuration, but the cleaning charm is its inverse, and conjuration belongs to a branch of transfiguration that I have yet to master, being relatively advanced content. So the cleaning charm is such a profound spell? I had thought it was omitted from the school textbooks because they do not include household magic. Nonetheless, through my unique techniques, I should still be able to uncover the proper incantation and wand movements, gradually mastering this spell. When I have the time, I will visit the second-hand shops and stalls in Diagon Alley to see what I can find, or perhaps procure a comprehensive book on household magic to obtain the cleaning charm. After all, it was futile to recite the incantation in Mandarin without effect. Although my hopes of impressing Nicole by learning the cleaning charm from Mrs. Weasley had come to naught, her reply was not without value for Arnold. I am delighted that you have noticed this issue, Arnold. It is truly hard to believe that you have never encountered magic before. However, rather than saying that emotions amplify magical power, it is more accurate to describe it as a certain force of the mind. Do those powerful wizards weep and laugh during battle? Certainly, it is quite impossible. Much like the esteemed Gilderoy Lockhart, a truly formidable wizard remains composed, poised, and effortlessly graceful when confronted with peril. Are you familiar with Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart? He is an exceptionally skilled wizard who has resolved numerous intricate dilemmas and triumphed over many malevolent and powerful beings. I am confident that if you delve into the volumes authored by Mr. Lockhart, Arnold, you shall acquire a wealth of invaluable knowledge. Indeed, while the cleaning charm was merely a matter of curiosity, Arnold's true concern lies in the integration of emotion into magic, thereby augmenting its potency. Using Gilderoy Lockhart as an example, Mrs. Weasley, are you certain you are not leading me astray? Although the tales in his autobiographies are largely true, aside from a change of protagonist, who can ascertain whether Lockhart has not engaged in a modicum of artistic embellishment, such occurrences are rather commonplace. In a sense, I share a profession with Lockhart. Chapter 41. the power of contemplation returning to the matter at hand. Emotions, imagination, will, and belief can all serve to fuel your magic, elevating it to an entirely new echelon. Dear one, I hope my response alleviates your uncertainties. Molly Weasley. Focus on the incantations and gestures. You might find it hard to believe, Mrs. Weasley, but I have optimized this aspect to its utmost limit, at least for the time being. Long before I began analyzing the enchanted broomsticks, Arnold had already mastered several of his most proficient spells with great finesse. His incantation delivery posed no issues. The cadence, tone, and emphasis for each spell had been meticulously refined, achieving a unique aesthetic quality. As for the wand movements, Arnold had devised a comprehensive set of the most effective hand motions for each spell, dictating when to arc the wand, the nature of the arc, and the extent of wrist flicks, all executed with a fluidity and grace that was visually pleasing. Through daily practice of spells and gestures, although these enchantments had yet to reach the second tier, the enhancement of his proficiency was evident not only in the system interface, but also in Arnold's palpable sense of deepening mastery over these spells. The speed of casting, accuracy of hits, and precision of control, these elements reflecting a wizard's command of magic, were all visibly improving due to his diligent practice. However, Arnold realized that the potency of the spells he cast had not progressed in quite some time. Take, for instance, the levitation charm. Once he had honed his ability to levitate an object weighing approximately 1 kilogram, he had not achieved any further improvement, despite continuous growth in proficiency. Nicole's disdain for his levitation charm, which proved utterly unhelpful in their daily transportation of the steel tube for sound transmission, lingered in Arnold's mind. On one hand, he felt a sense of indignation at being looked down upon. On the other, he felt remorse for troubling Nicole with the daily lifting. To avoid detection, the pair would change routes daily to find secluded spots, ensuring the steel tube was never left in the wilderness. While others might not discern its purpose, it nonetheless constituted a trace, a clue, compelling them to carry it with them each day. Arnold himself was indifferent, laboring daily with bricks and steel, which slightly enhanced his physical capabilities. However, was Nicole really destined to accompany him in this toil, effectively transforming his mother into a resolute woman? What benefit did this hold for me? Would it merely result in me feeling more pain when I lashed out in anger? After all, I would still bear the injuries. If only I could employ a levitation spell to alleviate the burden of moving those hefty steel pipes, even if it didn't elevate them entirely. Just lightening the load would suffice. From the novels and films of my previous life, I learned that certain powerful magics in this world are heavily reliant on emotional influences. Furthermore, Arnold discovered within the theories of magic that emotions could enhance ordinary spells as well. Growing up overnight was not an option, nor did he possess the energy or honor to delve into the depths of his bloodline. Thus, Arnold decided to focus on this aspect, experimenting with the levitation spell that he had mastered, attempting to infuse it with emotion. Yet, he found himself perplexed, unsure how to channel emotion into magic, particularly troubled by the question of what emotion he should adopt while casting the levitation spell. Should I express my rage or wear a blissful smile as I ascend? The struggle was real. Moreover, it wasn't even me who would be soaring. A book, a stone. Who could fathom what emotion I should utilize to elevate them? After several days of fruitless research, Arnold began to doubt whether his thoughts were too chaotic and convoluted, lacking the purity of a typical 11-year-old child. Yet, his thoughts were not of anything unspeakable. The potency of magic certainly had room for enhancement, and it seemed that the key lay in integrating emotion. What should I do? I was at a loss, but perhaps I could consult the parents of my friends. Mr. Diggory was often preoccupied with work in remote areas, so even if Cedric penned a letter on his behalf, it would likely take ages for a response. However, Mrs. Weasley, who spent her days tending to the farm and raising children, had ample time, and her reply indeed opened a gateway to a new realm for Arnold. It turned out that enhancing the power of magic was not solely contingent upon emotion. Imagination, will, and belief were equally significant. All these forces emanating from the mind, in Arnold's understanding, could be summed up as the power of thought. The capacity to amplify magical potency resided not only in emotions, but also in the strength of one's mind. If that were the case, it should bode well for me. Gripping the letter in hand, Arnold's thoughts began to wander freely. Pure emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, were challenging to harness and manipulate. However, elements like imagination, will, and belief presented a broader scope for experimentation. particularly imagination. Regardless of how his past education had dulled it, he had nonetheless lived through an era of information explosion. The myriad of things he had encountered in countless novels, anime, and games could now be harnessed as the wellspring of his imagination. Once again, focusing on the levitation spell, Arnold closed his eyes and endeavored to conjure a mental image. A floating city? A starship? No, starting with such grand visions might lead to chaos. Perhaps a commercial airliner? A hydrogen airship? Too large. He settled on envisioning a simple helium balloon instead. Wingardium Leviosa. It seemed to resonate. Once more. Wingardium Leviosa. Indeed, it proved effective. He felt an unmistakable ease when levitating the same brick compared to before. Wingardium Leviosa. Yet, it appeared there was little change. Was that merely my imagination? No, I experienced a tangible difference both times. It could not merely be a figment of my mind. What could be the cause? After much experimentation, Arnold even purchased a bundle of helium balloons, clutching them while observing their dance in the wind, all the while casting the levitation spell on a nearby brick. However, the results were underwhelming. It was far more effective to release the balloons and recall that scene while casting the spell. Yes, after numerous attempts. He confirmed that when he focused on the image of the helium balloon drifting away, the levitation spell's potency indeed exceeded that of his usual efforts. Confounding. The recollection appeared to yield superior results compared to the immediate scene. How utterly perplexing. Well, magic itself defies scientific logic. Discovering any semblance of pattern was already a commendable feat. Nonetheless, even while recalling the image of the balloon's flight, the enhancement in spell potency was marginal, but it signified a promising beginning. As Arnold repeatedly closed his eyes, reminiscing, brewing, and casting, the brick ascended faster and higher. Perhaps it was time to attempt with a larger brick. The adage held true: with great strength, bricks shall fly. If he continued this practice, he would soon. Why had the effects of my recent spells shown no improvement? Had I reached a plateau so soon? This was merely the beginning. Immersed in the vivid recollection of the helium balloon's ascent, Arnold could still feel its clarity. Yet, the results remained consistent with previous attempts. It seemed he had reached his limit regarding imagination for the time being. In that case, he would attempt to incorporate belief into the equation. Opening his eyes, he fixated intently on the brick, attempting to convince himself that several helium balloons were supporting it from below. It worked. The levitation effect was indeed different. However, it remained unstable. For several days, Arnold immersed himself in this continuous experimentation, transitioning from imagination to belief, from will to emotion. Compared to the monotony of practicing spells and gestures, this relentless quest for improved magical execution captivated him far more. Much like his initial endeavor of utilizing recordings and animations to refine his incantation techniques and hand movements. Witnessing his magical prowess steadily rise, stagnate, and then surpass its limits brought him immense satisfaction and fulfillment. Moreover, Arnold discovered that the infusion of imagination and belief was not a mere flight of fancy. Concepts like floating cities and hydrogen airships yielded no results. Even the helium balloon proved to be an inadequate choice. Surprisingly, the most effective catalyst for enhancing the levitation spell's potency turned out to be a feather. He couldn't quite comprehend the rationale behind this. Perhaps it stemmed from humanity's innate envy of birds, creatures born to soar. In summary, as Arnold envisioned the swirling feathers in his mind, he discovered that his levitation spell could even lift a hefty stone, bringing him immense joy. The stone weighed at least 4 or 5 kilograms. And when Arnold applied such force to the steel pipe, both he and his mother could distinctly feel the weight slightly lessen during their transport. Even after 3 consecutive days of indulging in roast goose, Nicole expressed no grievances. Although Arnold's culinary skills were rather ordinary, he possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding various recipes, including Leishan sweet-skinned duck, Cantonese deep well roast goose, and fruitwood roasted duck. However, despite using the imagery of floating feathers as the foundation for his spell, Arnold remained dissatisfied with the results. No matter how vividly he recalled the scene of feathers dancing, he still required a certain amount of time to contemplate and visualize, often needing to close his eyes to achieve maximum effectiveness. This method of casting spells was evidently impractical. In the heat of battle, he might find himself kneeling before he could complete his incantation. What Arnold desperately needed was to instinctively associate the act of casting the levitation spell with the image of feathers and the meaning they represented. Yet, regardless of how he practiced or imagined, He could not transform this method of spellcasting into an innate response. Was the enhancement of magical power through mental strength merely the prerogative of those formidable wizards? According to the hints dropped by Mrs. Weasley, she seldom relied on this technique to amplify her magic. Were household spells simply not in need of substantial power? Or was it that she too struggled to conjure spells infused with mental energy at will? Unable to conceive a solution to this dilemma, Arnold resolved to redirect his focus towards crafting his own magical items. With only a week remaining before school commenced, he was determined to perfect the flashy flying skateboard and complete the rewarding system task. As he prepared to embark on his journey to Hogwarts, he knew that with provisions in hand, he would remain unperturbed. While designing his new skateboard, Arnold, inspired by his previous experiences with similar items, suddenly thought of another aspect. Once again, he recalled the platform Bilibili, or more precisely, the Harry Potter series of films that required a premium membership to view. The Bilibili version of the Harry Potter films differed from others, including various streaming sites and Blu-ray discs, particularly in its subtitles. The subtitle team at Bilibili dedicated considerable effort to creating special effects subtitles for every spell appearing in the Harry Potter series, with distinct fonts, materials, and lighting effects that contrasted sharply with the standard subtitles used for dialogue. These enhanced subtitles corresponded precisely to the magical effects depicted in the films. When characters uttered a spell that shimmered with light, the corresponding subtitle would display the words with a glowing effect beneath the screen. When a character employed the fire-making spell, the subtitle would exhibit fiery effects. It was undeniably ostentatious, yet undeniably captivating. If I were to add similar effects to the incantations of each spell, observing these enhanced spell texts daily while practicing, could it facilitate a more rapid fusion of imagination and belief, ultimately leading to a form of instinctive understanding? It was certainly worth a try. As for being overly dramatic, if it proved effective, then so be it. After all, was I not on the brink of entering middle school? Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, according to age groups and academic content, was essentially a vocational school. Was it not? In the entire world, no, at least throughout the United Kingdom, it would not be an exaggeration to say it was a gem among gems. If vocational schools were this impressive, what harm would it be for me to indulge in a bit of flamboyance? Chapter 43. Cheers to Bilibili. The daily routine of analyzing new spells, studying, and practicing the magic he had already mastered was momentarily set aside, as Arnold found it impossible to concentrate on these tasks with his newfound inspiration. He was determined to select a few spells and design their special effect texts before he could feel at ease. Standard incantations and advanced spells were immediately excluded, as Arnold was still making slow progress in those areas. Oh, with the exception of the wand-lighting charm and the extinguishing charm. In fact, just the standard spells from the introductory and dark arts, self-defense guidebooks already encompassed a multitude of magic. Among these, he could only recall a fraction of the spell subtitles' special effects from the Bilibili films, while some had slipped from his memory, and there were likely spells that had never appeared in the films at all. However, he was unconcerned. For those he could not remember or that had not been depicted in the films, he could design them anew based on their actual effects. There were no strict rules regarding how a spell's text should appear. Once he engaged with and learned these spells, acquiring a certain level of understanding, could he not create effects that were even more fitting than those from Bilibili? He could simply enhance them as he pleased. Of course, all of this hinged on whether the special effect spell texts proved beneficial to him. Otherwise, Arnold would lack the motivation to pursue such fanciful endeavors. He selected a few spells for which he still remembered the subtitle effects: the levitation charm, the wand-lighting charm, and the fire-making spell. Arnold prepared to develop the special effect text for these spells and assess their efficacy. Nicole contacted an advertising company in downtown London, and Arnold presented his design drafts, which he had created using images and textual explanations, to the designers there, detailing his requirements in relation to props for a campus magical stage play. First, regarding the fonts, Arnold meticulously selected styles for the 3 spells from the designer's font library, requesting that the designers subsequently transform them into artistic fonts with embellishments and flourishes to capture the essence he sought. Next, the artistic letters needed to be filled with various materials according to the characteristics of the 3 spells: the levitation charm with feather patterns, and the fire-making spell with flame designs. Finally, concerning lighting effects, while the fire-making spell's effects were self-evident, the levitation charm and wand-lighting charm both required white light, with one radiating outward along the feather patterns and the other gathering light from the outside in. Arnold fully unleashed his financial prowess, enlisting the designers from the advertising agency to repeatedly create, modify, and adjust their designs. After an entire day of diligent effort, he finally produced a version of the 3 spells that met his satisfaction, with the fragrant scent of freshly printed colored copperplate paper still lingering. Arnold and Nicole returned home only after the moon hung high in the sky and the streetlights illuminated the night. Upon arriving home, Nicole opened the door and let out a sigh of relief. As she changed her shoes, she inquired of Arnold, who had just entered behind her. "Are you still planning to practice magic? I need to shower and get some rest. Today has truly been exhausting." Although she and T been lifting steel pipes, a day spent accompanying Arnold had left her thoroughly drained, especially from the sheer effort of driving. Arnold nodded gently and embraced Nicole, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Mom, but I still need to see if what I created today is effective." Having just completed a new creation, he was eager to experiment without delay. Although the method of practicing magic spells by focusing on enhanced incantations would not yield immediate results, beginning the practice sooner would certainly bring clarity sooner. Nicole crouched down, ruffling Arnold's hair, and advised, "Remember to rest early, Arnold. You have done exceedingly well. Do not push yourself too hard." "I know," Arnold replied obediently with a nod. Nicole had devoted an entire summer, even relinquishing job and internship opportunities, to support him, and he could not allow her to worry any further. "Let us practice these 3 spells, spending half an hour on each before going to bed. From tomorrow, we can gradually increase the practice duration. As for the spells I have already mastered, there is no rush to refine them further. In the morning, I will take the sound transmission tube outside to record and study those spells I have yet to master. In the afternoon, I will remain at home practicing the levitation spell, the wand illumination spell, and the fire-starting spell using the enhanced incantation copper plates." At first, he did not feel much difference, but after several days of persistence, Arnold sensed a remarkable clarity in his imagination. His conviction appeared to have strengthened, almost to the point of self-deception. Ultimately, he realized that the power of those 3 spells was rapidly increasing without him needing to dwell excessively on them. Cheers to our little platform. Long live Billy Billy. I will definitely follow up with that content creator who compiles the enhanced spells next time. With that, he resolved to continue his efforts with renewed vigor. Arnold certainly did not intend to continue practicing those 3 spells in such a manner. Rather, he aimed to manifest the special effect incantations of all the remaining spells he had already mastered in this way. Once he arrived at Hogwarts, he planned to carry them with him at all times, practicing according to the special effect incantations to enhance both the potency and casting speed of those spells. Arnold resolved to first design the textual effects for the standard spells, specifically the remaining soften spell, cut spell, repair spell, lock spell, and the locking spell, along with the red sparks and green sparks from the dark magic self-defense guide, as well as the smoke screen spell. Drawing upon his memories of watching films on a modest streaming platform in his previous life, combined with his current understanding of these magical incantations, he formulated a rough design concept. However, he would require the expertise of professionals in the design field to refine it and produce the final printed product. Consequently, the repel spell and snot spell from the dark magic guide, which he was not particularly skilled at and had only a vague recollection of from the film scenes, left Arnold uncertain about the special effects he wanted to create for them. Furthermore, he estimated that he would need to continue practicing many of the spells from the standard incantations in the second level to find the most suitable imagery to enhance the spell text with effects. Once he had selected the spells to enhance, Arnold excitedly dedicated 2 sleepless nights to designing the effects for those incantations. Gazing at the fruits of his labor, he felt a pang of melancholy for his peers at Hogwarts, overtaken by a sense of exhilaration mixed with intimidation from the academic elites. Are you ready? Chapter 44. I give myself a score of 99 that morning. Nicole tugged at Arnold's tousled hair and asked, "Arnold, have you forgotten something?" "Not at all. My memory is impeccable," Arnold replied, brushing her hand away as he focused on the bacon and egg sandwich before him. Perhaps it was the influence of adulthood or the nature of a wizard's constitution, but Arnold had always possessed a far superior memory compared to other children. After all, he couldn't be a master of literary imitation otherwise, could he? This noble endeavor was one he did not wish to abandon, even as a wizard. He resolved to wait until he had crafted the legend of Merlin and redeemed the reputation of Rolling Girl before contemplating the cessation of his penmanship. After rubbing his fingers together and feeling the grease, Nicole wrinkled her nose in distaste. You still forgot. Tomorrow is September 1st. September 1st? What is so special about that? Why should it warrant a mention? I know October 1st well. It heralds a glorious 7-day holiday. In truth, the holiday itself was inconsequential. What mattered was that it was the anniversary of the great nation. Watching the military parade last time, I felt a rush of excitement at the display of those DF-related vehicles. As for September 1st, it seemed to be the day when students returned to school, but I graduated ages ago. Suddenly, Arnold, having pulled several all-nighters, almost forgot his current identity and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Nicole, are you saying exactly? Tomorrow marks the beginning of school for you and me. Nicole pointed at Arnold and then herself. Life is indeed wondrous. Who would have thought that after years of work and even parenthood, one would return to the classroom? And this little one has grown so much. Now ready to embark on a journey to learn in a more mysterious and unknown realm. But I haven't finalized these spells yet. Arnold was not as sentimental as Nicole. How could time pass so swiftly? I still have so much to accomplish. These spells needed to be hurriedly communicated to the advertising company to clearly discuss the design details with their designers, allowing them to work diligently and with precision. By next weekend, when Nicole brought them home, I would send Ruth to help transport them. Oh, and there was my own task, the first magical item, which required specific materials, structural design, and additional magic, all of which had been prepared long ago. Upon returning from the advertising company, I would immediately craft the item and see if the system would recognize it. Mom, hurry up and eat. We still need to make a trip to London today. Arnold reminded her, shoving a piece of the sandwich into his mouth. Eat slowly. We're not in a rush, Nicole replied, then disapprovingly pointed at Arnold's head and face. After you finish, go take a shower. Otherwise, I won't be able to show my face in public with you. Fine. You drive. You're in charge. Are you sure you want to take that flying sword to school? That evening, while Nicole was helping Arnold pack, she suddenly pointed at an object. It was a long, flat piece made entirely of black wood, nearly as wide as Arnold's shoulders. The middle was thick while the sides tapered off, and if scaled down, the front end appeared quite sharp. The handle at the opposite end bore no decorations or designs, resembling an ancient Chinese broadsword fit only for commoner use. Yet Arnold was quite pleased with it. Wielding this sword while leading Ruth by the side, I could portray a legendary hero without any makeup. At first sight, Arnold fell for a lifetime. Hogwarts ladies, take note. From now on, call me Divine Cat. No, Divine Eagle. Wait, that's not right. Who named Meow? Bad review, go away. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable your browser's reading mode, ad blocking feature, or copy the URL to another browser. The name Divine Owl Hero is not viable. The pronunciation is far too similar, and the imitation is overly pronounced. Forget it. I won't dwell on it. In any case, after Ruth carried back 3 toy flying brooms, Arnold devoted himself to practicing the special effects incantations while creating this item. There is a notion that a triangle is the most stable shape. So to prevent his flying board from failing again, Arnold arranged the 3 brooms in a triangular formation, 1 in front and 2 behind. This way, the weight distribution should be even, and standing on it, given his 30+ kilograms, should pose no issue. In fact, with a bit of extension, it could be functional as well. However, this introduced another problem. The original shield-shaped board was no longer long enough. Thus, Arnold had Nicole help him purchase a solid wood wardrobe. It was secondhand, and disassembling it brought him joy rather than sorrow. This time, Arnold aimed for perfection. Since the toy brooms were merely decorative, he decided to remove all the branches, leaving only a short wooden stick embedded in the board, which wouldn't occupy much space. Why bother binding it? Wouldn't that look unappealing? Consequently, Arnold carved 3 grooves into the board according to his design, directly embedding the 3 short wooden sticks, each enchanted with a flying spell. The only remaining concern was how to make the board visually appealing. It needed to be longer and wider than the original, and if fashioned into a shield shape, it would be too large and mundane, diminishing its value. But would that deter Arnold? If I could craft the original into a shield, surely I could transform the elongated version into a flying sword. Then, I merely needed to change my posture. Transitioning from a skateboarder's stance, with slightly bent legs and arms outstretched, ever ready to leap, to standing upright with my hands clasped behind my back would suffice. This pretense deserves a self-assigned score of 99 out of 100. I deduct a point for the Hogwarts uniform not being white, which fails to perfectly embody the ethereal grace of this swordmaster. Sitting cross-legged atop it might have been acceptable, yet it is regrettable that in England, posing as a swordmaster is akin to playing a lute before a cow. Nicole simply cannot comprehend what I am so proud of while standing on a wooden sword only 10 centimeters above the ground. I can only imagine that the rustic students of Hogwarts would feel the same. Furthermore, although this flying sword hovers merely 10 centimeters above the ground, it is indeed suspended. Without wishing to carry it on my back, it would be utterly impossible to take it outdoors. However, the ever-prepared Arnold promptly retrieved several dark objects from the side, approached his grand sword, and with a few clicks, transformed it into a different form. Oh no, Nicole, it is actually a skateboard. Not only resembling one, but equipped with wheels underneath. It is slightly wider and thicker than an ordinary skateboard, yet still a skateboard nonetheless, right? Since it can be embedded into a short wooden stick, could I not carve a couple of grooves and affix the steel frame for the wheels? As for its appearance, is it so difficult to craft 2 wooden covers to alter its shape? How could I justify a score of 99 if it cannot transform? Stepping on it, I channeled my magic through the stick, and the skateboard began to move back and forth and turn with ease. The wheels spun quickly, just grazing the ground. Behold, it has matured into a fully functional skateboard, capable of gliding on its own. Chapter 45. Is that the focal point? Huh, it can function this way? Nicole gazed in astonishment at the skateboard rolling on the ground. She did not understand what a flying sword was, but she was well acquainted with skateboards. Those stylish boys and girls adored them. I, too, was once young. No, I am still not old. Noticing Nicole's unwavering gaze fixed on his skateboard, Arnold immediately grew proud. What do you think? Cool, right? Impressive, isn't it? Yet, while Nicole was indeed fixated on the skateboard, her focus diverged entirely from Arnold's expectations. Arnold, get down. How much weight can this thing support? Will it hold all your luggage? Is the capacity for weight the focal point? The focal point is style. It is cool. It possesses character. Having not tested the maximum load, Arnold replied weakly that it could certainly manage 40 kilograms. What a jest, having already learned a lesson. He would first ensure that he could stand on it without issue before attempting to play atop it. In truth, Arnold was quite pleased with his creation. This hybrid flying sword and skateboard, even if only he understood the grace of a sword master. However, one aspect caused him considerable annoyance. The system task consistently refused to recognize his modifications that involved no magic. Fortunately, just earlier, after returning home from the advertising company, he toiled for quite some time, personally employing enchanting techniques to apply spells to wood that had been soaked in a special potion, combined with some simple handiwork, ultimately crafting a small gadget that gained the system's approval. He happily acquired 500 energy points. Alongside the several magical learning tasks completed during this period, Arnold had amassed a total of 1,100 energy points. He was now wealthy. Any challenge Hogwarts posed would not intimidate him. Is this beef jerky? Nicole casually took the package Arnold offered, intending to place it in her suitcase, when she suddenly paused, examining the contents before asking, "Are you planning to share this with your classmates? Will those wizarding children be accustomed to it?" Arnold scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This is meant for Ruth. However, I am more than willing to share it with my classmates, should it suit their tastes. Despite his words, Arnold doubted anyone would find interest in the flavorless beef jerky, especially the overcooked variety that was tough as leather. It pained him to recall that the very owl which delivered his acceptance letter was merely given a handful of snacks before being sent on its way. Little did he know that owls were carnivorous. The premium feed sold at the Hoot Owl Emporium boasted a significant meat content, but nothing could compare to genuine chunks of meat in terms of flavor. The Wimbledon area was pleasant, with plenty of small creatures like field mice in Richmond Park. However, Arnold harbored concerns that the sudden appearance of 2 uninvited guests might disrupt the ecological balance by hunting excessively. The true reason, though, was that both he and Nicole found it difficult to accept Jack and Ruth's gruesome and filthy dining habits, which occasionally involved bringing back the remains of dead rodents to feast upon. One particularly unsettling incident occurred while Arnold and Nicole were enjoying afternoon tea on the balcony, indulging in delicate pastries when Jack suddenly opened his beak repeatedly before expelling a long, dark mass resembling inferior chocolate. This grotesque display left Arnold utterly nauseated. It was later that he learned about the owl's habit of regurgitating pellets, congealed remnants of indigestible food that could not be absorbed or excreted. These pellets typically contain the bones, teeth, and fur of vertebrates, insect exoskeletons, crustacean shells, and other swallowed, undigestible foreign objects, often in a rounded form, though sometimes in a rather unappetizing state. Consequently, Arnold began to prepare an ample supply of food for Jack and Ruth at home, ensuring it was free from any unsavory contents. The provisions primarily consisted of inexpensive frozen meat, certain animal entrails that Westerners generally shunned, and leftover roasted goose that he and Ruth could not finish. However, this arrangement would not suffice at Hogwarts, where such convenience would be lacking, and Ruth would require alternative sustenance while accompanying Arnold to school. The feed purchased from the Hoot Owl Emporium would naturally be included, serving as Ruth's staple diet, but Arnold deemed it essential to supplement with additional meat for treats, especially since he had a considerable amount of galleons that he needed Ruth to help him spend. To neglect her dietary needs would be no different from the daily mistreatment of owls by Harry and Ron. Am I that kind of person? He mused. Well, it's all quite inconsequential, as these are merely inexpensive cuts of meat, all frozen, after all. As Arnold and Nicole engaged in conversation while packing their belongings, it was predominantly Nicole who busied herself with the task, while he merely assisted by handing her items. Suddenly, Arnold, feeling the weight of two piercing gazes upon his back, swiftly turned to face the source. Ruth, what kind of look is that? Having frozen meat is already quite satisfactory, thank you. Imagine if I were to indulge in such luxuries in my past life, let alone pets. I could hardly bear to enjoy such delicacies myself. All right. As long as you can handle spicy food, we'll be the best of friends. Once I procure the lantern shadow beef from Chinatown, we shall feast together. Let me tell you, during my previous existence, those gourmet treats meant for dogs and cats sold at a rather steep price. Surely, you must be content with such treatment? After a silent exchange of glances, Arnold finally reached an understanding with Ruth, prompting her to bow her head and peck Jack. Is this entire bag for Ruth? And what about the fried fish snacks? Nicole shook her head in resignation as she stuffed the bag inside. Casting a puzzled look at the items Arnold was handing over. Was that a camera? Or rather, two of them? Arnold replied, let us take Ruth along to Hogwarts when we go. Upon my arrival at the school, I will need to learn new spells, and capturing the intricacies of the gestures requires 3 cameras. One mid-shot should encompass both the arm and the wand, while 2 close-ups must capture the wrist movements from various angles. One must be willing to take risks to achieve great rewards. Otherwise, how could Arnold easily succeed in recording and analyzing to discover the most suitable incantation gestures for himself? But what about the other one? Nicole glanced at the item in her hand, feeling somewhat perplexed. Arnold gestured towards the other side, saying, Here, Nicole, didn't you ask me to take some photos of the school to send to you? I decided to start snapping pictures from the station. He added, At least you have some conscience, not letting my efforts in building these muscles go to waste. Nicole flexed her biceps and shot Arnold a sidelong glance, then chuckled at herself. Although she had consistently maintained her exercise routine, Nicole merely sought a healthy body and a slender figure, complemented by a hint of alluring abdominal definition. The aesthetic of a muscular Barbie simply did not align with her taste. Arnold cast a glance and promptly reassured, Fear not, it is not overly conspicuous. Besides, you haven't been lifting steel pipes lately, and those muscle lumps of yours are nearly fading away. Indeed, these past 2 months have been quite arduous for Nicole. The contours of her arms are not particularly appealing, and they have noticeably darkened. I shall search the magical realm for some remedies to rejuvenate her. Even if it cannot restore her arm's elegance, at the very least, it should help her regain a fair and plump appearance. Until Mother Dearest finds a companion, I feel rather hesitant to pursue any young ladies at Hogwarts. Chapter 46. Departure. So, does this mean that this entire bundle is to be carried by Ruth? What about yourself? As for me, I too have a considerable amount to bring. With so many books, along with a cauldron, scales, and this set of tools, these items are not light at all, and Ruth cannot manage them. Oh, and there are several outfits as well. Arnold gestured towards the disarray of books and potion-making tools scattered throughout the room, signaling to Nicole. Additionally, he had custom-ordered a set of handcrafted woodworking tools. Tasks such as cutting and slicing were simple enough, easily managed with his proficient cutting spell, which significantly reduced his workload. However, for tasks like polishing, joinery, and securing with screws, appropriate tools were indispensable. Merely crafting a flying skateboard from a toy broomstick would not suffice to satisfy Arnold's ambitions. The other small contraption he was working on was also intended to fulfill a system task. He harbored numerous ideas and inspirations that awaited the enhancement of his magical abilities for realization. Initially, to complete the system's task of creating his first magical item, Arnold had intended to use the wand's illumination and extinguishing spells to fabricate a magical flashlight. However, there was one critical caveat. The light produced by the wand's illumination spell could only remain on the wand itself, at least for the foreseeable future. A novice wizard like Arnold could not extract that luminous sphere. Even the Weasley couple could not achieve this, a fact he learned when he personally wrote to inquire with his friend's parents, revealing an answer he had never anticipated. Furthermore, he discovered that a device akin to a flashlight already existed in the magical world. As far back as the Middle Ages, wizards relied on a combination of less effective spells and magical lamps for illumination. These magical lamps functioned entirely on magical energy, eliminating the need for electricity or any other fuel. Subsequently, with the invention of the more practical wand illumination spell, magical lamps and other similar spells gradually fell into obsolescence. The wand illumination spell, while straightforward, required concentration and caution to avoid accidentally igniting the wand, as such damage would be permanent. If one harbored doubts about their abilities, it would be prudent to procure a magical lamp. This piece of advice was included in Mrs. Weasley's response, attributed to Miranda Goshawk. Although absent from the official 7-volume textbook of standard spells at Hogwarts, it could be found in the unabridged spellbook aimed at adult wizards, where the author, Miranda Goshawk, articulated her thoughts. Should Arnold find himself intrigued by such an item, he might stumble upon one at a second-hand shop or from a street vendor in Diagon Alley, though he deemed it unnecessary to craft one himself. With a little more effort devoted to mastering the wand illumination spell, he was confident he would soon command it adeptly. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing he might have envisioned bringing light to the magical world and aiding in its modernization, only to find that these concepts had already been explored. He carefully tucked Mrs. Weasley's letter away, undeterred by the minor setback. Despite the misunderstanding, he did not perceive any flaw in his thinking. After all, how could the wand illumination spell compare in convenience to a flashlight? The obsolescence of magical lamps merely indicated a failure on their part. Would it not be splendid to adorn oneself with such devices, liberating both hands and wand? Alternatively, they could be designed in a more sophisticated and opulent manner. Mrs. Weasley's reminder sparked a memory of the original texts, where it seemed that during Bill Weasley and Fleur Delacour's wedding, golden or perhaps some other colored magical lamps were employed as decorations. While they might not be of everyday use, they could certainly serve a purpose on special occasions. Arnold's imaginative applications for such items far surpassed those of other wizards. Given the constraints of time and capability, he merely noted this idea in his notebook, intending to explore Diagon Alley in the future to seek out a magical lamp for study. With a system capable of analyzing any magical item at his disposal, he felt a sense of freedom, albeit with a slight reluctance regarding the expenditure of energy. Ultimately, Arnold shifted his approach and crafted a different small contraption to fulfill the task, yet his notebook now bore yet another entry. After he finished packing his and Ruth's belongings, it was already past 10 at night. This parcel was quite substantial, warranting a bit more preparation in terms of provisions. Gently kicking the large package on the floor, Nicole cast a sympathetic glance towards Ruth outside the window. Arnold smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. Having consumed so many delightful treats, it was only fair that he contributed to the work. In truth, while Ruth's package appeared large, it was not particularly heavy. Arnold's flying skateboard could easily bear its weight. However, his own luggage had already filled the available space on the skateboard, stacked precariously high, leaving only enough room for Ruth's belongings. Have you gathered all your things? Hurry up and wash up, then it's time for bed, Nicole reiterated, going through the luggage once more while assisting Arnold in closing the suitcase. She continued to chatter. We must set off early tomorrow. After I see you off at the station, I need to report to Cass Business School. It's the first day of school, and I certainly do not wish to be late. All right, good night, Mom. Good night. Today, Arnold was unusually obedient. On September 1st, Arnold awoke early. This was typical behavior for him. Yet, what was unusual was his complete lack of interest in the morning runs that had characterized the first 2 months of his summer vacation. Instead, he sat in silence, lost in thought. Hogwarts. He was finally bound for that school, that castle he had envisioned countless times in his mind. Despite having grown accustomed to the existence of magic during his 2 months at home, and even mastering several spells, the thought of Hogwarts still filled him with awe. That was the place where, many years ago, when Arnold was just a child in both body and spirit, the wondrous and fantastical dream had begun. After washing up, he made his way downstairs, where he found Nicole already awake and, remarkably, had prepared breakfast. Breakfast is quite simple, and Nicole can manage that on occasion, he thought. Nicole glanced at her dress and then at Arnold's casual sweatshirt and sweatpants, unable to restrain herself from commenting, "The weather is lovely today. Won't you be too warm dressed like that?" Looking down at his attire, Arnold countered, "Did you forget, Nicole? This outfit has automatic temperature regulation." "Oh right. How could I forget?" Nicole exclaimed, then, with a hint of concern, added, "But Arnold, are you really going to wear that to school? It might seem a bit too distinctive among a crowd of children from wizarding families." Arnold nodded earnestly. "Indeed, compared to them, I seem rather too radiant." Nicole shot him a glance. Haha. "In any case, once you arrive at school, remember to interact harmoniously with your teachers and classmates. And do not cause any trouble for me. If they need to contact a guardian, I must confess I am unaware of your school's location." What were the lyrics again? Mama, please don't lecture me. It's all right. The teacher is likely to visit our home." Oh, I meant to say, I will behave." Overwhelmed by her admonitions, Arnold nearly let slip a secret. After a brief silence, Nicole suddenly gazed out the window with a hint of concern and asked, "Are you truly prepared to let Ruth fly to Hogwarts on her own? Will she be able to find the way, especially with such a heavy load?" Arnold glanced back at Ruth, who appeared to be fast asleep, and replied, "Rest assured, Nicole. As a creature meticulously trained for delivering messages and parcels, Ruth will undoubtedly ensure that the package reaches my hands unless I employ some sort of concealment or dispelling charm to thwart her. After all, owl delivery is synonymous with reliability. It is often said that being an academic high achiever brings momentary joy, yet maintaining that status brings enduring satisfaction." The tools he utilized to aid his studies and practice, aside from the tape recorder which was impractical at Hogwarts, have been indispensable since Arnold's enrollment. Once Arnold finished his meal, Nicole began to clear the table and remarked, "I will wash the dishes. Arnold, please check to see if we've overlooked anything. And then we shall set off." With Arnold heading to Hogwarts and Nicole to Cass Business School, their home would remain unoccupied for at least a week. Thus, she could not afford the luxury of leisurely washing the dishes. Otherwise, by the time she finished, no one would be available to retrieve the pots and pans. As Arnold directed the skateboard laden with suitcases out the door, Nicole had just finished arranging her luggage. "My suitcase is placed in the back seat, and the trunk has been deliberately reserved for you." Arnold nodded, expertly drawing out his wand to levitate his suitcase into the trunk of the mini car, followed by his skateboard. It seemed somewhat oversized, as the tailgate would not close. Fortunately, he had entrusted a portion of their belongings to Ruth for delivery to the school. Otherwise, the compact size of the Mini would have made it quite challenging to accommodate all their luggage for two. As for the newly acquired picnic basket, Nicole had no intention of driving such a vehicle to Cass Business School. She did not share the American obsession with pickup trucks. And so they departed. Once Arnold settled into the passenger seat, Nicole gently pressed the accelerator, steering towards London. Chapter 47. Platform 9 3/4 having set off early. The mother and son arrived at King's Cross Station just after 8:15. With Nicole providing cover, Arnold placed his suitcase onto the skateboard. "Goodbye, Nicole." Arnold was waving goodbye to Nicole when she suddenly pulled him into an embrace, affectionately ruffling his hair and kissing his cheek. Amidst the bustling crowd at the station, he felt quite embarrassed. "I can't see you off at the train station. You won't hold it against me, will you, Arnold?" Nicole spoke with a sorrowful tone, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. This atmosphere made Arnold feel rather uncomfortable. After all, he was no longer a child. It was merely a trip to the rural outskirts of Scotland. What was there to worry about? It felt akin to a heartbreaking farewell. He gently returned her embrace and, with a playful smirk, declared, "Of course not. You can't even enter that platform, Nicole. You rascal." Nicole lightly pushed Arnold away, her almond-shaped eyes wide with mock indignation as she poked his forehead with her finger. However, her feigned anger did little to intimidate Arnold. It was all too transparent. Over the years, Nicole had grown accustomed to Arnold's frequent lack of charm, and getting upset over it seemed hardly worthwhile. It wasn't that Arnold couldn't be endearing. Rather, coaxing him into such behavior without a clear purpose was nearly impossible. Disliking the somber mood of parting, Arnold hurriedly urged, "All right, let's leave it at that. Aren't you supposed to rush to Cass Business School? Don't be late on your first day." Nicole glanced at her wristwatch. a look of regret crossing her face as she replied, "Oh, fine. I had hoped to see how you managed to get through that peculiar platform 9 3/4. Arnold remarked, "When the holidays arrive, you shall come to fetch me, and you will witness how I emerge." Indeed, that prospect is quite delightful. Nicole nodded in agreement, her face lighting up with anticipation as she inquired, "By the way, will you be returning home for Christmas?" "Rest assured, I shall certainly be back," Arnold affirmed with a confident nod. At that time, he had yet to master the spells outlined in Dark Magic, a self-defense guide, particularly the standard incantations and those from the second tier, as well as other potential spells he might learn at Hogwarts. All of these required the design of special effects incantations to be printed at an advertising agency. Arnold feared that if he did not return in person, relying solely on letters for communication between himself and Nicole, as well as between Nicole and the designers, would inevitably lead to misunderstandings, resulting in a final product that fell short of his expectations. Having conveyed all necessary instructions, Arnold sensed Nicole's lingering concern for him as he prepared to embark on this journey alone. However, since circumstances had unfolded as they had, there was no choice but to look ahead. Nicole embraced Arnold once more, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek, then affectionately ruffled his hair as she said, "All right. I shall take my leave now. Do take care of yourself, Arnold." "Indeed," Arnold replied, before adding, "If anything comes up, do write to me." Jack flies swiftly, but he should also exercise. Otherwise, he may gain weight. With both mother and son away from home, they had ensured Jack had ample, even slightly excessive, provisions before departing. If he did not venture out to soar daily, it was indeed foreseeable that he would become plump. "I understand," Nicole acknowledged. "You go on inside. I will keep watch over you here." "Very well, then, goodbye, Nicole. I shall see you at Christmas," Arnold said after a brief moment of silence, waving to bid her farewell. "See you at Christmas," Nicole reciprocated with a wave. Under Nicole's watchful gaze, Arnold steadied his luggage and turned to walk towards the station. The skateboard carrying his suitcase glided effortlessly under his magical control, creating the illusion that he was merely pushing it to avoid attracting undue attention. Arnold pushed his luggage into King's Cross Station and made his way toward platforms 9 and 10. Upon arrival, he discovered that there were indeed multiple pillars between the two platforms, making it quite challenging for a newcomer from the Muggle world to discern which one was the correct entry. As he waited, the content continued to load. "Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and any ad-blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading." Clearly, approaching the station's security or train staff for assistance, as Harry had done on his first visit, was not a wise choice, especially since it was still early and no other wizards were present to provide guidance. However, this posed no challenge for Arnold. While it would be difficult for someone entirely ignorant of the situation, his familiarity with the storyline allowed him to simply touch each pillar and find the right one. Sure enough, after only a few attempts, his hand suddenly slipped through the bricks of a particular pillar, as if his wrist had been amputated. He explored further into the pillar with his arm, and there it was. Off he went. Taking quick, careful steps, Arnold recalled the words of Mrs. Weasley, whether from the book or the film, and charged forward. Before he could adjust to the sudden darkness, a brilliant light appeared before him, following the illumination. He saw the sign for platform 9 3/4 affixed to a wall not far ahead. The system's exploratory map rewarded him with a timely notification, 100 energy points credited. As the starting point of his journey, this reward seemed rather meager, not even half of what one might find in Diagon Alley, especially considering he had yet to fully explore it. Though he grumbled internally, Arnold recognized that this was merely a train station. The real reward lay in the vibrant exchanges among British wizards congregating in Diagon Alley. Casting a glance back at the unremarkable brick pillars, Arnold marveled at the wonders of magic. Ahead of him, on the tracks beside the platform, a red and black train was currently stationed, its dark engine adorned with a red sign that flickered in the ethereal white steam, reading Hogwarts Express. Arnold was somewhat perplexed as to why this train, which could have been transformed to operate directly on magical energy, ultimately was merely converted to utilize magic for boiling water. Could it be that the wizard overseeing the modification was an aficionado of steampunk? As Arnold made his way toward the carriage, he cast a glance around. The Hogwarts Express was scheduled to depart promptly at 11, and even though he had lingered outside the station for a brief moment, it was still not yet 9 o'clock. At this hour, The platform was devoid of any other passengers. The door to the first carriage was firmly shut. Arnold recalled that it was designated for the prefects or the student council president. Alas, the university student council's penchant for creating a privileged class and its bureaucratic tendencies were bad enough. But now even vocational schools had succumbed to such practices. Hogwarts was a farce. The British wizarding world was a farce. Upon reaching the second carriage, he encountered a middle-aged man in a conductor's uniform, presumably a staff member of the train. Spotting Arnold, the man immediately approached him. "Ah, young lad, you've arrived quite early. Now, you can choose any carriage or compartment you desire." The middle-aged man greeted Arnold warmly and then offered to take his luggage. "Just hand your belongings to me." "All right, thank you," Arnold replied politely, severing the connection between his magical powers and the small wooden stick embedded in his skateboard. To his surprise, the middle-aged man was also a wizard. As soon as he took Arnold's luggage, he felt something peculiar. After using his magical senses, he quickly discerned the skateboard's mechanism and couldn't help but exclaim, "How interesting. A delightful little gadget. This will save me quite a bit of effort." Arnold smiled awkwardly, scratching his head as he boarded the train. Though his title was conductor, he was also a fully fledged wizard, specifically tasked with the Hogwarts Express, well-versed in various levitation and movement spells. Such polite formalities were merely for show. Chapter 48. The Hogwarts Express. Upon stepping onto the Hogwarts Express and entering a carriage, a wave of inexplicable fondness washed over Arnold. It is worth mentioning that while steam trains could be regarded as relics of the past, Arnold had ridden one in his previous life. Being of modest means, he seldom ventured far during holidays, but in the southwestern region, specifically in Qianwei of Sichuan, there existed a charming steam locomotive. The experience of traversing through fields of blooming rapeseed flowers aboard that little train was truly delightful. The photographs taken were remarkably artistic and refreshingly vibrant. If only there had been a lovely girl in the frame, it would have been perfect. The compartments of the train appeared quite similar, and after casually glancing at a few, Arnold chose one and settled into a window seat. He intended to fully relish the passing scenery. As he unstrapped his backpack, he noticed the camera hanging around his neck. He certainly wished to capture the essence of Hogwarts, but the rare sight of a steam train would surely pique Nicole's interest as well. After all, wizards traveling by train to school was a novelty, especially aboard such a vintage steam engine, at least a century old. He should change into his wizarding robes and take a few selfies. The juxtaposition of machinery and magic was a splendid theme. Although the Hogwarts Express did not burn coal, relying instead on magical energy. Who could tell what might happen once the steam began to rise? With the train nearly empty, Arnold followed the direction of a middle-aged gentleman to locate his luggage, quickly changing into his wizarding robes in a compartment. Click! This shot turned out splendidly, the angle perfect, showcasing the imposing black and sturdy front of the Hogwarts Express. Could Nicole really claim that my photography skills were lacking? Apart from occasionally making faces appear rounder or legs appear shorter, my prowess in capturing still life and landscapes was undoubtedly commendable. Utilizing the levitation charm, he snapped a few shots of the train from an excellent angle. Arnold positioned himself, gesturing with his wand. He first cast a smoke charm, enveloping himself in a cloud that blended seamlessly with the steam billowing from the train behind him. Next, he unleashed a burst of green sparks, not to summon his companions to the sky, but aimed at the locomotive of the Hogwarts Express. The effect was not powerful. Arnold merely sought to create a luminous display between himself and the train. Snap! He switched to a red spark charm and repeated the process. Snap! After indulging in this for a good 10 minutes, Arnold finally felt satisfied as he flipped through several photographs before returning to the compartment. He took a moment to capture 2 more images within the carriage. With no one around and nothing else to occupy his time, Arnold, out of sheer boredom, began practicing spells. He had already mastered the levitation charm, yet he needed to refine his skills further, particularly in discovering the right intentions to fuel his imagination and infuse it with mental energy. To enhance the performance of his flying sword, no, the flying skateboard, simply accumulating toy brooms was decidedly not the path to success. He must learn and perfect the levitation charm himself. Just as Arnold became engrossed in his spell practice, the platform and carriage began to fill with more people. Suddenly, a gentle knock on the compartment door interrupted him. The unlatched door creaked open, revealing a handsome young man standing outside. Finally found you, Arnold. I knew the platform wouldn't pose a challenge for you. Cedric set his backpack down and plopped himself onto the seat across from Arnold. How did you discover the entrance? Anticipating his friend's curiosity, Arnold was prepared with a response. Though he certainly could not divulge the secret of the platform, nor could he admit that he had simply stumbled upon the right place after a few attempts. Arnold casually concocted a fib. I merely arrived a tad early, and while meticulously observing from the platform, I noticed two young wizards directly entering a particular pillar, which naturally alerted me to the anomaly. Clever, Cedric exclaimed, raising a thumb in admiration. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, by the way, didn't you mention before that you wished to adopt a Niffler? Were you able to procure one? Arnold previously wrote to a magical creature shop in Diagon Alley, expressing his desire to acquire a Niffler. However, the proprietor responded that there were none in stock, prompting him to inquire with Cedric. Cedric also reported a lack of availability. While Nifflers are not particularly rare, Cedric's father, Mr. Diggory, often encounters them, but has never captured one to keep as a pet. Nifflers are charming creatures characterized by their elongated snouts and fur covered in velvety black hair. They possess an insatiable affinity for anything that sparkles, rendering them particularly adept at treasure hunting. Despite their seemingly adorable appearance, these magical beings are inherently gentle and pose no threat to humans. However, their relentless pursuit of gleaming objects can lead them to wreak havoc in their surroundings, making them unsuitable as household pets. Arnold envisions the establishment of a dedicated space to house the Nifflers, ensuring they cannot escape and that there are no small items for them to hide. Consequently, during his time away at school, he has entrusted Nicole with the task of scouting suitable properties and land in Wimbledon. Although the song Don't Cry for Me Argentina was not originally composed with football in mind, it resonates in various contexts whenever the national team narrowly misses the World Cup title. As a devoted fan, Arnold has long since become accustomed to its frequent play. While he may struggle to recall the particulars of the 1990 World Cup, the outcome of the final match remains vividly etched in his memory. With an initial investment of £100,000, he earned less than $2 million from that tournament, a somewhat embarrassing statistic for a time traveler. Nevertheless, given that it was largely windfall, Arnold is quite content. Relying solely on the royalties from Frozen, amassing such a sum would take at least a year, if not two. The Flu network is undeniably convenient, yet Arnold believes it is prudent to avoid direct connections to his home fireplace, as it is subject to the oversight of the Ministry of Magic, essentially, surveillance. The Flu Network Authority, a division of the Ministry's Department of Magical Transportation, is charged with the establishment, maintenance, monitoring, and management of the Flu network. Employees of this authority possess the right to observe and monitor connections to the network, and may potentially eavesdrop on conversations conducted via it. In the original narrative, Arnold recalls that the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, requested surveillance of the Flu network at Hogwarts, with the notable exception of Dolores Umbridge's office, as she held a senior position within the ministry. Thus, for the sake of privacy and security, arranging for a secondary residence nearby equipped with a fireplace connected to the Flu network seems a prudent plan. Ideally, this would include a small estate, allowing for the construction of a greenhouse for herb cultivation, as well as a designated area for raising small animals, and ample underground space for practicing magic, brewing potions, and crafting magical items. The notion of jogging in Hyde Park, sipping tea at the Mandarin Oriental, or residing alongside the British Prime Minister or the wealthiest individuals in China has lost its allure for Arnold. True magnates reside in estates, after all. In truth, it is not merely the Niffler that piques his interest. Arnold believes that, provided the right conditions, he could consider nurturing a variety of other magical creatures that pose little threat. His initial desire to acquire a Niffler was not born out of a particular fondness for the creature as a pet, but rather an admiration for its remarkable pouch. A Niffler's belly houses a bag capable of containing far more than it appears, akin to being enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. Ever since reading Newt Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Arnold has harbored a fascination for such creatures. With a litter consisting of 6 to 8 offspring, acquiring a male and female Niffler for breeding could yield an endless lineage. The Nifflers should not hold it against him. It is all Newt Scamander's fault. His writings informed Arnold of their habits and characteristics, while his yearning for spatial artifacts blossomed from watching the film about Scamander in a previous life. For now, Arnold has no intention of making a purchase. He will wait until he has a dedicated space for their care before delving into this endeavor. Who knows? Perhaps by then he will have mastered the undetectable extension charm, and his interest in them will have waned. Arnold and Cedric engaged in a light-hearted conversation, until the steam at the front of the train grew thick, signaling its imminent departure. Suddenly, the compartment doors swung open once more. Chapter 49, The Cauldron, the Icebreaker. Ah, look who it is. Of course, it's Arnold Adams from another family. Beneath his fiery red hair were two identical faces, both of whom spoke in a deliberately whimsical tone. It seemed that Mrs. Weasley had not spared any effort in educating the twin brothers during the summer holidays. After all, for a young wizard hailing from a Muggle family, to pose such thoughtful and profound questions before even entering Hogwarts was truly remarkable, almost like a child from someone else's family. Upon seeing the newcomers, Arnold beamed with joy and quickly exclaimed, "George, Fred, you've come. Please, do come in." George and Fred dashed into the compartment, seating themselves beside Arnold. They were both slender, and the three of them sitting on one side hardly felt cramped. Following closely behind the Weasley brothers was a young black man, who settled next to Cedric. "This is Lee Jordan, our roommate," one of the twins introduced, pointing at the young man. "Hey," Lee Jordan greeted, sporting a head full of small braids. "This is Cedric Diggory, a student from Hufflepuff. Lee, you should know him." One of the twins gestured towards Cedric. After a mutual nod of acknowledgement, he then indicated Arnold, saying, "And this is our new friend from the summer, Arnold Adams. A first-year student." "A first year?" Lee Jordan expressed surprise, having assumed Arnold was also part of their year. "Yes, I just enrolled this year. To be honest, when the owl delivered my acceptance letter from Hogwarts, it truly startled both me and my family," Arnold replied, nodding and casually elaborating. "Startled you because you come from a Muggle family?" Lee Jordan quickly responded. His question was direct, yet his tone was not off-putting. Arnold nodded, about to answer when the Weasley twins interjected, eager to perform their routine. "Lee, don't think Arnold is just any ordinary first year. Some spells might be better performed by him than you," one of them remarked. "And it only took him a summer to learn." The other added, mimicking their mother, "Just look at Arnold. You should learn from Arnold." The entire compartment erupted in laughter at George and Fred's lively performance, with Lee Jordan dramatically exclaiming, "Oh, what a tragic tale. I absolutely love it. It has that special rhythm." Just as their laughter subsided, the train jolted to life, prompting Arnold to instinctively gaze out the window. He spotted Mrs. Weasley fervently waving goodbye alongside Ron and Ginny. Fred and George joined him at the window, waving back. Cedric and Lee Jordan were traveling independently, much like Arnold, thus they had no farewells to exchange. "By the way, are you hungry? I have some snacks here. Feel free to take whatever you like." Once the train had steadied, Arnold began rummaging through his backpack. It was already past 11, and having eaten breakfast quite early, he was indeed feeling peckish. Most of his belongings had been packed away, with only a small portion sent over by Ruth, allowing room in his backpack for some snacks for the journey. Arnold recalled Cedric's letter mentioning that the train ride from London to Hogwarts would take an entire day, and Nicole had been anxious not to let him go hungry, stuffing his bag with food. My Arnold is in the midst of a growth spurt. In a short while, the table before them was laden with an array of food, some wizarding snacks purchased in Diagon Alley, but predominantly pastries, snacks, and beverages from the Muggle world. Naturally, Arnold's homemade beef jerky and fried fish snacks were left untouched. Noticing that everyone else remained still, Arnold began unwrapping one package after another, encouraging, "Don't be shy. Eat up. It would be a shame to waste it after the expiration date." "Is this butter biscuit?" The first to reach for food was the amiable Lee Jordan, who picked up a biscuit from a small bag, inspected it closely, and sniffed it before popping it into his mouth. After chewing for a moment, Lee reached for a second piece, remarking, "This butter biscuit tastes a bit different from the ones I've had before. It seems to have a richer aroma and a better texture." Of course it's better. Chocolate frogs, if not for their movement and the collectible wizard cards, would pale in comparison to brands like Hershey's or Dove when it comes to taste and texture. A diverse array of snacks with rich flavors and textures stands as one of the greatest inventions in the culinary world, provided they are consumed safely in terms of both quality and quantity. With Lee Jordan starting off, the twins joined in, one of them grabbing a handful of peanuts and asking Arnold, "What are these?" "Those are drunken peanuts," Arnold replied, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Drunken? What a peculiar name. Can eating a few peanuts really get you drunk?" he inquired, popping one into his mouth without a hint of concern, though he didn't feel intoxicated. The Weasley lad's expression changed momentarily before relaxing again as he continued to munch on the peanuts, commenting, "The flavor is quite strange, yet I can't shake the feeling that I want to eat more." Well, that's the sensation a northerner gets when first trying Sichuan cuisine, eventually. It may lead to some discomfort. Arnold laughed heartily. If it tastes good, indulge yourself. Did I make it just to keep it to myself? Would I feel proud? Absolutely. The thrill is undeniable. With salt, sugar, and frying, there's nothing to elaborate on, except that I added Sichuan peppercorns and dried chili during the frying process. Even if it's not paired with drinks, each peanut brings comfort to a Sichuan native living in London. And this? At that moment, another Weasley poured a handful of small particles from a bag, curiously inquiring. Crab-flavored pumpkin seeds. Arnold glanced over and replied. He picked one up delicately between two fingers and scrutinized it, while the Weasley continued to ask, crab flavor? Pumpkin seeds? Is this what muggles consider food? Such peculiar combinations? Certainly not. In this culinary desert of England, it's a miracle they could conceive such a pairing. Arnold responded. This is also crafted according to my palate from a past life. Thanks to Gan Yuan, Three Squirrels, Zaya Chifang, and Douluo Gourmet. My gratitude extends to all the diligent and ingenious people of the great foodie nation. You are the most delightful. These seeds are surprisingly tasty. Another Weasley succumbed to Arnold's snacks. And what is this? A drink? Cedric grasped a bottle, intrigued by its slender shape and comfortable grip. Happy Fatty Coca-Cola. A type of soda, Arnold replied, quickly adding, be cautious when opening the cap. Watch out for the liquid spraying out. Though Arnold was less reclusive in this life than in his previous one, he still couldn't resist the allure of his beloved fizzy drink. Do you think my daily morning runs are for weight loss? Wrong. It's to enjoy food and drink freely without compromising my health. Now that I possess a more resilient wizard's constitution, can I afford to indulge even further? Besides the spicy flavors, my heart yearns for sweets. He mused, from now on, I shall enjoy Coca-Cola without denying myself the pleasure of zero-calorie or diet versions. That isn't true joy. Heeding Arnold's warning, Cedric paused, carefully twisting open the cap while observing the liquid inside. Watching the bubbles rise swiftly and then gradually descend, Cedric inquired, soda? Muggles have soda too? Is it similar to pumpkin soda? Pumpkin soda? Arnold echoed with curiosity, initially assuming Cedric was inexperienced. Even with his admonition, he feared Cedric might be caught off guard by the cola's effervescence. As Cedric continued to twist the cap, releasing gas, he explained, yes. It's a beverage that can also fizz like this, generally favored by young wizards. Adults prefer pumpkin juice. I see. Then I hope to try the Wizarding World soda someday. Arnold nodded, expressing eager anticipation. Just as Cedric carefully removed the cap and prepared to drink, Arnold suddenly recalled something and called out, wait. Under Cedric's puzzled gaze, he muttered to himself, Coca-Cola without ice lacks soul. Saying this, Arnold drew his wand and lightly tapped the bottle's mouth. Come forth, ice. Chapter 50. How am I so amazing without knowing it? Wow. Incredible. Amazing. What is happening? Is it just adding ice to the Coke? While your flattery is quite gratifying, could you enlighten me on what is so astonishing? I had no idea I was this remarkable. Are you all astonished by the appearance of ice? Surely not. Just a simple transformation. Arnold was just about to pose a question when one of the twins interjected. No way. Arnold, you've even mastered the freezing charm? Are you certain that you only began your foray into magic this summer? The other Weasley, feeling the coolness emanating from the soda bottle, earnestly chimed in. Exactly. Behaving like that could easily cost you friends, just like Percy. Poor Percy found himself caught in the crossfire. Cedric, reflecting on Arnold's earlier actions, shook his head in dismissal of the Weasley brothers' conjecture. It shouldn't be the freezing charm. Arnold didn't even utter any incantation. Silent spellcasting? Now that is impressive. Lee Jordan exclaimed, clapping his hands in astonishment. Freezing charm? What on earth is that? The one Hermione uses? That one I haven't learned yet. And judging by its portrayal in the films, it doesn't seem to resemble freezing at all. As for other spells capable of producing ice, I haven't encountered any in the textbooks from first and second year. You're overthinking it, Arnold replied innocently. It's merely transfiguration. Bewilderment was evident on their faces. Confusion reigned supreme. Transfiguration? Are you sure? It's really not the freezing charm? The Weasley brothers and Lee Jordan, having regained their senses, bombarded Arnold with a barrage of questions. Utterly unconvinced by his assertion, Arnold nodded vigorously, declaring with utmost certainty that he had indeed just employed transfiguration. The three of them exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend the revelation. Coming from families steeped in wizardry, they had never encountered any magic for conjuring frost beyond the freezing charm. Transfiguration? What connection could that possibly have with freezing? Only Cedric nodded slightly in agreement, suggesting that transfiguration could indeed provide a plausible explanation. His face radiated the brilliance of a scholar as he continued. Moreover, I just recalled that the freezing charm is a third-year subject. If Arnold is already wielding it with such finesse and can perform it silently, then it transcends mere genius. How should one describe such a feat? A monstrosity, perhaps? Lee Jordan and the Weasley twins regarded him with expressions that seemed to silently convey a singular word. It was no wonder that Cedric had garnered a reputation as the exemplary student. He was exceptional, effortlessly grasping even the more advanced topics. Unlike the three fellows beside him, who merely reacted with exaggerated surprise. Could it truly be transfiguration? Yet, Arnold, did you not write to us stating that your practice in transfiguration was not progressing smoothly? You deceived us. Now, the one subject in which you could avoid comparison with Molly is also lost. The twin brothers fell into a brief silence before erupting once more, albeit with their focus entirely askew. Do you not think that transforming a wooden matchstick into an iron needle might be more challenging than turning water into ice? Arnold gestured toward the bottle of cola, shrugging as he explained, "At least, that is my belief." "Is that so?" The twins chimed in unison. "What difference is there?" Cedric inquired, equally intrigued. Arnold elucidated that transforming a matchstick into an iron needle had proven to be a challenging endeavor, one that he had labored over for an extended period with limited progress. He pondered whether he might approach the task by examining substances that, while composed of similar elements, manifested in entirely different forms. This contemplation led him to consider water and ice. Following the techniques imparted to him in your correspondence, he commenced practicing transfiguration using water. The results, as it turned out, were quite satisfactory. In conclusion, Arnold gently tapped Cedric's cola with his wand, a subtle smile gracing his face. To his astonishment, the process was surprisingly simple. He not only successfully discovered the magical method of transforming water and ice reciprocally, but did so without uttering a single incantation. Perhaps it was indeed due to the closely related nature of water and ice? Reflecting on the several hefty Latin dictionaries he had prepared, ranging from classical to ecclesiastical and contemporary, Arnold felt a twinge of regret for the waste of effort. Moreover, transfiguration generally required no elaborate gestures. A mere flick of the wand sufficed. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for Arnold to devise a comprehensive set of casting motions from scratch in such a brief time frame. While magic can certainly be approached with scientific rationale and subjected to a measure of study, it eludes scientific explanation. As the narrative unfolds, he found himself inadvertently impressing his companions with what appeared to be a sophisticated and silent freezing charm, a feat of transfiguration so simple that it required no incantation. Lee Jordan looked uncertainly at the others and inquired whether the components of water and ice were indeed the same. One of the Weasleys tilted his head, pondering, before affirming that they were likely quite similar. After all, water freezes into ice during the winter, and snow melts back into water. Indeed, they could confidently attest to this from their numerous snowball fights over the years. It was a challenge for these children from wizarding families. The three states of water were a fundamental concept from elementary science textbooks. Although magic defies scientific explanation, otherwise, Newton's tomb would surely be unable to contain him. This natural phenomenon remains universally observable. For Arnold, having initiated his practice in transfiguration, he gradually began to acquire insights. He had not only mastered the transformation of water into ice and vice versa, but he could also now perform the previously elusive feat of transforming a matchstick into an iron needle with impressive finesse. His proficiency in transfiguration was nearing level 2, surpassing his progress in the levitation charm by a significant margin. Oh, but wait, his highest proficiency spell was no longer levitation. Transfiguration had claimed that distinction. Nonetheless, Arnold's ability to manipulate the quantity of water for transfiguration remained limited, leaving a considerable gap between his current capabilities and his aspirations. Condensing wine into a sword, unleashing 1,000 blades, he mused, riding the winds upon my sword, vanquishing evil across the realms. Though he had achieved controlled flight on his sword, it was a mere 10 centimeters above the ground. Still, it was flight. Thus, I am but one grand spell away from the legendary wine, Sword Immortal. Just as he indulged in these lofty thoughts, the ever-curious Lee Jordan retrieved another bottle of cola from the table and placed it before Arnold. Arnold was about to agree, his wand raised halfway, when suddenly the door to the compartment was gently pushed open. A middle-aged woman appeared at the threshold, pushing a cart laden with various snacks and pastries. With a warm smile, she inquired, "Would you like some delicious treats, children?" "No, thank you, we brought our own." The Weasley twins replied in unison, extracting sandwiches prepared by Mrs. Weasley from their bags. Arnold rose from his seat and glanced at the items on the cart, his finger gesturing in the air. "Certainly, I would like some cauldron cakes, chocolate frogs, and explosive chewy candies. I have sampled these delightful treats in Diagon Alley before and found them quite satisfactory. Oh, and let us not forget some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans." After receiving a few packages of food, Arnold added, "Each bean represents a grand adventure. I refuse to believe I will never taste the chili flavor again. Oh dear. I assure you, you will be thoroughly pleased." The middle-aged woman's dimples deepened into a more pronounced smile upon hearing Arnold's words. While she boasted that shipments from Diagon Alley arrived only once a week from her supplier, whereas her stock was all freshly baked this very morning. Freshly baked? Is it the cakes or the candies? Perhaps it's the every flavor beans? Is the booger flavor also freshly made? The mere thought of this caused Arnold to lose his appetite entirely. And honestly, is it truly wise to speak of your supplier in such a manner? The middle-aged woman handed Arnold the snacks he requested, inquiring, "Would you like anything else?" Arnold answered with indifference, casually tossing the money onto the table. "No, thank you." "Very well, that amounts to 14 sickles and 21 nuts. As the middle-aged woman took the money from Arnold, she smiled and advised him, "My dear, in the future, should you wish to purchase anything, refrain from going to Diagon Alley. Simply write to the Honey Duke, and I assure you, all the goods will be fresh and the price is far more reasonable." Arnold nodded, silently mourning for the snack vendors of Diagon Alley. Being their distributor was indeed a formidable challenge. Chapter 51. Speaking out of fear. Once Arnold had completed his purchases and was relishing the delightful moment, Cedric finally voiced his desires. "Oh, and another bottle of pumpkin soda." I believe Arnold should experience the wizard soda. In addition to reciprocating Arnold's kindness, he requested 2 more delicacies. "I also want some pumpkin pasties and chocolate cauldrons." "Pumpkin soda?" "Certainly," the middle-aged woman responded with a smile, before attempting to upsell. "However, these sodas are not chilled. Would you like some pumpkin juice instead?" With the sun blazing, a sip of chilled pumpkin juice would be the utmost indulgence. "No thanks. I'll stick to the pumpkin soda," Cedric replied, shaking his head. "We can manage on our own," Lee Jordan interjected mysteriously, and he too purchased 2 slices of cake for lunch. As the middle-aged woman contentedly collected her payment and prepared to move on to the next stall, Lee Jordan called out to her once more, "Oh, and I would like some animal voice-changing candy." He then turned to Arnold and added, "You must try this. It's incredibly entertaining. I recall that it was not available in Diagon Alley." Arnold nodded with a smile. He was familiar with the concept of animal voice candy, recalling a scene from a film where Harry and Ron indulged in it within their dormitory. This novelty likely served more for amusement than for taste, as it was rather mediocre. Outside of the young wizards at Hogwarts, few showed any interest in it, and Diagon Alley had not stocked it. As the partition door closed once more, the other snacks and pastries were set aside, leaving Arnold with only a recently opened bottle of pumpkin soda before him. Under the unwavering gaze of his companions, Arnold extended his wand and pointed it towards the bottle's opening. Without uttering an incantation or performing any extravagant gestures, a slender popsicle materialized within the soda bottle, its upper portion even rising above the surface of the fizzy liquid. There was no visible freezing process, yet the gentle chill radiating from the bottle assured everyone in the compartment that indeed, it was a popsicle. Arnold exhibited remarkable attentiveness and impressive control. The thickness of the popsicle was perfectly calibrated, ensuring it did not obstruct the bottle's opening. Lifting the glass of pumpkin soda adorned with ice, he gulped down a substantial mouthful. Delightful. The flavor was surprisingly agreeable, far from the bizarre and unpleasant taste he had anticipated. Exhaling contentedly, Arnold took another sip. Although the notion of pumpkin flavor might seem peculiar, only through experience can one truly judge. This flavor has flourished within the British magical community for countless years, and for good reason. Observing Arnold's expression of sheer satisfaction, the Weasley brothers could not resist applauding. "Splendid." Cedric chimed in with praise. "Truly an extraordinary invention." In reality, this was hardly remarkable. Provided your first-year transfiguration grades are above an A, I believe it should be easily achievable. At least, after successfully transforming water into ice. "I practiced extensively before I could turn a matchstick into a needle," Arnold explained, swallowing another mouthful of soda. Arnold truly did not perceive the enormity of this ability. The ice he could conjure from water was minuscule in quantity and exceptionally brittle in quality, not to mention the creation of 1,000 blades. Even producing a single ice sword suitable for combat seemed a formidable challenge. Hogwarts employs a grading system for routine examinations and assignments akin to that of ordinary schools. An A signifies passing, E denotes satisfactory, and or represents outstanding performance. Below these, there exist failing grades, P, D, and each progressively worse. Under Professor McGonagall's meticulous standards, a first-year student should be able to achieve at least a passing mark. While transforming a mouse into a snuff box may be ambitious, transforming a matchstick into a needle is certainly attainable, albeit with room for refinement in precision and duration. If one can transmute fundamentally different matchsticks into needles, mastering the technique to transform water into ice should be effortlessly achievable. Cedric shook his head in admiration, remarking, "It sounds simple, yet apart from you, no one has ever conceived of crafting ice in such a manner." Arnold found himself quite unaccustomed to their ways, especially in the presence of Cedric, a true academic prodigy. Although he had diligently learned and mastered one spell after another at home, using his unique methods, he had not yet fully acclimatized to this new environment. Rubbing the back of his head, Arnold shyly remarked, "Perhaps others might not find it useful? This is merely transfiguration, which differs somewhat from actual ice. Well, it should be noted that it effectively serves as real ice, capable of cooling the surrounding soda, albeit gradually melting away. Should my transfiguration not complete its melting process in time, the remaining ice would simply revert to water, skipping the melting phase entirely. Of course, if one were to crush the ice and consume it, it would merely return to water, posing no danger whatsoever." At this juncture, an intriguing thought struck Arnold. According to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, magic cannot conjure food out of thin air, as doing so could lead to harm once the spell's duration expires. However, if I were to transform a bowl of rice into other delectable dishes, consuming them should pose no issue, right? After all, once the duration is over, it would revert to harmless rice. Yet, during the spell's effect, I would already have relished the delightful flavors. This raises a question. How many culinary delights can one bowl of rice yield? Dishes like boiled sliced pork, spicy diced chicken, fragrant fish, and chili oil rabbit heads come to mind. I can hardly contain my saliva at the thought. Furthermore, my palate has been ravaged by the modified Chinese cuisine in London's Chinatown over the past few years. I fear I must return to my homeland to indulge in authentic flavors." Cedric took another sip of his chilled cola, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, that is how transfiguration works. When you initially transformed it into ice, there was no freezing process involved. However, this does not detract from the final outcome, does it? As the two enjoyed their drinks, one cola, the other pumpkin soda, Lee Jordan could no longer contain himself. He grabbed a bottle of cola, opened it, and with a flick of his wand, began to gulp it down eagerly. Seeing his actions, the Weasley twins were not to be outdone, each employing transfiguration on their own bottles of cola. After downing nearly half a bottle in one go, Lee Jordan exclaimed, "Oh, I absolutely adore this." "What is it?" "Cola? Cola soda. The taste is simply marvelous." "Cola soda?" While this phrase may not be incorrect, it does feel somewhat peculiar. One of the Weasleys, sipping his icy cola, gazed at Arnold in awe. "I truly wonder how your mind works." The other Weasley chimed in, "Arnold, if there's anything else you haven't shared with us, do tell. We wouldn't want to be caught off guard again. What else have I not disclosed to my friends? Let me ponder. I have not revealed all the spells I have mastered. I have not fully demonstrated my proficiency in magical applications. I have begun to infuse my spells with mental energy. Some spells have found their footing, while others are evolving into instantaneous forms. However, I have no intention of exposing these just yet. The cool gadgets like the flying sword and skateboard remain tucked away in my suitcase, along with the first magical item I crafted independently. Oh, and I must not forget the flying broomstick. Upon reflection, it seems I do have quite a few secrets. Admitting these might very well startle you all. Chapter 52. It will hurt. While it was merely a jest to coax Arnold into sharing more, the group soon found themselves engaged in a lively conversation over their meal. Arnold tossed a voice-altering candy into his mouth, and under the watchful gaze of his companions, he opened his mouth and emitted a resounding roar akin to that of a lion. Roar. "This is splendid. Far more majestic than that of an elephant." Lee Jordan nodded enthusiastically and applauded, then inquired, "By the way, Arnold, which house do you wish to join?" You are familiar with the four houses of Hogwarts, are you not? Arnold nodded. During the summer, the Weasley brothers and Cedric had each shared some insights about Hogwarts with him, which largely aligned with the impressions he had gleaned from novels and films in his previous life. As for me, I have no reservations except for Slytherin, Arnold shrugged nonchalantly. Slytherin is the stronghold of blood superiority advocates, primarily composed of young wizards hailing from pureblood families. The Weasley family, known for their pureblood traitors, has always belonged to Gryffindor. Additionally, there are occasionally half-bloods with similar ideologies in Slytherin, such as Tom Riddle or Severus Snape. However, there are none from Muggle families. Although wizards in this world somewhat resemble sorcerers, drawing power from their lineage, this does not hold absolute truth for every individual. Perhaps Rowling did not elucidate this clearly, or maybe she herself was uncertain. After all, she is merely a novelist. Arnold contemplated the notion that perhaps many individuals in this world possess the bloodline or genetic predisposition of wizards, with their talents merely manifested in either recessive or dominant forms. Moreover, what kind of education had he received since childhood? Decades ago, his textbooks contained the phrase, "Do noble birth and rank truly matter?" How could he possibly be aligned with the Slytherins? At this moment, Cedric raised the bottom of his soda bottle towards Arnold and interjected, "I hope you will join Hufflepuff." One of the twins immediately disagreed. "Isn't Hufflepuff already sufficient with you? Do you also wish to recruit Arnold? What? Do you all want to compete for the House Cup?" Upon hearing this, the other twin and Lee Jordan chuckled. In recent years, the House Cup had been dominated solely by Slytherin. Yet Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were not entirely without prospects. Even if Snape showed favoritism, points were still awarded and deducted according to the basic rules. But how long had Hufflepuff been estranged from the House Cup? It was not just Arnold, who had only read novels and watched films, who was oblivious. Even those nearing their second year at Hogwarts might struggle to articulate it. Cedric glared at the Weasley twin and defiantly countered, "Why can't we contend for the House Cup? Even if there is only a 1% chance. We should strive for it." With a resounding applause, Arnold remained silent, simply clapping vigorously, not for any other reason, but to commend Cedric's ambition and determination. He truly embodied the quintessential school heartthrob in every aspect. Lee Jordan intervened to halt the Weasley twins' argument with Cedric, thoughtfully remarking, "In my opinion, the likelihood of Arnold being sorted into Ravenclaw is the greatest." Upon hearing this, everyone unconsciously nodded in agreement. Then one of the twins shook his head vigorously. "Oh, Lee, while I acknowledge your point, I still hope Arnold will be placed in Gryffindor. That way, our first-year classroom points will surely surpass Slytherin, bringing the House Cup closer to us." After saying this, he turned to his brother. "Right, George?" At this moment, it was clear he was Fred. George wholeheartedly concurred. "Indeed, and if Arnold is sorted into Gryffindor, it would be much more convenient for us to play together." As he spoke, he couldn't resist exchanging mischievous glances with Fred and Arnold. It seemed that George's notion of play was far from simple. If Arnold's assumptions were correct, George was likely referring to nocturnal escapades. Indeed, Arnold found the idea quite intriguing. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL into another browser for reading. What is the point of a campus life that does not contravene school rules? Moreover, he was certain that upon arriving at Hogwarts, the system would undoubtedly issue a map exploration quest, likely similar to that of Diagon Alley, with rewards settled in phases. Without some nocturnal adventures, how could one achieve a satisfactory completion rate? Pretending not to comprehend George's hint, Arnold surveyed the group and raised an eyebrow, saying, "From the way you speak, it seems as if I can enter whichever house I desire. Did you not mention in your letter that this is determined by some special magical artifact?" After a brief pause, Arnold continued to feign ignorance. "By the way, you still haven't informed me of the criteria for sorting." Upon hearing Arnold's inquiry, the Weasley twins exchanged glances, then looked at Cedric and Lee Jordan, silently reaching a consensus. Arnold observed their reactions closely, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Indeed, the students of Hogwarts, regardless of their respective houses, shared a common stance when it came to the matter of intimidating newcomers. As expected, Fred shrugged his shoulders, a look of feigned exasperation crossing his face as he remarked, "It's a sort of test, or perhaps a trial, and in due time, you shall comprehend. However, the specifics cannot be divulged, suffice it to say. It will be rather painful." His twin brother, George, chimed in, "Yes, if you cannot endure it. Or if your performance leads the heads of the 4 houses to deem you unsuitable, then you shall only experience a fleeting visit to Hogwarts." "Ah, painful, you say? A mere day trip to Hogwarts? You nearly frightened me," Arnold retorted. "Should I embark on a day trip back? My concerns should lie with Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic, correct? You seem blissfully unaware of how tirelessly Professor McGonagall advocated for my admission to Hogwarts," nearly exhausting her breath in the process. "Nevertheless, as the sun shone brightly today and my spirits were buoyant, I shall reluctantly indulge in your little charade." Arnold feigned a look of fear on his face, uncertain of his acting prowess. In a soft and timid voice, he inquired, "George, what does a day trip mean? Does it imply expulsion? Can one really be sent back after receiving an acceptance letter? Has there ever been such a precedent?" Oh no. He had forgotten all about the acceptance letter. George, feeling frustrated, tapped his forehead, pondering how to continue deceiving Arnold. He glanced back at Fred, realizing that if he was at a loss, Fred surely would be as well. Subsequently, George turned to Cedric, indicating with his gaze, "You answer this one. You are a good student, and your words carry weight." Receiving George's signal, Cedric hesitated, evading Arnold's gaze, and vaguely replied, "I am not entirely sure. It should have happened before, I suppose." Witnessing Cedric's awkward demeanor, which suggested he was not accustomed to lying, Arnold nearly burst into laughter. Yet, Lee Jordan, unable to contain himself, let out a mischievous chuckle. When Arnold turned to him, he quickly assumed a serious expression, patting Arnold on the shoulder with enthusiasm. "So, Arnold, brace yourself for the challenges ahead. I have faith in you. Indeed, we all believe in your ability to pass the test." The Weasley brothers chimed in unison, their faces adorned with a mysterious smile. However, Arnold's reaction took the group by surprise. A hint of a mischievous smile appeared on his face. "A challenge? What sort of challenge is this? Oh, so you all have joined forces to tease the newcomer? This is amusing, isn't it? It is time for you sheltered individuals to broaden your horizons." Chapter 53. Let me tell you a story as he munched on drunken peanuts and sipped chilled pumpkin soda. Arnold savored the bewildered expressions of the others, who exchanged glances in confusion. Arnold then mysteriously began to recount the reason. "You may be unaware that I have previously perused various Eastern texts, specifically those from Hogwarts. In Hogwarts, there exists a group of powerful practitioners known as Xiao, akin to our wizards. Their training grounds are referred to as zomen, which can be likened to Hogwarts. When these zomen admit new students, they often subject them to preliminary trials, such as mountain climbing, since most of these sects are situated upon mountains." Indeed, Arnold was narrating a tale, drawing from the plethora of web novels he had consumed, weaving a narrative that seemed almost authentic. Xiao, zomen. A few individuals instinctively moved their lips, echoing Arnold's key terms, yet it was evident that the transliterations he provided, nay, they were merely pinyin, posed a considerable challenge for these young British wizards. "Zomen, it's simply a magical school built on a mountain, correct? If their trial is merely climbing, that should not be too formidable," Lee Jordan interjected, dismissing the complexities of Chinese phonetics. "Indeed, I also believe that climbing a mountain should be manageable, especially with the assistance of some basic magic. It could even be described as effortless," George concurred, nodding in agreement. "The spells anticipated to be learned in advance by new students, such as my own, allowed me to levitate a small biscuit to my hand, earning a chorus of disdain from my peers." Arnold continued, stating that any magic would be rendered ineffective during the mountain climbing trial. Clap. Fred applauded in agreement, deliberately gazing at Arnold, asserting that should indeed be the case. Otherwise, it would be utterly unfair to the other new students. Cedric nodded along, thoughtfully adding, "The magical schools in Hogwarts primarily recruit children, correct? It would indeed be just to prohibit magic during the trials. Otherwise, it would be quite unfair to talented children who lack the means." He pondered the difficulty of the trial, emphasizing the importance of time constraints and the mountain's height. The height of the mountain is irrelevant. As long as the practitioners residing atop it are sufficiently powerful, nothing would pose an issue. After uttering a somewhat ambiguous statement, Arnold continued to boast about the content from the web novels of his past life, claiming that the practitioners within those sects could envelop the entire mountain in expansive magic, causing climbers to feel increasingly weighed down, with their body weight doubling, tripling, or even more. "Oh dear, heaven knows how many brain cells I expended to transform 8 Chinese characters into a lengthy string of English, just to quote a famous saying," Lee Jordan exclaimed, taken aback by this unexpected twist. The Weasley brothers were similarly astonished, exchanging glances as they envisioned the burden each would impose upon the other while attempting to ascend the mountain. Unlike Ron or Percy, George and Fred were of a more diminutive and stout physique. Cedric's focus diverged from theirs. Surely, a spell capable of enveloping an entire mountain must be incredibly formidable? Arnold paused momentarily, then nodded gravely. In truth, I am unsure as well. It merely serves as a trial for the outer disciples of the sect, and its power, no matter how formidable, is ultimately limited. Moreover, such scenarios in fantasy novels are predominantly resolved through the use of formations, requiring no human intervention. I recall that in one of the Harry Potter installments, Hogwarts seemed to possess a similar protective enchantment, akin to a fortress or mountain safeguard. Was it in the final book, where several professors collaborated to conjure it? Or had it always existed, merely activated by them? At this moment, Fred appeared to have finally calculated the complexity of the task involving the two of him, or perhaps one of him and George, climbing the mountain. He lamented, "If it is to be this arduous, how many individuals must be eliminated after such a trial?" Arnold nodded earnestly in agreement, stating, "Indeed, those who manage to ascend are exceedingly rare, truly the CRME de la CRME. Of course, it goes without saying that only those who reach the pinnacle at the very last moment before the deadline are the true protagonists. No need to elaborate on that." George, somewhat skeptical, replied, "To say 1 in a million is rather exaggerated. It's likely that no student has been expelled from Hogwarts for many years." "Is that so? How splendid." Arnold mused. Perhaps the abundance of candidates from Hogwarts is the reason. Upon hearing this, George fell silent, while Arnold marveled internally, realizing that even wizards from a less robust educational background were aware that Hogwarts' greatest resource is its people. In truth, I've never heard of any student being expelled during the sorting. You needn't worry too much about it, Arnold, Cedric kindly reassured him, concerned that Arnold might be intimidated by the purported trials from Hogwarts. Haha, I am well aware of that, and in fact, I possess more knowledge on the matter than you all do. For instance, the sorting hat can actually be influenced. If one clearly expresses their intentions and remains persistent, they can end up in whichever house they desire. However, at this moment, the group exchanged worried glances, as if Arnold truly feared failing their so-called test, which made him visibly anxious. Am I being too harsh on the earnest one? Arnold pondered, but I'm not worried at all, he chuckled confidently. Yet, the others did not share his levity. They busily shifted the conversation, keen to avoid placing any additional psychological pressure on Arnold. But I genuinely feel no pressure at all. By the way, Lee Jordan, do you enjoy playing Quidditch? I know the three of them are quite fond of it. Ultimately, it was Arnold who initiated the shift in topic, steering the discussion towards something of greater mutual interest. Quidditch? Lee Jordan paused momentarily, then, with animated gestures, exclaimed, "Of course I adore it. No, I am absolutely in love with Quidditch." At this, Cedric and the Weasley brothers shared a knowing smile. Arnold was not mistaken. The three of them truly held a deep affection for Quidditch. However, Lee Jordan's spirits soon diminished. "Unfortunately, I lack any talent for Quidditch, so the chances of being selected by Charlie are rather slim." "Charlie?" Arnold inquired, turning to the Weasley brothers for clarification. Fred nodded and explained, "Indeed, he is our brother, whom you have met. He is currently the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and we plan to try out this semester while he is still here before graduation." Arnold had not anticipated this situation. He only knew that next year, when Harry entered Hogwarts, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team would be someone named Wood. So, it seemed that he would take over only after Charlie's graduation. Given that the current captain was a friend's brother, could there be an opportunity? Chapter 54, The Hardcore Tryouts. Arnold's heart stirred, and he immediately inquired of Fred, "Oh, might I be allowed to enter as well?" He then assured, "If possible, I shall consult with the professor in charge of the sorting about being placed in Gryffindor." He recalled the earlier assertion that one could not simply choose which house to join. Indeed, without a moment's hesitation, Fred dismissed the notion. "Arnold, what are you thinking? You believe you can negotiate with the sorting hat. Moreover, first-year students are prohibited from joining the Quidditch team." In his haste, Fred inadvertently let slip the term sorting hat. "Precisely. Furthermore, Charlie is responsible for the team's performance and will not show us undue leniency. We must undergo selection even to register. Arnold, perhaps it would be wise to first learn how to ride a broomstick." George chimed in agreement from the side. Arnold surveyed the two individuals, his expression serene as he inquired, "A flying broomstick? Is it particularly challenging?" Before the Weasley brothers could respond, Cedric took the initiative to elaborate. While it is not inherently difficult, mastering the art of flying is quite another matter. It requires a certain level of innate talent, as well as dedicated practice. For instance, Fred and George have been acquainted with flying broomsticks since childhood, and they now excel in it, hardly needing Charlie's supervision to qualify. George laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Huh? That's music to my ears." In fact, Cedric, your flying skills are commendable as well. Ah, are you two engaging in a mutual praise session? Noticing Arnold's bemusement, Fred explained, "Our families reside quite close to one another. Ever since we learned to ride broomsticks, we've occasionally visited each other while flying." Cedric added, "And during the summer holidays, Charlie takes us out to play." George feigned seriousness, correcting his terminology. "Play? What do you mean by play?" "That is training. I envy you all. Had I been accompanied by someone during my formative years, perhaps my skills would not be as they are now." Arnold remained nonchalant, while Lee Jordan expressed his envy fervently. Coming from a wizarding family himself, he had lacked companions until he arrived at Hogwarts and became roommates with the like-minded George and Fred, thereby gaining two friends. "Do not despair, Lee. I believe you should consider trying out for the position of keeper. Even if this year does not work out, there is always next year," Fred consoled, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Indeed, next year you can join Arnold for the selection, and then the four of us can play Quidditch together." George nodded in agreement. Arnold glanced at the three individuals before turning his gaze towards Lee Jordan, making a derisive expression at the two standing nearby, engrossed in their idle chatter. "Let us discuss this later," Lee Jordan shrugged, aware of the slim chances of success, and chose not to delve further into the topic. He looked at Arnold and remarked, "You have yet to ride a flying broomstick. First, you must learn to fly at Hogwarts, and when the Quidditch team begins their training, you can try out and see if you possess any aptitude for it. Perhaps next year you could enroll." Lee Jordan's notion of aptitude encompassed both the mastery and application of various flying techniques, as well as an understanding and adaptability to the different positions within the Quidditch team. In truth, Lee Jordan's flying skills were quite commendable, and his physical condition was excellent. However, when it came to Quidditch, be it striking the ball or chasing it, he did not excel. As for seeking the elusive golden snitch, his somewhat oblivious nature caused him to notice it significantly later than his peers. Arnold immediately understood their words, akin to certain football players who excel in the realm below the neck. Although Lee Jordan's remarks were rather tactful, they carried a hint of consolation, suggesting to give it a try but not to harbor excessive hope. However, Arnold was brimming with confidence. "I believe I am rather capable." Noticing the skeptical expressions on the faces of his companions, Arnold felt a surge of displeasure. Initially, he intended to reserve this boast for the first flying lesson, but he could no longer contain himself. Glancing at the Weasley twins and Cedric, Arnold reminded them, "Do you remember the flying broomstick I purchased in Diagon Alley?" Fred's eyes lit up as he recalled. "Ah, the Clean Sweep 5, isn't it? I remember. It's the same model as our flying broomsticks." Arnold nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. I had already ridden that broomstick during the summer vacation." Fred, in disbelief, responded, "Really? I recall that in the letter you had Jack delivered during the summer, you mentioned that there were no wizards around to supervise, and you were too afraid to ride it alone." Cedric chimed in, "Exactly. I told you in my letter that you should never ride a flying broomstick alone until you have truly learned and mastered it. It could lead to disastrous consequences if you lose control." Although Arnold was presently seated before them, unharmed, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "At the time, you even replied that you would never ride it." Yes, I did say that," Arnold conceded. "However, it turned out to be quite delightful in the end. Should I truly confess to you all that I was merely contradicting myself?" Arnold smiled sheepishly and said to the three of them, "Don't worry. I am perfectly fine now, aren't I? I was thoroughly prepared when I rode." "What kind of preparation?" George inquired with curiosity. Arnold feigned an air of mystery, declaring, "This is my exclusive technique, not something I can divulge easily." Once the group had fallen into a contemplative silence, he suddenly continued, "However, if you are willing to acquiesce to a small request of mine, I might consider satisfying your curiosity." Lee Jordan, unable to quell his eagerness, inquired, "What request?" After a brief exchange of favors to achieve his aim, Arnold animatedly gestured while explaining to his companions, "I have procured 2 iron chains. One is affixed to the flying broomstick, and the other is secured to myself. I shall then gradually attempt to ascend." Though the process of learning and practicing magic did not particularly bore him, the thought of Arnold being compelled to engage in it incessantly was intolerable. Even with enchantments enhancing the spells, This is why he enthusiastically engaged with the system to analyze the toy broomstick, modify a flying skateboard, and create magical artifacts, among other endeavors. Naturally, the prospect of flight was something he deeply yearned for and found immensely intriguing. Yet, the idea of soaring through the skies on a broomstick left Arnold somewhat apprehensive about whether Nicole would accept it. Ultimately, one day, he drew inspiration from the custom steel megaphone he had designed. Arnold once again commissioned 2 stout iron chains, fastening one end to his flying broomstick and the other to himself, while securing the opposite ends to 2 robust trees in the forest. On occasions when Nicole took him to practice magic in locations devoid of large trees, he would bind the chains to a steel pipe megaphone and a pickup truck instead. The lengthy chains, the sturdy pipe, and the rusty second-hand pickup truck exuded an undeniable aura of hardcore punk. Now, his mother need no longer worry about his flying escapades. This dual insurance was not out of fear of pain, but rather to prevent startling Nicole, of course. The chains were not excessively long, each measured 5 meters, and their vertical height barely reached that of a 2-story building. It wasn't cowardice. Nicole simply forbade him from flying too high, insisting he first master the basics of control before increasing altitude at a later stage. When Arnold finally mounted the flying broomstick, he discovered that controlling it was not particularly difficult. Maneuvering forward, backward, sideways, and up and down felt quite similar to controlling his flying skateboard. He was already quite experienced in such matters. However, he was unaware of the additional enchantments that the flying broomstick possessed, which rendered it significantly faster than his flying skateboard, equipped with 3 moving charm sticks. Consequently, the challenges of managing speed, height, and direction were considerably heightened. Naturally, with increased speed came a far more exhilarating sensation of flight. Were there discomforts? Not at all. The designers and manufacturers of the broomstick had been remarkably considerate, incorporating an invisible air cushion at the riding position that felt akin to a bicycle seat. Note 1. Well, it did mean that sitting for prolonged periods could lead to some discomfort. After all, while flying, one had to keep their legs tightly clamped around the broomstick, necessitating a rather elongated air cushion. If the air cushion could be shaped according to the creator's design, it suddenly made sense why the witches in those tales were always seen riding broomsticks. As Cedric and the twin brothers looked on in a daze, Arnold continued, "Having flown a few times while tethered with chains, I am now quite adept. However," he added with a hint of frustration, "I believe I could manage without the chains now, but Nicole steadfastly disagrees at home. Once we arrive at Hogwarts, I shall perform for you all during flying class. Oh wait, these fellows are all second years. It seems I won't have the opportunity." He pondered, "Is it truly impossible for me to join the Quidditch team as a first year?" Chapter 55, Hogwarts Express. Due to its antiquated steam engine. Even though magic meant it didn't require coal, the power and propulsion of the steam engine remained largely unchanged. Thus, the Hogwarts Express was, in reality, exceptionally slow, especially for Arnold, who had grown accustomed to high-speed trains in his previous life. This pace was nearly unbearable. When he first boarded, a sense of novelty enveloped him as he chatted and enjoyed refreshments with his friends, relishing the experience, particularly as they subtly engaged in a bit of mischief that was quite delightful. However, after departing at 11 in the morning, it had now been over 6 hours, and they had yet to catch a glimpse of Hogwarts. Arnold recalled that Hogwarts was situated somewhere in Scotland, though its precise location remained elusive. However, given the relatively small size of the United Kingdom, the train's speed could be imagined. What was most disheartening was that Arnold's compartment was filled entirely with boys. Not a single charming girl in sight. Even though he harbored no particular interest in prepubescent girls, his hormones had barely stirred. Yet, merely gazing at something aesthetically pleasing would have sufficed. Moreover, the Hogwarts Express accommodated students from the 1st to the 7th year, not just those who were still in their developmental stages. Alas, a misstep in social choices. Just as Arnold reached the pinnacle of his boredom, a rhythmic patter of raindrops against the window broke the silence. Surely, this was not the case. By his calculations, they should be nearing their destination. Yet rain had begun to fall. The journey thus far had been characterized by splendid sunshine. Arnold opened the car window, disregarding the raindrops that cascaded towards him, and leaned out to gaze at the world beyond. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, though it was not a torrential downpour. The sensation of being caught in the rain was decidedly unpleasant. He inadvertently glanced back and noticed a stark division in the sky not far behind. On the other side, the setting sun painted the clouds in vibrant hues of red, a breathtaking sight. Thus, It seemed that Hogwarts, and perhaps an even broader expanse, was enveloped in some form of magic or protective barrier. Whether it was a permanent fixture or a temporary enchantment, it was evident that the first-year students, who had to walk and take boats to Hogwarts, were undeniably at its mercy. It appeared that regardless of the East or West, in both fiction and reality, the peculiar whims of certain mentors were strikingly similar. With a resounding thud, he shut the window, feeling the train gradually decelerate as he observed the quaint little town station drawing closer. Arnold found himself inwardly grumbling. At that moment, a voice echoed through the train. "In 5 minutes, we will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on board, and we will ensure it is delivered to the school." Such service was commendable. Though moving his belongings was hardly taxing, Arnold felt compelled to commend the Hogwarts staff. Seizing the opportunity before the train came to a complete halt, he swiftly stowed away his leftover snacks, discarded his empty beverage bottle, and joined several companions as they exited their compartment. Goodness, there were indeed a considerable number of people. After all, students from all 7 grades were aboard this train. Even in the sparsely populated magical world, they were all gathered in one place. The train came to a stop at a dark, diminutive platform, yet with keen eyesight, Arnold noticed a weathered sign nearby that read Hogsmeade. It turned out that the Hogwarts Express did not travel directly to the school castle, but rather halted at the wizarding village of Hogsmeade, from which they would need to transfer to other means of transportation to reach the school. He had previously assumed that arriving at Hogwarts meant they had already entered the school's domain. For the final leg of the journey to Hogwarts Castle, the older students would ride in carriages, while the first years were relegated to a fleet of small, rickety boats. Curse this wretched weather. Arnold raised his camera to capture the platform, the sign, and the Hogwarts Express within his lens, only to mutter a complaint and lower it without pressing the shutter. The hour was already late, and combined with the oppressive clouds and chilly drizzle, he found no inspiration to photograph the quaint wizarding village. The atmosphere was far more conducive to capturing images of the enchanting witch, Blair. His wizarding robes had also become damp in places from the rain that drifted onto the platform, rendering them quite uncomfortable. Clearly, the combination of automatic temperature regulation and self-ironing spells did not suffice to keep the garments perpetually dry. It remained uncertain whether this expansive weather enchantment was a legacy of the 4 founders of Hogwarts or a notion conjured by Dumbledore. In any case, those cantankerous old men were rather mischievous. First-year students, over here," a boisterous voice called out, capturing the attention of all nearby newcomers. Arnold turned towards the source of the sound, spotting an exceptionally tall figure standing conspicuously. The individual held a lantern, yet the illumination remained somewhat dim. Coupled with his disheveled long hair and beard, Arnold, standing a short distance away, could not discern the man's features. However, based solely on the stranger's physique and demeanor, along with his familiarity with the narrative and characters, it was easy for him to deduce that this must be Hagrid, who bore traces of giant lineage. "Come on, Arnold. We ought to head over there to catch the carriage. We'll meet inside the castle later," Cedric urged, gesturing towards Hagrid before beckoning a few others to join him as they made their way towards the carriage parked nearby. While bidding farewell to George, Fred, and Lee Jordan, Arnold's curiosity was piqued as he surveyed the carriages. Indeed, the nocturnal steeds pulling the carriages were barely visible, but he thought that perhaps if he approached closely, he might glean some insights from the rain and flowing water. The study of magical creatures could wait. Arnold redirected his attention and began walking towards Hagrid. After taking a couple of steps, he paused, raised his wand, and allowed a series of artistic incantations infused with light effects to flash through his mind before gently waving it. Lumos. A familiar white glow emanated from the tip of Arnold's wand, casting a radiant aura that illuminated a clear radius of 5 or 6 meters around him. Typically, young wizards of his age, even those from wizarding families who had been exposed to magic from a young age and had mastered the Lumos spell, could illuminate only 2 or 3 meters around them. Arnold, however, was already well aware that infusing magic with emotion, imagination, belief, and willpower could enhance its effects. Drawing inspiration from the subtitled Harry Potter films on Bilibili, he had practiced diligently, and he now wielded this technique with considerable proficiency. Of course, the current casting method, which required a brief moment of preparation, still fell short of Arnold's desire for instantaneous spellcasting, signifying that he needed to strive further. "Hey, Arnold!" Suddenly, a somewhat familiar feminine voice called from behind him. He turned around, slightly raising his wand. Beneath the white glow was a face marked with surprise. The freckles beside her nose confirming that it was indeed the girl he had exchanged a few words with in Diagon Alley. Having just parted from a few close companions, Arnold felt uplifted to see a familiar face again and greeted her with a smile. "Hi, Katie. Long time no see." As Katie Bell approached swiftly, aided by the light from Arnold's wand, she looked at the wand with curiosity and inquired, "Is this the magic you learned over the summer?" The method involving a long steel pipe and a recording device. Arnold had previously shared his effective method of learning magic in letters to a few acquaintances he had met in Diagon Alley, and while Katie was aware of it, she had been occupied with helping her family during the holiday, leaving her little time or energy to practice. Arnold nodded in agreement. "Indeed, how does it feel?" Katie Bell exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Absolutely fantastic." Arnold smiled somewhat unnaturally and reassured, "It's nothing really. You will learn it soon enough." Although Katie Bell's appearance was not particularly striking, and her undeveloped physique left much to be desired, the praise from a girl still made his youthful heart flutter with bashfulness. With a hint of envy, Katie cast a glance at the glow emanating from the tip of Arnold's wand and nodded thoughtfully. In her eyes, both she and Arnold hailed from Muggle families, and if Arnold could achieve such feats, she believed she would soon follow suit. Moreover, Arnold had generously shared his validated and effective learning methods. If she still struggled, she might as well resign herself to a miserable fate. However, had Arnold been privy to Katie's thoughts, he would have gently reminded her that she was still quite young and unaware of the existence of a certain breed known as overachievers. No, more accurately, the underperformers. The Lumos spell, undeniably simple, was one anyone could master, yet Katie was acutely aware that replicating Arnold's impressive radius of light would not come easily to her. Unlike the methods of learning magic, this unique technique to significantly amplify magical potency was something Arnold intended to keep close to his chest. In this unfamiliar realm, teeming with extraordinary powers, he deemed it prudent to reserve certain secrets. While the light from his wand illuminated an area of 5 to 6 meters, nearly double that of other young wizards, his true limit was 10 meters, revealing a lingering sense of insecurity. Perhaps this was what they referred to as a fear of insufficient firepower. As he turned to continue towards Hagrid, Arnold shifted the topic with a touch of regret, saying, "Unfortunately, none of the spells I know can dry clothes. Otherwise, we would be much more comfortable now." He had always been intrigued by household spells such as those for drying clothes, cleaning, and the automatic temperature regulation and self-ironing features of his magical robes. To him, these spells were the essence of making a wizard's life more convenient and comfortable. Yet, he was acutely aware that a noseless individual would soon wreak havoc, necessitating early preparation for various combat spells. As a novice, Arnold felt compelled to learn everything, though he did not feel an overwhelming sense of urgency, at least not yet. As the content continued to load, Katie interjected, "Well, I still don't know any magic at all." Seizing the moment while Arnold had not completely turned around, she took a couple of quick steps ahead and introduced the figure behind her, saying, "By the way, this is Heidi McAvoy, whom I met on the train. Like us, she is also a first-year student." Arnold halted his motion and turned to greet the slightly plump blonde girl with a friendly smile. "Hello, I am Arnold Adams." Although his name left little impression, it did not hinder his desire to forge new friendships. Merely the 7 volumes of Harry Potter authored by Aunt Rowland were insufficient to encapsulate the entirety of this world, encompassing people, events, and things. "Greetings." Heidi McAvoy nodded at Arnold with a smile, then gazed curiously at the tip of his wand, inquiring, "Is that the Lumos spell? How did you achieve that?" Arnold did not comprehend her meaning. "What?" he asked. "I meant, how did you make your wand emit such a brilliant light?" Observing Arnold's bewildered expression, Heidi McAvoy reiterated her question, articulating it with greater clarity. "Is it really that bright?" Katie Bell inquired, her curiosity piqued. Having never witnessed anyone else perform the spell, and being unfamiliar with the nuances of Arnold's wand-lighting charm, she remained oblivious to its extraordinary nature. Just as Heidi McAvoy was about to respond, Hagrid's loud call echoed from a distance. She took Katie Bell by the arm and said to Arnold, "Come, let us converse as we walk." Arnold, with his wand held aloft, led the way as the trio made their way towards Hagrid. As they walked, Heidi McAvoy spoke up, "Adams." Arnold turned to interrupt her, saying, "Just call me Arnold." Heidi McAvoy nodded with a smile. Indeed, Arnold's Lumos spell shines with an extraordinary brilliance. She proceeded to elaborate for the two of them. "Katie, you are aware that I am of mixed heritage. I began learning magic from my mother when I was around 7 or 8 years old. I have become quite adept at the Lumos spell, but it only manages to illuminate an area roughly the size of Heidi McAvoy's outstretched hands, perhaps a bit larger, but still pales in comparison to Arnold's prowess. Out of the corner of his eye, Arnold discreetly glanced over. The airport runway was not as illuminated as Heidi McAvoy had indicated. The range of her Lumos spell barely reached 2 meters, indeed falling short of expectations. An unfortunate misstep. He had been practicing magic in this manner for some time, and inadvertently, he had showcased himself rather conspicuously in front of others. I must restrain my abilities. In a world where talent shines, it is impossible for exceptional individuals to remain concealed. Rubbing the back of his head, Arnold explained, I'm not quite sure how this happened. He paused at the periphery of the new students surrounding Hagrid, glanced back at Heidi McAvoy, and weakly added, I come from a Muggle family, so I don't understand much. I practiced a bit during the summer, and when I cast it. Here, Arnold halted, his gaze towards his wand filled with innocence. A performance worthy of accolades. Chapter 57. For Hagrid's, is that possible? Perhaps you possess an innate magical strength that surpasses others? Heidi McAvoy suggested uncertainly, her face flushing with embarrassment. To be honest, I don't quite understand it either. How embarrassing, Heidi. You have a mother guiding you, yet your magic is less potent than that of a novice, and you remain perplexed. Seeking answers from someone else, who is truly from a Muggle family here. With a gentle smile, Arnold warm-hearted Adams immediately stepped in. It's all right. I believe Hogwarts will provide us with the answers. The vivacious Katie Bell chimed in, shaking her friend's arm. Exactly. We're only first years, and we haven't even begun. Regardless of whether it's magic or theory, we will eventually learn and master it. Arnold suddenly pondered a question. By the way, Miss McAvoy, do all children from wizarding families learn magic from a young age like you? He recalled that neither Ron nor Malfoy seemed to possess any magical knowledge when they first entered Hogwarts. How could this Heidi McAvoy claim to have begun her magical education at the tender age of 7 or 8? Upon hearing this, Heidi McAvoy shook her head, dispelling Arnold's confusion. Not necessarily. It largely depends on one's interest, as well as whether one's parents are willing and capable to teach. Now it made sense. Indeed, many adult wizards possess only mediocre magical abilities themselves, or they may know how to perform spells but lack the skill to teach effectively. Teaching flawed theories or instilling bad habits could certainly lead to the misguidance of their own offspring. It would be far better to entrust their education to the professors at Hogwarts, which would be both efficient and worry-free. Are there any first-year students? At that moment, Hagrid's booming voice echoed nearby as he surveyed the gathering with a commanding presence. I am Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Since everyone is present, let us set forth. As he watched the new students follow Hagrid into the curtain of rain, Arnold felt a moment of hesitation. Aren't you cold? It would be dreadful to catch a cold or fever, Katie Bell inquired, glancing at the wizarding robes floating above her head, and then at Arnold, who was bare-armed. Do not worry, I am perfectly fine, he reassured, moving closer to the two girls. Let us hurry along so we do not get left behind. Given his physical constitution, the current chill posed no issue for him. He merely disliked the sensation of damp clothing clinging to his skin. Although he was clad only in a fitted t-shirt, the absence of moisture from the earlier robes made him feel considerably more comfortable. Of course, if he had mastered the spell Hermione used on Harry's glasses in the original story, he wouldn't be facing such inconveniences. Alas, nobody could ascertain precisely when Hermione learned that spell in her 3rd year, nor its level of difficulty, but it was certainly not contained within the volumes Arnold had purchased. Glow! Heidi exclaimed, her expression souring as she gazed at the flickering light emanating from the tip of her wand. Turning back to Arnold and Katie, she declared, I shall lead the way. You both follow closely and watch your step. With her wand radiating a soft white light, Heidi stepped forward, and Arnold and Katie followed closely behind. Arnold's wizarding robe was rather small. It needed to fit snugly. Feeling? What feelings could mere children possess? If they were not children, I would not be so benevolent. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and turn off ad blocking functions. Or copy the URL to read in another browser. Isn't a drenched, beautiful girl appealing? A group of new students followed Hagrid, slipping and stumbling down a steep, narrow path. The darkness enveloped the surroundings, and due to the muddy ground, everyone was cautiously watching their step. A few young wizards who could already cast a Lumos charm were surrounded like stars in a constellation. Turn this corner, and you will soon behold Hogwarts for the first time, Hagrid called out over his shoulder. Oh, at the end of the narrow path, a vast black lake suddenly unfolded, prompting exclamations from the otherwise silent newcomers. On the opposite shore, a majestic castle loomed atop a high hill, its towers piercing the sky, with windows sparkling under the starlight. As the warm glow within seemed to pierce through the clouds and rain. Well, Katie Bell was among the many who marveled. Is that Hogwarts? It's stunning. Heidi McAvoy also exclaimed, I've heard my mother speak of it countless times and seen it in photographs. But witnessing this castle with my own eyes is a wholly different experience, so breathtaking. In comparison to the two sentimental girls, Arnold appeared less affected. However, the wizarding robe he wore to shield the three of them from the rain suddenly twitched uncontrollably. Each boat cannot exceed 4 people, Hagrid bellowed, pointing at a line of small boats moored along the lakeshore. Remember, it must not exceed 4. Here we go again. The more Hagrid insisted on the 4-person limit, the more Arnold pondered what would happen if they exceeded that number. Would they capsize? Moreover, was the capacity of these boats determined by head count or by weight? It was said that the path the newcomers took, combining walking and boating, was a tribute to the journey of the 4 founders of Hogwarts upon their arrival at the castle, a reminiscence of trials and tribulations. Thus, it would presumably be by head count. However, herein lies the conundrum. The 4 founders were indeed 4 individuals, but 4 young wizards like Arnold were also 4, albeit with vastly differing weights. Most crucially, there were also 4 Hagrids. I wonder if there exists a spell to expand a boat to accommodate 4 Hagrids? As the newcomers dispersed along the lakeshore, Arnold glanced at Hagrid's enormous stature and then joined the 2 girls to find a boat, one by one settling into their seats. Arnold was the last to board the vessel. Upon his arrival, he addressed the 2 young women, inquiring, who will row the boat? Let us embark. Heidi McAvoy, seated at the bow, extinguished her wand and shared the tidings she had gleaned from her mother. This boat requires no rowing. It navigates on its own. She then continued. But there are only 3 of us, are there not? Arnold casually remarked. That tall fellow merely stated that no more than 4 individuals are allowed. He did not specify that we must fill all 4 spots, did he? There are plenty of boats available. Surely they are sufficient. Moreover, if we do not set sail soon, I may find myself unable to resist the temptation to invite a couple more aboard. He then inquired, Are there any vacant spots on this vessel? As Arnold and Heidi engaged in conversation across the small boat, a gentle voice floated in from behind him. Heidi lifted her gaze over Arnold to look back, while Katie also turned her head in curiosity. Arnold paused momentarily before turning to face the speaker. The girl who spoke was illuminated by the magical lamp on the boat. Her long, jet-black hair shimmered in the light, reminiscent of Arnold's own dark locks, a rather common color in England. However, her cherubic face, adorned with a hint of baby fat, was complemented by a pair of lively black eyes, a rarity indeed. Is it you? Arnold exclaimed in surprise, then rose to his feet, smiling as he extended his hand. We still have 1 vacant spot on our boat. Thank you. The girl replied, her lips pressed together in gratitude. After a brief moment of hesitation, she grasped Arnold's hand, using his support to board the small vessel. With her black hair and eyes, a female born in the year 1990, there could be no other but Autumn Zhang. Arnold held a rather favorable impression of her. Although Qiu Zhang's beauty evoked a slight sense of disillusionment, she was indeed quite adorable, at least in Arnold's aesthetic view, as she appeared more attractive than the other 2 girls aboard. Surely, not all Chinese women could be relegated to the shadows of divine beings or the likes of Lu Piapiao. Moreover, it is often said that a girl blossoms into greater beauty as she matures. Who knows how enchanting she might become in the future? Setting aside distant thoughts. In the current scenario, despite their youthful innocence, Arnold found no inappropriate inclinations within himself, yet he couldn't deny the pleasure of the situation. He was on a boat with 3 lovely girls, and he felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of existence. In the center of the small vessel, Katie Bell shifted a magical lamp that provided illumination, making space for the newly arrived girl, her curious gaze flitting between the girl and Arnold. Do you know each other? The girl, cautiously holding the hem of her wizard's robe, approached Katie Bell, while Arnold, already seated, replied, Not really, though I have seen her at Madame Muggin's robe shop. To his surprise, the girl named Arnold remembered such details so vividly. Could it truly be as her mother had remarked? This thought caused a faint blush to creep onto her cheeks as she settled beside Katie Bell, though the dim light of the magical lamp concealed it from notice. Feeling somewhat shy yet possessing excellent upbringing, the girl turned to Arnold and smiled politely, introducing herself. "Pleased to meet you. I am Qiu Zhang. I am Arnold Adams." He responded. "Katie Bell," she added. "Heidi McAvoy," the other girl chimed in. After exchanging greetings with all three, Qiu Zhang suddenly sensed something amiss, unlike before. She realized she was no longer drenched by rain. Had it ceased? Curiously glancing skyward, she noticed a wizard's robe not far above her head. It turned out the rain had not stopped after all. Observing Arnold in merely a t-shirt, Qiu Zhang finally comprehended why the sole male on the boat was dressed so peculiarly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at being so cared for. She looked at Arnold and asked, "May I call you Arnold?" When he nodded, she inquired further, "Aren't you feeling uncomfortable in that attire?" Katie Bell echoed, "Indeed, Arnold. Are you caught in the rain?" "What can I do?" Arnold replied. "Though I am among the taller and sturdier of my peers at 11. Wizards' robes come in limited sizes. Since I have already offered it for shelter against the wind and rain, even if it cannot cover the entire boat, I must retain my gentlemanly demeanor in proximity to the ladies, mustn't I?" "Perhaps. A little," Arnold conceded, pausing momentarily before suggesting to the three girls. "How about Heidi and I move closer to you both?" Qiu Zhang glanced at Arnold and Heidi McAvoy, nodding as she cautioned, "Yes. Be light on your feet and maintain a synchronized pace. I will count. You both step together." Katie set the magical lamp down and clapped her hands. 1, 2, 3. Being on the same boat with the three girls was already delightful, but now they were huddled together. Arnold, who previously felt he had reached the zenith of his life, couldn't he help but reflect inwardly. There are always higher peaks to scale. "Is everyone aboard?" Hagrid's voice called from a distance. Arnold peered over, observing that Hagrid had single-handedly filled a small boat to the brim. Even if the boat's capacity was truly measured by the number of occupants, it seemed unlikely that any additional passengers could fit. Utilizing his height to survey the lakeside, Hagrid swung his arm decisively and proclaimed, "Then let us advance." A fleet of small boats began to glide across the mirror-like surface of the lake, propelled by an unseen force. Was this the legendary rowing without oars, relying solely on the waves? Yet, there were no waves to speak of. Silence enveloped the group, with nearly everyone fixated on the towering castle across the lake, their spirits undampened by the relentless rain. Arnold, however, was an exception. He detected a magical item. Name, magic lantern. Type, basic alchemical tool. Effect, emits light under the influence of magical energy, providing illumination within a certain range. Principle, unknown. Crafting technique, unknown. Is energy consumed for analysis? Naturally, it is for analysis. This saves me the trouble of going to Diagon Alley to purchase it, even if it costs only a few galleons. After all, it merely requires 200 points of energy. Less than a toy broomstick. Indeed, it is an outdated item. Previously, Arnold had considered using a wand's Lumos spell to create a flashlight. But upon realizing he lacked the ability to project light from his wand, and with the presence of magical lanterns in the wizarding world already deemed obsolete, he abandoned the idea. Nevertheless, he had noted the item in his little notebook, believing that despite the lantern's inferior illumination and convenience compared to the wand spell, it still held potential uses. For instance, it could be placed on his head or body, freeing his hands and wand, or, as in the current scenario, secured within the boat. Thus, while nearly all the newcomers were entranced by the castle across the lake, Arnold placed his hand on the lantern situated in the middle of the boat. A flash of green light flickered before his forehead, reducing his energy to 1,000 points. And the analysis of the magic lantern was swiftly completed. Magical item, magic lantern. Principle, Lumos spell. Crafting technique. The Lumos spell is affixed to specially treated gemstones, which are then encased in various materials and styles of lampshades. Is energy consumed to imbue the Lumos spell and basic enchantment technique? Wait a moment. While it is true that the Lumos spell was a new discovery during the analysis, I had already acquired the basic enchantment technique when I analyzed the toy broomstick. Is there a double charge for this? Scoundrels. Chapter 59. The warm-hearted man. Just as Arnold voiced his inner thoughts in an existential inquiry toward the system, Qiu Zhang, nearby, whispered, "What did you say?" Unbeknownst to him, Arnold had inadvertently spoken aloud, catching her attention. Though the term scoundrel might be beyond her youthful comprehension, the stark contrast between the Chinese and English pronunciations instilled a sense of skepticism within her. I said Hogwarts is truly beautiful, Arnold chuckled, attempting to divert her curiosity. Is that so? Xiao Zhang replied, somewhat unconvinced but hesitant to press further. She merely observed Arnold's hand and remarked, that lantern appears quite stable. It doesn't require constant support, does it? Arnold suddenly realized that his actions seemed rather peculiar and promptly withdrew his hand. Oh, he exclaimed, simultaneously offering an explanation. I am merely curious whether this lamp, devoid of fire or electricity, emits any warmth. Xiao's eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, is that so? Does it emit any warmth? Although the raindrops were shielded by Arnold's wizard robe, the temperature of the lake's surface at that moment was far from comfortable. It would be splendid if the magical lamp could provide some warmth. Goodness, do you genuinely wish to know? He responded, I was merely concocting an excuse. Arnold was momentarily taken aback, offering a vague response. I believe not, though I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps you could give it a try? He truly had not paid attention to whether the magical lamp emanated any heat. It surely was not hot to the touch. Delicate fingers gently rested upon the glass shade of the lamp, and after a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Zhang turned to Arnold with a subtle smile. It seems to have a slight warmth. It feels rather pleasant. Arnold nodded in response, a smile gracing his face. Regardless of whether he genuinely felt warmth or it was merely a psychological effect, his attention had shifted to his system. With this newfound focus, Arnold began to comprehend how this cunning system operated in its trade. It turned out that while the enchantment technique, beginner level, was the same, its contents varied significantly. Previously, he had analyzed and absorbed the enchantment technique, beginner level, from a toy broomstick, which involved the treatment, processing, and enchanting of various types of wood. However, it remained uncertain whether these techniques were solely applicable to movement spells, as he had no way of knowing if they could be generalized to other forms of magic. Now, having extracted the enchantment technique, beginner level, from a magical lamp, he discovered it contained information regarding the treatment, processing, and enchanting of gemstones. This indicated that the system had derived distinct enchantment techniques from two different items. Despite their differences, they were both fundamentally elementary in nature. So, that was the essence of what beginner entailed. What more could he say? For the sake of his personal interests, he could only afford to expend another wave of energy to the system. The illumination spell would suffice. Although deciphering the optimal casting method required merely 50 points of energy, with an additional 100 points for absorption, totaling only 150 points, Arnold, being a prudent man, naturally opted to cultivate it himself. Just as before, he would only absorb the enchantment technique, which amounted to 200 points, correct? Here you go. Come on, system. Drench me in your knowledge. Ah, delightful. After relishing the euphoric sensation of enlightenment, Arnold grasped why the cost of analyzing and absorbing the magical lamp's manufacturing techniques was so low compared to the toy broomstick. The enchantment techniques contained therein were applicable to far fewer types of gemstones. Indeed, even the most inexpensive gemstones were rarer than the most common types of wood. Moreover, the illumination spell itself was rather subpar. Arnold learned from the absorbed data that when cast by the same wizard, the illumination range of the illumination spell was nearly half that of the wand's Lumos spell. No wonder that absorbing the illumination spell required only 100 points of energy, which was also half of what the wand's Lumos spell demanded. Thus, it was only natural that such a spell, along with the magical lamps produced using it, were gradually abandoned by wizards. The cost was high, and the effect was lackluster. It seemed that only I could turn the tide. As Arnold's thoughts drifted, the small boat gradually approached the cliff where the castle stood, towering above the heads of the newcomers. Duck! Hagrid bellowed as the first batch of boats neared the precipice. Prompted by his shout, everyone lowered their heads, only to realize they were still quite far from any collision. The only one genuinely needing to duck was Hagrid himself. The boat carried them through a verdant curtain of ivy that covered the cliff face, arriving at a rather concealed entrance. Upon entering, they were enveloped in darkness. Even the magical lamps aboard the boat seemed to be subdued. Arnold could only vaguely discern the surrounding stones and bricks, surmising they had entered a natural or artificially constructed underground river. Based on the lake's surface and the castle perched on the cliff, it was evident that the river flowed beneath the castle. Only upon reaching a location resembling an underground dock did the boats, drawn by some unknown force, surge onto the shallows, resting upon a ground strewn with gravel and small pebbles. The newcomers disembarked, gathering near the dock as Hagrid began to check the empty boats for any stragglers or forgotten items. Seizing the opportunity, Arnold summoned his magical energy to enhance the self-ironing effect of his wizarding robe. Ever since he had levitated his robe with the levitation spell, he had maintained this enchantment. Otherwise, the robe would have certainly been drenched before they even entered the underground river. Once the boat had traversed the underground river, eliminating any risk of rain, Arnold retracted his robe, wringing out the water before continuing to dry it with the self-ironing spell. Though his attention was primarily on his robe, the close proximity of his peers allowed snippets of conversation to reach his ears. Why is that boy dressed like that? I think he might come from a Muggle family and isn't accustomed to wizarding robes. Oh, you all don't know? Just outside. That boy used magic to levitate his robe, shielding a few girls from the rain, which is why wow, so enviable. What a gallant young man. And he is quite handsome too. The girls, receiving such care, must have felt warmth in their hearts despite the surrounding tempest. Speak more. I wish to hear. Listening to the girls' exclamations and glances cast his way, Arnold's lips curled into a subtle smile. Was I so gallant, so warm, so handsome merely because of the 3 girls on the boat? Am I such a superficial person? Certainly not. As a discerning individual, my intentions were, without a doubt, for the entire female populace of Hogwarts. Observing the heart-shaped, large eyes surrounding me, the whispers have transformed from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and from 100 to thousands. I wish to share a brief passage and pose a question. After a day of silence on Friday, I found myself unable to produce sufficient words yesterday, as I was caught in a dilemma. Previously, perhaps due to the modest readership of this book, the comments section remained relatively harmonious, with criticisms framed within rational discourse. Although I possess a slight sensitivity, I am generally open to feedback. Suddenly, however, some harsh critics from other realms infiltrated my space, more than one, in fact, from both the starting point and QQ reading. My composure began to waver. Despite having deleted the abrasive remarks, I found myself troubled throughout the day. Ultimately, I resolved to adhere to my own perspective. If others disparage my work without my knowledge, I shall treat it as if it does not exist, and if I do see it, I will simply remove it. The main points of contention raised by my critics center on the extensive exploration of the protagonist's inner thoughts. Allow me to clarify my perspective on this fanfiction. In my view, when the protagonist enters a world that is both familiar and foreign, he instinctively compares his observations and experiences with the knowledge he has gathered from novels and films in his past life. So this character appears thus here. More appealing than in the film, with a personality that diverges slightly from the original text. This object differs from its depiction in the novel and film. It is more potent, yet comes with numerous limitations. And this regulation, which was not elaborated upon in the original text, has these underlying reasons. If the protagonist were not deeply introspective, he would not be moved to tears by an elderly gentleman playing the Hedwig's theme, would he? The protagonist's encounters with this magical world, through sights, sounds, thoughts, and reflections, represent his gradual journey towards understanding, recognizing, and integrating into this new realm. Of course, whether these inner musings need to be articulated and to what extent is subjective. For the author, this also serves as a method to clarify the book's settings progressively. Most readers of fan fiction are familiar with Harry Potter, yet I cannot presume that everyone retains a crystal-clear memory of every plot detail and setting nuance. Therefore, I will elucidate what is necessary, some within the text and others within annotations, while also introducing my own interpretations in the process. This also serves to validate the lingering question of whether Rowling merely crafted a novel or truly comprehends Harry Potter. Admittedly, the rhythm and style of my narrative may not resonate with everyone. However, I trust that there are readers who appreciate it, as evidenced by the recommendations and support I receive. To those who cherish this book, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. I invite you to join me in gradually unfolding this tale, savoring it until the very end. For those who find it unappealing, I shall make every effort to retain your interest. Yet if it proves futile, I must simply accept that it is a matter of fate. Nevertheless, there is no need for departing readers to express their discontent in the comment section, particularly those from harsh realms. Let us part amicably, and I kindly request that you do not leave behind a storm cloud. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please close the browser's reading mode, novel mode, and disable any ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. I have painstakingly climbed out of the least favorable recommendation position. I implore you to refrain from discouraging other readers. Some readers tend to check the comment section first and may form conclusions based on others' reviews. However, among them, there may be one or two who would find my text acceptable if they were to read it. I kindly ask for a chance for these readers and for myself. If you dislike it, simply leave. Let us reserve the comment section for discussions about characters, plots, and settings, shall we? There are numerous Harry Potter fan fictions available on the starting point, each with diverse styles, ensuring everyone can find something they enjoy. For instance, The Source of Magic is quite engaging, with a brisk pace and captivating original plotlines. Additionally, the author of that book recommended another fan fiction to me, The Bloodline Wizard of Hogwarts, which I devoured for dozens of chapters before realizing I had yet to write anything for the day. I also discovered that the title I had in mind before writing had already been taken, forcing me to alter it slightly. That book remains a splendid work, highly favored, and undoubtedly remarkable. With such an abundance of choices available, I implore you to refrain from disparaging my work. Instead, conserve your energy for reading. It is challenging to persuade one another when our wavelengths do not align, allowing me to save time and effort by avoiding futile debates, deletions, and the need to compose this lengthy message. Crafting words as a part-time endeavor is no easy task. Additionally, some readers have raised concerns regarding annotations. My perspective is that it is the author's responsibility to clarify any potentially confusing elements, including but not limited to annotations. We cannot expect some readers to assist in clarifying for others after questions arise. While it is true that this may reduce the number of comments on the chapter, I might be somewhat obsessive-compulsive in this regard. I feel that if I write, it must be clear. However, I recognize that adding annotations at the chapter's end might indeed disrupt the reading experience, especially on mobile devices, where one might expect another page of content only to find annotations instead, which might be disconcerting. Nevertheless, the text is now as it is, and some readers have left comments in the annotations section, engaging in discussions with me and other book friends, so deleting them may not be the best course of action. On Friday, I inquired with the editor on how to proceed, but perhaps they were too busy or my question too peculiar, as I have yet to receive a response. Currently, I am considering leaving the public chapters as they are, and once the paid chapters are released, I will transfer the annotation content into the chapter discussions. What do you all think? Of course, if the esteemed readers express strong discontent with this format, I will earnestly contemplate making changes, as I must also consider the need to earn a living. Chapter 60. A host of tasks published after Hagrid inspected the empty boat. He grasped a colossal magical lantern and led the first-year students through a tunnel until they finally arrived at a damp, level patch of grass beneath the shadow of the castle. Following Hagrid, they ascended the stone steps leading from the grassy area. Soon, Hagrid halted before a massive oak door. Knock, knock, knock. Hagrid raised his enormous fist and rapped thrice upon the castle's entrance. The doors swung open. A tall, slender witch-clad in a green plaid robe emerged. Her expression stern. It was Professor McGonagall, whom Arnold had met once before. Hagrid approached the witch and turned to the group of first-year students, stating, "The first-year students are all here, Professor McGonagall." The witch nodded impassively, replying, "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here." Once Hagrid stepped aside, Professor McGonagall succinctly instructed the gathered students, "Follow me." The grave demeanor and tone of Professor McGonagall rendered the new students speechless, compelling them to obediently heed her directives. Arnold trailed behind 3 girls, merging into the throng as they entered the grandiose hall. The entrance was vast, with a ceiling soaring so high it was almost beyond sight. A magnificent marble staircase ascended directly ahead, flanked by stone walls adorned with blazing torches, imparting an aura of magnificence. Under Professor McGonagall's guidance, the freshmen shuffled along the marble floor, their shoulders brushing against one another. Just as Arnold set foot on the staircase, a notification from his system appeared. Quest name: Campus Exploration Quest Objective. Discover Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Quest description: as a renowned and ancient institution of magic, Hogwarts possesses not only beauty but also enigma. Both aspects merit thorough exploration by each student, including yourself. Quest reward: ongoing task. For every 10 units of exploration progress, earn 1,000 energy points. For every 25 units, earn 1 honor point. What an enticing reward. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, Arnold had anticipated such an exploratory task. Given Hogwarts' significance, the considerable energy rewards were within his expectations. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the prospect of earning honor points as well. If he were to thoroughly explore the entirety of Hogwarts, he could potentially accumulate 4 points. Although completely exploring the castle might not be straightforward, certain areas like the girls' dormitory were off-limits, and others like the Chamber of Secrets could be perilous. Gaining 25 or 50 points seemed feasible. After all, it was certainly simpler than the other long-term quest on his list that promised honor points, rescuing Cedric, Fred, and Dumbledore, each task more daunting than the last. Despite the challenges, Arnold felt a certain confidence in his abilities. The main issue was that the original timeline of the story indicated that the events leading to their demise were still far off. Waiting around was rather tedious. For a wizard, enhancing the power of magic was merely a technique that involved channeling the energy of the mind, albeit a sophisticated one. The essence of increasing magical prowess lay in personal growth, or more precisely, the evolution of the bloodline imbued with magical power. The time required for natural development seemed excessively protracted to Arnold, who was not inclined to accept such delays. Thus, he was particularly keen on acquiring the honor points necessary for bloodline development. Upon seeing the quest introduction, his mind began racing with possibilities: where to explore tomorrow, where to wander the day after, and, of course, nighttime adventures should not be overlooked. His first alchemical creation was specifically designed for such escapades. Suddenly, the group slowed, and Arnold snapped back to reality, noticing Professor McGonagall had led the newcomers to a small chamber where they were forming a queue. They jostled closely together, listening to the hum of hundreds of voices from the other side of the wall, anxiously scrutinizing their surroundings. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announced as everyone entered the small room. "The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats in the dining hall, you must first determine which house you will belong to." As more content loaded, she continued, "At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of which house you are sorted into, you will strive to bring glory to your house." As Professor McGonagall elaborated on the 4 houses, the rules for gaining and losing points, and the significance of the House Cup, Arnold's system began to inundate him with information. Quest name: choose your house. Quest objective: select one of the 4 houses. Quest description: each of Hogwarts' 4 houses has its own distinctive characteristics. Choosing one will determine your roommates, classmates, and possibly influence your life philosophy. Make your choice wisely. Quest reward: 200 energy points. Choose a house. This was a straightforward task. Next, quest name: show your brilliance. Quest objective: gain points in class. Quest description: since you aspire to instill a sense of fear among your classmates as a top student, feel free to showcase your prowess. Quest reward: ongoing task. For each point awarded to your house, receive 10 energy points. Points deducted yield the same consequence. Wait, when did I ever aspire to such a humiliating goal? All right, I confess, my summer efforts were solely for the purpose of accumulating points and earning energy. As Arnold perused the new tasks displayed by his system, Professor McGonagall continued, "In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will take place before the entire school." Observing the drenched and anxious students, she added, "I recommend you take this time to tidy yourselves up a bit." With a neutral expression, she drew her wand and cast a warming charm. Holding her wand steadily, she maintained the warmth emanating from its tip while guiding each student to stand before her, instructing them to raise their hands, twirl, and then step aside. Using her hand to smooth her robes and augmenting her self-ironing charm, she quickly dried each student. After everyone had received the charm, she finally lowered her wand, tucking it away. "Once preparations are complete, I will come to fetch you," Professor McGonagall stated at the door. Turning back to remind them, "Please remain silent while you wait." The moment the stern Professor McGonagall exited the small room, the freshmen collectively exhaled, breaking into whispers. Everyone was abuzz with discussions about the sorting process. "How will they sort us?" one asked. "Will our preferences be considered?" Another speculated. "Surely there must be some sort of test," someone suggested. "But what if the test indicates no house is suitable?" Another pondered. "I heard it involves battling some sort of creature." "Really? No wonder my brother said it would hurt." Hearing this, Arnold nearly burst into laughter. It seemed not only the professors wielding weather charms enjoyed a bit of dark humor, but so did the upperclassmen. "A test? In front of the entire school? But I don't even know a single spell yet," Katie exclaimed, her fists clenched in anxiety. The ever-gentle Arnold reassured her. "It seems the test isn't related to one's magical abilities. Look at those students from wizarding families. They seem just as nervous as you." Collaborating with those upperclassmen to instill fear in the freshmen is hardly a pastime for him. However, It is inconceivable for Arnold to expose this age-old prank. He has no desire to deprive the upperclassmen of their amusement and become their adversary. Moreover, although he has not participated in intimidating the newcomers, observing their anxious expressions from the sidelines is rather entertaining. Who does not possess a modicum of wicked amusement? Upon hearing Arnold's words, Katie glanced at Heidi and Xiao beside her, only to find them both wearing apprehensive expressions, especially Heidi, who had already dabbled in some magic. This sight eased her tension slightly. Nevertheless, she remained anxious until her gaze swept over the surrounding freshmen and returned to Arnold. "Aren't you the least bit worried, Arnold?" Katie inquired curiously, with Xiao and Heidi's eyes also fixed on Arnold's face. At that moment, his expression was peculiar, a blend of mirth and sorrow. It was neither calm nor entirely connected to feelings of worry or anxiety. Only Arnold himself understood the true nature of his expression. He was utterly perplexed. Just moments ago, he had perused the system tasks that appeared during Professor McGonagall's introduction to the sorting ceremony, and now the system had bestowed upon him another surprise. Nay, a shock. Task title: Challenge Tradition. Task objective: Enlighten Katie Bell, Heidi McAvoy, and Xiao Zhang about the truth of the sorting ceremony. Task description: At some point, Hogwarts students transformed the sorting ceremony into a prank to intimidate freshmen. Even though they themselves had once been frightened, they swiftly adopted the role of tormentors upon reaching their second year. As a newcomer and a warrior who has seen through it all, it is now your responsibility to bring this farce to an end. Task reward: 300 energy points, 1 honor point. System: Are you instigating trouble? As a newcomer yet to enroll and hailing from a Muggle family completely unconnected to the magical realm, what right do I have to divulge the truth of the sorting ceremony to them? Surely, Hogwarts officials will not overlook my actions and secretly investigate my ancestry. However, while 300 energy points are acceptable, considering I currently possess 800 points and could easily surpass 1,000 upon completing the sorting task, the 1 honor point is quite enticing. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading modes, novel modes, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Arnold's expression swiftly settled into calmness, as if he had resolutely made a decision, and he shook his head vigorously. Worry? No, I am certainly not worried. Facing the puzzled gazes of the 3 young women, Arnold countered, Heidi, Xiao, you both hail from wizarding families. You must have heard plenty about the magical world since childhood, correct? Upon seeing Heidi and Xiao nod in unison, Arnold continued to probe. Have you ever heard of students who were returned after arriving at Hogwarts due to some so-called test? Or perhaps even earlier, did your parents or elders ever mention such occurrences? No, it seems not, Xiao replied, still frowning in thought, while Heidi spoke up first. Indeed, it appears there have been none. What about injuries? Surely there have been none? Arnold pressed on. At least no irreparable harm, right? How do you know this? Arnold, aren't you from a Muggle family? During the summer, I met several seniors from Hogwarts, who were all very kind-hearted. They shared these insights with me just recently on the train. Arnold casually shifted the blame onto the Weasley twins, Cedric and Lee Jordan. I certainly would not divulge that I had merely employed a narrative device from online novels to deceive them into believing I was genuinely terrified, thus using such pretexts to soothe my own heart. As for the sorting hat, how could it possibly discern which house we belonged to? At this moment, Xiao also recalled that she had never heard from her parents or elders about anyone being rejected upon arriving at Hogwarts. However, she simultaneously recognized another pressing question that piqued everyone's curiosity, whether Arnold was aware of the answer. After a brief silence, Arnold pondered how to continue his ruse regarding the question. I suspect it might involve some method of assessing our intelligence, personality, and so forth. Perhaps akin to the Mensa IQ test or the MBTI personality assessment, and based on each individual's scores and tendencies, we would be allocated to the appropriate house. Assessing intelligence and personality? That is a possibility. Xiao repeated it to herself, nodding in agreement, before inquiring further. But Mensa? MBTI? What exactly are those? I can't even solve the Mensa questions myself. How could I provide you with an example? As for MBTI, that merely tests tendencies and lacks a definitive answer. Substituting in the personality color test by teacher Lu Jia would be equally valid. I surmise that the criteria for sorting would likely hinge on intelligence and personality traits, though the methods employed by wizards might be even more extraordinary. Arnold shrugged casually, his tone light, Yet the principles remain fundamentally similar. Regardless of whether Chio, Katie, and Heidi believed him, his own system had already acknowledged it. The task of challenging tradition had been accomplished, yielding a reward of 600 energy points and 1 honor point. Oh, wasn't the energy reward supposed to be only 300 points? Why did an additional 300 points appear? Arnold felt a sense of unease and promptly scrutinized the records within the system. It turned out that a few nearby students had overheard him. Regardless of whether they believed him or not, Arnold had inadvertently enlightened them. The system assessed that he had exceeded expectations and accomplished his tasks beyond measure, thus granting him a doubled reward. How astonishing! There exists such a hidden setting. The system misled me into thinking I only needed to inform 3 girls. Is it still possible for me to deliver a grand speech now? Moreover, if the rewards are indeed doubled, why is it solely the energy that has increased? Why not the honor as well? I wish to accumulate more to further develop my lineage. Wait, hold on, how do I already possess 2 points of honor? I haven't completed any other tasks that yield honor. Let me investigate. You have been awarded 1 point of honor for disregarding the esteemed traditions of Hogwarts and achieving success despite ignoring the wisdom of your elders. What kind of absurd achievement is this? Am I to suffer consequences henceforth? Regardless, I've already reaped the benefits. It's a trivial matter. Who would go out of their way to trouble me over this? Chapter 62. Terrifying Revelations. Several new students suddenly shrieked, their high-pitched voices echoing behind Arnold in rapid succession, startling him to the point of nearly leaping away. Arnold abruptly turned around, only to see a multitude of specters suddenly emerge from the wall behind them, one after another, numbering nearly 20. These ethereal apparitions, upon their arrival, rendered the 3 girls beside him and the surrounding first-year students nearly breathless with fright. However, Arnold found himself oddly at ease, exhaling a sigh of relief. Truly, it is not the ghosts that instill fear, but rather the living that can induce terror. Had he known that these peculiar inhabitants of Hogwarts lurked behind him, Arnold, having read the original texts and watched the films, would not have been so easily frightened. Yet, the sudden shout from those few individuals had been quite embarrassing. These pearlescent, semi-transparent ghosts paid little heed to the first-year students. Instead, they glided through the room, engaged in hushed conversations amongst themselves. It appeared they were embroiled in some debate. Leading the procession was a plump, monk-like specter, accompanied by another ghost clad in a ruffled collar and tight-fitting attire. Arnold vaguely caught snippets of their discussion mentioning Peeves, which reminded him of the mischievous entity within Hogwarts, known for causing more trouble than even the Weasley twins. Suddenly, one of the ghosts noticed the assembly of first-year students and inquired, "What are you doing here?" The newcomers, paralyzed with fear, dared not even breathe, let alone respond to his question. Arnold was aware that they were fundamentally harmless, and out of courtesy, he prepared to respond. "Now, let us proceed forward." A voice echoed from outside the cottage, indicating that the sorting ceremony was about to commence. Professor McGonagall had returned, and the unconventional ghosts no longer lingered, gliding in a procession through the walls and disappearing from sight. Now, in a single file, Professor McGonagall appeared at the entrance of the cottage and instructed the first-year students to follow her. All the newcomers promptly formed an orderly line, suppressing their fears of the ghosts and anxieties about the sorting as they followed Professor McGonagall toward the Great Hall. Arnold, accompanied by 3 young ladies, joined the queue behind a somewhat corpulent young man with coarse, short hair. As he walked, he boasted to his companions nearby, claiming, "Those were merely ghosts. I cannot fathom what you are afraid of. My uncle has informed me that this is a hallmark of Hogwarts. Did I not mention my uncle earlier? His name is Tiberius, a high-ranking official at the Ministry of Magic, well-versed in all matters pertaining to Hogwarts." Arnold, positioned slightly behind him, raised his gaze and was not surprised to observe that the pallor on the boy's face had yet to fade. The bravado of youth is to be expected. They traversed the room, passed through the entrance hall, and after navigating a set of double doors, Arnold and the other first years entered a grand dining hall of immense size and opulence. The hall's decor was nothing short of resplendent. Even someone as worldly as Arnold had never witnessed such a spectacle, save in the realm of cinema. Students from other years had already taken their seats, distinctly divided into 4 groups, each gathered around one of 4 long tables. These tables were indeed lengthy, astonishing Arnold, who was accustomed to the circular tables of Chinese restaurants and the square ones of hot pot establishments. The tables were adorned with gleaming golden platters and tall goblets, sparkling invitingly. Illumination in the hall did not emanate from electric lights, oil lamps, or even the dim magical lamps Arnold had previously encountered. Instead, it was provided by countless floating candles, thousands of them, dancing in midair. This scene was familiar. It resembled the imagery from that video of the New Year's gala that had transported him through time. As he continued to marvel, the table at the head of the hall was set horizontally with another long table designated for the professors. Arnold recognized Hagrid, who had escorted them across the water, the long-bearded Dumbledore, and the stern-faced Snape. Professor McGonagall guided the first years toward the professors' table while they discreetly surveyed the hall's decor, the professors on the platform, the senior students at the tables, and the ethereal ghosts flitting about. Arnold cast his gaze beyond the flickering candlelight, tilting his head upwards to behold the velvet-black ceiling adorned with twinkling stars. Enchanted, it mirrored the celestial expanse outside. I had read of such wonders in the chronicles of Hogwarts. The starlit sky was truly enchanting. Yet, a twinge of disappointment lingered within Arnold, for there was no charming girl by his side to whisper such sentiments, as he yearned to witness this moment firsthand. However, I am not alone, for 3 lovely girls are nearby. Though they were preoccupied with their own explorations, as a gentleman, I ought to take the initiative. This place is indeed bewitched, reflecting the beauty of the world beyond, as I had learned from the tales of Hogwarts. Arnold's voice was not loud, yet due to their proximity, the 3 girls heard him and turned their astonished gazes upwards. What a beautiful starry sky! Is there truly a ceiling above? Is the roof of this restaurant not open to the heavens? Wait, surely Arnold is not boasting, is he? Moreover, it is clearly raining outside. How could one possibly see stars? Where have the clouds vanished to? It must be some magical illusion. The 3 girls exchanged dubious glances, silently reaching a consensus to seek out the book Arnold mentioned when they have the opportunity, so they can scrutinize it later. Observing their interaction, Arnold felt rather displeased. Oh dear, ladies, the rain outside is most likely the doing of that cantankerous old man on stage. Whether it continues or not is certainly not within his control. Professor McGonagall led the first-year students to the front of the professors, instructing them to turn around and face the entire student body. Then, with a gentle wave of her wand, a 4-legged stool gracefully floated over, coming to rest before the first-year students. She then produced a pointed wizard's hat from seemingly nowhere and placed it atop the stool. Arnold gazed curiously at the hat, which appeared quite ancient, soiled, and wrinkled, adorned with numerous patches. This must be the sorting hat, once belonging to the illustrious Godric Gryffindor. As he fixated on the hat, Arnold cast aside any inclination to mock or express disdain, instead pondering how he might win the hat's approval and surreptitiously retrieve the legendary Gryffindor sword from within its depths. If successful, he would be but a wand's length away from becoming the revered sword master clad in white robes. Chapter 63, My Choices. Just as Arnold's mischievous gaze lingered, a melody, akin to an enchanting siren-esque call, emanated from the hat, captivating the attention of every soul in the dining hall. Any thought concealed within your minds shall not escape my discerning gaze. Try me on, and I shall reveal to you the house to which you truly belong. You may find yourself suited for Gryffindor, where bravery, courage, and boldness lie hidden within your heart. Perhaps you belong to Hufflepuff, known for its integrity, loyalty, and unwavering perseverance in the face of hardship, or you might be destined for Ravenclaw, where wisdom and intellect flourish among its kin. Alternatively, you could be aligned with Slytherin, where sincerity exists alongside cunning, and ambition drives its people to achieve their goals by any means necessary. Upon concluding its song, the hat was met with thunderous applause, its apex bending slightly as it bowed gracefully to each of the 4 dining tables before falling silent. Arnold silently bestowed a negative review upon the sorting hat in his mind. It was not only old and dirty, but it also left him with the impression of being out of tune and rhythmically chaotic. It paled in comparison to Lee Jordan. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. When I call out a name, that person will don the hat and take a seat to await their sorting. After speaking, she gently adjusted her glasses and glanced at the first line of the parchment, where a name struck her as particularly memorable: Arnold Adams. Under the gaze of all the faculty and students in the dining hall, Arnold approached the chair, took the sorting hat, and once seated, placed it firmly upon his head. He wondered if the sorting hat could discern his identity as a time traveler or uncover his secret system. Despite knowing he should not delve into such thoughts at this moment, lest the hat read his mind, Arnold found himself increasingly unable to suppress his curiosity. Humans, after all, have an innate tendency towards self-sabotage. With your aptitude for reading, memory, and writing, I am certain the esteemed Ravenclaw upperclassmen would warmly welcome your presence. Oh, and in addition to your keen intellect, you exhibit a calm demeanor that avoids rashness. In other words, a penchant for lurking in the shadows. Plotting schemes, perhaps Slytherin would suit you better. Fortunately for Arnold's concerns, the Sorting Hat seemed oblivious, merely muttering softly to itself within his mind. Thus, it appeared that the Sorting Hat might not possess true mind-reading abilities. Perhaps the four founders of Hogwarts had made certain improvements or restrictions to the Hat's mental probing capabilities. Once he set aside his deep-seated worries, Arnold silently implored the Sorting Hat, "Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, right?" The Hat's voice was faint. "You are indeed clever. More accurately, you are cunning. Slytherin could guide you to greatness. Unwilling? Then Ravenclaw it is. Cunning? I would prefer to call it self-preservation." Moreover, was the Hat now negotiating with him? This suggested that the Sorting Hat could indeed hear his inner musings. Thus, beyond merely assessing a person's qualities, the Sorting Hat could truly read one's thoughts, provided the individual expressed a willingness to communicate. Otherwise, it would remain a mere soliloquist. In essence, the thoughts that the wearer wished to share were the only ones the Hat could perceive. If one wished to keep their thoughts hidden, it would remain ignorant. This arrangement was quite satisfactory. An artificial intelligence with a communicative brain-machine interface that fully respects individual privacy rights, far surpassing the domestic applications of my previous life represented by certain platforms. Noticing Arnold's extended silence, the Sorting Hat's voice gently resurfaced in his mind. "Are you reluctant? Perhaps Hufflepuff would be quite suitable. The little fellow possesses a good heart, and unexpectedly, I sense within you the rare quality of hard work." Hard work? Is that truly rare? The majority of individuals from my homeland exhibit that trait, especially those who have faced the harsh realities of society as I did in my former life. How to choose? Ravenclaw boasts a hidden library, which would undoubtedly serve my insatiable curiosity and thirst for knowledge well. Meanwhile, Hufflepuff's proximity to the kitchen alone would captivate my soul, born from a nation of food enthusiasts. Which path shall I take? Unsure? Allow me to assist you in making your decision. The Sorting Hat could no longer tolerate Arnold's indecision. "Are you reliable?" "I might as well select my own path." Arnold hesitated. "Absolutely reliable. Every thought swirling in your mind, every trait you are unaware of, cannot escape my perceptive gaze. I shall choose what is best suited for you." The Sorting Hat's tone was laced with indignation at Arnold's skepticism, exuding an air of self-importance. Arnold, having already deduced the Hat's capabilities, merely scoffed at its claims, dismissing its ignorance of his time traveling and system. However, upon reflection, he realized that having the Hat make the decision was not dissimilar to choosing for himself, so he reluctantly acquiesced. "Fine, I will leave it to the Sorting Hat." Yet, he immediately halted, reconsidering. "Wait, I will not go to either Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff." Upon hearing this, the Sorting Hat was instantly displeased, exclaiming, "I was prepared to announce your house. Are you attempting to stifle me?" Furthermore, if he chose not to be sorted, then he ought to select a house himself. But why the sudden change of heart? The Sorting Hat began to tremble violently, causing a stir among the anxious students awaiting results in the dining hall. George, Fred, Lee Jordan, and Cedric exchanged knowing glances, contemplating whether this year's Sorting Hat, much like the tales Arnold recounted from his homeland, might indeed impose a test to eliminate those it deemed unworthy. Aside from these few, the older students were merely curious. It was rare for a student to cause such deliberation in the Sorting Hat. In a short while, Arnold would become the subject of an infamous sorting debacle. As for the first-year students lined up behind Arnold, their hearts were heavy with trepidation. They had long feared an unfavorable sorting outcome or some bizarre test that would lead to rejection. Witnessing Arnold's predicament only deepened their dread. Chapter 64. Are you a masochist? At this moment, Arnold was too preoccupied to extend an apology to the new students. After quietly expressing his desire to join a particular house, he could only hear the Sorting Hat's sardonic remarks. "What? You wish to join Gryffindor? I'm afraid I see no trace of courage or valor in you." Before the Sorting Hat could finish, Arnold interrupted in his mind. "Swallow that word back, and we can converse properly." He reiterated emphatically, "Moreover, I am determined to join Gryffindor. It is imperative. Am I cowardly? Do you not realize that starting next year, Gryffindor will be the stronghold of danger? Would a truly cowardly person choose Gryffindor? I am merely following the dictates of my heart. You see, Sorting Hat, while the Weasley twins are indeed amusing and I enjoy their company, My true desire is to keep my distance from the trio of saviors who will be enrolling next year, as far away as possible. What is so great about Gryffindor? Do the numerous hidden tomes in Ravenclaw not entice you? Is the kitchen adjacent to Hufflepuff not appealing? All of this can be blamed on the system's wretched tasks. The rewards are too enticing, too grand, simply irresistible. Upon entering the Grand Hall of Hogwarts, Arnold's system had simultaneously presented him with several tasks, and before he could thoroughly peruse them, he was interrupted by a sudden task that involved enlightening 3 girls about the sorting process. Just moments ago, as Arnold was about to finalize his house selection, he suddenly noticed a particularly appealing task among those displayed. Task name: win the trophy. Task objective: assist your house in securing the house cup for the year. Task description: while personal growth is significant, as social beings, the collective honor of the group is equally vital. It is better to find joy in unity than solitude. By various means, whether through individual effort or teamwork, contribute to your house's score and aid in securing the house cup by the end of the academic year. Task reward: long-term task, awarding 1,000 energy points and 2 honor points each time the house cup is won. Look, a reward of 1,000 energy points. And honor points too. What was that saying? Honor is my life. Literally, honor points directly influence my bloodline development, magical prowess, and physical attributes, perhaps even other peculiar enhancements. Thus, it cannot be overstated how crucial they are. This is merely the base reward. The task also specifies flexible rewards. For each point exceeding the second-place score, an additional 20 energy points are granted. It is practically a veritable treasure trove. This year may be a wash. But who knows if my unexpected arrival can disrupt Slytherin's monopoly on the House Cup. However, come next year, once our savior enrolls, will the cup rest with any other house? It seems as if it has permanently attached itself to Gryffindor. Although victories are narrowly clinched at the last moment thanks to Dumbledore's favoritism, it is this very bias that leaves no opportunity for any other house. I do not dare to hope for the flexible rewards. I am thoroughly content with just the base rewards. As long as the rewards are substantial. I am but a heartless system puppet, a task machine. Harry Potter is the true protagonist of this world, the most effective tool, the kindest NPC. In response to Arnold's sudden demand, the Sorting Hat, while grumbling, did not immediately dismiss it. Instead, it curiously inquired, "Why is it that you insist on joining Gryffindor?" Arnold responded without a moment's hesitation, "Because Gryffindor has more points." What? More points? In any case, if I am not sorted into Gryffindor, I shall abandon my studies and withdraw from Hogwarts today. Although he did not vocalize this declaration, Arnold's conviction resounded fiercely within his mind. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and any ad-blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser to continue reading. Not going to Gryffindor, and you intend to drop out? The Sorting Hat asked incredulously. Is it really that resolute? Meanwhile, the other diners in the hall observed as Arnold's worn and dusty hat trembled more violently, shedding dust that had accumulated over the years. Even the professors cast curious glances at Arnold, particularly Professor McGonagall, who displayed not only curiosity, but a hint of anticipation. Arnold remained oblivious to the external world, resolutely affirming within. Resolute and unwavering. Then how come I have occasionally heard you think Hogwarts never graduates? The Sorting Hat, far from being angry, seemed genuinely curious. Its tone carried a hint of mockery, but perhaps more so, a sense of amusement. Goodness, that little website misled me greatly. The mere thought of the sorting ceremony conjured a chaotic barrage of colors in my mind. It's all those ridiculous netizens' fault for making retention sound so exhilarating. Utterly embarrassing. Speaking of which, I have spent numerous years at Hogwarts, encountering countless students, yet you were the first to dare threaten me during the sorting ceremony. As Arnold felt a pang of regret, the Sorting Hat spoke again in his mind, its tone calm and devoid of discernible emotion. However, Arnold sensed that this might be the calm before the storm. Oh no, this time, my impulsive words may have truly angered the Sorting Hat. Though aware that the Ministry of Magic in Hogwarts would not allow young wizards to linger in the Muggle world, to make such an outright threat in the bustling hall was risky. The Sorting Hat was a venerable figure at Hogwarts. Although others could not hear, it might inquire later, leading to an embarrassing situation. Indeed, commendable courage. What is this? What did the Sorting Hat just say? Was it praising me? Suddenly, the Sorting Hat raised its voice, proclaiming to all, Gryffindor. Instantly, a chorus of cheers erupted from the long table against the wall to Arnold's left, as the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan exchanged incredulous glances while applauding fervently. Based on the pretentious display of the fellow atop the stool during the summer and on the train, he had been sorted into Ravenclaw. Conversely, Cedric, who had been observing Arnold's sorting from the long table to his right, wore a look of regret. After all, if he wasn't sorted into Ravenclaw, wouldn't it be splendid to join Hufflepuff? Together, we could strive to reclaim the house cup that has eluded us for many years. Wouldn't that be a formidable challenge? One filled with a sense of accomplishment? At that moment, Arnold was too preoccupied to notice the reactions around him. He remained in a state of bewilderment. Is this truly permissible? Sorting Hat, are you a masochist? Or did my threat actually yield results? Perhaps Gryffindor is simply meant for those who boldly charge ahead without thought? As he indulged in a flurry of sarcastic thoughts about the Sorting Hat's unexpected twist, a sudden system notification caught his attention. Unknown energy intrusion detected. Analysis in progress. Please review the analysis report promptly. What is this? You system are utterly useless. Unknown energy intrusion, and you merely stand by, dumbfounded? Where is the firewall? Where is the antivirus? Do you not know to keep adversaries at bay? Why analyze when you could be resolving the issue? Furthermore, Sorting Hat, are you casting a spell on me or implanting malware? Is this the infamous fade of a cheerful smile while harboring ill intentions? I never expected your artificial intelligence to go awry. Arnold grasped the Sorting Hat with both hands, poised to rip it from his head. Chapter 65, No Loss in This Venture. Oh, you can sense it? The voice of the Sorting Hat suddenly resonated again, causing his hands to pause momentarily. Maintaining his grip on the hat, Arnold silently inquired within himself, "What is that thing?" The Sorting Hat retorted, "It is not a thing." As soon as the words escaped, it further clarified, "Oh no, it is not something particularly sinister, merely a device used to trace magical fluctuations. The Ministry of Magic mandates that every student at Hogwarts must be equipped with it. I have no choice in the matter." Arnold queried with evident dissatisfaction, "Tracking? Tracking the fluctuations of magical energy? What exactly has just invaded my body at the behest of the Ministry of Magic?" Deep down, he had already formed a rough conjecture. According to the system's analytical report, the threat posed by these foreign energies was minimal. Monitoring nearby magical fluctuations and pinpointing their current location for subsequent reporting indeed seemed innocuous. The Sorting Hat wished it could slap itself for having revealed too much inadvertently. It was all Arnold's fault. The lad was simply too peculiar. After all these years, this was the first time someone had caught it in the act. The Sorting Hat stammered in an attempt to reassure, "Do not fret too much. Although this may sound bothersome and its effects are rather unpleasant, it will not infringe upon your personal safety or most of your freedoms, nor will it spy on all your actions. Furthermore, it will automatically dissipate once you reach adulthood." Having concluded its explanation, the Sorting Hat hastily urged, "All right, your sorting is finished. Quickly move on to the next individual. It will disappear upon reaching adulthood." Despite the Sorting Hat's ambiguous wording, coupled with the characteristics it had previously mentioned and the conclusions drawn in the system's analytical report, Arnold was now 100% certain that this entity was indeed the tracking thread. "Fine, I trust you won't harm me." Although the process had been tumultuous, he had ultimately succeeded in entering Gryffindor. He ought to pay homage to the Sorting Hat, showering it with complimentary words without any cost. After all, the system's report had clearly stated that these foreign energies could be analyzed and eliminated. What was there to fear? The cost of analysis was somewhat steep, requiring 3,000 energy points and 1 honor point. But mere elimination was not exorbitant, only 500 energy points, far below Arnold's expectations. He decided to hold off for now, contemplating it during the vacation. If he found himself with a surplus of energy by the end of the semester, deciphering the method of creating this entity might prove to be an intriguing endeavor. Upon hearing this, the Sorting Hat gleefully hummed, "You understand. That's good. Now off you go." Arnold felt he had held his hands in the position of cradling the brim of his hat for far too long. Embarrassed, he offered a smile to the first-year students lined up behind him and hastily removed the Sorting Hat from his head. Indeed, that phrase resonated with me. But I truly wish for your successful graduation. May you have a delightful and engaging experience at Hogwarts, you charming lad." At the moment he lifted the hat, Arnold faintly heard the Sorting Hat whispering softly in his ear. He knew precisely which phrase it referred to. "Hey, I'm glad you like it this way. I might have the chance to borrow Gryffindor's prized sword from you in the future." The enthusiastic viewers fond of scrolling through comments were indeed delightful. Thank you all. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out, snatching the hat from Arnold's grasp with a slight tug. He turned in surprise to find Professor McGonagall with a stern expression, placing the sorting hat upon a first-year's head and urging him to take a seat on the bench. Noticing Arnold's gaze, Professor McGonagall silently gestured towards the Gryffindor table, her expression impassive yet commanding. She had a vivid impression of this first year, or rather, of his mother. It was her first encounter with such a challenging Muggle parent. Little did she know that this first year was equally peculiar, though perhaps peculiar was not the right term, as it might apply to herself as well. While hat-stuck individuals were rare, the history of Hogwarts spanned nearly 1,000 years, and there had certainly been more than a handful of such cases. However, it was indeed vexing that this lad had already been sorted and yet lingered on, while so many new students awaited their turn. Marcos Belby. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Ravenclaw. Observe the speed of that one. Arnold was aware that he had seemingly occupied too much time, and with an apologetic smile directed at Professor McGonagall, he hastily made his way to the Gryffindor long table. A red-haired youth rose from the Gryffindor table, enthusiastically greeting Arnold. Hey Arnold, I never expected you would be sorted into our house. George and Fred kept insisting you would surely be placed in Ravenclaw. This individual was none other than Charlie Weasley, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and the red P badge adorning his chest signified that he was also the prefect of Gryffindor. Arnold had known him since his initial visit to Diagon Alley. Although he was closer to the twins, George and Fred, he had shared a brief exchange with the Weasley family at the Leaky Cauldron when departing Diagon Alley. Moreover, on the Hogwarts Express, Charlie had also patrolled their compartment alongside another female prefect. Arnold gently embraced him and, as they approached the long table, remarked with a smile, "Oh, Charlie, I never anticipated this myself, but isn't it rather delightful?" Arnold spoke the truth. Had it not been for the sudden glimpse of the long-term task regarding the House Cup, he genuinely wished to avoid being sorted into Gryffindor. Being closer to the trio of saviors meant straying further from the tranquility of campus life. Nevertheless, Arnold was not overly fearful. The young lions of the same year as Harry Potter had not perished entirely in the original narrative, and besides, he was a year their senior. With a bit of caution and vigilance, he was certain he would be just fine. Reflecting on the task for the House Cup, Arnold suddenly recalled that prior to the system alerting him of an unknown energy intrusion, there had been another notification. In addition to the 200 energy points awarded for completing one of the 4 options, Arnold discovered a notification regarding an achievement titled Hat Trick, which granted a reward of 500 energy points and 1 honor point. Hat Trick? What on earth is that? Such a generous reward, even including honor. Arnold continued to gaze at the description of his achievement. The so-called hat stall refers to the rare circumstance where the sorting hat is unable to make a decision for at least 5 minutes. A phenomenon that occurs only once every 50 years. 50 years for such a rare accomplishment, and yet the reward is merely a single point of honor? How can the system be so unjust? Oh, but it is futile to argue with a system that cannot interact or transform into a whimsical little sister or a formidable older sister. Let us regard this achievement and its reward as a windfall. Thinking of it this way brings a sense of comfort. I am a person who finds contentment in simplicity. It is not in vain that I spend a considerable time debating between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff with the sorting hat, only to suddenly pivot to Gryffindor, acting as both a parrot and a threat to withdraw from school, all while receiving a stern glare from Professor McGonagall. Let me draw closer to the trio of saviors. In any case, this turn of events is not a loss. Chapter 66. The Gaze of Dumbledore Gryffindor. Arnold was engaged in a cordial exchange of handshakes with Percy Weasley and several upperclassmen nearby when the distant voice of the sorting hat reached his ears, accompanied by a chorus of cheers and applause. He turned to see Katie Bell removing the sorting hat. How delightful! Another familiar companion had been sorted into the same house. Yet, he pondered, where would Heidi McAvoy end up? Autumn Zhang was a certainty. Barring any surprises, she would undoubtedly belong to Ravenclaw. Wait. Why hadn't he thought to elaborate more on the sorting hat's significance earlier? If he had informed them that with sufficient determination and resolve, one could indeed choose their house, perhaps he would earn additional rewards for challenging tradition. Just as Arnold was lost in this train of thought, He suddenly felt a piercing gaze directed at him, not from the sorting hat itself, but from the professor's table behind it. Someone was watching him. Following this sensation, Arnold's eyes met a weathered face etched with deep lines, paired with eyes that seemed to peer into one's very soul, hidden behind half-moon spectacles. It was Dumbledore. Though not entirely as depicted in the films he had seen in his previous life, Arnold was nonetheless quite familiar with this visage. The chocolate frog vendor always used the same old cards to deceive people. Yet, this was not the moment to dwell on such thoughts. Arnold's heart tightened slightly, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. Yet, he did not relax. He carefully observed the sensations on his forehead, while his mind frantically recalled the original tales of Harry Potter and the cinematic imagery. Come on, let us see whether the wizard or the mutant reigns supreme. However, Arnold soon realized he had misinterpreted the situation. Dumbledore's gaze merely swept past him, quickly shifting to another focus. The hat's hesitation was somewhat unusual, yet not particularly remarkable. Perhaps Dumbledore was simply curious to see what Arnold looked like, especially since he had been facing away from the professors during the sorting ceremony. Moreover, after calming his nerves, Arnold remembered that the spell of legilimency likely had specific distance requirements between the caster and the subject, except in the case of Harry and Voldemort. Nonetheless, in Arnold's mind, he preferred to believe that Dumbledore had indeed not employed this magic upon him, whether driven by ambition or a sense of justice. Arnold did not consider Dumbledore to be a paragon of virtue, yet he certainly did not perceive him as malevolent. Dumbledore's mature soul had long since comprehended that the world is not merely black and white. Nevertheless, Arnold harbored a favorable impression of Dumbledore, no matter how deep his schemes, how far-reaching his plans, or how formidable his methods. The headmaster's intentions towards his students and the majority of half-blood wizards and muggle-born witches were undeniably benevolent. Perhaps in his youth, Dumbledore, the master of legilimency, not only possessed the ability to delve into others' thoughts at will, but also frequently capitalized on this skill for his own benefit. Yet, decades later, Arnold believed that after traversing a long and richly varied life, Dumbledore must have acquired the wisdom to restrain his prying instincts, discovering and collecting clues from the minutiae of various aspects, relying on his exceptional intellect, keen perception, and extensive life experience for reasoning and judgment. Dumbledore would likely refrain from resorting to unconventional methods, including legilimency, unless absolutely necessary. This, Arnold mused, was the demeanor of a wise and powerful elder wizard. Charlie went to welcome Katie Bell, while Arnold settled into a seat reserved for the new students, greeting George, Fred, and Lee Jordan from a distance. The sorting ceremony continued ahead. After a boy named Eddie Carmichael was sorted into Ravenclaw, Professor McGonagall glanced at the parchment in her hand and called out, "Cho Chang." Arnold and Katie, who had just taken a seat beside him, gazed across the hall. Katie was intrigued by which house her newly acquainted companion would be assigned to, while Arnold pondered the peculiarity of a surname beginning with Z. Should it not logically be placed at the end? Ravenclaw? It was only amidst Katie's resigned sigh that Arnold faintly recalled that many translations of Chinese surnames by foreigners do not adhere strictly to Mandarin. Perhaps the Cantonese or Hokkien pronunciations could explain this anomaly. Heidi McAvoy, Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall and the sorting hat announced in unison, thus assigning Heidi to a different house. Had it not been for the excitement of entering the school and the warmth of the Gryffindor classmates and seniors, Katie might have been in a much darker mood. However, the boy who followed Heidi to the stool, a braggart who had been boasting about his uncle's position within the Ministry of Magic, was sorted into Gryffindor. The name, Kimike McLagan, seemed vaguely familiar, likely belonging to a character who appeared multiple times in the original story yet failed to leave a lasting impression on Arnold. Yet, in this tangible world, who could predict how the future would unfold? The sorting ceremony continued, with applause and cheers resonating from the 4 long tables. When the last first year, named Felix Whitehead, was sorted into Slytherin, Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and temporarily departed with the sorting hat. "Welcome." Albus Dumbledore rose, his face aglow with a smile as he beheld the assembled students, arms outstretched as if nothing delighted him more than the sight of students gathered together. "Welcome to Hogwarts as we commence a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I wish to share a few words. A few words. Thankfully, I had read the original text and was aware that Dumbledore's demeanor differed significantly from that of my former school principal. True to form, Dumbledore simply uttered an incomprehensible remark. "Fools. Crybabies. Rubbish. Twist." Then, With a slight lift of his hands, he concluded, "Thank you all." As Dumbledore's words faded, all the upperclassmen from the four houses erupted into applause and cheers, the first years joining in, only to be left utterly astonished by the transformation of the long tables. Exquisite platters of diverse and delectable foods materialized, each dish exuding an enticing aroma and appealing presentation. Arnold, a carnivore by nature, could not afford to be awestruck by Dumbledore's magical display. He simply reached for the nearest steak and began to carve. Although he had indulged in numerous snacks aboard the Hogwarts Express, those hardly constituted a proper meal. Humanity had evolved over millions of years to reach the pinnacle of the food chain, and naturally, this was for the purpose of consuming meat. In truth, Arnold had become quite adept at using the slicing charm to cut steak, yet in this setting, he felt it prudent to maintain a low profile. It was best to quietly embrace the role of a gourmand. As Arnold reveled in his meal, Katie, who still clutched her unconsumed Yorkshire pudding, approached him with a whisper. "Arnold, do you know what Dumbledore's last remark meant?" "The upperclassmen claim they are unaware. I suspect they are deliberately concealing something." The inquisitive girl, with such a curious nature, how did she find herself sorted into Gryffindor? Moreover, her classmates might very well be innocent in their claims of ignorance. It was quite possible they genuinely did not know, or at least were uncertain. Arnold swallowed the beef in his mouth, fiddling with his knife and fork as he retorted, "Katie, surely you jest. Today marks my inaugural visit to Hogwarts as well. How could you possibly assume that I comprehend what the headmaster is articulating?" Katie furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment before shaking her head and replying, "Because I too am in the dark. Perhaps it is simply the impression you leave upon me, so astute, as if nothing could possibly confound you." Arnold paused his movements and looked up at her. "Is there more? Don't stop. You speak so well. Why not say a bit more?" Katie was momentarily taken aback, somewhat puzzled. "Oh, no, I mean you overestimate me, Katie. I'm not sure why the headmaster would string those peculiar words together into a sentence." Arnold felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly lowered his head, focusing intently on his steak. In his previous life, Arnold had been curious about the meaning of that phrase, just like many other fans. In certain legends, when translated into Latin, those four words could form a phrase wishing for the blessing of the holy light. No, rather, a wish for Merlin's protection upon you. However, upon closer inspection of the original text, it was evident that none of those four words could approximate the sound of Merlin. Aside from this, there were two widely circulated interpretations of the phrase. One interpretation suggested that Hufflepuffs were all fools, Ravenclaw's bookworms merely wept, Slytherins were all worthless, and Gryffindors were nothing but mischievous troublemakers. This viewpoint reflected the impressions each of the three houses had of a particular house. The alternative interpretation was how the students of each house viewed the other three houses. Ravenclaw's witches and wizards, often considered the most intellectually gifted, believed that any student not in Ravenclaw must be foolish. The term weeping was commonly used among teenagers in English-speaking countries to mock those who were overweight, with unkind children using it to disparage their heavier, less athletic peers. Gryffindors regarded students from other houses as lacking their own bravery and daring. The term worthless originated from the textile industry, referring to scraps of fabric that could no longer be fashioned into useful items. Slytherins, being staunch supporters of pure bloodlines, valued integrity and unity, considering students from other houses to be impure wizards, mere useless scraps. Hufflepuffs were viewed as diligent and honest, always toiling away, hoping that the other houses would reconsider their ways. This final interpretation was the most accepted among fans, and Arnold shared this understanding. However, he clearly could not divulge this to Katie. As a newcomer to Hogwarts, Arnold needed to play his role diligently. Having talent or being a bit different was inconsequential. But to display an extensive understanding of all four houses upon just arriving, before even settling in, would surely raise suspicions. Perhaps it was some kind of special code, one that could not be interpreted using the common language of the day. Not only did he refrain from sharing his most favored interpretation, but Arnold also offered up the least credible one. It was better to remain modest. The system had not issued any corresponding tasks, so it was best to remain silent. Yet, not every freshman was as discreet as Arnold. The seat of the boisterous Micah McLagan, known for his catchphrase "My uncle is XX," was not far from them, and he eagerly joined the conversation. "I know what the headmaster meant by that phrase." His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of many surrounding freshmen and upperclassmen. This star-like treatment greatly pleased Micah McLagan. Clearing his throat deliberately, he waited until all eyes were on him before revealing, "If you reverse that phrase, It translates to welcome to Hogwarts in Dragonese. Dragonese? Indeed. Impressive, right? Is that true? Of course. My uncle is a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic. Are there really dragons? There must be. I even visited one with my uncle when I was young. You speak Dragonese? Have you conversed with them? Naturally. I'm quite familiar with the Ukrainian Iron Belly. In the midst of curious and envious gazes from the other students, Micah McLagan reveled in his moment of glory. Naturally, there were those who did not buy into his claims, such as Arnold. After hearing Micah's boast, he merely shook his head with a smile and returned his focus to the delicious chicken leg before him. The flavor was delightful. No wonder Ron enjoyed devouring them so heartily. Dragons certainly existed, but Dragonese? In his previous life, Arnold had indeed encountered such claims online, yet like the Latin interpretation, they were widely circulated but met with skepticism. However, in this very real world, Micah McLagan had managed to pull off his little ruse quite effectively. After all, few truly understood Dragonese, and certainly, the Hogwarts students around him did not. Thus, his explanation could not be easily disproven. Moreover, he often reiterated that his uncle was a high-ranking official in the ministry, as though his words were the official narrative. Katie found herself somewhat skeptical of Micah McLagan's explanation. It wasn't that she disagreed with the interpretation. She simply felt that his tone lacked credibility. Arnold savored a small bowl of tangy tomato soup, releasing a contented sigh. Meeting Katie's inquisitive gaze, he casually remarked that perhaps what was said held some truth, or it might not be as intricate as they perceived. That statement could merely be a touch of humor from the headmaster. In fact, this was a perspective he had encountered in a previous life, interpreting Rowling's words as a reflection of Dumbledore's eccentricity and wit. The myriad analyses and interpretations surrounding that sentence were overwhelming, and aside from inquiring directly with Dumbledore, no definitive answer existed. Yet, would Arnold dare to do so? Believe in Dumbledore's restraint over his soul-capturing abilities? He might indeed believe, but there was no need to put his head on the line. Chapter 68. The icy fire affair. Having thoroughly devoured a steak, Arnold scarcely glanced at the boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, or chips on the table, instead heading straight for the pork chops and lamb chops. It must be said, the culinary skills of Hogwarts house elves were evidently superior to his own. The dishes presented, while primarily adhering to simple British preparation methods, were executed with impeccable taste and timing, and the integration of various seasonings was perfectly balanced. Although Arnold, with his origins from a land renowned for its culinary indulgence, felt the house elves' recipes could benefit from further expansion, the banquet's offerings were more than sufficient to satisfy him and his fellow students, verging on lavish. Indeed, I should seek an opportunity to inquire about acquiring a house elf rather than attempting to master culinary arts myself. Just then, a ghost clad in a ruffled, tight-fitting garment drifted beside Arnold, watching intently as he deftly sliced tender meat from the lamb chop and brought it to his mouth. The ghost's throat instinctively moved, yet all it could express was a melancholic admiration. It certainly looks delightful. Arnold savored a small piece of lamb, perfectly roasted to a crisp exterior while remaining tender within. Observing his expression, he inquired with curiosity, "Oh, is there nothing for ghosts to eat at Hogwarts? Is it impossible, or has no one ever attempted it?" The ghost replied, "I have not partaken of food for 4 centuries. I do not require sustenance, yet I certainly long for its exquisite flavors." He continued, "I believe I have yet to introduce myself. I am Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower." Arnold nodded in understanding. He had a rather vivid impression of the ghost commonly referred to as Nearly Headless Nick. For one, he played a significant role in the original text. Additionally, the name Nicholas had been associated with several notable figures in Arnold's previous life, including Cage and Nicholas Tse, but the most renowned was Zhao Si. Feeling the gaze of others, or rather the ghosts, Arnold felt somewhat awkward, adjusting his eating habits and slowing his pace while casually engaging Nicholas in conversation. "Good day, Sir Nicholas. You mentioned a fondness for the delicacies of food. Does that imply that you ghosts lack the sense of taste?" Arnold pondered the nature of a ghost's existence, recalling Confucius's words, food, color, and nature. If one cannot savor exquisite cuisine, what joy is there in living a prolonged existence? Taste. Is that synonymous with experiencing flavor? Regrettably, it is a mere whisper, hardly distinguishable from absence, Nicholas replied, shaking his head, his gaze filled with envy as he observed Arnold consume his meal. What sensations can a ghost truly experience? Arnold inquired with curiosity. Water, fire, and of course, magic, Nicholas responded. So only a duality of ice and fire can elicit any feelings? Arnold mused. Isn't the threshold for your ghostly pleasures rather elevated? Quite extravagant indeed. Suppressing his internal musings, Arnold pressed on. But can you taste food conjured by magic? Nicholas shook his head. Not at all. Hogwarts is replete with magical beings, professors, students, house elves, and the like. If magically created food could satisfy a ghost's hunger, they would not be subjected to such mistreatment. This posed quite a conundrum. Perhaps I could draw inspiration from molecular gastronomy, attempting to construct ingredients at a microscopic level with magic. If countless small sensations could converge, might there be some effect? Lost in thought, Michael McLagan approached. I recognize you. He glanced at Nicholas before addressing the nearby first years, who were captivated by his earlier remarks. My uncle spoke of you. You are the nearly headless Nick. Nicholas appeared somewhat flustered. I prefer to be addressed as Sir Nicholas the nearly headless, he replied with a hint of discomfort. Nearly headless? How could one be nearly headless? A first year with light brown hair interjected. During the sorting ceremony, Professor McGonagall had called his name, yet Arnold had evidently not paid attention. Nicholas seemed irked, clearly unwilling to delve into this subject. Just like this, he said impatiently, tugging at his left ear, causing his head to wobble and slide down from his neck to rest upon his shoulder, as if it were attached by a hinge. It appeared that before he became a ghost, someone had indeed severed his head, albeit not entirely. Witnessing the astonished expressions of the surrounding first years, Nicholas's earlier annoyance dissipated, replaced by a cheerful demeanor. He gently nudged his head back into place, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, All right, new Gryffindors. I hope you will assist us in winning the House Cup this academic year, yes? Gryffindor has not gone so long without a victory. Arnold interjected with a question. How long? The rewards associated with the Academy Cup were so enticing that he could not help but pay attention. Nicholas replied, somewhat dejectedly. Slytherin has already claimed 5 consecutive championships. The ghost of Bloodman Barrow is truly unbearable. He is the specter of Slytherin. After speaking, he cautiously cast a glance towards the Slytherin long table. Following his gaze, Arnold soon discovered a rather peculiar ghost, staring vacantly with hollow eyes. His emaciated figure draped in a robe marred by silver stains, and bound in chains and shackles. Arnold merely cast a fleeting glance, acknowledging the presence before retracting his gaze. The notion of a perverse ultimatum, love me or I shall take your life, held little allure. Instead, his thoughts gravitated towards the pursuit of victory in the Academy Cup. That was the essence of energy, the embodiment of honor, the wellspring of joy, and an invaluable asset. As the banquet progressed, the remnants of food vanished from the plates, leaving them spotless. Soon, an array of desserts arrived, featuring an extensive selection of ice creams, cakes, donuts, apple tarts, and an assortment of cookies. In Britain, it is a challenge to find authentic and robust Sichuan flavors, yet Arnold had a penchant for sweets, particularly those masterfully crafted by Hogwarts house elves. However, the banquet, especially the dessert segment, was less a time for feasting and more an occasion for socializing. Hello. A somewhat unfamiliar voice resonated beside Arnold. Upon turning to investigate, he encountered a boy with a head of yellow curls who inquired, Are you Arnold Adams? That would be me, Arnold affirmed with a nod. I mean, the Arnold Adams who penned Frozen? The curly-haired boy pressed further. Yes, that's also me, Arnold replied, momentarily taken aback, nodding once more. One might ponder, given that Frozen was inspired by a princess animation from Disney, why the first admirer he encountered in the magical realm was a boy. It's truly you. How wonderful. I attended your book signing and recognized you just now, though I hesitated to be certain, the boy exclaimed with enthusiasm, then suddenly recalled his manners. By the way, I'm Andrew Kirk. Arnold felt somewhat embarrassed. Pleased to meet you, but I'm sorry, I don't remember, he said. The curly-haired Andrew Kirk waved his hand enthusiastically, understandingly replying, Oh, no worries. Your book is so popular, and you must have signed for so many people. It's perfectly normal not to remember. With the crowd already having formulated their excuses, what more could Arnold say? When faced with fans, maintaining a smile sufficed. At that moment, the Weasley twins approached, each holding a slice of cake, and one of them interjected, Hey, Arnold, what are you talking about? What signing? Is it inappropriate for me to mention such things myself? It feels rather pretentious. Whoever just spoke, hurry up and help me out here. Chapter 69. Unintentionally becoming the center of attention, Andrew Kirk did not disappoint Arnold and took the initiative to continue the conversation. using an incredulous rhetorical question. You all don't know? Observing the Weasley twins and several new students looking perplexed, Andrew, being a devoted fan of Arnold, felt a pang of despair. Thus, he promptly assumed the role of enlightening them about Arnold's illustrious achievements. Although Arnold is merely a freshman at Hogwarts, in the realm of Muggles, he is a renowned author, having published a fairy tale titled Frozen. Seeing that the surrounding young wizards remained indifferent, he waved his arms and continued. Frozen is truly captivating. The story is incredibly engaging, deeply moving, and profoundly educational. Moreover, it has sold exceptionally well. Andrew Kirk, having employed the word very 4 times in a row, was proudly extolling his idol. However, Arnold glanced at the exuberant Andrew and then at the bewildered expressions of his classmates, feeling an overwhelming desire to slap himself. This generation of fans was rather lacking. Their flattery was excessively awkward. Had they not undergone training in critique skills? Were there no statistics to present? Where were the support banners? Well, even though I'm not sure what you wrote about, it's impressive that you could publish at such a young age. Lee Jordan emerged from behind George and Fred, patting Arnold on the shoulder, embodying the essence of being impressed yet clueless. Frozen tells the story of a little girl with ice magic. It's quite fascinating. My mother bought me that book, and it's wonderful. At this moment, a girl stepped forward to explain to those unaware of the situation. She then turned to Arnold with a look of delight. I never expected to meet the author here. Let me introduce myself. I'm Anna Miffield, sharing the same name as your character's sister, though I prefer the elder sister Elsa. Anna Miffield chattered incessantly, and judging by her demeanor, if a pen were available, she would likely insist on getting Arnold's autograph. Indeed, fans are undeniably more charming when they are female. Hello, Miss Miffield, Arnold said, extending his hand for a gentle handshake. Andrew, however, did not receive such courtesy. Yet, Arnold's popularity provoked the top pretender among the Gryffindor freshmen, Cormac McLaggen, who scoffed discontentedly. Arnold, you're quite bold. Turning matters of the magical world into stories and publishing them in the Muggle realm. Aren't you afraid the Ministry of Magic will come after you? With a scowl on his face, he looked as if he would report Arnold to the Ministry at any moment. Children who enjoy tattling are hardly endearing, and it's evident they lack friends, you know? With a polite smile upon his face, Arnold firmly denied, my parents are just ordinary people. How would I know anything about the magical world? When we received the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, we thought it was a prank. As for the tale of Frozen and its characters, they are merely remnants of a dream I had long ago. I do not. Do not say such nonsense. Regardless of whether there truly exist sisters named Elsa and Anna in the magical realm, it has nothing to do with me. This is all a revelation. Anna Miffield, displeased by Cormac McLaggen's interruption of her conversation with Arnold, immediately interjected, redirecting the discourse. You come from a Muggle family? I am half and half. It was only after I received my acceptance letter to Hogwarts that my father confessed to my mother, which frightened her greatly. With this prompt, the new students began to share their experiences regarding their families and the circumstances surrounding their acceptance to Hogwarts. I was born into a wizarding family and have been exposed to magic from a young age. Yet when I received my letter, my family was still overjoyed. They took me to Diagon Alley to purchase a beautiful ginger cat, spoke a boy named Jack Sloper, who had previously shown curiosity towards Nick. My parents are both ordinary people. They thought the acceptance letter was a prank until Professor McGonagall came to our home late that night to explain. At which point we finally believed it was no joke. Following this, Katie briefly shared her own circumstances. Wait, was Katie's family also under Professor McGonagall's care? And did she visit so late? Arnold cast a furtive glance at the girl beside him. At that moment, Katie also looked over, causing Arnold's heart to skip a beat. We didn't mean to. I, along with Nicole, well, mainly Nicole, merely wished to glean as much information as possible about the magical realm and Hogwarts to determine whether I should attend school here. What's the matter with you, Arnold? Katie inquired, puzzled by Arnold's secretive demeanor. Unbeknownst to her, she was unaware of Professor McGonagall's late visit to her home. Noticing Arnold's silence, she whispered, So it was you who wrote that book, Frozen? Arnold Adams. I should have realized it sooner. Arnold wore an awkward yet polite smile. For a wizard, this was hardly an impressive feat for a time traveler. It was even less noteworthy. No wonder you were so wealthy while still asking us to help you exchange for galleons. Katie feigned realization as she spoke. Wait, what do you mean by exchanging for galleons? Anna Miffield, who had been observing Arnold's side of the conversation, inquired curiously upon hearing Katie's words. Katie glanced at Arnold, saw him nod, and then explained it's about exchanging pounds for galleons at Gringotts. There's a limit for everyone, so Arnold wanted to exchange more, allowing us to transfer our unused amounts to him, and in return, he would give us 1/10 of the galleons exchanged. Since Arnold seemed unbothered, Katie recounted the situation without much hesitation, and several nearby students overheard her. Consequently, Arnold became the center of attention, with multiple classmates fixated on him, and even a few upperclassmen nearby casting their gazes in his direction. Meeting those expectant looks, Arnold nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. If anyone has remaining Gringotts exchange quotas and is willing to exchange in this manner, I would gladly continue to collect. However, it may require some of you to make another trip to Diagon Alley during Christmas. With the sales of Frozen soaring, Arnold was truly not in need of funds. Moreover, he had struck it rich during the summer, hadn't he? Wimbledon, being a suburban area on the outskirts of London, had relatively affordable housing and land. Yet Arnold was uncertain how many galleons he would need to construct and renovate using materials and techniques from the magical realm, as he intended to continue gathering magical items for his own cultivation and research. In any case, it seemed prudent to stockpile a bit. Really? I still have 50 galleons worth of quota left to exchange. Do you need it, Arnold? Should I prepare the required pounds in advance? No, I have my own, he replied. I also have a remaining quota of 70 galleons, but I might need you to give me 350 pounds first. No problem, just remind me before Christmas, and I'll get it for you. Arnold noted that whether in the magical world or the mundane realm, the financial education of British children seemed quite commendable, as his venture had barely commenced and orders were already flooding in. Completely devoid of this business and demand, Cormac McLagan found himself pushed to the outskirts of the circle, while Arnold inadvertently became the focal point. Chapter 70, Terrifying the Baby. With handsome features, a bulging wallet, and an unmistakable gentlemanly demeanor, it was no surprise that the girls were drawn to a boy like him, provided their eyesight was intact. However, while Arnold enjoyed the spectacle, becoming part of it was another matter entirely. In just a few exchanges, he found the noise unbearable and quickly raised both hands, elevating his voice slightly. How about this? Everyone, let us pause this discussion for now. In the 2 weeks leading up to Christmas, I'll gather the names of those willing to exchange and their quotas, along with the pounds I need to prepare in advance. We can record everything then, shall we? His reminder prompted the surrounding classmates to realize that the time and setting were indeed inappropriate, so they agreed and reiterated their intention not to forget, dispersing one by one. Though he hadn't counted heads earlier, Arnold sensed that a considerable number of students were interested in this transaction. If so, it seemed that this Christmas holiday, Gringotts would surely welcome more customers than in previous years, much to the delight of the goblins. I've already used up my quota for this year, but it seems I haven't spent many galleons. Will you still accept them next year, Arnold? I should continue to accept them, but let us discuss specifics when summer arrives next year. Got it. I'll even pre-book a year in advance. However, it was only Arnold's first day at Hogwarts, and the magical world was still quite unfamiliar to him. What if he exchanged for a pile of galleons that he couldn't spend? Would he really have to follow Nicole's suggestion and create an entire magical haute couture wardrobe, changing it every quarter? That would be too extravagant. He decided to leave it vague for now, as others operated within their means, while he preferred to exceed them. How delightful it was to have money. On both sides of the long tables in the 4 houses, students gathered in several circles, sharing tales of their holiday experiences when suddenly, all the desserts on the table vanished. Professor Dumbledore at the staff table stood up again, noticing the change at the dining table and Dumbledore's movement. All the students fell silent. Dumbledore then spoke, his voice resonating throughout the hall. Oh, now that everyone is well fed and satisfied, I would like to say a few more words. Indeed, Dumbledore was quite astute. Rather than presenting his points all at once, he broke them down into several segments, far surpassing the principals and headmasters Arnold had encountered in his previous life. First, let us welcome Professor Tyrion Lannister, who will be responsible for the defense against the dark arts class in this new year. What? Tyrion? Did I hear that correctly? Initially, Arnold was not particularly attentive to Dumbledore's subsequent words, expecting merely a reiteration of the prohibition against entering the Forbidden Forest and the announcement of the Quidditch team selection dates, details he remembered well from the novels and films of his past life. He even found the opportunity to silently critique Dumbledore's methods. However, upon hearing that exceedingly unexpected and familiar name, Arnold was taken aback and, like the other students, turned to look at the professor who was nodding and greeting to the students. There, on a high stool at the staff table, stood a diminutive figure, smiling and nodding at the students in the hall. A dwarf? With a deep sense of suspicion. Arnold scrutinized the figure for a while before secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. Though the professor shared the same name as the infamous imp and bore a similar height, his appearance did not align with the descriptions found in Martin's novels or HBO's notorious adaptation. With a forehead reminiscent of a birthday celebrant, a pointed nose, and ears that were less exaggerated than a Gringotts goblin, he bore a striking resemblance to Professor Flitwick seated nearby. The imp certainly lacked any goblin lineage. What a fright it was! Arnold had thought that ever since Tom Riddle had cursed the position of defense against the dark arts teacher, Dumbledore had finally run out of courageous wizards willing to challenge him and had to seek help from the continent of Westeros. Imagine the toll that 1 year per teacher rotation had taken on the number of adult wizards. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please close reading modes, including reading mode, novel mode, and disable ad blockers, or copy the URL to another browser to read. With such a small population in the British magical community, it was no wonder that even a fraud like Lockhart could slip in 2 years later. Setting aside his concerns about the potential chaos and collapse of the timelines, Arnold finally found the leisure to observe the others seated at the professor's table. For instance, upon hearing Dumbledore introduce Tyrion Lannister, the potion professor, Severus Snape, whose face resembled a wooden mask, suddenly twitched. Until this moment, Arnold had not paid much attention to Snape. Yet he now realized that despite his slightly different appearance and thinner physique compared to the films, he was still easily recognizable. His striking features, his waxen complexion, and iconic hooked nose were undeniably conspicuous. Additionally, his greasy, raven-black hair elicited a strong desire in Arnold to make a jest. The Potter family, having built their fortune on selling shampoo, surely could spare a moment to attend to their personal grooming. Even if Snape harbored some inner turmoil, was the magical world so limited that only the Potter family could produce shampoo? After all, the original family had long since passed, leaving only Harry, who now seemed utterly clueless about the workings of the magical realm, let alone concocting any shampoo. Or was it possible that the entire magical community relied on the ancient formula devised by the Potters? If that were the case, Snape's stubborn refusal to wash his hair might have found some justification, yet it remained a rather jarring sight. Just look at Professor Quirrell, before being possessed by Voldemort. He still exuded a certain scholarly aura. I wonder if this little butterfly effect could alter his fate? Regardless, I am certain I would not dare to actively change his trajectory. A novice like me cannot withstand the scrutiny of the seasoned elites. Not to mention, even someone with a hint of kindness like Arnold, who is more concerned about his own well-being, understands that even the most benevolent souls must first attain divinity before attempting to save others. After introducing the new professors, Dumbledore proceeded to address the assembly with the familiar words, "At the beginning of this term, I wish to bring a few matters to your attention." At this juncture, Dumbledore paused, his crescent-shaped eyes sparkling as they swept over the Gryffindor table, while he proclaimed, "First-year students, take heed. The woods on campus are strictly off-limits to students, and even some of our older students should bear this in mind." Arnold, aware that Dumbledore's gaze was a warning directed at the troublemaking Weasley twins, felt no panic. The seasoned twins, Fred and George, were unperturbed, with one making a face at Percy, who was silently threatening them, while the other exchanged mischievous glances with Lee Jordan. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, would like me to remind everyone not to perform magic in the corridors during breaks. Lastly, auditions for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. It seems he did not mention anything about the corridor on the 4th floor being off-limits. Perhaps Fong had yet to mature, or Hagrid had not yet acquired him. There is also the possibility that while the three-headed dog, Fluffy, is indeed Hagrid's pet, he need not confine himself to some small room in Hogwarts when not guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Surely, he would find it far more enjoyable to roam the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 71. The Joyful Choir. Once Dumbledore had concluded his remarks, he proclaimed, "Now, before you retire for the evening, let us come together to sing the school song." The smiles of all the teachers froze, particularly Professor McGonagall, who had only recently returned the Sorting Hat. Yet Arnold felt a surge of anticipation. Dumbledore lightly flicked his wand, causing a long, golden ribbon to flutter from its tip, twisting and coiling above the grand dining table to form lines of text. "Each of you may choose your preferred melody," Dumbledore announced. "Prepare, sing." Thus, the entire faculty and student body began to sing. Some appeared utterly bewildered, merely mouthing the words, while others sang listlessly, but Arnold, along with Lee Jordan and the Weasley twins, sang with fervor, "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, 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 please impart your wisdom to us. Whether we be balding elders or children with scraped knees, our minds are open to intriguing new things. Most of the students sang in a disjointed manner, with some professors merely moving their lips. However, Arnold, Lee, and the Weasley twins sang with unusual focus, adhering to a unified melody and rhythm that drew the attention of both first and second-year students alike. Indeed, their rendition of the school song was consistent. Derived from a medley of well-known tunes, an amalgamation of Little Apple, The Moon Represents My Heart, and even a snippet from the Yellow River Cantata. This was a pact made with his friends on the Hogwarts Express, wherein he even sacrificed his unique method of broomstick practice, though the others might not utilize it. It at least satisfied their insatiable curiosity, whether from novels he had read in his past life or the introductions made by the Weasley brothers during the holidays. Arnold had learned of the school song, which inspired him to have a bit of fun. The funeral march was far too somber for his taste. Singing alone would hold little joy. By involving his friends, their cacophony of voices became remarkably distinctive. From a distance, Cedric's voice harmonized faintly with Arnold and his companions, despite the embarrassment etched across his face. Yet, having promised to sing aloud, the earnest Cedric would certainly not go back on his word. In contrast, Lee Jordan, Fred, and George sang with abandon, growing ever louder, even as Arnold struggled to keep track of the melody. The key challenge was that each of them had diverged onto different tunes. Arnold felt that he had likely been led astray by his companions, and it was certainly not due to his own off-key singing. In fact, this turned out to be quite delightful, as they could simply consider it a multi-part harmony. Akin to a duet or trio, after all, this is what a grand chorus is. Dumbledore, it appeared, was quite enjoying himself, conducting the final measures with his wand. When Arnold and his friends concluded their performance, his applause was the loudest of all. Music seemed to have deeply moved Dumbledore, who, filled with emotion, wiped his eyes and remarked that it was far more enchanting than anything they had accomplished here. It was now time for bed, he instructed, urging everyone to return to their dormitories. George, Fred, and Lee Jordan exchanged high-fives with Arnold, celebrating their stellar performance, before linking arms and laughing as they exited the dining hall, heading back to their dormitory ahead of the others. The first-year Gryffindors, including Arnold, followed Charlie and another upperclassman girl through the bustling crowd, making their way out of the dining hall. Charlie then paused, turning to the newcomers and calling out loudly, "All first-year Gryffindors, gather here." The upperclassman girl echoed his call. They had to shout. The freshmen were unfamiliar with the layout, and since all four houses wore identical uniforms, recognition relied solely on faces, yet the newcomers were temporarily face-blind to their classmates and upperclassmen. In a moment of distraction, they might inadvertently join the ranks of another house. However, once they reached the staircase, things improved. The Hufflepuff common room was located underground, as was Slytherin's, albeit nearer to the Black Lake. Only Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students ascended. Charlie and the Ravenclaw prefect signaled, allowing the two groups to ascend in turn, minimizing the chances of the freshmen following the wrong crowd. The Ravenclaw group led the way, while Charlie turned to the newcomers and began his speech. "Congratulations. I am Prefect Charlie Weasley. It is my pleasure to represent the house in welcoming you to Gryffindor. Our emblem is the lion, the most courageous of creatures. Our house colors are scarlet and gold, and our common room is situated in Gryffindor Tower. In short, Gryffindor is the finest house at Hogwarts, home to the most valiant wizards, such as Albus Dumbledore. Yes, indeed, Professor Dumbledore, our headmaster, the greatest wizard of our time, hails from Gryffindor. If that does not suffice as representation, I know not what could. I shall not speak for long. If you wish to learn more about the house, simply follow me to the Gryffindor common room. Finally, I wish you all a delightful time at Hogwarts. How could it not be delightful? For you are now part of the best house in the school." Given that Charlie indeed kept his word and did not speak for long, Arnold graciously led the applause. Subsequently, Charlie glanced at the already distant Ravenclaw group and beckoned the Gryffindor freshmen to follow him and the female prefect as they began their ascent. As Arnold trailed behind the newly formed Gryffindor team, he found his attention diverted by his peculiar system. This system was undeniably abnormal. Merely singing a whimsical tune had inexplicably earned him an achievement. What on earth was this joyful chorus achievement? The reward was rather meager, amounting to a mere 100 points of energy. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a paltry reward for a task or achievement. Nevertheless, it did bring him a sense of amusement. Shutting down the system interface, Arnold redirected his focus to the tangible world around him. He ascended staircases alongside the Gryffindor first years, traversing corridors that occasionally concealed hidden doors behind sliding panels and flowing drapes. Upon reaching the 8th floor, he rounded a corner and, from a distance, spotted a portrait adorning the wall at the end of the corridor. The painting depicted a woman of considerable girth, yet she was attired in a dress of youthful pink. Arnold knew that it was the entrance guardian of the Gryffindor common room, the fat lady. This meant they had arrived. Chapter 72. The Dog Hole? Indeed. Charlie paused in front of the portrait, and the fat lady opened her half-closed eyes, inquiring, "Password?" Charlie replied, "Dragon Head." Arnold listened intently, contemplating how many of the passwords used by the corpulent lady he could still recall. Dragon Head? Pig Snout? Nonsense? It seemed there were only a few, and the rest eluded his memory. Clearly, it was imperative to consistently clarify and memorize the passwords. Unlike the principal's office where reciting the Duke of Honey's merchandise catalog would invariably yield the correct answer. But never mind. I have no desire to hover around the principal unnecessarily. As Charlie deciphered the correct password, the entire portrait swung open with a mournful creak, akin to an ancient, dilapidated wooden door, revealing a circular opening in the wall behind it. Watching his classmates crawl through the opening one by one, Arnold felt a profound sense of frustration welling up within him. A door meant for people was nowhere in sight, yet a hole for dogs lay right before him. Why? Oh, why could the world not adhere to the cinematic version? Could they not provide a passage tall enough for a person? Note 1. A gentleman may be slain. But let it be. If crawling is required, then so be it. After all, a single man is still a man, and crawling through a hole is hardly a catastrophe. Although my robe lacks the enchantment of automatic cleansing, I do possess 2 garments to alternate. The conundrum, however, lies in the fact that this hole is rather diminutive. It feels as though it were fashioned by some treasure-seeking tomb raider. With my robust physique, I would need to suck in my stomach to squeeze through. If it is this challenging for me at the tender age of 11, how did the soon-to-be graduates like Charlie manage it? Fortunately, on the other side of the hole, the Gryffindor common room was not of such modest dimensions. It was spacious and grand. It was a circular chamber, adorned with a plush carpet, at the center of which stood a fireplace ablaze with a roaring fire, casting warmth and light. Surrounding the fireplace were an array of soft, inviting sofas and armchairs, complemented by several long tables and small coffee tables where Gryffindor students could study, relax, or host gatherings. The walls were decorated with crimson and gold wallpaper, upon which hung various portraits, and the carpet echoed the same rich color scheme. Indeed, this was quintessentially Gryffindor. At that moment, several upperclassmen had already arrived in the common room. A group of girls was seated on a long sofa, engaged in conversation, while Lee Jordan played chess. No. In the magical realm, it should be called wizard's chess, with a fair-haired student sporting short brown hair, under the curious gaze of the Weasley brothers. Upon the arrival of the first-year students, both the chatting girls and the chess players paused momentarily, turning to greet the newcomers with waves. "Welcome to the Gryffindor common room," Charlie announced, standing before the fireplace and glancing back at the new students. "The boys' dormitory is upstairs on the left, while the girls' is on the right. Your luggage has already been taken up." The head girl led the girls toward their dormitory, while Charlie guided the boys through another door. Following Charlie up a spiral staircase, Arnold and his companions finally discovered their dormitory. 5 beds adorned with 4-post canopies, draped in deep crimson flannel curtains. Their trunks had already been delivered, perhaps belonging to a first year from a Muggle family, similar to Arnold's, but that distinctive flying skateboard was undoubtedly one of a kind. Arnold recognized his surroundings immediately. Confirming the location of his bed, he promptly approached his bedside, meticulously arranging the sheets, comforter, and pillows that Nicole had thoughtfully prepared before he began to organize the rest of his belongings. 2 sets of wizard robes, a hoodie, a pointed hat, dragon leather gloves, and a cloak were all neatly placed into the small wardrobe beside his bed. Although they had become slightly disheveled during transport, he could accept their current state without the need to fold them again. After all, as long as he changed frequently, the neatness of the folds was inconsequential. Next came a stack of heavy textbooks, exquisitely crafted parchment, and even finer high-end notebooks from the Muggle world, along with pens. Aside from the quill and ink bought in Diagon Alley, Arnold had also brought several ballpoint pens and markers, in various colors and tip sizes. Once he had placed the books and stationery on the desk beside his bed, he stuffed his cauldron, scales, telescope, and other such items into the space beneath the desk, along with a simple toolkit for woodworking. Finally, he leaned his flying skateboard against the window between the desk and his bed, creating a picture of perfect order and cleanliness. The other boys in the dormitory, after finishing their own unpacking, appeared utterly exhausted, including Arnold's little admirer, Andrew Kirk, and the always boisterous Cormac McLagan. both of whom were already changing into their pajamas, preparing for sleep. Were they truly this fatigued after a day devoid of exertion? Did they intend to sleep without a shower? Perhaps they were simply too tired? However, Arnold was different, whether in this life or the last. His biological clock refused to permit him to sleep so early. Without nightlife, what joy could life hold? Be it the kind that involved going out or indulging in virtual escapades, nightlife was essential. Yet, what could he do now? Hogwarts clearly lacked the necessary tools for nocturnal adventures. Was it too audacious to contemplate a nighttime escapade on the very first day of school? An idea struck him. There was no rush for nighttime adventures. He could wait until he felt more certain or perhaps find a season guide to accompany him. Meanwhile, there were preparations he could certainly initiate. Besides, it was tea solely for the sake of night wandering. Suddenly recalling something, Arnold stepped into a stall in the communal bathroom to wash himself thoroughly, changed into his pajamas, and then descended with paper and pen in hand. Upon reaching the common room, he discovered that the boys who had been playing chess had switched out. Lee Jordan and the previously seated boy with brown hair had vacated their spots, and now Fred and another boy occupied the chessboard. Fred was engaged in a game, which was equally applicable to George. "Hey, George," Arnold approached, standing beside the chessboard, lightly tapping someone on the shoulder. "Oh, Arnold, you didn't go to rest?" George turned to him, curiosity evident in his voice. Based on his own experiences, first-year students, after a day-long train journey followed by a trek to Hogwarts, typically transitioned from anticipation to apprehension to excitement, and would generally feel fatigued after the feast. He was surprised that Arnold still had the energy to join in the common room-esque activities. "I'm not accustomed to sleeping so early," Arnold shrugged in explanation. "What a coincidence, neither am I," George replied with a mischievous grin, gesturing toward the chessboard and inquiring, "How about a game?" Chapter 73. The Marauders Map Chess? Certainly not. If it were merely chess, Arnold would not be intimidated. Although he had only recently learned the skill, he was a formidable player, relying on the logical reasoning of an adult. Though he might not dominate among first and upperclassmen at Hogwarts, he was by no means a novice. However, the wizarding students at Hogwarts played wizard's chess. While the basic rules were akin to those of traditional chess, the pieces possessed a modicum of sentience. If they did not trust the player, the pieces would not only refuse to follow commands but would also audaciously offer unsolicited suggestions. Engaging in such a humiliating act as to kiss chess pieces was beyond his dignity. He would rather wait until he had the time to analyze the game thoroughly and create a set of pieces that would obey his commands without question. Alternatively, he might consider crafting a set of Go or Chinese chess to enrich the leisure activities of Hogwarts students. No, he was clearly intent on enhancing their intellect. Traditional chess was far too simplistic. Within a few years, IBM's Deep Blue would surpass humans, while Go would not see its AlphaGo until the next century. Shaking his head, Arnold leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Perhaps we can play another time. Right now, I have a question for you." Seeing Arnold's demeanor, George seemed to understand something and lowered his voice in return. "What is it?" "I'm inquiring about a map. Do you or anyone you know possess a map of Hogwarts?" Arnold articulated his intent slowly, noticing a peculiar expression on George's face. He quickly added, "Or do you know where I might find one? I discovered that the layout and paths here are rather intricate, and having a map would certainly facilitate my studies and daily life." Upon hearing this, George's expression gradually relaxed. Indeed, they had not mentioned this in their letters. And Arnold had only just arrived at Hogwarts today, so it was unusual for him to know about the Marauders map. Should he reveal it to him? This was one of the greatest secrets he and Fred held, their most treasured possession. Perhaps it wouldn't be too much to share? After all, merely showing it wouldn't cause it to vanish, and Arnold was clever, candid, and entertaining. He would surely refrain from disclosing it to others or reporting to professors or parents, unlike Percy. George hesitated with a furrowed brow for a moment before arriving at a decision in his mind. He led Arnold aside, smiling broadly. "I must say, Arnold, you are quite fortunate." "Fortunate? How so?" Arnold appeared utterly perplexed. He had merely come to inquire about a map. Yet it seemed that fortune had somehow become entwined in the matter. George glanced around cautiously and then whispered, "If you were to pose this question to anyone else, the answer would undoubtedly be negative." At this juncture, he chuckled softly before continuing, "However, I am an exception. I happen to possess a rather comprehensive map of Hogwarts." "You have indeed come to the right person. That is indeed fortuitous," Arnold exclaimed. "But this has little to do with luck, as I intentionally sought out you two for that very map." George's candid admission delighted Arnold, who then inquired, "Oh, may I see it and perhaps make a copy?" "Certainly. But not here," George replied, nodding. With an air of mystery, he led Arnold up to the attic, adding, "This map is a unique secret exclusive to us brothers. And it is quite special. Follow me." Arnold followed George to his dormitory, surveying the surroundings, which bore a striking resemblance to his own. However, two desks adorned with the Weasley family's cherished photographs lent a certain vibrancy to the atmosphere. Speaking of photographs, I completely forgot to take any since entering the hall. Nevertheless, the castle is illuminated only by outdated magical lamps or flickering torches, offering poor lighting. Nicole would likely not appreciate them upon my return. In any case, tomorrow is Sunday, and I shall take additional photographs while verifying and marking the map. George rummaged through the corner of one desk, retrieving a roll of parchment that had been buried beneath a pile of items. He brought it before Arnold and gently unfurled it. "Here, Arnold. Take a look at this map. What do you think?" Arnold leaned in, uttering a note of admiration as he observed, fanning curiosity as he inquired, "It appears rather splendid. Did you create this? Together with Fred?" George shook his head, boasting, "Certainly not. This is a remarkable find that Fred and I procured from Felch, and it conceals many lesser-known secret passages." Arnold deliberately curled his lip. "A fine treasure? Are you not concerned that these secret passages might be mere fabrications? A jest played by the cartographer?" Meanwhile, more content was loading. "Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Kindly disable reading modes, including reader mode, novel mode, and turn off any ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading." Impossible. Although that old rascal, Furky, is infuriating, the things he has unearthed are undoubtedly remarkable. And we have already verified several of these passages. George firmly refuted, shoving the map towards Arnold, a mysterious smile lingering on his face. "Let me first show you the basic version. Even these passages are quite impressive. Next time, I promise to surprise you further." After all, having painstakingly developed the correct approach, George hoped to reveal it in a more ceremonious occasion. The anticipation of showcasing it in front of Arnold, the self-important braggart, was truly exhilarating. Arnold took the map and examined it closely, oblivious to George's declaration that he did not mind either. For him, a simple map of Hogwarts sufficed. There was no need to monitor anyone's movements. Moreover, the Marauder's map contained numerous additional secret passages that might prove useful at any moment. The instant Arnold grasped the Marauder's map, his system made its presence known once again. Detection of magical item. Name. Marauder's map type. Advanced alchemical artifact effect. Reveals every classroom, corridor, and corner within Hogwarts Castle, as well as every inch of the school grounds, including hidden secret passages, and allows the user to observe the movements of every individual within the castle. Mechanism. Unknown crafting process. Unknown analysis requires 5,000 energy points and 1 honor point. Would you like to proceed with the analysis? System, look at me. Scrutinize me closely. Do I appear to be someone who can afford such a substantial amount of energy? 5,000 points. With a miserly companion like you, how can I even consider spending money on upgrades? Accumulating energy is no small feat. And to demand honor points as well? This is exorbitant. By the way, is there an option for installment payments? Or perhaps to analyze only a portion? Arnold casually expressed his thoughts internally, not expecting any response from the system, as the beggar version of the map, lacking any features, was still usable. However, to his surprise, the system indeed reacted. Chapter 74. Are you trying to scheme me? Module subdivision? What does that mean? It seems to indicate that the principles and processes of creating a magical item can be deconstructed into several interconnected modules, allowing for the specification of a particular module for further analysis. It appears that the system, though silent, possesses a degree of intelligence. Let us explore what modules the active map can be deconstructed into. What? Module subdivision incurs a fee? While I can afford 500 energy points, who knows what the cost for the subdivided modules might be? Never mind, take it away. After all, the previous reward of 500 energy points and 1 honor for the hat's embarrassing achievement was rather inexplicable. Module 1. Scanning. The scan covers all areas of Hogwarts Castle that have been discovered and mapped by the creator, targeting humans, including ghosts. Module 2. Recognition. This module identifies scanned humans and ghosts without being deceived by animagish transformations, polyjuice potion alterations, or invisibility cloaks during the recognition process. Module 3. Localization. This module accurately locates identified entities and marks them on the map accordingly. Module 4. Judgment. Based on the user's location, it assesses whether they are near a secret passage, displaying the corresponding activation phrase on the map if the conditions are met. Module 5, Verification. This module checks whether the user has uttered the correct phrase. If so, it activates the map's advanced features. Module 6, Identification. This module determines if the user is Severus Snape. If so, the advanced features will not be activated under any circumstances, and a mocking mode will be engaged. As the energy value in the system abruptly dropped from 2200 to 1700, a long string of modules and corresponding information flooded before Arnold's eyes, causing him to pause his attempts at copying the map. There were 6 distinct modules, each boasting seemingly sophisticated functions. How powerful were the original 4 thieves to create such an impressive tool during their student days? Each module's deconstruction cost is 1,000 energy points, totaling 6,000 points, aside from the additional 1 honor required for Module 6. What is this? $3 for 1? $10 for 3? Are you trying to scheme me? Oh right, I must also add the earlier 500 points spent on subdivision. What a swindler! I shall not part with a single energy point. Indeed. I shall not deconstruct any modules, as I have no immediate need for them. Observing George's generous demeanor, it was evident that he would have opportunities to engage with the active map in the future. Should the need arise, he could analyze it then. For instance, Arnold found the localization module quite appealing, as it could be seamlessly integrated into his beggar version of the map, clearly marking his position. Yet, enhancing user experience, even for oneself, did not require haste. The analysis would either demand time and effort to self-learn the associated magic or necessitate further expenditure of energy. When considering all this, energy always seemed insufficient. Before long, Fred and Lee Jordan returned, and upon seeing Arnold, Fred expressed some confusion. "Oh, Arnold, you're here?" As he approached, he realized what Arnold was engaged in. After exchanging a glance with George, he smiled and said, "Are you drawing a map? This is our treasure. It has taught us more than all the teachers in the school combined." I know. The active map has revealed nearly all the hidden places and opening phrases for secret passages at Hogwarts to you. If the original 4 thieves had not discovered the Room of Requirement, they wouldn't have even known Parseltongue. Thus, this could almost be omitted. Arnold silently pondered while sketching an enlarged layered map around the overview map. Lee Jordan approached the desk, oblivious to Arnold's unique method of map-making, and leaned in to examine the open Marauders map. "Really? You were actually studying when you were mumbling about this map last semester? No wonder your final exam scores were so much better than mine." He had seen this map more than once. Fred and George had not deliberately concealed its existence, but they refrained from flaunting it until they discovered the correct usage. At this moment, Lee Jordan clearly misinterpreted the twins' frequent study sessions regarding the map's incantations, thinking they had secretly gained an advantage while they had agreed to be academic underachievers together. Arnold, with his back turned to the trio engrossed in their map, chuckled inwardly. "Lee Jordan, perhaps you are overthinking. The Marauders map cannot impart any crucial exam knowledge. Those 2 are simply more intelligent than you." The gift for transfiguration was innate, a sentiment that Ron could certainly attest to, as he not only understood this deeply but also bore a psychological scar from it. With the potential to concoct aging potions and develop a plethora of joke products, Fred and George's prowess in potions and charms was undoubtedly commendable, though whether it fell within the realm of examination criteria was uncertain. Additionally, there was flying and Quidditch. Fundamentally, George and Fred were not the quintessential slackers, merely disinterested in studying, leading to, well, a lack of focus in certain areas. Therefore, if Lee Jordan could not recognize the situation and exert himself, he would only face increasing setbacks in the future. Noticing his friend's disappointment, George quickly reassured him. "Oh, Lee, it's not as you think. The map has taught us." Lee Jordan interrupted before he could finish. "Don't say any more. I want to rest now so I can wake up early to prepare for class tomorrow." Indeed, their friendship was not solely based on sharing a dormitory. Lee Jordan was not a petty individual, first seeking faults within himself. But why would you let George finish? Watching Lee Jordan exit with his toiletries, George weakly reminded him, "Tomorrow is Sunday. There is no homework to prepare without looking back." Lee Jordan retorted, "I know. Precisely because it's Sunday, I need to work even harder." While this statement was certainly valid and radiated positivity, Arnold, who had just finished sketching the map and was preparing to leave, doubted how long he could maintain such determination. 3 days? Or perhaps 3 minutes? Upon returning to his dormitory, Arnold neatly folded the sketched map and suddenly felt compelled to glance out the window, where he spotted a robust owl soaring towards him, clutching a large parcel in its talons. It was Ruth. Nicole had made a special trip home after school to send it over to Arnold. Extracting a food package for Ruth from the parcel, he tossed her a piece of beef jerky and a small fish treat. then poured some fresh water before her. After tidying up the parcel Ruth had brought, Arnold waited until she was well fed and content before allowing her to play and rest. Despite a day filled with activity, Arnold, who had spent most of the time seated, still had energy to spare. He retrieved the freshly drawn map once more, methodically numbering and color-coding each classroom and room on different floors, reminiscent of a mall navigation layout or indoor maps on a smartphone. This method felt much more intuitive. Task complete, he settled down for a quick nap. Chapter 75, The Bounty? After a dreamless night, Arnold's biological clock, established since the summer, awakened him promptly at 6 o'clock. His 4 dorm mates remained blissfully unaware, drooling in their slumber. Arnold quietly gathered his toiletries, attended to his personal hygiene, then grasped the map in one hand and hung the camera around his neck, stepping out with his modified broomstick, which lacked wheels and had its front and rear disguises removed. Cool and unstoppable. Today, Arnold had resolved to traverse the easily accessible areas of Hogwarts according to his map, both to familiarize himself with the campus and to advance the long-term task of exploring Hogwarts listed in his system. His first destination was naturally the Great Hall, the venue for the sorting ceremony and the welcome feast held yesterday, where all meals, including breakfast, were served. The idea of morning runs had long been abandoned by Arnold. They consumed too much time, and the fitness benefits were diminishing. During the latter half of the summer, he occasionally visited the gym every other day. Hogwarts, however, lacked a gym, as wizards did not require overly robust physiques. Yet Arnold, having seen through it all, held a different perspective. While ordinary magic indeed necessitated a degree of resilience, the wizard's physique did not demand special training. But what about the unforgivable curses that one could not withstand? At such moments, the significance of agility became apparent. As long as I can dodge quickly, no killing curse, Cruciatus curse, or any other would strike me. Moreover, noticing that his physical quality had already reached 1.4, just a mere 0.1 shy of the current limit, his compulsive nature could not overlook this. Thus, it seemed he required a regimen of bodyweight exercises, perhaps akin to a prisoner's workout. Arnold silently noted his new requirements, standing on his flying sword, executing a graceful 180-degree drift. He raised his camera, aiming it at his dormitory, selecting an angle that would not capture anything inappropriate, and clicked, striding on the flying sword. He elegantly made his way to the communal lounge, which was devoid of any presence, not even a ghost. The unfamiliar portraits adorning the walls remained undisturbed in their slumber, creating an atmosphere perfectly suited for a photographer of Arnold's caliber, who was not particularly adept at capturing human subjects. With the crackling fireplace as his focal point, he framed the shot symmetrically, retreating until his back touched the wall. Click. The instant photo emerged, presenting a flawless composition, while the scattered embers from the fireplace infused life into the image. Subsequently, he turned to gaze at the rather enigmatic doggy door, sighed, and lifted his camera. Click. After setting the camera down, Arnold scrutinized the door once more, leaped off the flying sword, and guided it slightly toward the entrance. Nodding to himself, he removed the camera from around his neck and placed it on the flying sword, thereby preventing any potential damage while he squeezed through the opening. Arnold crouched down, guiding his flying sword closely behind him, and just as he was about to slip through the doorway, he suddenly halted. A bold idea struck him. Rising to his feet, he scanned the room, ensuring no classmates had entered the common lounge. All the figures in the portraits remained oblivious, and no specters roamed the area. With newfound determination, Arnold swiftly shed his wizard's robe, trousers, and undergarments, tossing them onto the flying sword. Clad only in a pair of briefs, he quickly crouched low and deftly slipped through the doorway. As he poked his head out, surveying the surroundings to confirm no one was present, Arnold hastily crawled out of the opening. He then retrieved his trousers and wizard's robe from the flying sword, preparing to dress. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice rang out behind him, initially muffled, but soon escalating in volume. Oh no. The voice belonged to the plump lady, who was perpetually adorned in shades of pink. Despite Arnold's swift movements, she was positioned right next to the doorway, and merely opening her eyes would reveal his exposed form. Scoundrel, how dare you appear undressed in public? The plump lady's voice was sharp and commanding, startling Arnold into hastening his dressing, fearful of attracting unwanted attention. Do you think I wish to run about like this? Can't you see I'm putting my clothes on? Although the surroundings were devoid of other people, portraits, or ghosts, Arnold was unwilling to be labeled a rogue. He retorted, this is merely a corridor, and there is no one else around. How can this be considered public? Look, I'm still wearing my briefs. It's quite normal, isn't it? Even if I've never visited a nudist beach. Surely you've been to a swimming pool? Men, In the sweltering heat of early September, what's the big deal about being unclothed? While society's understanding of decorum had evolved, Arnold's generation had largely learned to conduct themselves appropriately. Yet, he felt undeterred, relishing the moment. However, the plump lady, evidently from a different era, seemed oblivious to the norms surrounding nudity in such contexts. Arnold's explanations fell on deaf ears as she continued to shriek. Especially in front of a lady. You perverted monster. Not a single part of her statement was accurate. Firstly, he was not a pervert. Secondly, she hardly exuded the qualities of a lady aside from her pink nightgown. Once he donned his trousers, Arnold slipped on his wizard's robe, his head emerging from the collar. Besides, I am still just a child. Must your thoughts be so tainted? With that, he disregarded her, though her mutterings persisted, and turned to stride down the corridor. The plump lady lowered her hands, which had shielded her eyes, watching as Arnold stood tall on his flying sword, his elegant figure cloaked in flowing robes. Gradually fading from view, Arnold stood at the end of the corridor, glancing at the map in his hand before surveying the scene before him, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The locations and structures depicted on the map were accurate, yet the layout of the stairs had inexplicably changed since his ascent the previous day. How was he to navigate to the auditorium? At that moment, Arnold was startled by the sound of footsteps and labored breathing emanating from the opposite end of the corridor. He turned eagerly, hoping for guidance. To his dismay, the figure approaching was stooped and pallid, with sunken cheeks and dry gray hair cascading from either side of a balding head, resting on slightly hunched shoulders. Although this individual differed from the elderly man clad in a tattered black suit from the previous evening's banquet, his companion, a gaunt, bulging-eyed gray kitten, immediately confirmed his identity. It was Argus Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts, accompanied by his pet, Mrs. Norris. In Arnold's eyes, Filch was a pitiable figure, albeit one deserving of disdain. As a squib, he had been forced to witness countless young witches and wizards mature, mastering magic in abundance. The complexity of his emotions in such a role must have been profoundly intricate and painful, perhaps due to his upbringing in a wizarding family. Filch had clung to a faint hope of casting spells in his youth, ultimately choosing to remain within the magical realm under Dumbledore's protection rather than seeking a mundane existence. As he aged, any aspirations to acquire practical skills and integrate into the lives of ordinary people became increasingly elusive. Thus, he continued to linger within the halls of Hogwarts. The solitary individual devoid of magical abilities, his psyche gradually contorting through endless confrontations with rule-breaking students. From Filch's perspective, upholding the authority of school regulations was not inherently flawed. However, his tendency to overreact and his desperate yearning to discipline students through corporal punishment were excessive. His obsession with rules became apparent, especially when he aligned himself with Umbridge, whose draconian management appealed to his sensibilities and self-interest, disregarding Dumbledore's faith and care for him. Such actions were truly contemptible. Nevertheless, Hogwarts is a home, a sanctuary for Harry Potter, for Tom Riddle, and, in a sense, for Argus Filch as well. Therefore, when Voldemort's forces threatened, Filch, despite being a squib and simultaneously reviled by professors and students alike, stood unwaveringly alongside Harry in the defense of Hogwarts. This was commendable. Possessing the mindset of an adult, Arnold recognized the intricate nature of humanity. Familiar with the original narrative, he had a more nuanced understanding of Filch, refraining from hastily labeling him as merely good or evil. Humans are indeed complex, paradoxical beings. Yet, as a student at Hogwarts, one who was unlikely to adhere strictly to rules, Arnold found himself inherently at odds with Filch's authoritative stance, leading to an instinctive aversion whenever he confronted the caretaker. Arnold could comprehend the long-term influences that had led Filch to become increasingly obsessive after missing the opportunity to integrate into the ordinary world. However, this understanding did not diminish his distaste for Filch, which mirrored the sentiments of most Hogwarts students. Filch shuffled closer to Arnold, lifting his oil lamp slightly to scrutinize his face. Upon recognizing Arnold, a grotesque smile contorted his pale, gaunt visage, the corners of his cracked lips curling into a malevolent grin. Setting aside Filch's dark and brutal management philosophies, as well as his distorted inferiority complex and jealousy, it was difficult to foster any positive feelings towards such a visage adorned with malice. Filch's lips curled back to reveal yellowed teeth as he sneered, wandering about after curfew. Consider yourself unfortunate, for you'll be scrubbing toilets for the entire week. I hope you can find some companions to share this delightful task. He lamented. If you ask me, Dumbledore is far too lenient. Students like you should be strung up and lashed. Only then would you learn your lesson. Arnold, embracing his flair for the dramatic, feigned ignorance of what Filch had just uttered and politely greeted, "Good morning, sir." Oblivious to the rudeness of interrupting another, he innocently inquired, "Might you know how often the stairs here change?" He expressed a desire to ascend to the hall for breakfast, though it appeared quite different from when he had come up the previous day. Loading more content. Please hold on. This site is optimized for mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly exit reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and disable any ad-blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. After all, Dumbledore had not provided a thorough introduction the previous evening. Arnold pretended not to recognize Filch, which was entirely justifiable. In essence, the more he could emulate a Na'vi newcomer, the better. As for Filch, he was entirely unimpressed by Arnold's masterful performance, retorting disdainfully, "Breakfast? No? Who do you think you're fooling, lad?" A look of confusion crossed Arnold's face as he raised his left hand to glance at the mechanical watch he had intentionally purchased before arriving at Hogwarts. He inquired, "Is it not yet time? It is nearly 6:30, and I used to rise at 6 o'clock at home. May I ask when breakfast begins at Hogwarts?" This time, he was not feigning. Arnold was genuinely curious about the answer, as it would greatly aid him in planning his mornings. Filch paused momentarily, casting a skeptical glance at the watch on Arnold's wrist. His eyes reflected deep distrust as he rummaged through the inner pocket of his coat, producing a vintage, rusted pocket watch and placing it before the oil lamp. The weather at Hogwarts lacked the charm of a weather charm to summon rain, yet the natural gloominess persisted, particularly within the castle. Filch needed the lamp to discern the time, and this overcast ambience skewed his sense of time. After scrutinizing the pocket watch for an extended moment, the excitement that had adorned Filch's face slowly dissipated, replaced by a quivering chin and a barely perceptible sigh. How could this glutton not have awakened half an hour earlier from hunger? With a penetrating glare directed at Arnold, Filch silently circumvented him, striding in another direction. "Mrs. Norris mirrored his actions, casting her round, unsettling eyes upon Arnold before stealthily following Filch's lead. "Wait, sir," Arnold called out, pressing for clarification. "I would like to inquire about the curfew you mentioned earlier. At what precise hour does it commence?" As a diligent student aspiring to excel academically, he deemed it essential to fully comprehend the so-called school rules. After all, should he inadvertently breach them and be caught in the act, it would tarnish his illustrious image. As long as he maintained his reputation and upheld his grades, even if the professors were aware of his numerous infractions, they would remain inconsequential as long as he was not apprehended on the spot. Filch halted, responding with palpable irritation, from 10 at night until 6 in the morning. He then turned slightly, his tone laced with menace as he warned, "You would do well to hope I do not see you during that time." Arnold nodded politely. Yet inwardly he grimaced. If he were to venture out during curfew, he certainly could not allow himself to be seen by you. Even if he were spotted, he must not let you catch him. At that moment, the staircase below trembled and began to shift in a certain rhythm. Arnold observed it for a while, realizing it was quite similar to last night's movements, and thus he set his foot down to descend. Chapter 77. The kindly accent as he ambled along. Stopping intermittently to capture a few photographs, he felt akin to a tourist in a grand castle. Save for the fact that he lacked the audacity to command a camera to soar and take a selfie in a rather foolish pose. However, upon reaching the hall, Arnold was taken aback. Not only was there no food, but not a single creature was in sight. Where was the promised breakfast? Where had the house elves of Hogwarts vanished to? He glanced at his watch, 6:55. Was this early? Reflecting on his past life in middle school, he mused about their laziness. Complaints aside, what was he to do now? Return to the dormitory? Absolutely not. Although he had not encountered any staircase mishaps on his way here, retracing his steps would significantly heighten the likelihood of an incident. What if Peeves decided to play some mischief? It could very well leave him stuck for quite some time. Perhaps he should venture to the kitchen? Given the current hour, even if breakfast had not yet commenced, it must have been prepared for a while now. Arnold unfurled the map in his hands, glancing at it to find the depicted location of the kitchen, situated on the basement level, just beneath the junction of the auditorium and the entrance hall, to the left of the large wooden barrels by the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room. His map lacked the full functionality of an activated live map, yet he was well aware of how to access the kitchen, if memory served him right. He recalled Aunt Rowena had mentioned a painting adorned with a bounty of fruits. By simply scratching the green, plump pear, it would transform into the handle of the kitchen door. However, the words authorized personnel only suddenly echoed in his mind. He had no particular rapport with the house elves of Hogwarts, nor was he one to intrude casually. It seemed prudent to postpone any visit to observe their labors for the time being. as the auditorium was momentarily devoid of visitors. Arnold seized the opportunity to practice his daily morning recitation with vigor, adhering to the adage that neglecting practice for 3 days renders one's tongue rusty. His articulation demanded maintenance. There was no harm in refining his elocution. Speaking English and Chinese were both forms of practice. Since he embarked on self-study after the broadcasting and hosting classes ceased during the summer, Arnold found his progress commendable. His enunciation was clear and eloquent, with a distinct rhythm and resonance. Should he partake in a Mandarin proficiency examination, achieving a first-class distinction would undoubtedly be within his grasp. How vastly superior his current articulation was compared to his previous struggles with distinguishing between retroflex and dental sounds, not to mention the nasal tones. This eloquence served merely to recite a few spells. It was a trivial pursuit. Just as Arnold concluded his morning reading, individuals finally entered the auditorium. A group of girls, linked arm in arm, entered in a cluster, donning black wizarding robes devoid of any insignia. Were it not for recognizing the leading figure, Autumn Zhang, Arnold would have been at a loss regarding their house affiliation. Autumn hurried over to Arnold, glancing around anxiously, seemingly in search of something, which explained her eagerness at the forefront. "Is it you, Arnold?" After surveying the vicinity, her gaze ultimately settled on him. "What do you mean by it is me?" Arnold inquired, perplexed by her inquiry. "Have you been alone in the auditorium?" Autumn asked, her curiosity evident as she glanced back one last time. Apart from the Ravenclaw students who had entered with her, there were no others present. Arnold nodded, perplexed, and inquired, "Indeed, what is the matter?" Recalling the peculiarities of Hogwarts. He promptly added, however, "I haven't really noticed if any ghosts have passed by." Qiao Zhang gestured to her classmates indicating she had something to attend to, then turned back to Arnold and asked, "Did you just hear someone speaking?" Arnold shook his head. Qiao Zhang pressed on. "Was that you speaking just now?" "Uncertain." Arnold slowly nodded. "I was merely warming up my voice. Does that count as speaking?" "You were speaking in Chinese, weren't you?" Qiao Zhang continued, her tone assertive despite it being a question. Moreover, she was using Mandarin, albeit with an accent that Arnold, who had lived in London for 11 years since his arrival, found endearing. "Did you hear that?" Arnold instinctively replied in Mandarin. Noticing this, he smiled at Qiao Zhang and continued, "I hadn't asked you before, but you seem to have Asian roots. Are you of Chinese descent?" "Yes, both my parents are from China," Qiao Zhang confirmed with a nod. She then inquired, "But how did you learn Chinese?" "Oh, I taught myself," Arnold casually responded. "I stumbled upon a Chinese storybook when I was young and found it fascinating. So I learned on my own." He brushed it off, thinking how absurd it would be if learning Chinese were truly that simple for a foreigner. However, Qiao Zhang, who had been raised learning Chinese by her parents, could not grasp the inherent difficulty and curiously asked, "Really? What storybook did you read?" "Oh no." I underestimated her curiosity. This is what they call telling a lie and having to spin countless others to support it. Glancing at the flying sword resting against the table, Arnold had his answer, The Legend of the Swordsman of Shushan. "Have you heard of it?" Frowning in thought, Qiao Zhang eventually shook her head. "No. But I've read my father's The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The titles are quite similar. The stories must be somewhat alike, right?" "Somewhat alike?" The differences between martial arts and fantasy genres are vast. Nonetheless, Arnold had no desire to delve into the details, and he suspected Qiao Zhang shared the sentiment. Besides, he could hardly recall the intricacies of the Legend of the Swordsman of Shushan, so he ambiguously replied, "Perhaps." Then he tapped his flying sword, using magical communication to levitate it 10 centimeters off the ground. "Look at this. I crafted this sword based on the illustrations from the Legend of the Swordsman of Shushan." "A flying sword? You made this?" "Incredible!" Qiao Zhang exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Having traveled together the previous day, they had briefly discussed their backgrounds, and she knew Arnold hailed from a Muggle family, meaning he had only been exposed to magic for less than 2 months. It was remarkable that he could already create such an impressive magical artifact. Chapter 78. The girl must practice her tongue skills. Arnold graciously accepted Qiao Zhang's admiration, smiling modestly. As for the so-called flying sword, it was merely a wooden board embedded with components salvaged from a toy broomstick, a detail he felt was unnecessary to disclose. Moreover, he had indeed crafted genuine magical items before. He just didn't have any on him at the moment and deemed it inappropriate to showcase them in this context. Qiao Zhang scrutinized Arnold's grand sword, even reaching out to gently touch it, before thoughtfully remarking, "I don't know what the flying sword looks like in the stories you mentioned, but this sword somewhat resembles the one used by the protagonist in another book of my father's. It's quite large. But the sword in that book seems to be made of iron." "Another protagonist?" Quite large? Made of iron? Oh, it must be the Xian Tai heavy sword from the Return of the Condor Heroes. I know, if it weren't for the fact that I find the title too kitsch, I would have long since taken Lucy out for a cosplay of it. Is that so? What a coincidence. What is the title? I'll look it up next time. Although he already knew, Arnold feigned curiosity, his eyes sparkling with interest, masking any hint of insincerity. Xiao Zhang tilted her head in contemplation, then, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I can't recall. I'll find it when I go home next time and let you know. Arnold gestured with an okay, indicating all was well. Subsequently, the two engaged in conversation in Chinese, with Qiao Zhang expressing his admiration for his favorite Quidditch team and players, while Arnold shared his proficiency in various Muggle sports. Aspiring to become a batsman. By the way, what were you saying to yourself earlier? Were you speaking in Chinese? After a while, Qiao Zhang suddenly recalled his initial curiosity upon hearing what seemed to be Chinese emanating from the auditorium and inquired with a hint of puzzlement. I was practicing for an early class, Arnold replied candidly without any hesitation. Early class? Growing up in England, Qiao Zhang found himself somewhat perplexed by certain Chinese terminology he had not encountered before. Arnold elucidated that it was merely a tongue twister, expressing his belief that the intricacies of Chinese pronunciation rendered the practice more effective. At that moment, Qiao Zhang, who had comprehended but remained perplexed, inquired about the relevance of such exercises. As their conversation unfolded, house elves began to appear, presenting an array of breakfast delicacies, and the dining hall gradually filled with students eager to partake in the meal. When Qiao Zhang heard her name being called, she turned to find a classmate beckoning her to join in selecting breakfast items. However, her curiosity about Arnold's reasons for practicing tongue twisters held her captive. She was reluctant to depart without receiving an answer. Thus, she gestured to her classmate from a distance, indicating her desire to share breakfast with Arnold. And amidst the laughter of several girls, she blushed as she accompanied him to choose their food. In stark contrast to Qiao Zhang, who had only opted for a modest selection of fruit, pastries, and cereal, Arnold's plate overflowed with bread, sandwiches, bacon, and milk as he made his way back, startling the recently arrived admirer Andrew Kirk. Indeed, such hearty breakfasts were customary, primarily due to the considerable mental exertion involved. After directing Andrew to his seat, Arnold settled down with Qiao Zhang to commence their meal. The culinary offerings in England could be deemed acceptable, particularly breakfast and perhaps afternoon tea, which generally consisted of light snacks. However, the breakfast meticulously prepared by the house elves at Hogwarts was undeniably enticing, satisfying Arnold's ravenous hunger after an early rise as he devoured his food with remarkable speed. Qiao Zhang, who was nibbling on her pastries, found herself momentarily astonished. Eventually recalling to remind him, Arnold, you have yet to answer my earlier question. I do so to enhance my elocution, ensuring that I am less prone to errors when reciting various spells in the future, Arnold explained after swiftly consuming a croissant and taking a sip of warm milk. He then resumed his assault on the eggs and bacon. Upon hearing Arnold's reasoning, Qiao Zhang paused her meal, her dark, round eyes fixed on him in astonishment as she queried, Really? Who informed you of this? As a little witch sorted into Ravenlaw. Her innate curiosity was piqued by the prospect of a method to aid her studies and mastery of magic. No one told me, it is merely my own deduction. Arnold replied succinctly. He had no intention of divulging that Professor Flitwick would undoubtedly emphasize this concept in his charm classes, frequently illustrating it with examples of spells mispronounced, leading to unexpected consequences. As for imparting his insights freely, Arnold was unconcerned. The accurate and clear recitation of spells was fundamental to the practice of magic, a point that professors would stress, and each student possessed their unique approaches to learning. He had even shared his analytical methods for spellcasting and wand movements with his companions. So why should he hesitate here? In Arnold's view, the only techniques worth safeguarding were the more advanced strategies, such as harnessing mental energy to enhance magical potency, which other young wizards would not encounter for some time. He certainly would not readily share his special techniques, inspired by films from his childhood that he had painstakingly designed and tested. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Zhang finally spoke. Actually, my mother also advised me that one must be cautious with incantations. Mispronunciation could lead to dire consequences. I only ever aimed to familiarize myself with the spells, never considering the notion of training my articulation. Arnold provided a definition for her thoughts, explaining, being from a Muggle family, my perspective and approach to problem-solving differ significantly from yours. In his mindset, The standard for flawlessly reciting spells did not hinge on the tranquil and steady atmosphere of a classroom, but rather on the understanding that errors could arise from various circumstances. Although Arnold was not particularly fond of combat, he believed that a true wizard must be capable of reciting spells swiftly and accurately even amidst vigorous movement or intense battles. While striking a target in motion and hitting moving targets were undeniably significant, these constituted a separate area of training. To meet the standards Arnold had set for himself, it was equally essential to master not only the spells but also to cultivate eloquence in his speech. Qiu Zhang nodded in agreement and continued to elaborate on her previous thoughts. Indeed, enunciation is fundamental. I believe your perspective is sound, Arnold. Regardless of the spell being cast or the manner of its recitation, I feel that clarity of speech is the cornerstone of all. I shall give it a try myself. With a proud smile directed at Arnold, she added, when I was a child, my parents taught me many tongue twisters to help me learn Chinese. I just experimented with them. I hope they prove useful to you. A hint of shyness graced Arnold's face as he continued to embody the persona of a humble and courteous individual. Chapter 79. Youthful Zeal Unleashed. Throughout their meal and conversation, one by one, acquaintances, both familiar and unfamiliar, of Arnold arrived in the hall. Andrew Kirk, who had previously greeted Arnold, now approached with his breakfast, accompanied by Katie Bell and Anna Mifflin. Not far away, a group of first-year Gryffindors, led by Carmichael McClagan, gathered in animated discussion. Observing this scene, Qiu Zhang felt it inappropriate to remain amidst the cluster of Gryffindor cubs. With a nod to Arnold, she picked up her plate and retreated towards Ravenclaw. Katie smiled at the departing Qiu Zhang and then turned to Arnold, her curiosity piqued. Arnold, what were you discussing with Qiu just now? Arnold casually explained. Oh, it's nothing much, just a casual chat. I heard that Qiu is of Chinese descent, so I spoke with her in Chinese. You speak Chinese? Katie exclaimed in surprise. Coming from a Muggle family, she was not as oblivious as other young wizards, even though she had little knowledge of China. She understood the difficulty of grasping those intricate characters. Well, just a bit, Arnold replied modestly, nodding gently. At that moment, Andrew Kirk suddenly interjected. His eyes sparkling as he gazed at Arnold. I heard that Chinese is particularly challenging to learn. I never imagined you could manage it. He too hailed from a Muggle background and perhaps had some awareness of the situation. Embarrassed, Arnold turned his head, feeling somewhat out of his element. Truly my idol. On the other side, Anna Miffield's starry eyes mirrored Andrew's excitement. Do you, a half-blood wizard, truly comprehend the situation? She teased, bypassing the usual decorum. Yet, if the same sentiment, expression, and tone were conveyed by a soft-spoken girl, Arnold felt he would find it far more palatable. Still, he remained unsure how to respond to her remarks. After a brief pause, Katie shook her head and chuckled. You should really reconsider. I've grown accustomed to your occasional displays of unexpected insight. Arnold chuckled heartily, deftly steering the conversation in a different direction. Let us not dwell on such matters. What plans do you have for today? Naturally, we must familiarize ourselves with the campus environment. Katie replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. She continued, it is quite a rare treat that the first day of school happens to fall on a Sunday, granting us a reprieve from classes. We must seize this opportunity to locate the classrooms for several subjects, as well as some frequently visited spots, such as the greenhouse, library, and Quidditch pitch. At this juncture, Katie inquired, by the way, are you familiar with Quidditch? The headmaster seemed to mention it during last night's banquet. Andrew Kirk hesitated momentarily before responding. I am aware of it. My father spoke of many things regarding the magical world when explaining Quidditch to my mother. Anna Miffield chimed in, puffing her cheeks adorably. Arnold nodded slightly, indicating a vague understanding, as I had heard George and the others mention it. Katie interjected, yes. I too overheard a second-year senior discussing the Quidditch team sign-ups yesterday. My curiosity piqued. I inquired further, and she engaged me in conversation for half the evening. She lifted the last small biscuit from her plate, lost in thought, and remarked, it left me utterly intrigued. It's difficult to fathom what it must be like to play in the sky. You'll see it eventually. Perhaps one day you'll even have the chance to be a part of it. Arnold responded, glancing at the clean plates of his companions. Have you all finished? Then let us embark on today's journey of exploration. He had arrived before everyone else, yet he managed to finish his meal simultaneously with them. It was not due to slow eating, but rather the quantity he consumed. It was indeed time to take a stroll to aid digestion. What is this? It resembles a sword? More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blockers, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. It is still a flying sword. Astonishingly, he stood upon it. Arnold, you are so cool. Let us discuss this outside, he suggested. Under the gaze of many. He floated slowly, standing on a rather rudimentary wooden sword, merely 10 centimeters above the ground, amidst several excited onlookers. Frankly, for Arnold, whose mental age was already in his 30s or 40s, the embarrassment was quite overwhelming. But what could he do? He was donned in the guise of an 11 or 12-year-old, with an extraordinarily handsome face. This delightful young boy, regardless of his actions, appeared amusing and charming in the eyes of others. What of being unconventional? Youth is wasted if one does not indulge in folly. As long as he did not attract too much attention from Dumbledore, being a tad more outstanding or unique was hardly a significant issue. Would such antics draw Dumbledore-esque scrutiny? Clearly, even if he happened to witness this scene during his routine patrol of Hogwarts, he would likely just chuckle. It was merely a toy broomstick after all. There was nothing particularly noteworthy about it, just a unique idea and an unusual design. At most, he might silently commend a student for their cleverness, and that would be the end of it. The group exited the hall and paused at the door, where Arnold intended to share a brief account of his inventive creation. Suddenly, a heavy hand clapped down on his shoulder. Arnold, you arrived so early. Today is Sunday. Arnold turned around to find the exuberant and boisterous young black man, Lee Jordan. Arnold removed his hand from his shoulder, reluctantly tapping his fist against Lee Jordan's, his gaze shimmering with a perilous light. I must say, fortunate for you that I am not a true swordsman, otherwise your sudden scare from behind might have earned you a chilling reprisal. Do you believe that? Feeling disgruntled, Arnold's speech took on an unusual cadence. Why waste so much time sleeping while alive? After all, there is plenty of time for eternal slumber once deceased. This is why conversing with you foreigners is exhausting. I could convey the same sentiment to Qiu Zhang in merely 12 characters. He continued his covert critique when a stout, red-haired youth emerged from behind Lee Jordan, exclaiming, Arnold, who would have thought your casual remarks were so profound? The red-haired boy approached Arnold, scrutinizing the peculiar wooden board beneath his feet, and added, next time our mother urges us to go to bed, I'll use that line on her. It's essential. Given that it's from Arnold, her most cherished model of a child. Another similarly built red-haired youth leaped past Lee Jordan, winking at Arnold as he spoke. A pair of lively jesters. Arnold turned to the sound and saw the two indistinguishable red-haired youths who had come with Lee Jordan, none other than the brothers George and Fred. Their scholarly brother, Percy, who never missed an opportunity to carry a book even during meals in the hall, followed closely behind them. In the distance, Arnold even spotted Charlie, who was walking alongside one of the boys he had played wizard's chess with the previous night, animatedly gesturing and conversing. Chapter 80. A good place? At that moment, the red-haired youth who had approached Arnold first suddenly pointed at the flying broomstick beneath his feet and exclaimed, Arnold, that looks rather impressive. Where did you purchase it? I haven't seen anything like it in the joke shop on Diagon Alley. Arnold replied with a grin, Of course, it's not for sale. I made it myself. What did you say? You made it yourself? The twins suddenly looked up, their voices in perfect harmony, their identical faces brimming with disbelief. Nearby, Lee Jordan and Anna Miffield, hailing from a mixed heritage, also turned their attention to Arnold. Unlike the twins, however, Lee Jordan and the Weasley brothers shared the same incredulous expression, their gazes conveying a silent message. You're not showing off, are you? We're still good friends. This was precisely the reaction Arnold desired. He relished the sight of their expressions. Yet, he sensed that Anna's look held not only astonishment but perhaps a hint of admiration as well. Meanwhile, Katie and Andrew appeared somewhat perplexed, following suit and directing their gaze towards Arnold's feet. What's going on? George, Fred, why aren't you two rushing in for breakfast? Why are you making such a commotion? Percy's voice rang out from behind the twins, prompting them to suppress their astonished expressions and exchange playful smirks with Arnold. Arnold understood instantly. For George and Fred, the lectures from Percy were even more irksome than those from Mrs. Weasley. As he approached the crowd, Percy had yet to comprehend the situation when another voice suddenly rang out. George, Fred, and Percy, why are you all gathered here? Arnold, are you here too? It was Charlie, who noticed his younger brother along with several new students clustered at the front. He approached with the brown-haired boy accompanying him. When the prefect inquired, everyone felt compelled to show some respect, thus they collectively turned to Arnold. We're here because of the thing beneath your feet, so you explain it, they said. Beyond those gathered, numerous students entering and exiting the hall cast curious glances their way. What to do? On the very first day of school, this seemed overly ostentatious. It appeared that no significant commotion had occurred inside the hall. Perhaps it was because the students within were unaware that this seemingly peculiar yet seemingly useless object was actually crafted by a first-year student from a Muggle family, who had been exposed to magic for merely 2 months. Can you imagine the shock? Compared to those young wizards from magical families who have been acquainted with magic since childhood, shouldn't they feel a twinge of shame? Fortunately, there were no tofu blocks in this land. Yet, only Arnold knew that the object beneath him, while visually impressive, hardly qualified as a true magical item. Even his own system did not acknowledge it. However, the Weasley twins clearly held a different opinion. One of them exclaimed with awe, "Oh, Charlie, come and see. Arnold has made a magical item." Charlie, intrigued by the remark, was about to take a closer look when Percy interjected, reminding everyone, please step aside. It's quite inappropriate for so many to block others from entering the hall." Truly responsible, Percy was destined to become the head boy, the president of the Hogwarts Student Council, and to graduate smoothly into the Ministry of Magic. Everyone present, being well-mannered, complied with Percy's request and moved aside, except for a red-haired boy who remained crouched beside Arnold, his gaze fixed intently on Arnold as he hovered on the flying broomstick. Noticing this, Percy raised his voice further, calling out, "George, move to the side quickly." "Hey Percy, that's Fred. I'm George. Can you not even recognize your own brother?" As soon as he spoke, the red-haired boy who had not moved remained unresponsive, while another red-haired boy beside Percy immediately protested. "You too? Not wearing your badges properly, huh? If the prefects from other houses see you, they'll surely deduct points." Percy glared at the name tag on the boy's chest, his irritation palpable. The boy identifying as George shrugged indifferently. "They wouldn't be able to tell us apart anyway." Percy shot him an exasperated look and shouted, "I'm not talking to you. Fred, come over here." The other red-haired boy stepped forward, but retorted, "Isn't Fred right beside you?" Percy glanced between the two, fuming. "You too." The twins simultaneously threw up their hands and made silly faces. This was the daily life of the Weasley family. Katie and several new students watched with amusement, momentarily forgetting about the flying broomstick beneath Arnold's feet. After their playful banter with Percy, a crowd of onlookers gathered at a corner outside the hall, eagerly watching Arnold demonstrate his flying broomstick. It can only fly this high? And it doesn't seem very fast? It felt rather peculiar to witness, yet lacking in practical significance. After the initial curiosity faded, Arnold's genius aura dimmed considerably as George, Fred, and Lee Jordan began to critique one after another. Ultimately, their sentiment was that it simply wasn't intriguing enough. Indeed, what wonders were absent from the magical world? It was only Arnold's ability to stand still while advancing on the broomstick, coupled with his claim of having crafted it himself, that piqued everyone's curiosity and amazement. Now, having observed Arnold's demonstration, the gathered crowd expressed that while his ability to create a magical item was commendable, the item itself was rather unimpressive. Percy was the first to depart. He intended to enjoy breakfast before heading to the library for self-study. Had it not been for his acquaintance with Arnold and the presence of his brothers, he might not have engaged in such revelry. Meanwhile, George, at least according to the name tag, put his arm around Arnold's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Arnold, why don't you wait here for us for a moment?" Arnold cast a puzzled glance at him, inquiring, "What's the matter?" George stealthily glanced at the distant Percy and the oblivious Charlie, and conspiratorially whispered, "Once we finish our meal, I will take you to an extraordinary place. A truly remarkable place. A venue that, at our age, we are ordinarily not permitted to visit." Fred leaned in, his tone shrouded in mystery, "But we have a special way, he. The ambiguity of their words and their playful tone made Arnold wonder. "Are you suggesting that you could lead me to something more risky? Not old enough, you say?" "I am genuinely curious, considering a wizard's robust constitution. Would early exposure to such profound experiences impact one's development? I am tempted to find out." Chapter 81. Naivety. Moreover, there exists a joke shop there, rumored to be owned by an amusing alchemist, whose creations are unlike anything found in Diagon Alley. Utterly delightful. Arnold, do you recall the lady on the Hogwarts Express who sold snacks? Her shop is also located there, brimming with delectable and fascinating candies, all at reasonable prices and generous quantities. The twin brothers noted Arnold's growing intrigue and eagerly elaborated on their enticing destination, revealing that it was none other than Hogsmeade Village. "Oh, so it's not the type of place I imagined where age restrictions apply. How dull. I shan't go." Initially, upon disembarking the train, he had received a quest to explore Hogsmeade Village, but he had assigned it a very low priority. After a brief contemplation of less than 10 seconds, Arnold shook his head in refusal, stating, "No, I think I shall familiarize myself with the campus today. Other places can be visited another time." "Are you truly not going?" It's incredibly entertaining." He nodded emphatically at the twins, asserting, "I am indeed not going." Arnold then added, "A place as intriguing as that. You certainly wouldn't visit just once, would you? How about I join you on your next outing? That could work. We shall bring back something fun for you." "Splendid," I eagerly anticipated. After exchanging a few whispered words with the twins, Arnold bid farewell to them and accompanied several new companions as they prepared to explore the Hogwarts campus, beginning their adventure near the Great Hall. He still had the quest to explore Hogwarts hanging over him. This task was not particularly challenging, at least not in its initial stages, and the rewards were quite enticing. However, it was not merely about the quest. He simply wished to capture some rare glimpses of the campus scenery to send back to Nicole. Arnold recalled the matter and hastily raised the camera hanging from his neck, capturing a snapshot of the lush green lawn in the distance. He then scanned the surroundings with the camera in hand, and from afar, he noticed a tall willow tree that appeared somewhat extraordinary. Likely the legendary tree known for its ability to strike. Regardless of its true nature, its uniqueness compelled him to seize the moment with another click. Hearing the commotion, his nearby companions turned their heads, curious about what this restless individual was up to once more. Arnold flashed a toothy smile in response to their gazes, raising his camera as he inquired, "Hey, Andrew, Katie, and Anna, would you mind if I captured a few photographs of you?" "Not at all," Katie replied with generous ease. "But you must make sure to photograph me in a flattering light, Arnold." Anna chimed in, expressing her indifference. "Why?" Only Andrew appeared puzzled, though he promptly added, "I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just curious as to why you suddenly wish to photograph us." Arnold responded, "Send it to my mother, so she can see the new friends I've made at school. Truly a dutiful child, undoubtedly a reflection of my idol, Andrew." Scanning the surroundings, Arnold instructed the three of them to stand in a line with their backs to the auditorium. He then moved a few meters forward, turned around, and captured the trio along with the auditorium in the frame. Using a levitation spell, he secured the camera in midair and hurried back to join them. Click. "Let me see how it turned out," Anna exclaimed as she dashed towards the camera, followed closely by Katie and Andrew. Arnold, however, remained still, gazing off into the distance. Just moments before, while framing the shot, he had caught a glimpse of Charlie and the boy accompanying him, who were also looking in his direction, seemingly engaged in conversation as they pointed and gestured. Arnold possessed a certain intuition that Charlie and his companions had just been gazing at him, or, more precisely, at the enchanted sword beneath his feet. It appeared that these upperclassmen, despite their outwardly composed demeanor, harbored a genuine curiosity regarding his magnificent sword. However, when Arnold cast another glance in their direction, he could no longer discern their silhouettes. Evidently, even if Charlie and the others held a modicum of interest, it was quite limited. On the first day of the term, classes were not in session, and akin to Arnold and his peers, many newcomers to Hogwarts opted to familiarize themselves with the campus surroundings. As the night unfolded, the first-year students began to form numerous small groups within their respective houses. Much like the quartet consisting of Arnold, his acquaintance Katie, and his admirers Andrew and Anna. In front of a portrait on the 4th floor, several groups encountered one another, albeit in a rather discordant manner. "Apologize." "Why should I? You were the one who bumped into me." "Apologize. Apologize. Apologize." "Do you think you can bully others just because you are in greater numbers? What? Unsatisfied? Come on, let me see what this year's Hufflepuff freshmen are made of. Are you still as inept? Is there not a sensible person among you Slytherins? I observed clearly from the side that it was you who was inattentive while walking and collided with a Hufflepuff student. If anyone should apologize, it ought to be you." "How peculiar. When did Ravenclaw members begin to meddle in others' affairs? Had it not been for the sorting ceremony yesterday, where you stood not far ahead of me, I would have mistaken you for a Gryffindor. One must adhere to reason in their actions. It transcends house affiliations. The truth is, even a mere touch from you, who carries the blood of Muggle ancestry, is a transgression. How tiresome and childish." Arnold gazed silently at the small wizards quarreling in the distance, forming an unspoken judgment in his mind. It was indiscriminate, regardless of whether they were from Slytherin, Hufflepuff, or Ravenclaw. What was the point of mere bickering without action? Hadn't he heard that the might of one's fist was a language of its own? Yet, he could only grumble internally and watch the spectacle unfold, while his three companions acted without consulting him, charging directly into the fray to stand opposite the group of Slytherin first years. Among them, Andrew, who was not particularly robust, boldly ventured to the front. Kate and Anna followed closely behind, leaving Arnold feeling somewhat dizzy at the scene. Such mindless bravado? Should he commend these fellows for their quintessential Gryffindor spirit? Or was it that his own youthful fervor had begun to wane? Yet, it was not just Gryffindor. All those engaged in this escalating dispute were merely children of 11 or 12 years. Could one truly expect rationality from them? It was a minor miracle if they refrained from resorting to sheer foolishness. With his classmates already in the thick of it, Arnold felt compelled to join them. What impression would he leave otherwise? The caring older brother, the gentleman, the esteemed author of novels. The prodigious youth adept in magic and alchemy right at the start of term. How could he possibly cower now? The fire of youth still burned bright. A spirited youth, standing in the front lines. As he and his friends approached, the scene transformed into one where Slytherin stood alone against Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor. The numerical advantage originally held by Slytherin was neutralized as the Ravenclaw students rallied in support of Hufflepuff, and now with Gryffindor joining in. Unless the Slytherin newcomers were utterly dim-witted, any reasonably intelligent individual would know how to choose sides. Indeed, the burly leader of the Slytherin group merely cast a cold glance over the assembled trio of houses, then turned his back without uttering a word of defiance. Not even a parting threat. How utterly dull. In Arnold's eyes, even if a conflict were to erupt, it would merely be a game. Throughout the summer, he had exchanged letters with the Weasley twins and Cedric, and had learned from Heidi McAvoy about the competencies of young wizards entering school. He now possessed a clearer understanding of the spells he had mastered and the formidable power infused with his mental strength. If he unleashed his full potential, he felt confident that he would face no rival, at least among the first-year students, if all else failed. The physically robust and relentlessly training Arnold could always wield the proverbial stick of physical education. Chapter 82. Indeed, it is I. Once the Slytherin group departed, the exploratory teams from the three houses seamlessly merged. Katie cheerfully greeted Cho Chang and Heidi McAvoy, linking arms with them and engaging in lively conversation. The bonds of female friendship are indeed peculiar. Having just met a day ago, they seemed inseparable. However, based on Arnold's past experiences, it was not uncommon for such camaraderie to suddenly turn into discord. Arnold, the prodigious writer, was introduced by Andrew to the numerous new classmates in the team, eliciting a chorus of awe from the half-blood and muggle-born wizards among Hufflepuff. Meanwhile, the students from Ravenclaw were particularly intrigued by the well-structured and meticulously detailed map that Arnold held, eagerly encircling him to inquire about the thought process and methods behind its creation. Initially, Arnold was reluctant. Wasn't he enough to enjoy an adventurous romp through the castle? Why delve into such monotonous inquiries? His approach was merely a mimicry born from his past experiences navigating shopping malls with a navigation app, devoid of any theoretical understanding. Yet, upon glancing up, he noticed that the Ravenclaw newcomers, gathered around with Autumn Zhang, were all girls. What more was there to discuss? Since disembarking from the Hogwarts Express, he had been cultivating a warm, affable persona that simply could not falter. Counting carefully, apart from one boy, the other three from Hufflepuff were also girls. And with the two from Gryffindor on his side, it turned out that the majority of those exploring Hogwarts with Arnold were indeed female. At long last, his handsome appearance and charming demeanor were yielding their due rewards. He couldn't help but wonder how his mother, Nicole, would react upon receiving the photographs. Witnessing her son's popularity among girls, surrounded by a throng of admirers, would she be delighted or startled? After all, he was merely 11 years old. He longed to grow up quickly. Thus, a travel group of over 10 members was formed. Lacking only a small Red Riding Hood and a guide waving a flag and blowing a horn, these chattering girls resembled tourists in a travel group. Oh, Arnold, you can write fairy tales too? Autumn Zhang mused. At such a young age, you've already published a bestseller. Truly, you are a remarkable individual who taught yourself Chinese just to read stories. Well, this flying magical object was crafted by you, Arnold, Heidi McAvoy thought. Realizing that his wand's Lumos charm's brightness and range paled in comparison to his ingenious creations. Such a genius, what could she possibly compare herself to? Arnold, in turn, felt quite pleased. Who said women were simply nuisances? These young ladies were also charming, with voices like music. He found them utterly delightful, as they wandered. Thanks to the meticulousness and patience of the Ravenclaw girls, Arnold was able to add notes on the back of his map regarding the timings and patterns of the shifting staircases. Although it was just a small beginning, he believed that with time and repeated visits, he could ultimately compile a comprehensive schedule of the staircases' changes and directions. The staircases within Hogwarts Castle were far from simplistic. There were 142 staircases of varying shapes, sizes, and positions, some wide, some narrow, some with invisible steps, and others that led to different destinations on Fridays. The older students spoke of these staircases with diverse opinions. Some claimed that the moving staircases were a defensive mechanism set by Rowena Ravenclaw, while others believed they were a trial left for the students of Hogwarts. Regardless, they appeared quite magical, yet were rather inconvenient for those eager to adhere to their class schedules. Moreover, the Ravenclaw girls accompanying Autumn had been informed by their seniors just the previous night that the shifting of these staircases was exceedingly complex, and no one had ever succeeded in producing a clear and accurate timetable. One of the Ravenclaw prefects had even suggested that if they did not believe her, they could attempt to navigate it themselves. Though not all Ravenclaw students were top scholars, they were almost universally confident in their intellect. Despite countless predecessors having failed time and again, how could they possibly concede without attempting? It was likely that the prefect had once undertaken the same endeavor, only to meet with failure. Similarly, Arnold was skeptical of this supposed impossibility. His confidence did not stem from a belief in his own intellect, but rather in his proficiency with Excel. Of course, he could not guarantee that inputting the staircase patterns into Excel would yield a comprehensible table. Yet he felt compelled to try. After all, it was a method that had never been considered by those before him. The Ravenclaw girls had just stated that no one had managed to compile a clear and accurate timetable. Arnold was filled with skepticism. Perhaps some astute and patient Ravenclaw student had long since deciphered the intricate patterns of the staircase's movements, yet lacked the ability to create a sufficiently clear schedule for others to comprehend. After all, isn't that precisely what Excel is designed for? He ascended to the 8th floor of the castle, where Katie was introducing the rosy-cheeked fat lady to Autumn, Heidi, and others, though the password had not been uttered. With a map in hand, Arnold turned to the group of Ravenclaw girls and inquired, "Are you attempting to uncover the staircase's movement patterns?" Upon receiving their nods, he promptly added, "May I join you?" Before the Ravenclaw girls could respond, Katie, along with Anna and Andrew, turned their attention towards him, intrigued by the conversation. Arnold gazed at them in perplexity, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Katie shrugged in exasperation, gesturing towards a few Ravenclaw girls. "Look, Arnold. There are more than 10 of us here, and aside from those few, no one else is contemplating this issue." Noticing Arnold's continued confusion, she further queried, "So why did the Sorting Hat place you in Gryffindor last night?" "Why, of course, it was due to my strong insistence. Gryffindor." However, Arnold found it difficult to voice this assertion. Instead, he managed a hesitant explanation. Perhaps the Sorting Hat deemed my qualities of wisdom and courage to be equally significant, making it challenging to reach a conclusion." To alleviate any skepticism, he quickly added, "You all know that the Sorting Hat hesitated for quite some time. It even deemed me a Hatstaller, a rarity occurring only once in 50 years. Upon hearing this, Autumn Zhang pursed her lips, stifling a laugh as she looked over at him. Arnold boldly met her gaze, affirming, "Indeed, that is precisely my point, possessing both intellect and bravery, strategy and strength. All those idioms your parents have taught you from Chinese culture are perfectly applicable to me." Chapter 83. The tapestry looked quickly. That person appears so pitiable. Their stature is already diminutive, and they wield no weapon. Those towering figures, are they even human? How grotesque. What manner of creature is that? Let me think. I perused Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them before school commenced. It should contain illustrations of such bizarre beings. Arnold, do you know? Arnold. Arnold. Huh? Arnold, lost in thought, jolted back to reality as he turned to face Andrew Kirk, who was patting him on the shoulder, his expression one of bewilderment. "What is wrong with you?" Observing Arnold's reaction, Andrew Kirk appeared momentarily taken aback. Arnold shook his head, dismissing the matter with a casual remark, "Not much, just lost in thought for a moment." Andrew pointed towards the direction where Arnold had been momentarily distracted, specifically at the gathering of girls, and inquired, "Do you know what kind of creature is depicted on that tapestry featuring the large figure?" Arnold lifted his gaze thoughtfully, furrowing his brow before he uttered, "Oh, those appear to be trolls." With that, he gently turned, directing his attention towards the wall behind him. The depiction was not merely a painting, but rather an enormous tapestry, intricately embroidered with the scene of trolls striking the hapless Barnabas. Opposite the tapestry lay a white wall, which naturally marked the entrance to the room of requirement. Initially, Arnold had intended to seek this place during a quiet moment before arriving at Hogwarts, but he had unexpectedly stumbled upon it while meandering with a group of first-year students. However, the scene before him diverged from his preconceived notions. He had envisioned an ugly humanoid creature wielding a hefty club, aiming it at a significantly smaller human figure. Upon closer inspection, Arnold realized that there was not merely one troll depicted on the tapestry, but several, and in addition to clubs, they were also brandishing bone clubs. Who could fathom the origin of those bones? Here he stood, a slender human, surrounded by so many muscular brutes wielding mighty clubs. It became evident that Barnabas was indeed quite courageous. The craftsmanship of the tapestry was remarkable, perfectly capturing the troll's minuscule brains, roughly the size of peanuts. Their movements were mechanical and stiff, perpetually lagging behind, allowing Barnabas to nimbly dodge amidst the barrage of thick, sturdy clubs. Fortunately, the figures on the tapestry did not tire. Otherwise, the scene would likely have been splattered with red and white by now. Yet, due to the discrepancies from his initial expectations, Arnold scrutinized the tapestry for quite some time, ultimately discerning, through the troll's graceful dance and vibrant skirts, that this was indeed the tapestry opposite the room of requirement. Andrew, following Arnold's gaze, looked over but found nothing but a blank white wall. Confused, he turned back and inquired again, "Trolls? The Care of Magical Creatures class only begins in second year, and not every first year buys fantastic beasts and where to find them. Even those who do may not read it." The term Arnold mentioned only served to deepen Andrew's confusion without offering any clarity. Arnold turned around, raising his chin towards the tapestry, ready to explain when a girl suddenly exclaimed from the crowd, "That's right. It's a troll." She then stood on her tiptoes, nodded at Arnold, and continued, "I apologize. The illustrations of trolls and fantastic beasts are rather simplistic, and they aren't depicted wearing ballet skirts, so I didn't recognize it at first." Ballet, haha. Let me laugh for a moment. Trolls are astonishingly strong magical creatures, yet they possess very little intelligence. They typically stand 12 or 13 feet tall. And as for their weight, I'm afraid I can't recall. The girl, named Hill Fawcett, a Ravenclaw, started off well, but her voice gradually diminished, to the point that the boys standing outside the circle might not have caught her final words. Observing the petite girl tousling her golden hair into a messy bun, Arnold couldn't help but find it amusing. It was quite normal for her to struggle with remembering details about trolls. After all, not everyone can be a know-it-all. Being sorted into Ravenclaw merely indicated her thirst for knowledge. Another Ravenclaw girl, who had read the second-year textbook in advance, suddenly recalled, "Oh, I remember now. The book seems to mention that due to trolls' low intelligence, their name is used to denote the lowest tier in wizarding examinations, troll." A Hufflepuff girl grimaced, covering her mouth, glancing at the tapestry and then at the Ravenclaw. Really? They named it after such an ugly creature? How about that? Does it suddenly reignite your motivation to study? Katie Bell, mingling with the Hufflepuff girl, patted her on the back, grinning as she interjected, seemingly unperturbed about her grades. The Hufflepuff girl shot her a glare. "What are you talking about? Who isn't trying? I'm just worried that I'm too foolish to learn." Upon hearing Hill Fawcett emerge to elucidate matters for everyone, Arnold ceased his participation in the discussion. At this moment, he was silently calculating the distance and route from the Gryffindor common room to this location. He pondered how much time it would take if he were to sprint at full speed, and how long it might require if he were to tread cautiously and silently. The destination had been located, although the journey had unfolded quite differently from Arnold's expectations. Truly utilizing the room of requirement was far from straightforward. The most fundamental rule was that one must not be seen entering or exiting the room. This included not only the ever-vigilant Ferk, who was keen on discovering students' missteps, but also fellow students from various grades and houses within the school. Such a clandestine hideaway could not be easily exposed, even when sharing with a few close companions. Utmost discretion was imperative. Clad in tutus and striking various seemingly nonsensical poses, the trolls were hardly fearsome. Indeed, they appeared somewhat comical. The first years, having observed the tapestry, were engaged in discussions about the trolls' physique, their dance postures, and attire as they walked. As for the poor, foolish Barnabas, he had long since lost the attention of those around him. As Arnold moved slowly with the group, he remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. "I recall that the headmaster's office is also located on the 8th floor. How is it that I have not seen the entrance along the way?" Not even the guarding stone troll had made an appearance. Arnold endeavored to recollect the novels and films he had once perused. It appeared that when Professor McGonagall escorted Harry to find Dumbledore, they first entered through the stone gargoyle and then ascended a spiraling staircase to reach the headmaster's office. This suggested that the office was indeed located on the 8th floor, yet the entrance was situated on a lower level. How intriguing. However, the plethora of sculptures, both grand and diminutive, within Hogwarts was overwhelming. He had been so absorbed in his surroundings that he failed to notice precisely where the stone gargoyle resided. Surely, it must differ from the other flamboyant figures. Yet, that seemed incongruent. He distinctly remembered that Dumbledore once, in a moment of urgency, sleepwalked to the 8th floor and unintentionally stumbled into the room of requirement, which was filled with opulent chamber pots. If the entrance to the headmaster's office was absent on the 8th floor, how did he manage to relieve himself? Apparition? Was the esteemed headmaster truly so refined even during nocturnal excursions? No wonder he is hailed as the most formidable wizard in contemporary British wizardry. Chapter 84. Autumn Fan, standing at a crossroads, the spirited Anna Miffield, leading the way, glanced at the two adjoining corridors, hesitatingly turning back to Arnold. Arnold. Which way shall we proceed? Let me take a look. Arnold unfurled the map, his finger gliding swiftly across it as he traced their previous route to ascertain their current location. The left path led to the staircase, while the right led to the divination classroom. Phew. Perhaps I should extract a module from the Marauder's map for study. My expectations are modest, merely a conspicuous marker indicating our position would suffice. Upon hearing this, Anna scanned her fellow first years with uncertainty. Do we even have that class? Not yet, replied a Ravenclaw girl named Marietta Ekmo. I heard from the upperclassmen that divination is one of the elective courses that begins in the second year. Should we continue to explore? Inquired Heidi McAvoy, linking arms with Katie Bell to join the discussion. Katie hesitated, glancing around. Perhaps we should skip it, after wandering about. It must be getting late. She checked her watch, exclaiming, wow, it's already 12:30. Time to head back for lunch. The group of more than 10, captivated and animated, had unknowingly let the morning slip away. After some deliberation with a few Hufflepuff classmates, Heidi suggested, let us return to the Great Hall for lunch. This afternoon, we plan to visit the kitchens in the basement, the potions classroom, and the Quidditch pitch outside. What about you all? Katie refrained from responding immediately, instead seeking the opinions of Arnold, Andrew Kirk, and Anna. Both Andrew and Anna expressed no objections, indicating that Katie should take the lead. Arnold also nodded in agreement, feeling indifferent about the choice of location. After all, his quest to explore Hogwarts was a long-term endeavor. There was no urgency. The divination classroom was not a forbidden area, and since it shared the 8th floor with the Gryffindor common room, it was merely a short stroll away. With the support of her friends, Katie turned back and remarked, we are in a court. By the way, isn't the herbology greenhouse outside as well? Heidi, uncertain, looked toward Arnold for clarification. Arnold immersed himself in the map, pondering. If only there were a search function for the greenhouse. What was he thinking? Even the active map lacked such a feature. If he were to investigate it on his own, who knows when he would uncover anything? Having a relatively detailed map in hand was already quite fortunate, as he was utterly spoiled by the myriad of practical applications from his previous life. Nevertheless, knowing that the greenhouse could not possibly be within the castle, Arnold's search proceeded swiftly. The greenhouse was situated between the castle and the outer wall, with a vegetable garden beyond the wall. What? Hogwarts has a vegetable garden? Katie exclaimed, surprised by this revelation. Does the school employ someone to tend to it? Andrew, too, was intrigued, leaning closer to Arnold to locate the garden on the map. Thus, the two found themselves at the rear of a group of first-year students, engaged in conversation as they descended the stairs. Employ someone? No need. Hogwarts has many house elves. I've heard that much of the work within the school is performed by them. Anna, who had been exposed to the magical world from a young age, interjected from the middle of the group. House elves? What are those? A Hufflepuff girl walking near Anna inquired with curiosity. Heidi eagerly took the opportunity to explain. They are magical creatures, akin to trolls but far more intelligent and capable. The sumptuous and delectable feast we had at dinner last night was likely prepared by house elves. Last night's dinner? Wasn't that conjured by the long-bearded headmaster? The girl asked in astonishment. At the front of the line, a Ravenclaw girl, Marietta Eckley, turned around to interject. Certainly not. No one can conjure food out of thin air, especially not for such a large gathering. Even Dumbledore would struggle to ensure that everything was safe to eat. He merely transports food from the kitchen to the table. The Hufflepuff girl clung to her perspective, insisting, why couldn't it be food conjured by the headmaster? What problems could arise? She held a great admiration for the notion of an old man with a white beard effortlessly filling an empty table with an array of delicious dishes. Marietta paused for a few seconds before weakly murmuring, I don't know. It just can't be. Despite her mother working at the Ministry of Magic, her limited age and experience made this question evidently beyond her grasp. As the group grew silent, Autumn Zhang, who had been quiet for some time, spoke up, stop arguing. In a little while, we will visit the kitchen, and then everything will be clear. Yes, we will go to the kitchen soon. I must see these house elves you speak of. Katie chimed in, then turned to Arnold, who was at the back, asking, what do you think, Arnold? How would I know? Do you really think I am some sort of know-it-all? The vegetable garden is probably managed by the house elves on a regular basis. Perhaps Hagrid occasionally checks on it, but it's not important. As long as there is food to eat and it is delicious, that is all that matters. I have long grown weary of toiling away in the kitchen at home only to produce mediocre meals. Arnold shrugged and replied, I can't guess either. But there will be plenty of time in the future, and staying in school for a while will naturally reveal everything. A group of elementary school students, chattering excitedly, descended the winding staircase. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch in the auditorium, they ventured into the castle's underground. However, they merely recognized the path outside the potions classroom before being overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere and quickly retreating. As for the kitchen, apologies, unless Arnold, who was well versed in the storyline, spoke up. No one knew where the entrance was hidden or how to access it. Nearby, the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room was ignored by Heidi and other Hufflepuff students who had evidently been warned by their prefect not to disclose the means of entry. Exiting the castle's depths, they attempted to locate the greenhouse, only to find it locked. Following the information they had gathered, Arnold and his fellow first-year tour group made their way towards the Quidditch pitch. Is this the stadium for Quidditch matches? Katie exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she admired the setup and the surrounding stands, recalling a senior's description from the previous night and envisioning the scenes of a match in progress. Yes. Katie, do you see those metallic hoops? Those are the goals. Chasers score by throwing the quaffle into the opposing team's goal. In addition to the quaffle, the game features 2 bludgers and a golden snitch. The bludgers fly around erratically, actively targeting players, necessitating the beaters to fend them off. While the golden snitch zips about at incredible speeds, and when caught by a seeker, the match concludes. Beside Katie, Chio tugged at her cheeks flushed with excitement, eagerly sharing every detail about Quidditch. Katie, equally enchanted, responded, Yes, I know. I heard a senior mention it last night. But I still find it hard to imagine what the quaffle, bludgers, and golden snitch look like. Chio's enthusiasm peaked. Did you know that my favorite team, the Tutchel Tornadoes, won the League Cup 5 times in a row at the turn of the century, setting a record for the British and Irish Quidditch League? And the seeker, Roddy Plummet, ended the match in just 3.5 seconds, establishing the record for the fastest catch of the golden snitch. Arnold observed that, based on Chio's behavior throughout the journey, she seemed to be a rather introverted girl, much like many of his female classmates from his past life. Yet, when discussing Quidditch, she transformed, speaking enthusiastically and passionately, not only educating her audience but also fervently promoting her beloved Quidditch team and idolizing her favorite players. Arnold was well acquainted with such fervor. Though football and Quidditch differ significantly, he had experienced similar excitement when discussing his favorite Premier League team, Arsenal, and the legendary Thierry Henry. Regardless of the sport, the passion of fans remained remarkably similar. Moreover, Arnold found himself intrigued by Quidditch. He believed he could handle various types of bats quite well, and on the ground, he was competent enough. As for soaring through the skies, he held great anticipation. As the days passed, almost 2 months had flown by, and the time had come for this book to be published. The motivation behind writing this tale had been previously mentioned in one of the author's notes. It was sparked by seeing Clyde perform the Hedwig-esque theme at a Billy Billy gala, igniting a desire to pen a Harry Potter fanfiction. What seemed like a straightforward endeavor turned out to be anything but simple. After watching the gala, I sought out and rewatched the films, feeling insatiable. Before finally contemplating writing a fanfiction, the initial thrill of this idea was exhilarating. However, the actual process proved to be quite tedious, endless rereading of the original text, researching, drafting content, and crafting sentences. Progress was painfully slow. I began writing in late January, and by Valentine's Day, I had scarcely 10 chapters prepared. In retrospect, I find some of my earlier writing less than satisfactory. As I mentioned in the review section, while I felt certain content was necessary to convey, it lacked the flair and conciseness that would make it resemble a novel, often coming off as mere exposition of my personal views. I am immensely grateful that so many readers did not turn away due to my writing style. I was quite anxious after publishing, fearing no one would read it or that the website would decline to sign it. It wasn't until I received a message from the editor stating that I could proceed with the contract that I finally felt at ease. Since then, I have continued writing. Conventionally, one might expect me to lament my struggles at this juncture. However, I feel that recounting my challenges is somewhat futile, upon reflection. The most trying time was during the initial promotional phase, when my work was featured in a rather lackluster position on the website, cycling through several titles on the page. It was arguably the coldest recommendation spot in history. Fortunately, the author of Harry Potter and the Source of Magic, De Hai Chuan, graciously supported me, allowing me to emerge from that dismal recommendation position. I am truly thankful. I must also express my gratitude to my editor, Xuan Wu, who consistently ensured I remained visible in subsequent promotional rounds, despite my work being overshadowed by contemporaneous releases. Even during moments of criticism and self-doubt, Xuanwu reached out, providing encouragement, a stark contrast to the aloof demeanor one might expect from an editor at Qidian. Although my current standing may not be remarkable compared to others, given my writing style, I am content with the achievements I have made thus far. Perhaps expressing satisfaction might seem to lack ambition. Nevertheless, I am genuinely content. Though I certainly aspire to continue striving for improvement, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all my readers for embracing and accommodating my slow-paced writing style, for voting, supporting me, and encouraging me in the reviews and chapter comments. Thank you all. I hope you will continue to support me in the future, and I will endeavor to craft even more engaging and captivating content, aiming to satisfy all of you who have supported me. Regarding the book's publication, I plan to release 5 chapters when it goes live tomorrow around noon, which should be approximately the same time as my usual first update. Additionally, aside from the launch day, I will guarantee at least 2 updates daily, with more added as circumstances allow. I humbly seek your initial support. To all my companions at Qidian and QQ Reading who have accompanied me on this journey, I trust you will not abandon me, will you? I hope those who wish to view the pirated version will endeavor to support the initial subscription tomorrow. It costs but a trifling sum. Yet the success of a subscription is truly significant for a book. It can bolster the author's confidence and reveal the potential of the work to the editor. My aspirations are modest. I would be content with an initial subscription of 150. Should there be an increase beyond that, such as an additional 100? It would be even more gratifying. Indeed, I am referring to a total of 250. If we can attain this initial subscription figure, I shall accept any ridicule and reward you with an additional chapter. Furthermore, regarding rewards for extra chapters, I have previously mentioned that a cumulative reward of 10,000 grants 1 extra chapter, while a single reward of 10,000 yields 2 additional chapters. These are calculated separately. Regardless of whether it stems from subscriptions or rewards, if there are extra chapters, I will determine the timing based on my writing speed and available drafts, which may result in a slight delay. I appreciate your understanding. In conclusion, my sentiments upon the launch are thus: I hope to produce more remarkable content in the future. Now, I have said all I intended to, and so I shall take my leave. Lastly, I wish everyone good health, success in work and studies, and happiness in life, especially in this challenging commencement of the year 2020. Chapter 85. I want to try your sword after touring the Quidditch pitch. The first-year students concluded their sightseeing for the day. Despite their exertions, the 11 and 12-year-old wizards showed no signs of fatigue, prompting Arnold to reflect once more on the remarkable endurance of wizards. Following dinner, this impromptu travel group disbanded, though Katie remained engrossed in listening to Qiu Zhang discuss Quidditch, while Anna accompanied her. Thus, Arnold and Andrew, the 2 boys, returned to the Gryffindor common room ahead of the others. The common room was sparsely populated. Arnold swiftly scanned the area and noted the absence of the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan. He pondered whether Lee was diligently studying as he had mentioned the previous night or had joined the twins in exploring Hogwarts. Should they return late, they would likely have to navigate past the one-eyed, hunchbacked witch statue to reach the common room, which could entail a clever game of wits with Filch. However, the twins possessed the Marauder's map, making it unlikely they would be caught. Arnold, having familiarized himself with the storyline and certain landmarks, and possessing a replica of the map, found it relatively convenient to navigate. The true challenge lay in traversing the distance between the entrances to secret passages and the common room. Fortunately, he was not entirely unprepared in this respect. Authentic magical items recognized by the system, when utilized correctly, should suffice to handle even a dullard like Filch. In the common room, Charlie and his friend with short brown hair were seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation. Upon hearing the doors creak, they both turned to see Arnold enter, and Charlie immediately rose to greet him, as if he had been awaiting his arrival. Observing this interaction, Andrew signaled to Arnold and ascended to the dormitory alone. "Arnold, come sit over here," Charlie beckoned. "Is there something you need, Charlie?" Arnold inquired as he approached and settled across from him. It was evident to Arnold that Charlie had something on his mind, just as Andrew had noticed. Charlie exchanged a glance with the brown-haired boy before addressing Arnold. "I wanted to ask about your sword," he said, gesturing towards the flying sword resting beside Arnold. "How do you control it? Is it similar to riding a broomstick? I mean, does it allow for movement in all directions, forward, backward, left, right, and even up and down?" As Arnold was about to respond, Charlie interjected with another question. "By the way, Arnold, have you ever ridden a flying broomstick? I heard from George and Fred that you purchased one in Diagon Alley." "Indeed, I have ridden a flying broomstick. Arnold nodded, casually bringing forth his enchanted sword, allowing it to hover gracefully amidst the three of them. As for this sword of mine, it is true that handling it bears some resemblance to riding a broomstick. However, its speed is considerably slower, and its responsiveness lags by a few beats. May I give it a try? Charlie's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Arnold's magnificent sword. Arnold observed Charlie for a moment. His physique differed markedly from that of the stocky twins. He, along with Percy and Ron, belonged to the taller and leaner category. Arnold estimated his weight to be between 70 and 80 kilograms. The flying sword beneath him was embedded with 3 toy brooms, which, in theory, should be able to support him. Furthermore, even in the event of a mishap, a fall from a height of no more than 30 centimeters would not be fatal. Nodding slightly, Arnold cautioned, "It's fine, but be slow when you step on it. I'm uncertain if it can bear your weight." Following Arnold's advice, under the watchful gaze of the brown-haired boy, Charlie cautiously extended one foot onto the sword, then gently lifted the other foot, only a few centimeters off the ground. Once he confirmed that everything was stable, he stood with both feet on the flying sword. Having firmly established his balance, Charlie eagerly inquired, "How do I control its movement?" I attempted to channel my magic like I do when riding a broom, but there is no response. "Do not rush," Arnold reassured him, then instructed, "Try to channel your magic down through the sword, extending it along this wooden board." Just as he said this, the flying sword beneath Charlie began to wobble erratically. Arnold quickly added, "Yes, you feel that? There are 3 nodes that accept magic. Do not be hasty. You only need to connect your magic to any one of them to control the movement." Exactly. Although Arnold had embedded 3 toy brooms into the flying sword, creating a remarkably stable structure that allowed the 17-year-old Charlie to hover securely, the movement spell affixed to the toy brooms required additional magical energy to function effectively. If it solely relied on external magic absorption, it would only provide the most basic level of buoyancy. To maneuver the flying sword, one would need to communicate with the movement spell on the toy brooms. Unfortunately, one could only connect with a single spell at a time. At least, Arnold had yet to master the ability to control 2 magical objects simultaneously. Even in a linear acceleration, merely supplying magic required an intention regarding the direction of movement. Arnold had not yet acquired the skill of multitasking or divided focus. Thus, while Arnold's method of increasing the number of toy brooms enhanced the carrying capacity of the flying sword, its mobility remained unchanged. Despite the buoyancy provided by the 3 movement spells counteracting most of the weight, the greater the burden on the flying sword, the slower its movement became when controlled by magic. Therefore, the transformed flying skateboard, augmented with accessories, was only marginally assisted by the Hogwarts Express staff, who indicated it made the movement spell slightly less taxing. However, the effectiveness of such a tool was incomparable to that of proper magical apparatus. Under Arnold's guidance, Charlie quickly grasped the technique and began to ascend slowly, gliding on the flying sword within the spacious common room. Arnold preferred to refer to it as drifting. After circling the public lounge twice, Charlie maneuvered the flying sword towards Arnold while inquiring, "Is this the fastest it can go?" Clearly, Charlie was dissatisfied with the leisurely pace of the flying sword. Arnold shrugged helplessly. "Indeed, Charlie, this is merely a toy. It cannot be compared to a flying broomstick." If Arnold were to replace the individual on the flying sword, his weight might afford him a slight increase in speed, yet it would still be quite limited. However, he possessed a method to enhance his velocity that he had yet to disclose. After a period of practice, Arnold had mastered a unique technique that allowed him to swiftly alternate his magical energy among 3 children's brooms, utilizing inertia to accelerate his flight. This method was confined to linear acceleration. When it came to turning, Arnold feared his intellect might not suffice. If, during the transition, he mismanaged the directional control of one toy broom in contrast to the other 2, the outcome could be quite disastrous. Arnold did not decline to share this method with Charlie. Rather, it was the time required to master such a rather trivial technique that posed a challenge. Observing Charlie's demeanor, it seemed unlikely that he would be one to engage in prolonged play with Arnold's magnificent sword. Chapter 86. Unworthy Charlie leapt from the flying sword and remarked, "Indeed, the speed is rather sluggish, and the responsiveness leaves much to be desired. It lacks agility." With that, he gestured slightly with his chin towards the brown-haired boy. "Oliver, why don't you give it a try?" Oliver? I wondered why this young man seemed inseparable from Charlie throughout the day. It turns out their relationship was not of that nature. Oliver Wood, the individual from whom Charlie inherited the captaincy of the Gryffindor Quidditch team after his graduation, bore a striking resemblance to the charming character portrayed in the films, perhaps 5 or 6 parts alike. In person, he was even more handsome. but not as handsome as me. After guiding Oliver in maneuvering the flying sword, Charlie plopped back onto the sofa, turning to Arnold and inquiring, "Arnold, do you believe there is any room for further enhancement in this flying sword, primarily concerning its speed and the responsiveness to magical control?" Upon hearing this, Arnold lightly furrowed his brow. There is indeed room for improvement, ultimately, whether it be the flying sword or the hovering skateboard. These are not truly magical artifacts crafted by Arnold, but rather mere assemblages. The 3 toy brooms embedded at the base of the flying sword are composed of exceptionally ordinary wood, the worst among the least durable materials. Their slender and short structure allows for a very limited magical capacity, thus only supporting a weight of 30 kilograms, which suffices for 5 to 7-year-old wizarding children, as they are merely toys. Furthermore, since the magical connection is established through the toy brooms embedded within the flying sword rather than the wooden sword itself, this intermediary layer results in Charlie consistently feeling that the sword's responsiveness to his control is lacking. These issues are not insurmountable. Should Arnold be able to genuinely create a flying sword through alchemy, that is to say, directly enchanting a piece of higher quality wood, imbuing it with the maximum power of a mobility spell he can currently cast, and ensuring that the wood can withstand such enchantment, he believes that regardless of its shape, the resultant board would exhibit significantly improved speed and responsiveness to magical control. However, the matter is not so straightforward. During the summer break, Arnold diligently researched his basic enchanting techniques to fulfill the system's task of completing his first alchemical creation. Aside from abandoning the idea of using a light spell to create a magical flashlight, upon discovering the difficulty of making non-wand objects emit light, Arnold entertained numerous innovative ideas and conducted several experiments. He then realized that with a mastery level of only 1 for any spell, he was utterly incapable of enchanting a medium. It was truly disheartening for him to consider the rabbits he had purchased to learn the snot spell. After inducing nausea in countless little white rabbits, Arnold finally mastered the snot spell, intending to fashion a small device to outsmart Fairkey. To his dismay, he discovered that a level 1 snot spell could not be enchanted. He had begun preparations for nocturnal escapades during the summer, initially aiming to create a magical item imbued with the snot spell, so that he could simply toss it within a certain distance of Fairkey, causing it to unleash the spell and induce a copious secretion of mucus, making Fairkey feel nauseous and incapable of further action. I am a benevolent soul, I assure you. I shall never resort to using bioweapons such as dung bombs first. After several failures, Arnold revisited the enchanting techniques documentation from the system, scrutinizing it meticulously until he learned that to imbue a magical item with a spell's effect, he must elevate the corresponding spell's mastery level to at least 2. As of now, among all the spells Arnold has mastered, only the red spark spell and the green spark spell have reached level 2. As for the mobility spell required to create the flying sword, for reasons unknown, despite learning it rather late, Arnold has successfully mastered it and has progressed to a mastery level of 33. His advancement has been remarkable, yet he is still quite distant from achieving level 2. After a moment's contemplation, Arnold slowly remarked, "Improvements can indeed be made, but it may take some time, as I need to devote considerable thought to my research." He added, "Moreover, classes commence tomorrow, and I cannot guarantee how much time I will have available for this endeavor." While he expressed a need for time, the implication was subtly a refusal. But does Arnold truly lack time? He has nearly completed his preparations for first-grade courses, particularly in charms and transfiguration. Participating in the exams directly might be somewhat challenging, yet for merely passing the final assessments, Arnold believes he need not expend much effort outside of class. Even in subjects like the history of magic, which require mere rote memorization, Arnold, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, feels no trepidation. What he lacks is motivation. Although he has learned the mobility spell, and while his mastery is not particularly high, he can use it adequately. The spell itself is neither powerful nor particularly intriguing. Arnold finds it difficult to muster the enthusiasm to grind for a higher mastery level in the mobility spell. The newly acquired illumination spell, albeit outdated in the magical realm, was a product of his own energy expenditure for analysis. Would it not be a pity to neglect practicing it? It is only natural to grow weary of the old and yearn for the new. When it comes to grinding for mastery, the allure of new toys is undeniably stronger. Moreover, Arnold has amassed a considerable amount of energy. After a day of bustling around Hogwarts, he has advanced the long-term task of exploring the campus to 34. 4. Garnering 3,000 energy points and 1 honor point. Coupled with his previous savings, he now possesses a total of 4,700 energy points and 3 honor points. A veritable windfall in a single day. Indeed, no matter how much he toiled with the system during the summer, it remained miserly, yet upon arriving at Hogwarts, with greater exposure to the magical world, energy began to flow abundantly. However, tasks like campus exploration that yield rewards so easily are currently limited to this one. Thus, being extravagant is still unwise. Therefore, I must apologize. In Arnold's view, expending energy on the mobility spell is unwarranted. Frugality is a traditional virtue of our people. Precious resources should be allocated wisely. Rather than waste time on the tedious and useless mobility spell, why not invest in analyzing the flying broom? Acquiring the magic attached to it only requires 1,000 points. Once I understand the spells attached, what need will I have for the mobility spell? By imbuing that flight magic onto the flying sword, it would at least increase its speed tenfold or more. Additionally, the Marauder's map modules cost 1,000 energy points each. Would it not be beneficial to analyze and learn the modules related to positioning? Once learned, I could enhance my map to display my current location at all times. Practical and aesthetically pleasing. Are these pursuits not far more engaging than the mobility spell? Chapter 87. Series of tasks, third update, subscription requested. Perhaps Arnold's words were too subtle. As Charlie remained oblivious, his eyes still gleaming with eagerness as he said, "It's not urgent. While I hope you can produce it soon, ultimately. It depends on your schedule, Arnold." "May I inquire, Charlie, what is it about this item that has captured your attention?" Arnold, feeling somewhat helpless, sought to clarify the situation. What else could it be? "Of course, it is Quidditch." Charlie exclaimed a term Arnold had not anticipated. Arnold, somewhat perplexed, echoed, "Quidditch?" Charlie nodded, gesturing towards Oliver, who was circling atop the flying sword, and explained, "Indeed, I noticed that contraption of yours this morning. After giving it a try, I found that aside from its sluggish speed and lack of prompt responsiveness, it is quite similar to riding a broomstick, although the altitude is somewhat restricted. That is of little consequence." Arnold nodded, yet remained perplexed. He understood that his proficiency with the flying sword stemmed from prior experience with flying knives before mounting a broomstick, allowing him to swiftly master the fundamental control techniques. He reveled in the exhilaration of flying, tethered by chains. However, Charlie and Oliver were already bona fide members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, among the finest broomstick flyers at Hogwarts. The flying sword that Arnold crafted, even if he enhanced its mobility spell to a level 2 enchantment, would barely match the speed of a broomstick, rendering it insufficient for practice for them and other Quidditch players. Charlie, undeterred by Arnold's incongruous expressions and movements, continued to elaborate. If this device could promptly respond to the wielder's consciousness and magical energy, and its speed could be slightly increased, then our team members could stand upon it during classes and after school, honing their control over flying apparatuses anytime and anywhere. If they persevered, I believe it would indeed enhance their skills with broomsticks. Upon hearing this, Arnold realized there was merit in Charlie's words. They were not necessarily seeking speed. If Arnold were to master the magical enhancements for broomsticks, they might even forego it. What they required was a means of transportation consistently applicable, allowing them to practice manipulation techniques akin to those of riding broomsticks, thereby fostering gradual improvement through persistent practice. He was astonished that his hastily assembled contraption could serve such a purpose. He had yet to exert himself. The system did not even acknowledge this invention. Truly, I am a grand alchemist. At that moment, Oliver would completed his test flight, dismounting from Arnold's flying sword and nodding gently at Charlie. Charlie turned to Arnold and summarized, "In conclusion, both Oliver and I believe that with slight modifications, your creation could prove beneficial to our Quidditch team." As he spoke, his gaze toward Arnold grew increasingly earnest. "I wonder if you would be willing to provide us with this flying device." Seeing that he was not accustomed to referring to it as a flying sword, Arnold interjected, "You may simply call it a flying skateboard. I can fashion it to resemble a skateboard, which is simpler and more familiar." He continued, "If it truly aids you, I would be more than willing." This afternoon, after touring the Quidditch pitch and listening to other students' introductions, I realized it is far more intriguing than what Fred and George conveyed in their letters. Charlie and Oliver exchanged glances and shared a silent smile. After all, they too had fallen in love with Quidditch step by step through observing the pitch, learning the rules, and watching matches. It seemed Arnold was not far from being captivated as well. Yet, Arnold was not merely close to falling into the Quidditch trap. He yearned to leap into it. After laying the groundwork, Arnold suddenly inquired, "Charlie, as the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, do you think I could join the team?" Indeed, having something they needed gave Arnold the perfect opportunity to voice his request. Even if Charlie denied him entry into the team, Arnold was still prepared to diligently practice the mobility spell. Enhancing Gryffindor's Quidditch team's strength would also benefit him. as the college that secures the Quidditch Cup would earn extra points. Prior to Harry's enrollment, breaking Slytherin's monopoly on the House Cup would rely entirely on my efforts. Therefore, Arnold's proposal was not an attempt at an underhanded deal, but rather a timely opportunity. Moreover, at the very moment Arnold made his request, his system unexpectedly generated a new task. Task name: Challenge Tradition. Task objective: Join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Task description: Hogwarts has a rule prohibiting first-year students from joining the Quidditch team, yet you know this is not absolute. Attempt to persuade Gryffindor Quidditch Captain Charlie Weasley and Professor Minerva McGonagall, the house head, to allow you to join the team. Do not let a certain boy who has narrowly escaped death take all the glory. Task reward: 600 energy points, 1 honor point. Another one of these troublemaking challenges. It seems this has become a series of tasks. The last time the system issued a task, it was due to its desire to instigate trouble, but this time, it was my own wish to play, and the system merely cooperated. Does this imply that my previous inclination to reveal the Sorting Hat's secrets was also my own initiative, with the system merely nudging me forward? Am I truly a troublemaker? Impossible. I am quite well behaved. It is the system that is restless. With 600 energy points, double the previous amount, and only 1 honor point, which is scarce by nature, Arnold had grown accustomed to it. Now, with the task's reward dangling before him, joining the Quidditch team became not just a personal interest, but also a more tangible benefit. Upon hearing Arnold's request, Charlie was momentarily taken aback before promptly rejecting it. You? No way. You must first take a year of flying lessons with Madame Hooch. You have yet to learn how to walk, and you wish to learn how to run? While it is true that as long as one does not fall to their demise, Madame Pomfrey can mend any injuries, and should she fail, one could always be sent to St. Mungo's for more specialized treatment. But what if the players on the field are too weak and we lose the match? Not to mention that the Quidditch Cup pertains to the house's honor and affects the House Cup score. Charlie himself would not wish for his final Quidditch Cup to be marred by regrets. Aside from the time he entered the Quidditch team in second year when Gryffindor won the cup, they had been without a championship for 4 consecutive years. Thus, he tirelessly sought ways to bolster the team's strength, even considering Arnold's seemingly questionable flying sword. But I already know how. I rode a broomstick during the summer. If you do not believe me, take out your broomstick, and I shall demonstrate. Arnold insisted, spreading his hands in a gesture of persistence. Charlie merely shook his head. That is not enough. Flying and flying well are 2 different matters. Afterward, he felt his refusal was too harsh and added, moreover, first-year students are not permitted to join the Quidditch team, nor are they allowed to bring their broomsticks to school. This is a school rule. And you should be aware of it, Arnold. Of course, I am aware of that, but I also know many things you do not. Chapter 88, The Power of Habit, 4th update, subscription requested. As the saying goes, rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. Regarding various regulations at Hogwarts, aside from Filch, it is unlikely that any professor, head, or principal would adhere to them dogmatically and without exception. Even the typically stern and strict Professor McGonagall made exceptions for Harry. Did she not? If Harry could join the Quidditch team as a first year, why can't I? By what right? He is the protagonist of the world, while I am merely a time traveler. Arnold persisted, arguing, how can one know it won't work without trying? As captain, you can decide whether to put my name forward. As for Professor McGonagall's approval, that is her concern. Charlie hesitated. Although Arnold had not explicitly stated that he would abandon the flying skateboard if he were not admitted to the Quidditch team, the implication lingered in the air. Charlie felt a pang of guilt at the thought of someone willing to invest their time and effort in assisting him while he hesitated. Observing the gradual softening of Charlie's troubled expression, Arnold silently commended himself, realizing that this was indeed an opportune moment. What to do? The thought of denying him entry weighed heavily on his conscience. You've been a prefect for too long, managing everything as if, like he said. The acceptance of the application list is not ours to decide. Eventually, after a brief, hushed discussion with Oliver, Charlie turned to Arnold and said, how about this? When the Quidditch team holds tryouts this year, come to the pitch to demonstrate your flying skills, and I'll consider whether to let you join as a substitute. He quickly added, as a substitute? Arnold accepted the role of a substitute with enthusiasm, thinking that the important thing was to gain entry first. Wasn't football the same? One starts in the youth team, then moves to the reserve team, and eventually to the first team, waiting for a chance to shine. He was mentally prepared for this. Moreover, the system's challenge merely required entry into the Quidditch team, with no stipulation to become a starter. No problem. Arnold nodded happily. The hardcore flying skills honed through the rusted chains, wouldn't you be afraid? Not afraid? I am. It was only amidst a crowd of skilled upperclassmen in Quidditch that he truly felt liberated. It seemed safer than flying lessons. Arnold believes that once he can conquer the fears within him and gain experience from his inaugural flight, he will be able to enjoy countless flights thereafter. He personally tends to prefer the position of a batsman, although he believes he could also adeptly handle the role of a chaser. As for the seeker position, he dismisses it, acknowledging its significant impact on the outcome of the match, yet finds the singular focus on capturing the elusive golden snitch rather uninteresting. Moreover, the seeker position is currently occupied by Charlie, and next year there will be Harry. Arnold wonders how he could compete for it. However, Charlie is nearing graduation, and he is uncertain about the arrival of a Harry Potter next year. Should it be discovered that Arnold possesses a natural talent for becoming a seeker, it is conceivable that Charlie might take the initiative to nurture him in that direction. At that point, he must firmly stand his ground and decisively refuse any such inclination. It is simply out of the question. Let Harry shine, triumph in matches, and earn points for Gryffindor. Noticing Arnold's radiant smile, Charlie could not help but remind him, but I cannot guarantee that Professor McGonagall will approve of a first-year student joining the team. In response to this, Arnold had already formulated a plan and promptly replied, "That is easily resolved. You can add a special note after my name, stating that I shall provide the team with a bespoke set of training equipment, along with on-site guidance for its use, which is expected to significantly enhance the player's agility during flights and their ability to respond to unforeseen circumstances." Arnold possesses a fair degree of confidence, estimating around 60 to 70% that Professor McGonagall, given her profound passion for Quidditch, would likely approve his application to join the team upon hearing of his effective methods to enhance player capabilities. Should he also secure Madame Hooch's endorsement, that confidence could easily rise to 70 or 80%. After Arnold shared his thoughts, Charlie exchanged glances with Oliver, both pondering the practicality of the proposal. It is indeed tailored, but does it truly require any on-site guidance? Furthermore, the notion of significant improvement, did I not just express a similar sentiment? It is merely a supplementary method, hardly groundbreaking, were it not for Charlie's determination this year to explore every avenue. Arnold's leisurely flying technique might not have even captured his attention. Nevertheless, as Oliver suggested, the decision is beyond their jurisdiction as students. Thus, they would proceed as Arnold advised, considering it a modest assist on Charlie's part. With this in mind, Charlie nodded at Arnold, saying, "We can give it a try, but only on the condition that you demonstrate your flying skills before me first." Satisfied by Arnold's lack of objection, he then gestured towards Oliver, adding, "I nearly forgot to introduce you. This is Oliver Wood. He will assume the role of team captain after my graduation next year." Arnold shook hands with Oliver, and after a brief mutual introduction, the three engaged in a lively discussion about Quidditch and flying skateboards. At 6 in the morning, Arnold rose punctually, swiftly attended to his personal hygiene, and then stepped outside. Today marked the true commencement of the academic year. Based on yesterday's experience, he surmised that there would be no breakfast to be had in the Great Hall at this hour, so he had no intention of descending the stairs. Instead, he leisurely wandered about the 8th floor of the castle. As he meandered, he found himself beneath the grand tapestry depicting the troll beating the hapless Barnaby. Glancing at the amusing scene woven into the fabric, Arnold made his way towards the opposing white wall. He recalled that one must silently contemplate the desired destination and then pass by this wall 3 times for a passage to materialize. Coming from the tapestry likely did not count, as that path intersected the white wall at a right angle. He surmised that only traversing alongside the wall would suffice. Thus, a question arose. Would walking in a single direction count as one passage, or was a round trip necessary to qualify? Standing before the wall, he pondered for a moment before deciding to abandon his contemplation. The room of requirement was right there. It would not vanish. There was no need to rush. He could take his time, wandering the halls each morning, allowing the elderly gentleman across the way, who was diligently checking his pocket watch, to become accustomed to his routine. Arnold greeted cheerfully, "Good morning, Mr. Felch." Felch paid him no heed, fixating on his pocket watch for a considerable duration before snapping it shut with a resentful glance at Arnold. "You're up early, lad." Seemingly oblivious to the unkindness in Felch's tone, Arnold beamed at him with a radiant smile. Of course, as the saying goes, the morning is the foundation of the day. Early to bed and early to rise promotes health. With that, Arnold gracefully inclined his body and passed by Felch, who watched him with a dark expression as he gradually receded from view, turning a corner and disappearing entirely. If I make a habit of this daily encounter, it won't be long before Felch no longer pays me much attention in the mornings. As the power of routine gradually permeates, I shall soon be able to emerge from the wish-granting room with confidence. However, I must still be cautious and observant upon my exit, lest I be caught off guard. As for the timing of my entrance into the wish-granting room, it could be morning, noon, or evening. It varies considerably, adapting to the situation at hand. Chapter 89. This batch of students is lacking at the stairwell of the 8th floor. Arnold noticed a rather peculiar painting depicting a knight clad in full armor. Could this be the knight who, in the original storyline, temporarily stood guard in place of the plump lady? It is commendable that he did not even remove his armor while sleeping. Yet the notion of a knight still slumbering at this hour starkly contrasts with Arnold's expectations of chivalry. Shouldn't a knight rise early to hone his physique and practice swordsmanship? Even if he is merely a painting, one should still hold oneself to high standards. With a silent scoff, Arnold commenced his descent, proceeding slowly, layer by layer, all the while documenting his observations. As he traversed the restless stairs, he noted the times and directions of any changes he encountered, and recorded the state of those areas that remained unchanged. Arnold firmly believes that, given sufficient data, he will eventually produce an accurate chart. He envisions selling it to his fellow students, particularly the incoming freshmen like Harry and Ron, to spare them from being tardy on their very first day of class. Observing the serene silver tabby cat perched atop the lectern, gazing intently at each student as they enter the classroom, Arnold wonders if this is a customary ritual for first-year students attending their initial transfiguration class. On the first day of school, Gryffindor freshmen are greeted by none other than their head of house, Professor McGonagall, for this pivotal lesson in transfiguration. The same applies for the Hufflepuff newcomers. Not long after Arnold settles into his seat, he hears some commotion behind him. Turning around, he spots Connor Stebbins, the Hufflepuff boy he toured the campus with yesterday, accompanied by Heidi McAvoy and several other Hufflepuff students as they enter the classroom together. To his dismay, none of them reach out to pet the regal tabby cat. Even if they notice, they merely tug at the sleeves of their companions, exchanging glances laden with curiosity. How disappointing. As Arnold follows their group with his gaze, he silently laments the lack of enthusiasm. For the next half hour, he remains vigilant, hoping that a student might dare to stroke the majestic feline. Yet, to his utter dismay, no one does. They merely point and speculate, pondering the presence of a cat on the lectern. What are you pointing at? Why not just reach out and touch it? He muses inwardly. Katie Bell and Anna Miffield enter and take their seats, puzzled by the frustration reflected in Arnold's eyes. Just as they are about to inquire, the gray tabby cat unexpectedly leaps into the air, its supple body stretching before transforming. In a wondrous yet startling manner, Professor McGonagall, clad in a vibrant green checked robe and square glasses, materializes before the astonished first-years. A collective gasp escapes the lips of both Gryffindor and Hufflepuff newcomers. At precisely 9 o'clock, the lesson commences, and Professor McGonagall dispels the transformation. It appears that no brave soul dared to arrive late today. This cohort seems rather lackluster. While it is understandable for the Hufflepuff Badgers, what of our own bold Gryffindor cubs? Have they all become so docile? However, aside from Arnold, who is still sulking over his missed spectacle, the other first-years are utterly captivated by Professor McGonagall. It seems that even for those of pure or mixed bloodlines, such an exquisite display of transfiguration is a rare sight to behold. Professor McGonagall, evidently pleased with her introductory display, seizes the opportunity to emphasize, transfiguration is the most complex and perilous of all your courses at Hogwarts. Anyone who dares to misbehave in my class will be promptly removed, never to return. Do not say I did not forewarn you. She articulates her rules but once, then turns to the lectern, casting her wand. The lectern suddenly contorts, and when it settles, it has transformed into a pig. No, not merely calm. Arnold perceives the bewilderment and terror in the pig's large, watery eyes. Who knows how he discerns such depth of emotion from a pig? Yet, judging by the pig's frantic movements, Arnold is convinced that, were it not for Professor McGonagall's magical restraint, it would be frantically dashing around the classroom in a panic. The wooden lectern has metamorphosed into a sentient, emotional creature. Although Arnold had mentally prepared himself, the spectacle before him evokes memories of Professor McGonagall's enchanting demonstration of transforming tea into butterflies in his home. The two events share a striking resemblance. In both cases, lifeless objects suddenly become vibrant animals. While not scientific, it is indeed a remarkable feat of magic. Transforming the nature of an object is one thing, and though he might manage it with great effort, the pig's brain, albeit somewhat simple, possesses a modicum of intelligence. The ability of transfiguration to imbue creatures with awareness? Though not permanent, it remains impressive. It is no wonder that wizards often refer to Muggle inventions like electric lights, telephones, and computers as substitutes for magic. Despite the suspicion of being insular and narrow-minded, one cannot deny that the first rudimentary computers, which occupied entire rooms and performed rather clumsily, pale in comparison to the efficiency of magic. However, the pace of development in the Muggle world far surpasses that of the magical realm. As Professor McGonagall waves her wand once more, the pig transforms back into the lectern amidst the gasps of the young wizards. And Arnold returns to pondering the question of whether magical intelligence or artificial intelligence is superior. The young wizards gaze eagerly at Professor McGonagall, yearning to learn this remarkable transfiguration technique, while Arnold maintains a composed demeanor. You wish to learn how to turn a pig into a living creature in your first year? Why not aim for the stars instead? As a seasoned instructor at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall has her own strategies for managing these youthful, impressionable wizards. Capitalizing on their eagerness ignited by her astounding pig transformation, she puts away her wand and retrieves the beginner's guide to transfiguration. Now, let us turn to the first page of the textbook. The young wizards perk up, listening intently to every word Professor McGonagall shares, many diligently taking notes. We shall conclude our discussion of fundamental theories for today. Next, we will begin learning our first spell. After a substantial portion of the lesson has elapsed, and even a brief intermission has occurred, Professor McGonagall finally closes the textbook, and the once drowsy young wizards are re-energized. The moment for the grand transformation of the pig is at hand. Arnold found it perplexing why his classmates were so fascinated by transforming a pig, especially since they hadn't even had breakfast. If one were to discuss changing inanimate objects into animals, lions and tigers would surely be far more captivating than pigs. Even butterflies possess a beauty that far surpasses that of a pig. As the young wizards eagerly watched, Professor McGonagall produced a box of matches and began distributing them. It is crucial to wield one's wand with conviction and decisiveness during transfiguration. Unnecessary movements or rotations of the wand will undoubtedly lead to failure. Before attempting transfiguration, one must vividly envision the desired form of the object in their mind and clearly articulate the incantation. Today's lesson involves transforming the matches into iron needles. You must imagine the appearance of the needle while clearly reciting the spell. Once all the students received their matches, Professor McGonagall stood by the lectern and continued her explanation. The mood of the young wizards shifted from initial excitement to bewilderment upon receiving the matches, and ultimately to disappointment upon hearing the task at hand. Oh, the chubby, adorable little pig. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. Professor McGonagall, undeterred by the roller coaster of emotions displayed by her students, continued her instruction at her own pace. Now, please set down your wands and repeat after me. Accio. Accio. The final syllable must be pronounced clearly and with a sharp emphasis. Again, Accio. Accio. Once all the young wizards were familiar with the incantation and its pronunciation, Professor McGonagall allowed them to practice freely while she circulated the room, observing their attempts at casting spells, providing timely guidance and encouragement. It was only when they began to practice in earnest that the young wizards realized the grand transformation of a pig was indeed a fanciful notion. Far from turning wood into living creatures, even transforming it into cold, lifeless metal proved to be quite challenging. Most of the young wizards were unable to induce even the slightest change in the matches, with only a few, perhaps possessing some innate talent for transfiguration or having had prior exposure to it at home, managing to alter the appearance of their matches to a minimal extent. They might have produced a few speckles of metallic sheen in a corner, but even covering a fifth of the match seemed an elusive feat. Others may have slightly tapered one end of the match, barely perceptible to the naked eye, yet it still retained its wooden appearance and texture. Nevertheless, among the group, these accomplishments were already quite remarkable. Facing the disheartened young wizards, the experienced Professor McGonagall did not adopt a stern demeanor, but instead spoke gently to encourage them. This was not a task meant to be mastered in a single lesson. Rather, it was part of a curriculum that would unfold over the coming weeks. Take your time. Do not rush. Recall the theories we have learned, visualize clearly in your mind, and articulate the incantation with clarity and strength. Excellent. I believe that after a few more lessons, you shall succeed. Wow, Arnold, you did it. How did you manage that? The sudden exclamation interrupted Professor McGonagall's words and captured her attention. Following the sound, she observed Katie Bell and Anna Miffield staring in astonishment at Arnold's desk, or more accurately, at a beautifully crafted embroidery needle resting upon it. Indeed, it was a needle, made of stainless steel and complete with an eye. Perfect. When the moment arises to showcase his talents, Arnold resolved to demonstrate his utmost capabilities. Since mastering the transformation between ice and water through his own studies, Arnold felt as though a light had dawned upon him regarding transfiguration. Not only had his proficiency soared, but his understanding of the subject deepened significantly. Although he began his journey into transfiguration with the nearly identical microscopic entities of water and ice, it was only through gaining a greater understanding of the art that he recognized his good fortune. This magical discipline, while inherently challenging when transforming objects with vastly different essences, physical properties, chemical compositions, and the like, seemed to possess a scientific veneer. Yet, when it comes to directing magical energy for transformation, the process is decidedly more philosophical. One must vividly envision the desired form of the object in their mind. The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch emphasizes this. It is the appearance that must be depicted, not molecules, and certainly not atoms. Arnold's initial inability to transform a matchstick into a needle stemmed from his misguided approach, resulting in a lack of perceptual acuity. The recitation of incantations and the manipulation of magical energy, among other factors, ultimately yield the results of transmutation solely based on the image of the object envisioned in the wizard's mind, its shape, structure, texture, and scent. Frequently, what is deemed a failure in transmutation is not due to a flaw in the magic itself, but rather a misrepresentation by the wizard of the object they intend to transform. When compared to the actual target, their imagined representation lacks precision and detail, inevitably leading to a result that diverges significantly from their expectations. The art of transmutation does not fail, rather, the resultant object deviates from their intentions due to their imprecise imagination, culminating in an apparent failure. For instance, the peculiar creatures that arise from erroneous human transformations result from the wizard's failure to conceive beauty, thus manifesting as grotesque aberrations. Through practice and an exploration of the transformative process of ice and water, alongside a diligent study of theoretical knowledge from textbooks, Arnold gradually realized his ability to interchange water and ice was not rooted in an understanding of dihydrogen monoxide, but rather in his habitual consumption of several bottles of soda each day during summer vacation, complete with ice cubes. Upon grasping this insight, Arnold finally ceased to torment Nicole's sewing kit. At least he no longer aimed his wand at those needles, uttering phrases of disintegration and inspecting the breakage. Instead, he meticulously observed and even attempted to replicate, firmly imprinting the shapes and characteristics of the embroidery needles in his mind. He repeatedly caressed and inhaled, thoroughly familiarizing himself with the metal's chilling touch and faintly briny taste. There was no need for him to distinguish between iron, steel, or stainless steel. From that point onward, Arnold only needed to vividly depict in his mind the embroidery needle he remembered, enabling him to achieve an impressively accurate transformation. Moreover, the materials required for the transmutation did not necessarily have to be matchsticks or wood. How was this accomplished? Arnold repeated the question with a hint of hesitation, uncertain of how to respond. It was not that he was unwilling to share his insights with his two companions, whom he had known since the beginning of the term and with whom he enjoyed a decent rapport. Such foundational knowledge was not something he felt the need to hoard. However, Arnold himself was merely a novice, albeit slightly ahead of his peers in progress, yet still firmly within the realm of beginners. He was unsure of how to articulate his thoughts and feared that his explanations might lack precision, potentially leading his friends astray. How to convey this? Essentially, it boiled down to the concepts conveyed in the texts and by the professor earlier: precise and potent incantations, vibrant and resolute magic, and a clear, comprehensive imagination. These three aspects essentially constituted the core of his understanding. In the end, Arnold found himself reciting the introductory guide to transfiguration verbatim. No, rather, he was distilling and summarizing it, with the official endorsement of Professor McGonagall. Chapter 91. A billion lost as soon as Arnold finished speaking. The voice of Professor McGonagall echoed from behind. A commendable summary, Mr. Adams. As she approached, she inquired, "Did you conceive this on your own?" Upon hearing the words, Arnold turned in astonishment, only to meet Professor McGonagall's encouraging gaze, which was far more amiable than her usual stern demeanor. "Ah, yes, Professor," Arnold hesitated briefly before nodding. Although a portion of his knowledge stemmed directly from his study of advanced magical theory, much of it was also drawn from his readings of foundational texts on magical theory and introductory transfiguration guides, alongside the insights he gleaned from correspondence with George and Fred. Moreover, Arnold had indeed conducted numerous experiments and studies under the guidance of those theories, with the processes and outcomes further enriching his understanding of transfiguration. While his previous remarks did not transcend the confines of the textbook, it was accurate to claim that they were his own synthesis. I endeavored to apply the theories outlined in the textbook during the summer. However, my initial attempts were fraught with challenges, resulting in several failures. Eventually, I reflected on my experiences and received guidance from older students, which enabled me to succeed. What I shared earlier was merely my rudimentary understanding of the textbook and the lessons imparted by you, Professor. Meeting Professor McGonagall's inquisitive gaze, Arnold elaborated slightly, clarifying that while lacking in detail, the process indeed unfolded as he described. Summer? Multiple failures? Some guidance? Professor McGonagall, who had initially concealed a hint of a smile, subtly furrowed her brow upon hearing this. She had assumed that Arnold comprehended the theoretical concepts immediately and swiftly mastered the practical techniques. Had that been the case, Arnold would undoubtedly be regarded as exceptionally gifted in transfiguration. However, with his admission of several failures over the lengthy summer, she realized her misjudgment. His talent in transfiguration could only be considered average, perhaps slightly above. Nonetheless, it was indeed commendable for a first-year student from a Muggle background to exhibit such learning capability. Regardless of how Arnold achieved it, his performance in the first class warranted praise and encouragement, an impressive capacity for learning. Indeed, in Professor McGonagall's eyes, while Arnold may not possess innate brilliance in transfiguration, his ability to self-study and, with the help of certain upperclassmen, transform a matchstick into an embroidery needle was a rare and noteworthy skill. Furthermore, he had succinctly summarized the key points regarding transfiguration from the textbook in an accessible manner, which would undoubtedly aid her teaching efforts. In every respect, he deserved commendation. Of course, only Arnold knew that next year, Professor McGonagall would encounter another young witch possessing such a commendable capacity for learning. At that moment, she took the opportunity to closely examine Arnold's transfiguration result, a slender silver metal needle lying quietly on the table, one end featuring an oval eye, while the pointed end glinted ominously under the sunlight streaming through the window. An embroidery needle. A lethal tool in the hands of the Eastern Sister. Quite good, keep up the effort, Professor McGonagall remarked, her tone surprisingly neutral. This response was far from the extravagant praise Arnold had anticipated. Where had the affable Professor McGonagall gone? She had been so amiable when discussing the other students whose matchsticks had either remained unchanged or transformed only slightly. Why then? Did she deliver such a curt remark in his case? Was she exhibiting a sudden change of demeanor, as if they shared a common origin? However, as a professor, Minerva McGonagall considered that those young witches who required more time to grasp transfiguration needed encouragement, while Arnold needed to temper his pride and impatience. This was the reason behind her seemingly indifferent demeanor. Yet, despite her strictness, Professor McGonagall was fair and would not withhold deserved rewards. Suddenly raising her voice, she announced to the entire class, Mr. Adams is the first to successfully transfigure a metal needle and has shared his insights with his classmates. Gryffindor earns 5 points. Oh. Joy. Points awarded. Arnold thought, elated to have secured 50 points. The effort he invested during the summer had proven worthwhile. Given his own proficiency and the progress of his peers, Transfiguration class might very well become his haven for accumulating points. Casting a glance at Katie Bell and Anna Miffield's desks, then turning to observe the forlorn expression of Andrew Kirk, Arnold felt a surge of pride, envisioning a bright future ahead. Wait. No, this is a serious matter. Arnold suddenly grasped his hair with great force, feeling an overwhelming urge to slam his head against the desk. Today marked the first lesson in Transfiguration, and yet he felt he had already reached the end. Even if it wasn't the culmination of the entire semester, it was certainly the conclusion of a significant phase. Judging by the current performance of his classmates, transforming a matchstick into a needle was evidently not something that could be accomplished in just a couple of lessons. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean that he might not earn any points in the subsequent weeks of Transfiguration classes? Surely, it would be unreasonable for Professor McGonagall to grant him points simply for transforming something in each lesson. While he had no objections, he suspected that Professor McGonagall might not be inclined to do so. What a grave error. He only needed to perform slightly better than his peers. Didn't they understand that patience yields greater rewards? After all he had been through, he felt like he had lost a fortune. The pain was nearly unbearable. Just then, a startled exclamation erupted from a nearby seat, drawing the attention of Arnold, Professor McGonagall, and the other students. They turned to see that the tip of Connor McLagan's wand was ablaze, resembling a miniature torch. The flames flickered wildly as he clumsily waved his wand, scattering sparks into the air. The fiery spectacle prompted gasps from those nearby, including a Gryffindor girl sitting next to him, whose matchsticks had vanished, replaced by a new burst of flames. Seeing that the flames on Connor McLagan's wand showed no signs of extinguishing, and the sparks continued to fly, Professor McGonagall hurried over, concerned about igniting additional matchsticks. As she walked, she casually waved her wand, conjuring a stream of water that first extinguished the small flames on the girl's desk before redirecting towards Connor McLagan's wand. Arriving beside him, Professor McGonagall raised her wand and said sternly, "Calm down, Mr. McLagan. Cease your wand waving and allow me to handle this." Connor, his face a picture of fear, glanced at Professor McGonagall, slowing his frantic wand movements, though they still trembled. Observing this, Professor McGonagall softened her tone, reassuring him, "Rest assured, this fire will not harm you. Relax, Mr. McLagan." Under her unusually gentle demeanor, Connor finally steadied himself. The moment his wand ceased moving, Professor McGonagall pointed her wand, and the water surged towards the flames. "All is well now, Mr. McLagan. While your wand bears some scorch marks, do not worry, it should not be easily damaged." Once everything settled, she lightly waved her wand, causing the water to vanish into thin air. Connor gazed at his wand, from which smoke was still emanating, feeling utterly despondent. Whether it was damaged required further inspection, but its appearance suggested a significant loss. "Now, can you tell me what just transpired?" Professor McGonagall's tone shifted from kind to stern. Connor, seemingly unfazed, immediately began his defense. "I didn't do anything unusual. My matchsticks were already undergoing some changes, and then I noticed that Arnold seemed to have no trouble transforming his. So I just put in a bit more effort. I had no idea the matchstick would suddenly catch fire." Connor spoke loudly, oblivious to any fault on his part, believing that if Arnold, hailing from a Muggle family, could succeed on his first try, he surely could too. This was merely an unfortunate accident, a stroke of bad luck. Arnold, overhearing, inwardly scoffed, realizing that this boy was envious of him. While Connor claimed his matchsticks were already undergoing changes, Arnold believed that many students could achieve that. However, who knew what that initial change had been? Connor had recklessly amplified his magical output without understanding the process. Although Arnold had experienced some success, he had always approached his transformations methodically, confirming every step before expanding his efforts. What had given Connor the delusion that he could also achieve success so easily? Luckily, he hadn't transformed his matchsticks into something hazardous like aluminum or magnesium. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall might not have been able to extinguish the flames as effortlessly. From the very first day during the banquet, Arnold had noticed that Connor McLagan seemed to relish showing off, thriving on attention. After inadvertently overshadowing Arnold a few times at the banquet, now witnessing Arnold successfully transform a matchstick into a needle and earn points from Professor McGonagall, it was no surprise that Connor felt compelled to compete with Arnold. Yet, it was evident that this type of transfiguration, which involved altering the properties of an object, was not simply about changing its shape. Even with an uncle supposedly working in the Ministry of Magic, Connor would receive no assistance in this regard. It appeared that this cohort of students was quite intriguing. While lacking the explosive antics of Seamus Finnegan, they had the likes of Connor McLagan, a rather oblivious individual. After listening to Connor's account, Professor McGonagall shot him a disapproving glare before analyzing. "Based on your description, it seems that there was a deviation in your mental visualization of the intended transformation, and your magical output was unstable. The combination of these two factors resulted in your matchstick being transformed into something highly flammable." Connor's face was a mask of defiance as he protested. "This was just a stroke of bad luck. If given another chance, I could certainly transform the matchstick into a needle." However, Professor McGonagall had no intention of granting this reckless individual another matchstick. Ignoring Connor's hopeful gaze, she solemnly announced, "Although this was not your intention, Mr. McLagan, your mishap has jeopardized the safety of your classmates, and therefore, I must deduct 2 points from Gryffindor." At this, the defiance faded from Connor's expression, replaced by a flush of embarrassment. No matter how carefree he was, the collective glares from all the Gryffindor students in the classroom were enough to make him uneasy. Whether he felt ashamed or angry remained unclear, but anyone who caused point deductions for the house would certainly not receive any sympathetic looks, Arnold included. In fact, the icy glare he cast at Connor was more intense than that of the others. Other Gryffindor students may harbor some dissatisfaction regarding the deduction of 2 points for Mike McLagan. However, their ire is likely not as fervent, especially given that Arnold has just added 5 points to the house. Arnold, on the other hand, is uniquely affected by this situation. Although his individual tasks within the system do not account for the scores of others and only reflect his own gains and losses, the 2 points deducted from McLagan are a matter of collective consequence for the entire house. It is conceivable that such points could ultimately determine the outcome of the House Cup, and every single point is invaluable in the face of Slytherin's 4 consecutive victories. Thus, it is only natural for Arnold, who harbors a deep yearning for the House Cup, to feel vexed. The reward for successfully obtaining the House Cup is exceptionally enticing. McLaggen, oblivious to Arnold's piercing gaze, seems to interpret this encounter differently. He stands tall, his eyes glinting with defiance, as if to say, "What are you looking at? Is transforming into a needle such a remarkable feat? Do not take pride in it. It was merely a stroke of bad luck. In the next transfiguration class, I shall surely transform something even better than you." Indeed, while Arnold cannot fully comprehend the confidence radiating from McLaggen's expression, he recognizes an unusual tenacity within it. One can only hope that this fellow does not cause further mishaps. Did one not see the pained expression on Professor McGonagall's face when she had to deduct points from Gryffindor just moments ago? Chapter 93. This child is too honest at this moment. Professor McGonagall clapped her hands, signaling the young witches and wizards to pause their practice. She then pointed to McLaggen, using his recent experience as a cautionary tale. Mr. McLaggen's incident serves as an excellent lesson. I have emphasized from the outset that transfiguration is a perilous discipline. It is imperative that you exercise utmost caution while learning and practicing, particularly regarding the following points. Clearly, Professor McGonagall has not yet quelled her frustration towards McLaggen, the unwitting culprit of Gryffindor's point deduction. Poor McLaggen, who aimed to impress, has instead become the prime example of what not to do in Professor McGonagall's eyes. He averted his gaze, inspecting his now volatile wand, and stole a glance at the embroidery needle resting on Arnold's desk, his expression darkening. Arnold was hardly preoccupied with the individual who was subtly competing with him. Ever since Professor McGonagall commenced her lecture, he had perked up his ears, entirely engrossed in her elucidation. While it was unfortunate that he could not view the Transfiguration class as a long-term ticket to bolster his grades, he could always devise alternative strategies later. However, the content delivered by Professor McGonagall was something he was unwilling to miss a single word of. Previously, when Professor McGonagall had been teaching from the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Arnold had already discerned that, unlike his solitary study, she not only expounded upon the textual knowledge, but also referenced pertinent sources and provided illustrative examples, rendering each segment crystal clear. Many areas that had once eluded his comprehension, or those where he had misinterpreted concepts, were swiftly clarified and corrected through her instruction. This was certainly not a figment of Arnold's imagination. The gradual ascent of his magical theory and transfiguration proficiency within the system served as undeniable evidence. While self-education may sound impressive, having guidance to avoid missteps and wrong paths is undoubtedly preferable, despite Arnold lacking any pressing urgency to enhance his own abilities. His fervent interest in magic compelled him to seize every opportunity and means for learning and improvement. Time meandered by as Arnold and the majority of young wizards engaged in repetitive practice, attentively or inattentively listening, until the end of class, when only Arnold had succeeded in transforming his matchstick into a needle. Among his classmates, the best performer, Heidi McAvoy, a Hufflepuff who had been exposed to magic since childhood, managed to coat approximately one-third of her matchstick surface with a layer of silver metal. Among Arnold's Gryffindor companions, Anna Miffield excelled, yet her achievement merely involved sharpening one end of the matchstick, which still retained its wooden essence, resembling a toothpick. As for Katie Bell and Andrew Kirk, they had yet to exhibit any visible progress, which only intensified their envy towards Arnold, who effortlessly completed all steps, especially upon hearing the assignment set by Professor McGonagall. After class, everyone returned to review the knowledge they had acquired that day. "Next time, in Thursday's lesson, I expect to see your progress," Professor McGonagall instructed solemnly, before waving her hand to dismiss the young wizards from the classroom. As Arnold passed the podium, he inadvertently locked eyes with Professor McGonagall, who unexpectedly revealed a rare smile. "Mr. Adams, well done." Arnold mechanically nodded, perplexed by Professor McGonagall's sudden commendation after her previously stern demeanor. The art of changing one's face was something he had only witnessed on television in his past life, and now, in this life, he had only seen it displayed by Professor McGonagall, leaving him in a state of bewildered admiration. Yet, only Professor McGonagall herself understood that her words were not yet complete. The unspoken continuation of her thought was, "so that I may justifiably award points to Gryffindor." This was what pleased her most about Arnold. The Quidditch Cup had been dominated by Slytherin for 4 consecutive years. As the head of Gryffindor, could she remain indifferent? Unlike that old bat, Severus Snape, the other 3 heads of houses, including Professor McGonagall, possessed a sense of dignity, making it impossible for them to overtly display favoritism. It is often said that the despicable are permitted to thrive, while the 3 heads, adhering to principles of fairness and reason, found themselves unable to contend with Snape's habitual double standards. What Arnold was unaware of was that Professor McGonagall was also grappling with concerns regarding the upcoming transfiguration classes in the following weeks. How remarkably earnest this child Arnold is. Have you truly mastered the subject? Was it necessary to showcase your talents on the very first lesson? Would it not be more advantageous to display a little more variety in each class? With your approach, what am I to do later to earn points for Gryffindor? The honest young lad Arnold could scarcely fathom that Professor McGonagall was, in fact, aligned with his thoughts. The Transfiguration class on Monday morning was a grand affair, consuming an entire 2 periods, with only a brief intermission in between. After all, everyone has their pressing needs. Even wizards must attend to personal hygiene. By the time Arnold and his peers exited the classroom, it was time for lunch. Arnold, you were truly impressive. You fulfilled the professor's requirements in the first class. And you were the only one among all the students from both houses to do so, earning points for Gryffindor. Andrew Kirk unabashedly expressed his admiration, flowing forth like a relentless river. I have heard from upperclassmen that Professor McGonagall is particularly stringent. Earning points in her class is no easy feat, echoed Katie Bell, seated opposite the two boys. It's all McLagan's fault. Had he not acted recklessly, our house could have earned a solid 5 points from this class, Anna Miffield said indignantly, stabbing a piece of potato with her fork as if it were McLagan's face. Andrew set down his cutlery and passionately responded, exactly. I heard that Slytherin, who clashed with us yesterday, has already secured 4 consecutive championships. Let us put an end to that starting with our year. Arnold, silently enjoying a generous portion of roasted beef, glanced at the 2 girls across from him, and then at Andrew, feeling somewhat perplexed. I recall you all were singing my praises at the beginning. I hadn't even had the chance to express my modesty, and now you veered off course. Furthermore, what do you mean by clashed with us concerning Slytherin? Those Slytherin students were clearly in conflict with Hufflepuff yesterday. Autumn Zhang and her fellow Ravenclaw girls could barely be considered involved. We were mere bystanders, at best standing a little closer later on. Taking hatred upon oneself, truly. You are the essence of Gryffindor. Chapter 94. Too easy. Isn't that right, Arnold? Andrew exclaimed, his excitement evident as he sought affirmation. Huh? Arnold, momentarily caught off guard in his musings, quickly responded, oh, of course. A new semester brings a new outlook. As first-year students, we must indeed infuse the house cup with fresh vigor. Arnold's words left his 3 companions momentarily stunned. They pondered the essence of his eloquence, questioning why they could not articulate their thoughts as beautifully and inspiringly as he did. For Arnold, this was merely a routine endeavor. Despite the distant memory of 9 years of compulsory education, his ability to deliver such polished expressions remained remarkably impressive. After a brief pause, Anna was the first to regain her composure. She gently tapped her fork against her plate and nodded at the 3, exclaiming, well said. The events in today's Transfiguration class have unfolded as they have, and while we cannot change that, we must strive to earn more points for our house in the future. It was surprising to witness Anna's strong sense of collective honor. Nonetheless, this was commendable, and I genuinely appreciated it, as my task rewards were contingent upon your efforts. Katie quickly chimed in, indeed, we must also learn the magic of transforming matches into needles without relying solely on Arnold to earn points. Exactly, they all agreed, recognizing the value of collective effort. To surpass the formidable Slytherin and contend for the House Cup, the best strategy was to depend on the strength of the community. Reflecting on this, Arnold encouraged his friends, precisely. Transforming matches into needles is not particularly challenging. Honestly, with thoughtful practice, you will soon achieve it. As he spoke, he shared practical methods he had tested, suggesting, I believe you could examine a needle closely, observe it, and touch it. This should prove helpful. Katie recalled the letter Arnold had sent her during the summer and eagerly inquired, really? Is that how you learned, Arnold? Arnold nodded thoughtfully, having no intention of allowing them to delve into the complexities of water transforming into ice and vice versa. After all, if their understanding of the 3 states of water was lacking, it would lead them astray. His own success with this introductory transfiguration was purely due to his profound familiarity with the shapes and textures of both water and ice, a fortunate accident that had occurred. On hot summer days, who doesn't indulge in a few bottles of soda or savor a few ice creams? I grew up relishing those delightful treats. Seeing Arnold's acknowledgement brought a smile to Katie's face, but it quickly faded as she lamented, but where in Hogwarts can we procure a needle? Anna interjected. We can use an owl to send a letter home, asking our families to purchase and send one to the school. Katie chuckled shyly. Oh right. I'm still not quite accustomed to using owls for sending letters and parcels. Well, before that, if necessary, I can assist you by transfiguring a few needles. Though their duration will be rather brief, Arnold offered, pleased with their eagerness to learn. That would be greatly appreciated, Arnold, Katie replied politely. Arnold waved his hand dismissively, remarking that it was a trivial matter, as we are all classmates united in the pursuit of the House Cup. With that, he promptly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "By the way, what classes do we have this afternoon?" Andrew glanced at his notebook and replied, "Two short lessons. The first is Charms, which we will attend alongside Ravenclaw. Following that, we have Herbology, this time with Hufflepuff." Arnold nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding. The majority of courses at Hogwarts are conducted in a combined format. Despite the relatively small student body, the faculty is even more limited. There are only a handful of professors, and if each class were to be taught separately, the scheduling for the 4 houses across 7 years would become an insurmountable challenge. Arnold harbored considerable doubt regarding the past years when certain professors of dark arts defense were unable to continue their teaching roles. Could it be attributed to exhaustion? In truth, the scarcity of instructors could easily be remedied by enlisting the help of senior students to conduct the classes. The upperclassmen could adequately impart theoretical knowledge without issue. Professors could then focus solely on practical sessions, ensuring both safety and a reduction in their fatigue. With an increase in course intensity, it stands to reason that the general proficiency of Hogwarts graduates would significantly elevate. After all, in the original text, the highly successful protective charm sets crafted by George and Fred thrived precisely because many adult wizards in Britain, including staff from the Ministry of Magic, struggled to properly cast even a decent shield charm. As a prominent institution within the realm of British magical education, it is evident that Hogwarts bears some responsibility for this shortcoming. Moreover, Arnold found himself quite unaccustomed to Hogwarts' schedule, which commenced classes at 9 a.m. and concluded by 3 or 4 p.m. To compare, neither his previous education in China nor even his current schooling at King's Academy could rival Hogwarts in terms of leniency. Despite being a private institution, Hogwarts' timetable resembled those of public schools that merely prioritize enjoyment over education, rendering it astonishingly relaxed. Contemplating this, Arnold set down his warm mushroom soup and sighed. Indeed, the courses at Hogwarts were truly difficult to articulate. As soon as Arnold spoke, the 3 companions halted their actions simultaneously and turned to him. Andrew, perplexed, glanced at Katie and Anna, who both wore equally bewildered expressions, and tilted his head to inquire, "Is there something amiss with the courses here? Don't you find them rather easy?" Arnold retorted, his tone seemingly casual, yet the essence of his words was rather irksome. Anna shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "Not everyone possesses your intelligence, Arnold, and each individual has their own strengths." Although she was indeed a fan of Arnold, Anna did not believe she was inherently inferior to him in the realm of magic. Admittedly, transfiguration was an area where comparison was futile. Even if her performance today slightly surpassed that of Katie and Andrew, the disparity with Arnold remained vast. Nevertheless, Anna steadfastly maintained that her talents in some subjects had yet to be uncovered. Perhaps her aptitude in transfiguration was even more formidable than Arnold's. What she remained oblivious to was that if she had witnessed Arnold's wand casting the Lumos spell with extraordinary brilliance, like Katie and Heidi McAvoy, or had seen his effortless mastery of the levitation charm, akin to Qiu Zhang, how much confidence would Anna have left? She was utterly unfamiliar with the mindset of a time traveler or the intricacies of a world beyond her comprehension. Chapter 95. A dual bloom. Unaware that Anna had secretly designated him as her surpassing target, Arnold flashed her a smile and elucidated, "When I mentioned ease, I was not referring to difficulty, but to intensity." Anna was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Intensity? What do you mean?" Arnold shrugged and remarked, "It's simply that there are too few courses." He recalled Anna mentioning that her father was a wizard. Yet it was only upon receiving her acceptance letter from Hogwarts that he confided this truth to both her and her mother, correct? Once Anna nodded in affirmation, he continued, "You could compare Hogwarts' curriculum to that of a conventional school and see if it seems markedly easier." It appeared to be the case. Anna poked her rosy cheek with a finger, her brow furrowed in uncertainty as she murmured, and then she glanced up at Katie and Andrew, seeking answers from them. Katie, leaning forward on her toes, peered at Andrew's little notebook for a moment before frowning and saying, "I feel like they are quite similar, don't you think?" Andrew, who was also peering at the notebook, concurred, "Indeed." Then, he suddenly realized, "I get it. Anna, you and Arnold both attended private schools, correct?" Upon hearing this, Katie understood as well. That indeed makes a difference. Private schools are considerably more demanding. Alas, these two were unfortunate children indoctrinated by the ideology of joyful education. While it is true that private schools can be more challenging than public ones, an old saying rings true: if youth does not strive, old age will bring sorrow. Furthermore, given Arnold's extensive knowledge that far surpasses that of elementary students when comparing it to the educational frameworks of their predecessors. He did not perceive King S Academy's workload as particularly strenuous. However, regardless of his attentiveness in class, the curriculum at King S Academy undoubtedly encompassed more subjects and was far denser than that of Hogwarts. Arnold continued to express his grievances, remarking that it was not particularly arduous. Rather, he found the curriculum at Hogwarts somewhat sparse, which left him feeling a bit unsettled. Andrew, who had just transitioned from a more joyful educational environment, disagreed, stating that although the number of classes was limited, the assignments set by the professors were numerous and quite challenging. By that logic, it was not an easy experience at all. Once he finished speaking, he glanced at Arnold and added, "Of course, that excludes you, Arnold." At that moment, Katie chimed in with another thought, and then there's Quidditch. If one is selected for the house team, practices will occupy time after classes and even in the evenings, all while still needing to complete assignments. Just thinking about it is overwhelming. Considering Quidditch at this stage might be a bit premature, Arnold said, chuckling at her enthusiasm. A first-year aspiring to join the Quidditch team, do you believe yourself to be the protagonist of some grand tale or a character from an extraordinary adventure? Even those with exceptional abilities cannot guarantee success. Nonetheless, Arnold could see Katie's genuine passion for Quidditch, and as a fellow enthusiast of sports, he did not wish to dampen her spirits. Instead, he advised her, "If I were you, I would dedicate myself to studying earnestly now, striving to grasp portions of the upcoming semester's curriculum this term. That way, once you join the Quidditch team next semester, you won't have to worry about assignments or final exams." That sounds easy enough, but it's hardly that simple, Katie sighed, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Arnold interjected, "Of course, it's not easy. Balancing both magical studies and Quidditch while aiming for excellent results is never a straightforward endeavor. Without considerable effort, I'm not optimistic about your chances of managing it by the latter half of next year. Achieving excellence in both academics and athletics is not merely a matter of words." As the afternoon's first class approached, which was a charms lesson shared with Ravenclaw, Arnold and his trio entered the classroom and settled into seats near the front. They had rallied each other during lunch, and all were brimming with enthusiasm for their studies. Who says Gryffindor lacks a love for learning? The only uncertainty was how long this motivation would last. The levitation charm, the introductory spell in charms class, was something Arnold had already mastered, having earned the reputation of a supportive friend during his journey from Hogsmeade to the castle. Yet, despite this, he was still very much looking forward to the upcoming lesson. Having experienced the Transfiguration class that morning, he understood that the professor's lectures provided insights beyond the confines of textbooks, deepening his comprehension of the material. Arnold is now deeply curious about how much of his perplexity can be unraveled and how much knowledge can be organized through the explanations and demonstrations of Professor Filius Flivius. It is not merely about the levitation charm. The skill of magical theory reflects Arnold's comprehension and understanding of magic, influencing all the spells he has mastered. Should this skill's proficiency be enhanced, it would lead to a comprehensive elevation of Arnold's magical prowess, whether it be transfiguration or incantations. The theoretical knowledge elucidated by the professors serves as vital nourishment for Arnold, who has found himself at an impasse in self-studying the magical theory textbooks. Admittedly, it is somewhat embarrassing that half of his progress from level 0 to level 1 in this skill has been achieved through the utilization of system energy. Now, not long after, he finds himself again in a state of stagnation. Indeed, maintaining the persona of an academic achiever requires more than mere diligence. It necessitates external assistance. Arnold also hoped that an increase in his proficiency in magical theory would somewhat invigorate the sluggish advancement of his levitation charm, which had been growing increasingly stagnant due to mere repetitive practice. Only by swiftly elevating the charm to level 2 could he imbue it upon certain treated woods, thereby enhancing the charm's potency and efficacy. His aspiration to secure a position on the Gryffindor Quidditch team this year hinged entirely upon this endeavor. Professor Flitwick, rumored to possess Fey lineage, bore a slight distinction in appearance from the average wizard, particularly in his notably diminutive stature. He had to stand atop a pile of books to allow his upper body to emerge from behind the lectern. Arnold gazed at Professor Flitwick standing at the podium, momentarily distracted, pondering how the diminutive defense against the dark arts instructor, whose physique was akin to his own and whose name evoked that of a mischievous imp, conducted his lessons. Much like Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick did not hasten to have the students practice any spells. Instead, after taking attendance, He instructed them to open their textbooks on magical theory and began elucidating the principles behind incantations. Excellent, this is precisely what I require at this moment. Casting a glance at the newly acquired proficiency in magical theory, Arnold promptly redirected his focus to Professor Flitwick's discourse. Chapter 96. The Soul Challenge. Although Professor Flitwick was currently expounding upon theoretical concepts, this lesson on spells was far from tedious. In addition to his explanations, he frequently demonstrated a few simple yet dazzling spells, serving both as illustrations of his teachings and as a means to captivate the student's attention. With a flick of his wand, he effortlessly conjured the red sparks and green spark spells. The incantations, executed silently, saw his wand lightly tapping twice upward, unleashing two beams of light that soared towards the ceiling, erupting into vibrant bursts of sparks. Simultaneously, Professor Flitwick continued his introduction. These two spells are quite elementary, yet immensely practical, particularly for you novices, as often you will need to rely on collective efforts. I trust this will certainly be included in Professor Lannister's curriculum. Pausing momentarily, he added, however, there is also a blue spark spell, known as Be as Sparks. I will share the incantation with you, but I shall not teach it. I hope that after mastering the other two spark spells, you will endeavor to learn and master this one independently. Upon hearing this, the responses from the young wizards in the classroom varied. The expressions of most Gryffindor students visibly soured. For instance, Andrew was whispering to the boy beside him, lamenting that they could hardly keep up with the material in their textbooks. Jack Sloper, with his light brown, short hair, nodded in agreement, his face mirroring a similar sentiment. Arnold, unlike many of his peers from Ravenclaw, was eager to take on the challenge left by Professor Flitwick. In addition to the red and green spark spell, was there also a blue one? It seemed absent from the textbooks, including those for second-year students. Had he known about this magic beforehand, he would have sought ways to acquire and master the incantation. That would have made the first alchemical item he crafted during the summer even more exquisite. As he absorbed Professor Flitwick's explanation, Arnold silently mused to himself, resolved to obtain and learn the blue spark spell. Surely, Professor Flitwick would be quite pleased, as he had expressed a desire for students to learn independently. When the time came, he imagined presenting it to the professor. Would he not feel inclined to acknowledge his effort? Moreover, mastering the blue spark spell would enable him to create alchemical items that aligned more closely with his aspirations. Besides interspersing magical demonstrations within his lectures, Professor Flitwick also posed questions to the students, guiding them towards reading and contemplation. Much like charms and transfiguration, most spells required the recitation of specific incantations directed at a target. Did anyone know the distinctions between them? Though Arnold was